They're
Do
good.
do we want to do like a funny little like thing before, or do we want to just get right into it?
Let's just get right into it. Let's just go.
Jeremy's had enough of my antics and just wants to do a podcast. All right, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and happy New Year! Happy New Year, Jeremy.
Happy New Year! Yay!
Hooray! We survived. Would you
20.
say it was hell year?
Huh?
Would you say we survived hell year?
Well, let's see how this one turns out. So,
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know if we need a sequel to last year. Good night.
Well, if you think about it, every year is a sequel to the year prior.
Well, yeah, but I mean, last year, I don't know. I guess I kind of, I don't know. There were some good parts to last year. I know a lot of people can't really say that. I mean, for me, there were some good parts that came out of it, but as far as certain things such as being locked down in my Faraday cage in my house and everything else, it's like that rate's about a 12 on the crapometer. But other than that, it's all right. I don't know if we need a sequel to last year. Good night. I don't know. I guess I kind of. I don't know. There were some good parts to last year. I know a lot of people can't really say that. I mean, for me, there were some good parts that came out of it, but as far as certain things such as being locked down in my Faraday cage in my house and everything else, it's like that rate's about a 12 on the crapometer. But other than that, it's all right.
I think different people have different experiences, and I think
Right.
we're lucky both in our professional lives and just being able to do this and like among other things. And
Yeah,
the cool thing is we got it in on the podcast territory before everyone else who was locked inside was like, well, I'm going to start a podcast. I think we were lucky in that regard, but regardless of whether or not you're a valiant podcaster or a person who is doing essential work or a person who is just working, we wish you a happy New Year.
Absolutely.
So how the hell have you been, Jeremy? We had a bit of a kerfuffle on trying to do something a little earlier last year. It seems like you're doing a lot better.
Yeah, I had just I didn't have a lot of symptoms. I just had just this irritating cough, and I mean it would just take over at times, and it's just so I mean I wouldn't say it's completely gone, but it's definitely on the downhill mend and stuff. But I mean today was kind of the first day that I really kind of got out. And in Kansas City, we've had between 4 and 6 inches of snow, which at one time around here is kind of an oddity. It's not that it doesn't happen, but it's pretty rare that it does. So I ended up taking the kids sledding, and so of course they kind of triple dog dared me to sled down this giant hill, and I did, and I crashed, but that's okay. It was fun, and so it was a fun time with the kiddos. So it was all right.
Right on. That's always good. Being with family.
Oh yeah.
Being with good family.
Yeah.
Is always good. But around these parts, I'm not sure if way down south in Naha they're feeling this, but at least in Japan we got hit with a huge cold front. Like even down south here, people on like the southern islands are like, oh my god, just like getting like their jackets and their scarves and their hats, and they're like, we haven't worn these in a long time. And even last year wasn't all that bad, so probably been a couple years since they pulled that stuff out. But yeah, just been spending the New Year's holiday just chilling out, and it was good. It was very good in terms of at least kind of a mental break from a lot of crap. So,
yep.
But we're back. It's the first weekend of the new year. So if somebody's listening to this, will probably say, "Well, why didn't this come out on that day?" It's a thing called editing, kids. We don't release an episode without editing. So that can take up to 2 weeks. So
And basically, John's got to fix all my dumb mistakes that I say, so it's all good. So
I have to fact check Jeremy on
yeah,
literally every word. No, it's stuff like it's what I edit for is just to I don't ever think it's anything bad or overwrought that I have to do in terms of editing. But if I just left it as is, it's never fun. And we don't have a theme song. Like we didn't have a theme song probably until the fall. So if I didn't do any editing, we would have no theme song, which I've heard mixed responses to. And my answer is it's wonderful. And my friend Monaco did it, and you should listen to her. You should listen to all her music, and she does a lot of music in English too, not just Japanese. So she's actually really super talented. So Jeremy, we aside from our normal chats about like what we've been doing, mainly because it's been the new year, we haven't really been doing a lot. But you had, I want to say this was probably 3 years ago. Correct me if that's wrong.
It's a little bit long. I mean, it was closer to 6 years ago.
Okay.
It was. I mean, if you want, I'll give the background on everything and stuff. So,
well,
I mean, we'll get into it, I guess. So.
Right. Well, I think we'll kind of dive right into it because I think today, because it being the New Year's, and we can talk about general goal setting and whatnot. But I think what was interesting, what you had talked about, what you'd done those couple years ago, and we just kind of talked about it a little. We had never really dived into it really in our conversations, but I feel, and you put this out there to me, and I deeply concur that with the start of the new year, it's important to re-examine one's training and seeing how we can re-examine how we look at both our training and our kata and whatnot. And what you did goes back to an old principle that a lot of people kind of pay lip service to, but they don't really, I guess, work on entirely. Yeah. So I'll let you take it away in terms of what you worked on. I'll kind of bounce off what you're talking about.
So I'll just kind of give the background a little bit. In 2013, my mom passed away, and Mom and I we were really close. I mean, I grew up in a military family, and while Dad was on different exercises or deployed different places, it was Mom and me. I mean, there were a lot of times even in high school, a lot of my friends, they'd be out partying. What would I be doing? I'd be helping Mom either around the house, going and getting things from the store, and usually after that, I'd end up at home playing Monopoly with Mom or Clue or something, just something that took that time away. So, I mean, my mom was a real big part of my life. And when I lost her, I will say this, the rest of that year, it was a really weird year because birthed my son, my father-in-law passed, my mom passed. It was kind of a wild year. And I'll be perfect. When Mom passed, I was numb, probably for a good 4 or 5 months. Like almost just walking around like it was like kind of my compass was gone. And so about Thanksgiving that year, I started thinking, I need to get grounded so that I feel like I can move forward with me, with my mom gone. And so I came up with basically 2 activities. I wouldn't say it was a resolution, but it was like, let's start on January 1 and we're going to go all year. So I came up with 2 activities. One I will mention, but that's all I'm going to do. And that was I was going to read my Bible every day. Boom. So that was one. Just for spiritual recollection. I mean, even if I didn't have anything, I went and tried to get some Proverbs or something to kind of get me some wisdom around something. So the second part was I wanted to go back to the base of my training, which in our art, the base of our training is Nachi Shodan. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to study Nachi Shodan for at least 30 minutes every single day for a year. You know, I mean, I didn't have time to do an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours every day, but
Right.
let's set 30 minutes aside every day. We're going to study Nachi Shodan. And so I'm like, well, that's a great goal, but what does that entail? So I started coming up with a framework of how I was going to go about doing it. So that's kind of how I'll lead into the next part of what I did. So for the first week, I broke it up into several weeks right off the bat. The first week, all I did was try to do that kata just as natural, free of any kind of thought or, hey, this goes here, just bang, go. And near the end, I ended up taking a couple videos of it. It's like, all right, okay. And so I'm watching it and I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. And so the second week, I did the very first basic Nachi Shodan that we did. And I took at the end of that week, Extreme Basic, took video of that, started comparing. I'm like, okay, this is where this is coming in, this is where this is coming in, things like that. And then the next week I did another version of Nachi Shodan. And we, in the system that I've been a part of, I can rattle off 8 different versions of Nachi Shodan that I've learned over the years, at least. Right off the bat, off the top of my head, I can rattle off 8 right now.
Right. And I think the best way I think we can probably talk about that, because we've kind of mentioned that we kind of gave the game away when we had David on, when we were talking about hard and soft. But when we talk about that, we're just talking about basic like variations on different parts of it. It's not necessarily a completely.
Well, how is organized was a different version.
Yeah.
And basically, what it really boils down to is you have different timing. Maybe you accent something just a little bit differently. You just do just a couple things just a little bit differently.
Right.
So that's how I kind of did clear up till the first part of March. And I started looking at, okay, how I just do it, just boom, out of the chute, boom, don't think about it, just go. And I started seeing, okay, I'm picking up this part in this basic one and this advanced form and things like that. But then I'd start looking at, okay, there's still certain things that are coming into this kata that if I just naturally flow into it, just go, as I like to just do it, that are not coming out of kata. And so that took a lot to really boil down into it. So, and I kept going on and on and on. And so it continued over months. And then I was fortunate to have really some really good people that I was training with at the time. And I was able to do techniques and stuff like that. And so some of the times that I'd do my 30 minutes, I'd be working with these people and I'd be working on different techniques. And finally, I'd say about 4 months into the summer, we're getting about August time frame and stuff. August, around Labor Day-ish, late August, first part of September.
That's most of the year.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out, where am I getting these little nuances at? Just out of the blue, totally different. It's not showing up in any of the versions of kata. I'm like, what is it? And finally, I was picking it up on, one day I was working with one of the guys and stuff, and I was working on Bonkai. And it was just little shuffle steps and little this and little hand tweaks and different things like that. And it actually took me a couple weeks going back and forth. It's like something's there, and I wasn't picking up on it. And finally, it was after Labor Day, that I finally really started picking up on. Is like I'm actually I'm putting those little things from the technique into my kata. And I mean, it was something simple as moving my arm just a certain way. There was part of the footwork that I did that on like just the crossover step. I mean, it makes no sense whatsoever as far as doing a kata for kata's sake.
Right.
But when you tie the technique that was related to that, it made complete sense, and I naturally just do it in the kata. And so, and what it would do is it would simply give me some leverage on techniques and things like that. So finally about October, I figured out that whole natural kata that I was doing on Nahachi Shodan. And that's what I was really looking for, is what would I do just naturally? Not forget a count, forget this, forget all that. And so I finally figured out that, yeah, I'm putting in not only different versions of Nahachi Shodan, but I'm also, any of these little enhancements on techniques are actually going into these katas as well. And so, and I think that's where, and this is my opinion. I mean, probably other people will say, no, that's just stupid or whatever. But I think that's where you really get the most benefit out of training in kata, is when you really realize that is like your actual techniques actually coming out in the kata.
I would say that the people shouldn't be dismissing that in any significant way, because if you just kind of like gave, I don't want to say gave the game away, but you hit the nail on the head where you said you just doing kata for kata's sake, it wouldn't make sense. Well,
Right.
if you're just doing kata for kata's sake, then what are you doing?
You're doing a basic exercise. That's it.
But even then, like, with the basic exercise needs to be in service of something.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
it's going to be in service of learning how to move in some way to make something work. And there's the debate between is kata literal or representational. You
right.
know, that debate can go on forever and a day.
Well,
But
I mean, the answer to the debate is yes. Bottom
yeah,
line,
I mean,
it's both, and I think it just depends on the intention of the person that's using it.
but when you're actually working stuff that you've been working in technique or working with people and putting that back in your own, not necessarily what you're teaching, but what in your own study is the next level that people don't do. I mentioned this on here. I mentioned this with people. I've had a couple of people come on a Zoom training that I've hosted a couple times, and it's something I've mentioned before, where it's like everyone talks about, the next level of training. Well, what is that? And with kata, because you can't, because is it just doing bunkai?
Well, I think it goes back to, as my profession, I'm an engineer. I mean, my day-to-day job, I'm an engineer. So my thing is I want to understand everything I can at all times. And I think people have got to understand that. And I'm going to step back just a minute because I did forget a real important portion of this.
Right.
The other part of this was after I got, I'll finish up the year. I got to a point where, okay, I started understanding it. And that's probably mid-October. Now, am I like, I am the master of all the No. I'm not saying that at all. But I understood what I was doing. And to me, that was the key to what I do, how I do it, what I put emphasis on, how my techniques are created, what I do on techniques, things like that. But about near the end of that was, and I've showed you this, and since then I've even gone back and talked to Robbie about this. We used to do this thing. He used to call it the Kempo kata.
Right, doing all the weapon, not all the weapons, but all the kata in our system all together at the same time.
Yeah, but it's not Nachi 1, Nachi 2, Nachi 3. It's not.
It doesn't go in order.
No, it does not go in that order. It's a way to. And I asked him about it, and he said, it was interesting what he said. It's like, it was just an exercise that I came up with to really kind of group everything so everybody could see the whole picture of what you're working with instead of looking for this book over here, this book over there, this book over here. It's like the entire book, you know.
Right.
And so I started then working on the Hanshi Shodan, you know, my 30 minutes, and then I added that every session, and it ended up being where that's really where I honed in on my adaptation of you got your block, kick, punch techniques. Boom, 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 boom. Nothing wrong with that. That's what they're
Absolutely fundamental.
there. Yeah, they're there.
You're not gonna be able to do karate without them.
No, you're not. You know, I know some very, I wouldn't say strict, but very strict in their beliefs. Or strict in their following of the art. They believe, you know, this is the only way to do it. And it's like, well, okay, that's great. You have those techniques. You have tuite techniques. You know, grappling techniques.
Right.
You've got Kyusho techniques. You know, more your vital pressure point techniques, vital area type techniques, things like that. The other thing that I don't, you know, you kind of hear a little bit. I mean, you also have your Temi techniques, which, you know, your stunning type techniques, which you kind of classify as Kyusho, kind of not, you know. But then the other thing that I really picked up on doing that with Narachi Shodan was the entry techniques. I mean, here's your technique, yes. How are you going to enter to get that technique on in a situation? I mean, somebody is not just going to punch you, just, you know, okay, I'm just going to stand here and punch you. No, that's not going to happen unless you are in front of some total dumbass, period.
Right. And there is no great. I want to say that you're one of the only people who's actually mentioned something like that to me. Not the only person, but the only person with what we were doing in terms of being able to enter into how techniques work like that. And there's just some I don't want to keep on bringing up quote unquote debates, but there are like people who would say, well, if you're just having people stand there and throw punches at each other at mid speed, and you're not really training, and you're just doing, you know, like back and forth training. All right, whatever. Like that's not helpful.
I appreciate that point of view, and I definitely see it, and I definitely agree to it to a point, absolutely.
That doesn't disqualify your point of trying to find entries though. Yeah, because you're still fast and hard or kind of medium speed, not trying to really hurt anybody. You still need to enter in the technique.
Right. I mean, you get into. I mean, you get people throw haymakers. You get people that are boxers that are, you know, jab jab boom boom, you know, whatever. Or you get your MMA people. You get into all these different things, and what I really, I don't know, I wouldn't say I get irritated, but just it's kind of like nails on chalkboards whenever people say, "Oh, that doesn't work." Well, why doesn't it not work? You know, what are you doing that's not making it work? What can you do to make that work? You know, and sometimes when you start asking those kind of questions, you got to really step outside your box and really start looking at things like things you wouldn't normally look at. And that's kind of what I really started seeing through an in-depth study of, you know, just the Narachi Shodan, but I mean, I wasn't studying all the katas at the same time. I was studying Narachi Shodan as my primary source, but I was picking up things from other katas, other techniques, different things like that. So
I don't want to say a two-way path, but it's kind of your home base, and you have roads that go out, but everything kind of leads back to home base. But home base is going to lead you out to other stuff, right? It's going to have a fun circular view or I guess recyclical view of always coming back to your home, but also being able to kind of use it. I think it goes back to an old principle that we talk about, because I think once you just talked about right there, And this is why I wanted to let you go on that, because you're talking about kind of not just saying study one kata for 1 year, right?
Right.
Study earnestly the kata. What the hell does that mean?
I mean, I think that means something different to everybody. And for me, that meant do whatever I needed to do to break it down, to break me down, what I'm doing with it. What am I doing with it? What's the purpose of it? And for me to get just a different vantage point of what I'm doing with it. And
And I
so,
think if you're talking about a practicality perspective, there are a lot of people who will say, I don't have a lot of time to put into karate, or only have so much time to put into karate. Half an hour isn't bad. That's
no,
pretty good. I think a lot of people don't even take that up.
right. And I think you really have to be intentional with it as well. I think it gets into what your intention of it is. Is it just to do Nahanchi Shodan or do a kata all year long for 30 minutes? Or is it really to study it? And what was interesting is the last week of the year, I really just kind of had fun with it. And I learned some other things, how it shows up in weapons. And so any of the two-handed weapons, I started doing the Hanchi Shodan in one way, shape, or form, trying to do the techniques using Sai, Tanbo, Cheesies, Kama.
The
Um,
beloved comma.
yeah, I know. I'll be pretty honest, I'm starting to like it a little bit better. I'm trying to work on at least once a day, once or twice a day, just kind of, okay, just get over this hump that I don't like about it. But
There's our 2021 goal. Start liking comma. It's learn to love the comma again.
yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I think the only one I really didn't do that was Tonfa. But
I think
that's,
everyone hates Tonfa. Like I think that it's a universe. That one student, friend of ours, Steve, I told learn Tonfa, and I said that's going to be your weapon, and he's like, all right.
so he hadn't talked to you in what 20 years or 50?
No, I think probably since last fall, I haven't really got up with him. Anyway,
But I mean,
but
I started seeing the one thing I started seeing with that is I started seeing how Nanchi Shodan, oh, some of the things that I'm doing, even with the techniques stuff, is showing up in those katas, such as my foot positions. It's not, oh, well, you have to have this. You know, don't get, I'm not knocking solid fundamentals. I'm not doing that. But once it gets to a point where you're doing that kata for yourself, there are times you're going to shuffle. You're going to do something else. There might be a combination to where you're wanting to torque your hips a little bit more, and you jump from a cat stance into a triangle stance to get a little extra torque on something. Different things like that, and that's the kind of stuff that I was paying attention to. So,
well, and it goes in. It's interesting that you bring that up because think of it this way. Now, let's say we take a beginner, somebody
yeah,
who never no experience or whatever. You don't teach that person anything but Nahachi.
right.
And then you take somebody who just got their black belt and have them do the same thing. Then take another person who maybe trained for 10 years, have them do the same thing. You did the same thing. You're all going to come out differently.
Yeah.
And because you all have different experiences with it. I mean, if you tell somebody to study who's only just started, they're not going to understand what that means. And somebody
No,
who's only gotten maybe 5 years of training will only understand a portion of what that means. So I think it's proportionate to what the experience of the individual is in how they study. And I think
sure.
what is
Well,
it?
I think to add on to your point, I think it's their experience, but I also think it's how their instructor also would kind of guide them in their studies. I think a lot has to do with how their instructor points them on how they do their study, how they actually self-study on stuff as well.
Because you could just say your first year of the curriculum is Nahachi Shodan.
Yeah.
Like straight up, we know people who are just like, this is just one fighting system.
Yeah.
And a Hachi Shodan kata is just a fighting system in a kata. I'm doing an intentional Natural accent for it.
No,
Those
I
who
got
know.
you. No, I got
For those who know, the idea is solid.
you.
But there are now. Let's go back even further
Yeah, yeah,
to where this is written in Principles of Karate. That is never really explained well,
it
expounded
is.
on in those
It is.
principles. Is
It
it?
is. It is. On our guiding principle number 8, in the past, the same kata was studied for 3 years. Masters would analytically research and perfect their one kata for 10 years or more. I did not do 10, I did 1. You know,
Right.
do not think that you have learned a kata and become proud of your success. Pride will lead you to hurt your achievement in virtue and technique. Thus, pride can be like a poison to the world. You know, boom. Bingo.
But that doesn't tell you how to do it. It tells you what to do. It doesn't tell you how to do it. It gives it. That's a kind of a moral story.
That's a guideline. That's
Right.
a guideline. I mean, it's up to how you train, how you study, how you do things. That's up to you.
Well, but it goes against the guidebook idea on karate, right? Because you can't,
Well,
you won't have like a manual to be like, all right, step 1, Nahachi, this is how we study it. Like, we don't have anything like that, and so I think that's why people kind of gloss over that, and to a large degree.
Yeah, and I don't know. I've always taken that guiding principle number 8 to heart a lot. I mean, not just in karate, but also in my profession, everything. And so, in that aspect, I, I now kind of going back to your point, whatever your level of experience, yeah, this is not a. I do not think that this is a beginner training method. I do not think this is a beginner training way to do. I don't think so. I mean, somebody may think totally differently, and that's totally cool. I think you definitely have to have the experience. I think you have to have the maturity. I think you also have to have a little bit of vision to kind of really reach, to really look at something like that from that kind of perspective.
Right, and I think, I mean, it goes to your point too, where it depends on your teacher. Where ultimately, if the teacher isn't going to be able to teach you, let me rephrase, Your Honor. When I learned these things off the bat, it seemed rather thin to me because all I had was learning the kata, which was at the time seemed very easy because it was just practicing the technique, practicing the form,
Mm-hmm.
and then you had the principles.
Yeah.
Right. And there just didn't seem to be much in between, right? And you just did the kata, you looked at the principles. You did the kata, you looked at the principles. Maybe you had a couple examples on technique, you did them. I think that's where a lot of people end up being stuck.
Yeah.
And I think when you have people who can show you lots of examples and show you lots of ideas, you know, everyone kind of gets their motor going and they're like, yeah, I finally get it or whatever, because they were shown someone else's version of what their study is, which is important.
Right.
But it isn't showing you, you know, this is what the value of the year of the kata is, or like one year one kata is.
Right.
You're just seeing some results.
Yeah.
At best of what someone else has done.
Exactly.
So I think what your story is here, or what your experience was here, is more valuable than that because it's showing your experience from that. But that's only your experience because you had at that point 20 years of training, almost 30 years from training.
No, it was probably not quite 25.
Yeah, but close to it.
Yeah. I mean, definitely well over 20 years. Absolutely. But I think the other thing, though, is, I mean, going back to, you know, one of the most important lessons that I learned from Sensei Oyata was, you know, when that night when he says, you do my technique. And then, you know, very quietly he says, I can't do yours either. And that really impressed on me. And I think that's where the start of me doing that came from.
And I think just the subtle lessons there are an example of time needing to be built up. And to a degree, it's always the two sides of it. A teacher needs to be able to provide these experiences, but the student needs to be able to reach into them. Anyone who's taken martial arts seriously needs to reach outside their home base. But you have to ultimately come back to that home base.
Right.
Because you need to take all these experiences. Because I see all these people like run off to seminars, run off, like go internationally train or whatever. And I come back and I learned this, I learned that, and I did this, I didn't learn this, kata, whatever. Okay, that's all great. How does this overall make you a better martial artist or create a better home style for yourself?
Well, I mean, I'll even go one further. How do you know who you are? Bottom line. I mean, not to get into psychological or whatever.
We're asking a lot of metaphysical questions of our audience right now for the New Year's. Who are you? Why are you listening? Go do something with your...
Well, and I mean, the main thing, like I said, the main thing, I just really felt, I felt the void in my life, and I felt really lost. And I really just went back to what are the basics of the things that I care about. Boom, boom. And that's why I ended up doing it. And to be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever even shared. I've shared bits and pieces of things that I got out of it with you, but I've never shared what I did, how I did it, some of the things that a lot of the things that I found, different stuff like that, or where I found it from. So.
And I don't think anyone could talk about it because this is very specifically your experience, right?
Right. Exactly. I mean, if you do the same thing, you're going to get something totally different.
Yeah. And my motivation, you had a very specific motivation.
Yeah.
And a good one, but a very specific one, one that motivated just from essentially what you just said. Who are you? What are you trying? How are you trying to identify with this stuff? Yeah. That's where I feel maybe other people who train in more combatively don't necessarily get the same benefit.
Maybe, yeah.
Not necessarily, or they don't have that mindset.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. You know,
but I think that's my point with people who try to accumulate so much stuff.
Yeah.
From seminars and the idea that you're just going back to your basics with everything you've learned.
Yeah.
With everything you've experienced, right?
Yeah.
And build, and not saying 2 months, not saying 3 months, not saying 6 weeks, not any stupid gimmicks. You dedicated yourself to just a year of doing one thing.
Right. Now, don't be wrong. I definitely trained in other stuff.
Right.
But I just took 30 minutes every day. That was it. So.
Yeah, but do the math there over an entire year. What is that? Get out. You're the math guy. I'm not.
I mean, that's 9, 10. That's almost 1,100 minutes. So if you look at that, you're looking at, divide that by 60, you're looking at what? Close to what? I mean, you're looking at 180 to 100, about 180 hours.
Okay, so close to 4 days, 5 days.
Huh?
Close to a 5-day week overall.
Yeah, well, yeah, about 8 days in total.
Yeah. So
I mean, you got 169 hours in 1 week. So, yeah.
You're the math guy. I'm not.
Sorry.
I'm the pound the fist on the table guy. But I mean that's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I got literally nothing.
No, I guess I was just kind of curious when I was telling all this, I mean, what really came out for you? I mean, I'm just kind of curious what you.
Well, because I'm remembering, because I didn't realize this until you said the year, because I thought this was much later. But until you said the year, I remember because I remember when that happened.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that happened as a result of what your losses have been.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, like, from then until now, kind of our conversations and things that had happened and kind of how we've been looking at things. And just thinking, like, wow, a year of study did that. And it also probably led to other things unconsciously.
Yeah.
That I think I don't want to, bring that up quite yet, but I think that clears the mind to just focus. But it also talks about, like, when we talk about teachers training, right? When we talk about people who've trained for a long time and now train others, what their training should be. I've seen people just not know what to do, how to differentiate their own training. And I think this is exactly it. It's one of the things, at least, that they need to do, is to take a half an hour a day. You have one thing to work on. What's the one thing you're working on?
Yeah. Yeah. And then I don't know. I mean, I think overall, I think it totally balanced me in what I've done. I think it also really pointed out in my training a little bit of, hey, I don't need to learn 5 or 6 Joe katas. I don't have to have 5 bow kata. I don't have to have all this stuff. What do I need to really get me going? I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need this. But then on the same token, it's like, I do need this. I do need that. I mean, it really focused in on where I needed to spend my time at.
To take time to refocus, I think is important. I think one thing we can encourage people to do in this new year, no matter how this year turns out, right? Because when we started 2020 last year, I was doing some of the kind of re-edits on some of the older episodes, and just listening to how we were, like, reacting to the updates of everything. We had no idea that what was to happen, right?
Yeah.
But I think despite everything else, you have this. You have your study. I think people forget that.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them. We are just the ficklest of beings who have every little facet of knowledge and just don't know what to do with it. So I guess one thing we can encourage people to do is not necessarily your method, but find a method of study in this regard that works best for you and do it.
Yeah. I mean,
see what works. Tell us. Write us. We have an email.
Yeah. Well, I think the other thing, though, is, I mean, even after doing that, I think I was shocked at what I ended up getting out of it.
What do you think is the biggest thing you got out of it? I guess not biggest thing, but most important thing that you still carry around today, you feel?
I would say just my overall insight on, I mean, how I can look at something just like that and know how it relates to this, how it relates to that. And I know certain people would get mad at me. I won't get into that, because somebody would ask me, well, what's your take of that? And I'm like, well, I think that this, and I think, if you do this, and this, it'll accentuate, it'll make your technique better. I mean, just different things like that. I mean, it's like I'm able to either see advancements in someone's technique or skill level, or know how to break it down a little bit better to where it's like they can work on something more fundamental and then make that better. I think that's one of the things that I really, really got out of it, probably the most, especially, instructing people. I think that's key.
Yeah. And I think it's the acuity of being able to know, okay, this is what I learned from doing this, how to bet, and it's kind of an issue with a lot of people who go through kind of a point of self reflection and a point of self renewal is that they don't know how to kind of make that apparent without being like, I did this thing. Oh man, I really, gone from here to there. Like, and they don't, and they know how to kind of say it, but it's never effective to anyone else because they didn't go through that. That only that person went through that.
Yeah. And I think the other thing now I'm getting a couple more seconds to kind of knock out some of the gray matter in my head. I think the other thing that I really got is depending upon your intentionality of your training is what you're really going to get out of it. I mean, it's something simple and cliche to say, but if you're really working your techniques, if you're really working, how to move through your katas, working on your hips, looking at these kind of things, different things are going to influence you, and you may not even know it. And I think that one, I think the shock, I think the big shock was how I was putting little parts of literally little parts of technique into how I naturally do Nahanchi Shodan. And I think, to me, I thought that was really, it was an eye opener where it's like all your training comes back, and it's kind of like what Mr. Oyata used to say, or Sensei Oyata would say, is same. He'd always say that same, all the time. He'd say that, and I think I kind of finally get it a little bit more today. Is like, yeah, this is part of it. This is part of it. This is part of it. Eventually, it's all going to come together, and how you make it come together is up to you. Bottom line, but you got to figure it out. You can't take somebody else's word at some seminar or wherever else, or your sensei or
a podcast.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to figure it out.
Well, I think it's important to even tell people, it's like, this is what I'm trying to work out.
Yeah.
And even you got to spend time alone to do that, but you also have to know when it's okay to talk to others and try to figure stuff out as well.
Yeah. And I mean, you bring up a really good point. I mean, I had some really good people that I was training with at the time that were really supportive, and I mean, they were knowledgeable as well too. I mean, they had been doing this, 20 to, and one of the guys I was working with had been doing this almost 35 years.
Yeah.
At that point. So whenever I bring something up to him, he was I don't know if critical would be it, but it was an awesome sounding board, because he would juncture in like, okay, hey, what about this? What about this? What about this? And it'd get him excited about it, and he'd start, messaging me through the weeks like, hey, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? I'm thinking about that, and so it started really kind of feeding itself after a while. So, which is a good thing. So,
yeah. So I guess the thing we can say is, know yourself, but know the people around you too.
Yeah. Make sure you got somebody that you can totally trust as a training partner.
Yeah, because I don't think no martial art was built with one person.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, and I think that's I think an important side part of this.
Absolutely.
Where as much as your own individual training will go, those people in your life will help define it. And if you're not willing to reach out to them for it, then
yeah. Anyway,
cool. Anything you want to end it on?
No, I think that's it. I mean, the main thing is I mean, we've talked about this for a while, and like I said, I've never published anything. I've never really spoke about the entire process. I've never really what I did on it. I mean, a lot of people said, "Oh, I want to know what'd you do? What'd you do? What'd you do?" I've had a lot of people say that, but this is probably the first time I've ever really really even talked anything about it in great detail. So.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you shared it with us, and I think this is another thing we will hone on. I think another time during the month, where we'll talk about how long should we be spending on one thing, and I think that might be another subject for another time. But cool. So into the new year, Jeremy, what are you working on?
Well, right now I'm trying to get my arm a little better. I was going through some stuff, working on some dead hand techniques and different katas and stuff, and basically hyperextended my elbow. So it's nice and swollen, and it's I maybe people are hearing this compression sleeve kind of roll up and down my arm, and it's like I'm trying to keep it going so I can get the swelling out. But that was a lot of what I was working on last week and a half, 2 weeks of the end of the year. It was kind of just some of the things were kind of interesting. I was picking up. I mean, it wasn't one thing. I mean, I'd work with it with psi, and then I'd try to work on empty hand techniques with it, and coming from different angles and stuff. So that was a lot of what I was working with.
Just got you in the wrong place, and then you get that hyperextension.
Well, I mean, I'm getting older, and it's like I think I got a little too excited and put a little too much power, and I shouldn't have done that. So it's another learning lesson. Don't do that. So.
I think I'm gonna try to take on.
I'm not 25 anymore, so.
Are any of us? God. What I'm looking at doing, similar to what you were doing, but possibly not with the same motivation, is looking at Seison, and just trying to put study into Seison that it's needed. It's something I've actually shown. It's been one of the katas I've shown online a couple of times, and I think it's something I want to improve on. It's something I want to make good. I kind of want to make mine. I made Niseishi kind of a demo kata, but Seison, I think, is one of those katas that everyone has to some degree, but is also, we have a very specific version of it that's only ever done, that it's only also done by another brother style. So work on that, show it, work on the details of it, and just possibly follow your method with my own variation. Cool. Well, is there any parting words of New Year's joy you wish to share with the world, Jeremy?
Hey, no, not really. It's just something funny just kind of came up. I mean, Cobra Kai the third season came out, and so it's been fun catching up with a few friends and people who've watched it, who accidentally binge watch even though they didn't want to. And so it's I guess parting word is Cobra Kai never dies. So it's kind of
I guess. All right. We'll be talking about that on the show. We will, probably for the end of January. So I mean, January is going to be maybe a banner month for us. But yeah, Cobra Kai, I guess, suppose never, because nothing never dies anymore. But yeah, everybody have a safe and happy beginning of the year, and don't forget to keep training. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, folks. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John, and joined by internet darling, Micah Mizukami.
That's a new title. Nice to be back. Thank you.
I was thinking about it and going back on it. I was like, yeah, you were on last year around this time.
Oh, was it? Has it been a year already?
Almost. I think maybe it was like early-ish February.
Shoot. I haven't realized it was so long.
Right. Well, because recent times and all that. Well, we don't need to talk about any of that because we're just going to chill and talk about Karate Kid 2.
Mhm.
Now, I have harassed Micah to come on and talk about this a bit too much, and I first apologize
And I'm
about
sorry
that.
it took me so long to to get around to talking with you about it.
Well, and I think we kind of hit the nail on the head with the whole Cobra Kai thing. So I think timing wise, I think it's fine.
Mhm.
Can we play one on you and say what movie you initially watched?
So I thought it was on Netflix, and the only Karate Kid that was on Netflix was the next Karate Kid. So I figured like it says next in it, so it must be the second one. And then I watched most of it. Like they're not going to Okinawa. Like what is this? Uh,
How much of
so
it
I
did you
had to.
watch?
I watched like 3/4 of it. I was just waiting for them to take a plane to Okinawa, and it never happened.
So you really didn't ever watch Karate Kid before this?
No, I did, but it's just been so long. It's been
So you
probably
flip the
over
genders of
20
the main
years.
character.
Yeah.
Uh,
I remembered nothing from the second movie.
how long ago would you say you initially watched those two films? Like
I would,
were they like in the background when you were a kid, or?
yeah, like 20 plus years ago, probably is the last time I watched it, I want to say.
Yeah, I watched the first one when I was like just started karate, and my mom had got it for me and was like, you start karate. This is a movie, and I was like, hey, this is a pretty good movie. Didn't know there was a second one or a third one or a fourth one until I was in college.
Oh,
And back in the day when like everyone could dump things on YouTube and nobody gave a crap, I like watched the whole thing in like one night. I watched all three.
I would
Um,
watch them whenever they played on TV. And
okay.
so I think I saw the first 3 on
I never had
TV, but
cable.
that was a long time ago. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I saw them on cable TV.
Yeah, everyone thinks that cable was for the TV shows and it was for the movies. Yeah, and it never really aired on network television.
Mm.
They aired a lot of Rocky, they aired a lot of violence, but they never aired this. Well, I wanted to ask you, and because when I initially pitched this to you, I looked at this and it was like false ethnography,
That's right.
and I didn't know if that was right or not to even think about it because I hadn't seen it in a while. And I just remembered parts of it, and then I was like, that's kind of hokey, and maybe that's wrong. I don't know. And I guess looking at the film overall, I guess we can go with like overall impressions of starting with that question. Is Karate Kid 2 a false ethnography?
Yeah, I think that's a interesting term. I don't know how to address that term just yet, but I think it's a good starting place because watching Karate Kid 2, like I said, 20 something years later, it did seem like um, like a hodgepodge of different Japanese elements thrown together in Hawaii, um, as like the setting, and like watching it as an adult, it was just this get by. Like this wouldn't be okay.
Well, I would say the answer to your question of how did this get by was the 80s.
Yep.
But let's unpack some of that because you hit it quite right on the head. What did you think? What stood out to you the most as what's the what? Why are they making this? What's going on?
I guess at first when they arrive in Okinawa, the setting, I was like, is this really Okinawa? And then I saw like the mountains in the background, and those are like, if you're from Hawaii or have ever like visited Hawaii, they're very recognizably the mountains on Oahu. And like even some of the islands in the background, I was like, I was just there the other weekend. Like this is clearly not Okinawa, and Okinawa doesn't have mountains like this either. Like if you've been to Okinawa too, so that was one thing that really stood out. Like you just can't choose a tropical place and say it's Okinawa.
So the excuse apparently for doing that, I'm not sure if there was like Hollywood tax reasons or something like that, but the excuse for doing that was like there's American military bases there right now. It doesn't look anything like that. When in the movie, they literally say, "Oh, this is an American military base here. The village isn't here anymore."
Yep.
You literally wrote it into the script. And I guess we can break down the plot, but it's one of my favorite parts of the movie where it's just like they pulled like just people off of set of a different movie and be like, "Sarge, where's Tommy Village? He's standing on it, Corporal." I just love that part because it's just like, oh yeah, this is what these guys know how to do. They're really putting it on, trying their best, like they're blind men in a room trying to figure out what this culture is. But the moment they like step onto like white dude Americans who are screaming in the military, they know exactly what to do. So we can start by breaking down the plot. So it starts last time on Karate Kid. They had the whole tournament. This movie seems to do a pretty good recap of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how well you remember that one. It follows in suit with the Rocky movies where they have to do a recap of the last movie to catch you up. So, what did you think of the opening scene?
Where they just reviewed the first movie?
Yeah, but like when they like come out of the tournament and
the nose thing.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that's how they would begin and end the movie. Great foreshadowing.
Yes. It's also it's the defeat of both signature villains of the franchise by just going Mark.
Yep.
Apparently this was supposed to be filmed. There was in the script there was supposed to be like there was some change. Apparently there was supposed to be a Webster Miyagi, and it was supposed to be more like that was Sato, and he had come to America to seek revenge or something.
Oh.
Yeah, and so this was apparently that elements of that were still there, and that's why it was still set in the States. That's why it didn't just start 6 months later. So, but it goes with this theme of forgiveness, which I think. Do you feel this is something of an insert as a plot, or do you feel this is a theme they're trying to carry on from lessons learned from culture?
It does seem like it's a overarching theme of the movies, but I don't know if you can say it's from culture necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it might be. I guess because I watched The Next Karate Kid, which is what, the fourth movie or something, and they go to a Buddhist monastery instead of Okinawa. Maybe like elements
which is just walking more into the room blindly of just like we know about Asian culture, which is kind of even worse. But to back into that, because there's the other themes of shame, revenge, and this big thing here is honor. Honor gets brought up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt that's like kind of samurai stuff.
Yeah. Yes. It seems that way to me as well.
And I was wondering, what did you think? Did you think that was you have a lot better interaction with culture of this culture than I do. I'll just break this capsule open. All of the English that is supposedly Japanese, but in English, like when all of the Japanese, supposedly Okinawan Japanese speakers are speaking English, when they talk about honor and revenge and all this other stuff. Do you feel this is a conversation real Okinawans would have with each other?
I don't like a lot of those conversations. I were like, would these really happen if they were being spoken in Japanese or in Okinawa and Ichinaguchi?
Yeah.
I don't know. And what did you mention? Honor and
in like revenge and shame and
shame. I think shame is pretty powerful, especially in like culturally, and that's kind of appropriate. I don't know about revenge though. That seemed like very like made for the movie type of thing to make a good villain.
Honor,
But-
I mean, especially like I guess maybe the 80s were different because people were still coming off post-war, but Honor, I'm a little head scratchy on that one entirely.
Yeah, Honor seems more like you said, like samurai or even Chinese, like Mulan.
Yeah,
Kind
or
Melody.
what is it? I think it's like face. I think is probably a better term
Yeah,
for
face.
this.
Mhm.
But just a Japanese person saying like, "You dishonored me, and I will kill you if you dishonor me again." Yeah.
I mean that again, maybe feudal Japan. I don't know about Okinawa. Um,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I really don't feel like this would be the conversation they would be having. Even Miyagi's premise. Let's go to that because what's Miyagi's premise? He tells Daniel why he came to the States is or why he left Okinawa because he was going against a prearranged marriage.
yeah,
Prearranged marriage in Okinawa, maybe a thing.
yeah. I don't know. Possibly. Um,
It feels very like I know there's Miyai,
yeah.
but that's completely different.
Mm.
And I don't know, in the 20s, did they do that a lot? Or in the 30s or 40s? They screw around with the time a little because Miyagi says, 1927, I learned how to fish with my dad. It's 1985. Do the math.
Yeah.
It's Cobra Kai kind of they showed it when he was born, 1925. So that means he was 2 when he went out on learning to
I learned how
fish.
to fish.
So I guess we're closing the plot hole of like Miyagi being 80 in the 80s by doing that, but at the same time, it's like, do you feel that's even natural?
I mean, thinking about like the immigrants to Hawaii who came in the early 1900s, even late 1800s, I think there was a lot of that kind of thing, like arranged marriage or like picture brides. I guess that's in a sense arranged, but definitely a lot more input from your elders, like your parents, grandparents, in finding a partner. So this idea of marrying for love and even his conversations with Yukie, like, and all of the lovey language they used together, I was like, this does not seem very Asian to me, and like
No.
like saying like I love you and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I mean they had. All right, we're gonna charge our way through this. We're gonna charge our way through this. One thing that stuck out to me though is that there was a lot of like kimono culture, like in the background. Like when they get off the airport, they're like in Okinawa. There's just a bunch of women running around in kimonos, and at the same time, you have a bunch of like 1980s businessmen.
Yeah.
And just feels like that's one of the biggest things where it's like, oh yeah, kimono, that's Japanese, and ergo Okinawan. And what do you think is I feel like the like a lot of the Bingata could have been put in. There's a lot of things where they could have put stuff in there that they didn't.
Yeah. And then I guess this kind of jumps to the Cobra Kai episodes, but I watched those too to just see how Okinawa was represented. And then I noticed like Bingata in the background in Cobra Kai. So I was like, that's a really nice addition. And watching Karate Kid 2, like you said, they're all in kimono. And during that final scene at the bone dance, like that is a very Japanese thing. That is not Okinawan. Like in Okinawa, obon is Asa, not dancing in a circle. Like that is very Japanese kind of thing. And then they're all in kimono, and if it's in Okinawa in the middle of summer, why are they all in kimono? And even in that scene, like in the background, you see shamisen players.
Yes,
Not panchin players, but shamisen players. I'm like, this is so off.
So let's break this down for our audience that may not know what the differences between these things are. What is it, Sanshin? What is a shamisen?
So both are 3-string instruments.
Kind of like a banjo, I guess.
But yeah, like a Japanese banjo or Okinawan banjo. And it so wait, I keep mixing them up. Shamisen. So the shamisen is the Japanese instrument, and it has a very long neck.
Right.
And it came into Japan through Okinawa, and that's why it changed. Whereas in Okinawa, it's called the sanshin, which literally translates to 3 strings. And in Okinawa, it's shorter, and the strings are different, the sound is different, the way you play it is different. And this instrument originally came from China, so from China to Okinawa to Japan, and in each place it's a little bit different. Right. So yeah, they have the same origin, but it's become very different instruments and very different styles of playing.
And they when even within the Ryukyu Islands, there's a difference.
Yes.
There's 2 kids we're very proud of right now and have demonstrated for us.
Yep.
That's a different conversation for a different time. But yeah, but there is Sanshin here in this movie. The old dude. So when they first get to Tone, we kind of jumping around the movie. So that's fine. If you haven't seen this movie, Karate Kid 2, that's 35 years old. Sorry, spoilers, I guess. But the when they're walking, and I guess hold up. Try to ask you about, because I feel this is wrong, but I don't have the linguistic skills to prove it. That's not right.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
And then they cut over to the other side, and that's definitely not right.
Yeah, that one, Mr. Miyagi was definitely joking around with the rules.
Yes, and because the kanji is right, but the placement of it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are we talking about? Sorry, I guess we got to get back into the podcast. But we'll just let this play in the background. So, when they're talking about, they're saying that what's the rule number 1? Karate's for self-defense. Rule number 2 is remember rule number 1. It's a call to karate ni sentai nashi. Basically saying there's no first attack in karate, but there's no kana there. It's just kanji. So I guess it makes it look cooler, but it doesn't really work, I guess.
I mean, is it
boom
a phrase? Because you just said what it was. Is that a phrase in karate?
Yes, it's a well-known phrase.
It was written in 4 kanji, right?
Right. Hold on. Let me go. There, Sanshin. Let me go back to that.
Yeah, it's 4 kanji. Those are called yoji jukugo, I think, right, is the term. So it is okay to have kanji phrases like that written in 4 Chinese characters. And they do have meaning on their own like that. But the way Mr. Miyagi explained it is not like as it was written.
So, but it doesn't need to be necessarily linguistically correct.
It doesn't have to have like hiragana or whatever in it. Because they do have those kinds of phrases in Japanese that are kind of common. I don't know if not necessarily common knowledge, but they're kind of like expressions. Like they're known as being 4 character expressions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when you have because they're trying to stick ni sente nash here. I don't know if you can see my mouse moving, but I can see from the kanji what they're trying to say, but I don't want to be like, well, they got it wrong. They probably got it right, but how you're right. The way he's explaining it, it's jokey because it's Pat Morita, and Pat Morita is an American treasure, and we gotta let him riff, gotta let him joke. So I guess it works, but Anyway, yeah, there's sunshine in here.
Must have missed that. I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I didn't take
it is brief. It is way too brief, and they missed it, and they missed that part of it entirely. Okay, so I guess we can plot on from that. So you want to talk about Sato, and how do you feel about his character and how him and Chosen are kind of do you feel the representative of the time?
It's really hard to say. Like, I don't know. It just seemed like they were portraying these Okinawan dudes as being like gangsters and like bad kids.
Well, and
With-
Sato,
with-
a funny note is Sato actually has 3 businesses. Sato has a karate business, Sato has his, I guess, lumber business, whatever, and he also has an escort service.
I didn't realize there was a third one.
Well, it's just hidden there on the sign when they come into the airport. Sato Escorts.
Oh,
So this guy's in charge
I
of a
think I
snack
caught
bar.
that.
Of course he would be, because
and-
why wouldn't he? Do you feel
Yeah.
the whole part?
mean-
I don't know, the whole him like them going into the village and then like fucking up their crops, and then he comes back and like just plows over their crops. And apparently, this one village only has like 12 square inches where they plant food. Apparently, but like, do you feel like that? And then like the whole they cheated them out of money because they screwed around with the scales. You feel there's any credence for that?
This would have been in occupied Okinawa, right? I don't. That
Well, this would 1985. So we're still, I mean,
so
technically
just
still
half-
occupied.
Yeah.
So
I
we're 13 years after reunification,
Yeah.
but it's still the 80s.
I mean,
So-
still very poor. I mean, sure, if you're a greedy businessman, then anything's possible. I don't know if stuff like that actually happened or not, though.
I feel like they're trying to kind of characterize 2 things. Maybe it's like the 1980s business guy, really
Mhm.
just greed.
Almost
and-
Yakuza like.
And Yakuza from Chosen's perspective,
Yeah.
where he can just like go around, beat the crap out of you, and then force you into some ice challenge. Apparently back in 1985, $600 can pay for your college tuition,
Hmm.
because that was the bet, right?
Yep,
We're jumping
that
all over the
was.
movie. Do you feel when Miyagi's father dies, when they have the funeral scene, they light the lanterns and they send them on into the river? Isn't the lantern lighting normally to call spirits back, not to, especially for an
I've never
Okinawan funeral?
seen that done at a funeral. It's usually around like Obon where you would do something like that. So I said before, it's like a hodgepodge of different elements of Japanese culture, and that seems like one of those things that they stuck in because it's Japanese and it makes a pretty scene to look at.
Right.
I don't know if it's the most authentic in terms of when and why it occurred, though.
Well, for a
And
funeral,
I'm not sure if Okinawa does that for
Yeah.
their funerals. Yeah,
well, so not even for a funeral, and not even Okinawa.
yeah.
What did you think of the map painting for what I guess is not Shuri Castle? Or I guess this is a mix of Shuri Castle and Katsuran, or one of the other castles that actually has like stone structure still intact. Because that's
That
not a real place. That's a set. That was a map painting in a set.
I saw that. I was like, what is this castle? Oh my god, that was terrible.
It's also like kind of looks like a Roman Colosseum.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they did name check Shohashi.
Yes, they did.
So this movie keeps on doing this thing where it gets one right and then one wrong.
Yeah.
A little. Keep on going back and forth on that. What did you think of the scene where do you feel that Hawaii was the best place they could have put it, though, if they weren't going to go to Okinawa?
I think so. They definitely got the tropical vibe, and I'm sure a lot of those actors were from Hawaii because of the Asian population. So in terms of like finding actors and kind of authentic background scenes, then yes, Hawaii was probably the best place to do that.
Did you feel that what did you feel were the better parts of the representation in this movie?
Wait, I'm looking through my notes. I was taking notes as I watched it. The better parts of representation.
Or what do you felt better stuck out, or better stuck out in terms of like, well, they got that wrong, but they got this right, or they, like the example being like, yeah, Shohashi, that's not his castle, but they did name check Shohashi in a major Hollywood film. So
Daniel San's history book is still a major like Okinawan history book. I've read that book.
Okay.
I've never seen that edition because that's a really old edition, probably one of the first editions.
Yeah, Mike is like 30 years younger than me, so I
I don't know. There was a lot that I was like, what is going on here? I think the fact that they had a typhoon was in summer is appropriate. Just the typhoon coming out of nowhere was kind of, they missed that.
Okay, you want to talk about the lead up and that scene?
What was the lead up? Oh, there was the tea ceremony with Kimiko and Daniel.
Yeah.
And then
is the tea ceremony supposed to be romantic?
No, I've never heard that before.
Or even private?
Because
it happens twice in the movie.
It does, yeah.
Is it supposed to be like between lovers?
If it is, that's the first I've ever heard of it. I really don't think it is, though. I've never heard that before. And I was like, what is this when I was watching it? Plus, that seems like that's not like tea ceremony with matcha. It's not even Okinawan. So, what?
But it was a nice sentiment, I guess.
Yeah.
They tried.
Those Japanese aesthetics. Yeah, and then so in that scene, like you see out the window, right, in the background, that is very clearly Hawaii. And then they kiss, and then the wind blows out the candle or something, and she's like, oh, this is a bad omen or something. And then the storm comes.
She has typhoon sense.
Yep.
And then suddenly everyone's running away like they're evacuating the village.
Because the bell is ringing.
Yeah.
And it's a little girl who is responsible for warning the entire village that there's a typhoon coming. And they all evacuate without taking her with them.
The typhoon.
That's my favorite part of the movie, I think.
Because there wouldn't be like 5 Obajans being like, get down from there.
Right?
And they just leave her up there.
They really do.
But this constitutes one of 2 plot holes in the movie, because I guess the other lead up is that like Miyagi's gonna fight Sato, and he knows he's gonna fight Sato, and Sato's gonna come, like they're gonna fight. So he like gives his will to Daniel in this weird scroll, and he has like a kimono on for some reason, and then Daniel's like, well, I'm gonna go on a date with Kumiko. And they have the tea ceremony, and then the typhoon comes. They leave the little girl up there, and then everyone runs into the. Do you feel these are good representations of Okinawan houses?
I don't know what they would have been like at the time. I have no idea.
But then it's like Sato apparently was in one of these houses that falls on him, isn't he like boss man? Wouldn't he have like a 5-story building in Naha or something to be saying?
He owns all the land, right?
He owns all the
why,
like.
why,
What the
why
hell is
is
he
his house
doing there?
in like the flimsiest, like one of the only houses that fell?
And we saw in a scene earlier he had like a mansion by the sea and like a manservant.
So many questions.
Well, anyway, and so that goes to the. Do you feel it's a little white savior for Daniel to being like, I'll climb up there and get you. Hold on, I'm a student of karate, therefore I can climb this thing during the typhoon.
I didn't think of it as white savior, but I guess it could be. It's like
These
why
movies,
did no one else help her? So
yeah,
sure.
everyone like running back and forth into the house as if that house was the sturdiest thing the whole village had. Do you think Chosen's attitude? A lot of people make the 1980s Japanese kids in the 1980s out to be like the wild generation. Do you feel that would have been the appropriate attitude at that time, or just like a
The
young
way
guy?
Chosen.
Yeah,
Oh,
Chosen's like, I'm the greatest, I'm the best. Da 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 da. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna steal your money. I'm gonna run around Naha like Yakuza.
it does like fashion wise and stuff. I think they got that pretty spot on. But I don't like he's basically the mob boss's son. So like I would think like if you looked at other Yakuza groups, they would have acted that way.
I think we're probably 20 years out from everybody dressing up in a suit and standing outside a Family Mart. So okay, so that's the one scene, and then I guess this was like Sato's like so Sato goes from being like stereotypical 1980s angry businessman wanting revenge. He gets saved by Miyagi because Miyagi manages to do the ha against the tree because I guess he was attacked by a tree. So we have that full circle, and then he becomes Scrooge apparently. Like he's Okinawan Scrooge. He goes from being like that guy to like cool uncle because he has the little like gangsta handshake with Daniel when they're like, "I'm going to rebuild. I'm here to help. You have to come dance with us if we have Obon there forever. Yay!" The whole village just goes, "Yay!" And it just feels like they're inserting stuff that they want to happen, but just would never happen. I feel.
Yeah, that was the feeling I got too.
Is there
Insert
anything
as many things to make it seem like that you can.
What did you think of the ending scene?
The ending fight or like the ending bone dance?
So there's the bone dance, and then there's the supposed like fan dance she's gonna do, and then Chosen swings in like Batman, and the whole setup there. Just what did you think of that? Because we talked a little bit about how bone doesn't work like that in Okinawa at all, and why they're having it in Roman Coliseum, not Shurijo, and that dance that she's doing doesn't seem like Ryukyu Oldori.
I know there's fan dances in Ryukyu Buyo, which is the traditional dance, like the really slow one.
Right.
But that's not what she's doing. And the like in the middle, like there's the two. Are they shisa or are they like? I don't know.
I guess that's
if they're shisa or not.
It's an approximation.
Yeah, it's close, but I don't know if it's right. And yeah, like the music was off. I think one thing that they did get right for the music was when she was teaching Daniel the dance and she was humming an Okinawan song. I don't remember what it was off the top of my head. But
I got you. It's Tinsuga Nuhana.
Oh yeah. Tinsagu no Hana. Tinsagu no Hana. Yeah.
Because that's that's Weird Romanji?
Yeah.
Right. So
Um,
she's humming that, and when she's teaching the kids, like it seems like that seems pretty authentic.
yeah, that was like that was good choice of Okinawan song. But then fast forward to the bone dance, where's that song? I don't know.
And then what is it? I guess one point I can kind of somewhat identify with Daniel is talking to a girl, Japanese girl in a rural island and having a bunch of kids coming up and laughing at you. I can identify with that. Did you like how he kept on trying to do colloquialisms and she not get it?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we can take it on the road. What do you mean? We're on the road.
Yep. Yeah.
Although I'm not sure what 17-year-old makes a euphemism of free agent for "Are you single?"
Right. Free agent.
Free agent. What? And this comes back, and we'll get to the Cobra Kai part. What do you think of the Chosen fight? Did you feel like that, like the whole village just basically stating like, I've lost my honor because of you, and I have to prove it to the whole village by threatening to kill this girl with a knife and then beating and then trying to kill you.
I don't think that would get his honor back, to be honest. I don't know.
And again, like
this whole honor plot kind of seems like the typical Asian kind of martial arts story plot, like this idea of honor and getting it back.
Yeah, and I guess if we go back to face and like something that's actually a thing in a lot of these cultures, and comes out in different ways. How in any way is killing an innocent woman or killing a dude who he didn't even kick his ass? Like he just happened to save his uncle, and then he ran away from saving a little screaming girl.
Yep.
Like
that is not how you get redemption. Threatening an unarmed dancer and then Daniel-san, who's like the guest of the village. Like, what was he thinking?
Well, what's funny is I do like how Daniel is like, I don't want to do this, but then the Miyagi's like, this is for real, and this is the weird setup of it, and then all right, toss the bridge, man, let her go, lets her go. And this is why Kumiko. This is why this. I think this is the Empire Strikes Back of Karate Kid, because it's the second one. It's the best one because you get this. It's kind of less sad than Empire Strikes Back, but it's much better in terms of the first one. Like Allie, his girlfriend, then really didn't do anything. She's just like, oh, I'm the blonde girl. All the boys fight over. In this one, she's like, you fucking came after me with a knife. I'm gonna choke you. And like she actually like helps Daniel in the fight. tries to kill him.
Yeah.
Did you notice in the end how both Daniel and her have opposite eye injuries?
I did not notice that.
So she has like a scar on her. She got like a bruise on her left eye, and then he like has a bunch of blood dripping down his right eye. I thought that was good visual paralleling, but
I noticed they both had injuries. I didn't realize they were on opposite eyes, though.
Yeah, it's something you. I don't know. After looking at it a couple times, you catch. I just been watching parts on repeat for the last 2 days, trying to catch stuff. But I guess the only other thing I've got is like, what did you think of it on the whole? I guess after going through some of those details, do you think if there's a way to redeem this on its own, and then we'll get to Cobra Kai, how would we spin this to anybody who watches this now?
That's a great question, and it's a very difficult one. I think, like as a child when I watched this, I didn't catch a lot of these things, and like I didn't even realize it was filmed in Hawaii since I'm not from the island of Oahu. So like the scenery wasn't even recognizable to me. So like little kid me thought like, sure, this is Okinawa, but adult me, like having been to Okinawa, living on Oahu now, I'm like, there's so much that is wrong with this movie. but I don't, it's such like a cultural treasure. Like I don't, so I don't know like how to reconcile those things. Like I don't, there's no way this movie would have been made today. Like definitely not, but it does have a role in our popular culture, and I think it should be respected in that sense.
Right.
And I really think that Cobra Kai is fixing some of those issues. If
Right.
that's a good segue point.
Right. So I mean, if so, do you feel those two? Because I know I kind of rewatched those episodes. I'm like, damn it, Micah. If Micah hasn't watched any Cobra Kai, he's going to see a lot of like plot elements. That he's just. What did you think the plot elements that didn't had nothing to do with Okinawa? Did that make sense to you?
The like the,
Everything else that wasn't Daniel
that
going
wasn't
to
in Okinawa.
yeah.
Oh, I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, because I was watching those two episodes and was like, oh, I guess Micah has to watch the first 2 seasons of Cobra Kai and then up to this point to understand anything that's going on. So I guess because we're going to do a Cobra Kai discussion later, but I guess I wanted to get to this movie first. But I guess the Doyona is the universe stand-in for Toyota, clearly.
Figured, yeah.
And did you understand why he was in Japan?
I kind of like I watched the first episode of the first season to kind of get like an overview of what the show is kind of about and who the characters are. So I figured he was in Japan for some kind of partnership or a deal with his car.
So I should have told you to probably prefix it with just watching episode 3.
Okay.
Because it explains. Damn it! Because now we have to re-record the podcast. No, because it basically explains that his rival had done some backroom deal, which in reality makes no sense because there's no way. Like they're just like local dealerships. They're not because he's a car dealer, and he basically stole Toyota away from him, and basically they blocked them from getting Toyotas, which I guess meant like his business would fail. But that was his excuse for the excuse to get him to go to Japan. And that's why that's why they said this is already in process, which is very Japanese. I was like, nope, we can't do anything. We already started this. But okay, so aside from, you don't really need to know any of the other plot elements. Like that's just a bunch of just disparate stuff that has nothing to do with it. Did you feel that? How do you feel about the representation now in Cobra Kai?
I think, what is her name? Tamerlan
Tomita.
Yeah, I really think that Tamerlan Tomita really did her homework and really tried to kind of make it a lot more authentic. I like when Daniel is watching her dancing with her students and she's thanking the audience. First she says arigato and then she says nife debiru, which is Okinawan for thank you. And then when she notices Daniel, she says akisamio, I think, which is also like I'm pretty sure it's the expression of like surprise or shock in Okinawa.
Oh, he said bikurishita.
That's what, yeah, kind of like bikurishita.
Which
so
means in Japanese, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
In English, it doesn't make a lot. It doesn't make a lot of sense for our viewers who don't speak that. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but in Japanese, people will say that just when they're surprised. But in English, we don't just go around saying "I'm surprised." But
I thought that was like a authentic use of the language. Some other parts seem kind of forced in like trying to incorporate Uchinaguchi, but it wasn't like too much. I think it was the right amount. And there was one line that I really enjoyed. I think this was when Chosen and Daniel were talking, and then I think Chosen is explaining that the Miyagi ancestors fought off Japanese invaders. And I was like, oh, that, yes. I'm glad they include that bit of history there. But yeah, there was like so many other like elements of Uchinaguchi, like when they're in the bar and Daniel says, "Come by Kimiko Satsukari. I don't know how, like, if they say that like all the time, but maybe it fits with the character of Daniel visiting Okinawa and kind of the commodification of Okinawa as a travel destination.
Well, and that and I want to say Okinawa gentrification is a thing.
Yeah.
There is this, and it does actually a very good job of, because we do actually get an inside look at, notice we just get an inside look at like Naha Airport, and
Yep.
we get a look at the taxis and like the roads around there. I'm pretty sure everything else is a set.
Yeah.
I don't know if the mountain they're on in when Chosen says goodbye to him is in Okinawa, or where they are in the mountains. Like that looks pretty authentic to me. I have no idea where that is though.
Yeah. I don't know. It does look authentic though with all the sotetsu. I don't
Yeah.
know what that is in English. That pine
Plants.
kind of looking.
Yeah. So I think they did go and film some of it there, but a lot
Yeah.
like where they're on the Tomi Village Green or whatever. That's a stand-in for. What did you feel that was a stand-in for?
There's a lot of malls like that in Okinawa though.
Yeah.
So
What is it? Ashibina outlets.
yeah, that's one of them. Yeah.
Where we went. I'm actually wearing the shirt when we went. I'm actually wearing the shirt from when we got that. And what is it? American Village. I think probably might
American
be a little
Village
more
is
accurate.
another one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I think it's a visual representation of where it was. She says hi sai when she's greeting him,
Mm.
which I thought was a really cool. She's just speaking Uchi no Gucci left and right,
Yeah.
which she wasn't doing in the movie.
Hmm.
But they didn't have any of that in the movie. But I think that kind of redeems it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like Chosen is like, how they're writing Chosen, he's kind of like reverse Yoda. He's like all strict and serious and just as a play. And then he like just goes, that's fine now. Everything's fine. He's the one guy in Okinawa who won't do day drinking.
Yep. I don't drink.
I don't drink. Says what Okinawan guy? There's Okinawan guys who don't drink, but I mean, dressed like that. What are they doing? I don't know. What is this mall drinking during the day that Kumiko's doing with Dan? And then she's running errands after. So I feel that's kind of that's where this runs into. Okay, you don't know how life works. What did you think of her letter reading? Because she does end up reading some of me.
Like the letters too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember the contents of those letters, but I remember there was Uchinaguchi in those letters too that she was reading. Like when Mr. Miyagi is writing to Yukie, he calls her my something, like Wanu, and then I didn't catch it, and something Gwa, which is child. So that was something, and then the other one was the term for grandfather, Tanme. So I caught on to that. I don't remember the contents though.
Well, it was I think probably the best way for them to script wise have Miyagi say goodbye to the audience. Because I don't think there was any way for them to do that other than going that way, which I think was kind of beautiful. I think Daniel's fear, because this touches on something that practically everybody who looks like me who did karate has this fear of, is that you're a foreigner, you can't learn the real art.
And that comes up when Daniel is talking to Chosen, right? Chosen is like, you're a foreigner.
Yeah, and he's like, Miyagi didn't show you everything, and this is real. This is a real thing that people both fear and supposedly has happened. I'm not gonna get too much into that, but no, that's a real thing. But the fact this is also a thing where people talk about scrolls people have of secret techniques, and I was like, you're doing this, but it's okay because Chosen, I think they closed the loop on because Daniel just says to him, "I forgive you,"
Mhm,
which closes that forgiveness loop.
mhm.
So, did you like Chosen's man purse at the end?
It's very, very Japanese thing
Yes.
to have.
So we got that. We got that at least.
Yeah.
So overall, Micah, I guess kind of to maybe tie this off a little. What did you think about this experience and looking at this, and maybe kind of seeing how Okinawan cultures attempted to be portrayed in these pieces of significant pieces of cultural artifice and continued production, because Cobra Kai is not stopping. What did you think? Did you think this is a decent representation? It's just kind of is what it is. Do you think it gets out of what happened in the 80s? Or do you feel that uh, there can be more, the ship can be better righted, as it were?
It seemed to me like a major improvement. And I do think it's good, but how they represented it seemed pretty authentic. I've only watched 3 episodes of Cobra Kai, but like, I would be interested in watching it, and I would like to see more of Okinawa in it, because there's not many representations of Okinawa in American TV,
Yeah.
and I think this is a really something that's really special about this is that like with the writing now they are trying to be more culturally appropriate to Okinawa, like including the Bingate, including a lot of Uchinaguchi, and also like this tourism kind of shift in the economy as well, and kind of addressing that in a not really a direct way, but it's present with the mall. So I think there's a lot that can be unpacked in future seasons if they choose to go back to Okinawa for whatever reason.
Would you
yeah,
be interested in a Chosen spin-off series?
I think I would watch that.
Damn straight. Because I
Yeah.
like how in that LA Times article, she brings that up and she's like, I want a Miyagi-Do series. Like, where it's just Chosen. And you can just come up with like a bunch. You could just film it in Okinawa and you could do a lot. There's a lot that could be done with that. And even today, and you would just end up creating jobs there that you don't need Americans for and stuff. And even though I think Yuji Okamoto and Tamlin Tomita are American, and they have to kind of put on these characters to seem foreign to Americans, which I think is the biggest problem, and something I always feel bad about, because they're American. They don't that they have to put on that cultural identity, but it's also not part of that. And I don't know, as I guess one more thing, what did you think about that?
Yeah, like their accents. I was like, what?
Because they change from how they spoke in Connecticut 2 isn't the same how they spoke in Cobra Kai, but it's an evolution of, I mean, it's an age thing too, right? You don't sound the same when you're in your early teens as opposed to when you're in your 50s. But did you feel like they had to maybe sacrifice, or not sacrifice, but like give into a part of what Hollywood demands of an actor like that, an Asian American actor like that, to allow for representation to an audience that has a stereotypical view?
I think that's definitely part of it, because like especially some place like Okinawa where a lot of people learn English, have exposure to English because of the heavy US military presence, like they're not going to speak with, or a lot of them don't speak with such a heavy accent. Some do, yes, but that was a very stereotypical kind of characterization, I felt like. And not like you can have more fluent English than that and still be like from Japan or from Okinawa or wherever. But yeah, I don't like, because like she is Japanese American and I guess he is too, like that they have to kind of, the reason why they have these roles and that they can play them is in part because they have to do this to the way they speak is kind of like I don't know, like off-putting to me. But that's what the perception is, right? Like you said.
Well, and this is based on the audience who it's for.
Yeah.
Because you have to think 1985, what's the audience they were thinking of? And it
Yeah.
wasn't like Karate Kid 1, I think, did well in Japan, but they could because that wasn't focused on that culture. That was kind of that was focused on him learning karate and learning about defending himself, and Miyagi stepping in for him. Now it's let's see all of Miyagi's culture. It'd be interesting to see what reviews of that would have been at that time in Japan. So digging that up, I think, is next. I don't say next to impossible. Probably a lot more difficult. Cool. Anything else you want to say about this?
No, I think that sums it up. I think the Cobra Kai episodes are a major improvement, and I'm just really happy to see this Okinawan representation on TV, if you can call it TV, in a more authentic kind of way, which is really nice.
Yeah, me too. And I hope this maybe inspires like Okinawan kids to be like, why can't we just make a karate thing here?
Yeah, definitely.
Which I don't think has ever been properly done. I think it's probably been done, but we'll see. Well, Micah, thank you so much for coming back on. I would ask in general, how are things going where you're at in Hawaii?
They're okay. I don't know.
I was post-hole digging.
How's what?
Post-hole digging. PhDing.
Oh, it's coming along. I get to teach my first class this summer.
Awesome.
So I'm excited for that. It's looking at language rights with Pidgin English and Hawaiian in Hawaii, like how it's represented on signs in the community and in media and stuff. And also like the history of like oppression and stuff like that. So I'm pretty excited for that.
Cool. Yeah. I'm excited for you, man. That's awesome. Yeah. I think you could even say to a degree there's something Karate Kid has some, not like with Pidgin English, but there is a way that is interpreted in those movies, how English is kind of chopped up for those characters. So was that you or was that me? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's me. Never mind. Truck outside. It's the Yakuza. They finally caught on to me and my chosen.
Sato.
God, Sato. It's the Satoites.
I mean, he's one island away, right? From you.
They can't know that. All right, cool. I think we'll wrap it up there. Micah, thank you so much for being on, and I hope this is the last time we see you on here.
Yeah, thank you. This was fun.
Yeah, maybe we can take a crack at Karate Kid 3 and or maybe sometime rewrite Karate Kid 2.
It'd be nice to see a remake, but I don't know how you would do that without Pat
recasting.
Right? Yeah.
Or Pat Morita.
Yeah.
I mean, CGI, right? That's Hollywood's answer to everything these days.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, thank you for listening, and don't forget to keep training. We wanted to start a dojo and come up with like a best name for it. What would it be? Would badass be the intensity that we would want to go at?
I don't know. There was a part of me that always wanted to open up a dojo named Jim Bob's School of Whoop Ass, so it's just like
If we had to put two animals to it, if we had to put an animal and like an animal part to it, what would we want to do? Monkey tail martial arts,
No,
rabbit's foot martial arts,
rabbit honey badger.
rabbit honey bun, or just or honey badger claw,
Honey badger roo. You know, it's like
honey
bam.
badger, honey badger beauty. Well, that will be the official school or style representation within the podcast. Honey badger to you. Cue the theme. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John, not always, but most of the time joined by Jeremy. How you doing?
And I'm Jeremy.
I was going to say you always join us, but that's not always the case.
No,
Until we shuffle off our jobs and become full-time podcasters. I don't think that's going to happen any day soon.
yeah.
The
Not
flooded
too bad.
market of podcasting. How have you been doing this week?
Not bad. Just kind of dealing with interesting things at work and stuff like that. But other than that, it's been just kind of getting in a routine and going. That's about it. So
Yeah, we're well into the New Year's at this point, despite whatever our release schedule is on some episodes. But the New Year is in full swing, and people, please do not start swinging things, whatever they might be.
I tell you what, I think 2021 just basically said, "Hey, 2020, here, hold my beer. Here we
Yeah,
go."
we had like a nice 5 days. We won't really get in. We won't get into that here. But
No, we're not. But I mean, it's just some of the nuttiness that's going on. I mean,
we are not in the
not
market for a podcast shaman.
no. It's just it's like every time you turn around, just something like,
Remember back in March when we had a podcast where we just told people to calm down and use their karate wisely and not to panic.
yeah.
I feel like we almost have to do another episode like that and be like, all right, everyone, stop panicking about potential.
I mean, it's not just that. I mean, it's everything's just kind of hitting at once. Like people are getting unemployed. Different things like that. So it's just, I think it's no longer just a virus. It's a lot of things are hitting a lot of people. So
Well, a lot of things are precipitating from other things. So, and we've seen. It's sad to say 2020 did take some things from us, karate wise. It did take some things from us, sanity wise. 2021 will not. I think people are resilient though, and people are trying to, myself included in that, basically kick back on all those things they took that 2020 took away, or 2020 damaged. So here's to kicking back on them on a bad time, and hopefully within the next 6 months we will start to recover from it. Regardless of that kind of dark topic, let's talk about Cobra Kai.
oh yeah, let's have some fun.
All right, because we've been. I didn't want to watch this TV show, to be honest with you. I did not want to get into it. We did our one podcast on Karate Kid, and I was like, I think we're good on that. And then we kind of mentioned it a little when we did our podcast on Karate Kid, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I ended up watching the whole thing, including the new season. So, how do we want to go about this? Do we want to just kind of do a recap of the whole thing? Because I feel we can do that and maybe focus a little on season 3. This is not, by the way, going to become the review show podcast. We're going to do movies and stuff like that occasionally, but by no means is this going to become the norm.
Yeah, just to break things up and have a little fun, so it's
also in continuity of this podcast. This is feeding out from our discussion of Karate Kid 2. That discussion was more about culture and the identity that Karate Kid kind of failed to accomplish. So, all right. So, Jeremy, what was the story of this? Where does this story start?
Well, the story starts. It takes place 30, 34 years, 35 years after the original Karate Kid came to light, and
Specifically, we're talking about the tournament.
yeah, and so it shows the two main characters basically what their lives are, in modern day, and how they've progressed through life and what pitfalls they've had. So it's in that aspect, it's been quite entertaining to see that piece of it.
Well, I guess we can get started by talking about the initial part of Cobra Kai, and it's important. I think to look at this and from the lens it was started to be produced, because it was initially produced for YouTube,
Mhm.
which they were trying to launch their whole version of they're getting their part of the streaming wars, as it were. And now, Jeremy, are you in any way familiar with College Humor?
College Humor.
Yes.
I
It's
didn't
like,
think there was any anymore, but anyway.
wow.
So sorry.
Did you just make a boomer joke?
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
No, there's a YouTube comedy channel called College Humor. It's been around almost since the inception of YouTube, or since it's been popular. And they do a bunch of different skits. They got I think they were the ones who got Don Cheadle to play a swearing Captain Planet and stuff like that. And the beginning of this show felt like a College Humor sketch. It felt like they were just taking a joke about the 80s, and and it just felt like they kind of spun the joke into one episode, and it was the beginning of the series.
I don't know so much. I don't know so much that, but it really did capture kind of how people thought in the 80s. It wasn't that there were so many little 80s tidbits in little shots and stuff like that, and they'd throw something out and you just start laughing, and if you didn't grow up in the 80s, you'd be like, what are they talking about?
Right. And I think this is the writing of this feels like people who grew up or were writing and making stuff at that time, and now they're looking at now, but they're looking at it as if they just woke up. They went to sleep in 1989 and then woke up in 2020, or woke up in 2015, and that's exactly how Johnny feels. The whole time is just like, wait, this guy didn't live through the 90s. This is why I feel this is probably 10 years too late, because if this was like 2000, this is why I mentioned College Humor, because College Humor started around probably 2007 or whatever. So it would feel like at that time a lot of the things would be excusable, like him not understanding how a computer works, him not understanding how a phone works, him not understanding how like anything in the modern in modern society actually works.
Well,
but it feels like he just went to sleep in 1989 and woke up in 2015 or whatever it started.
What's interesting is, I see people that I know that are like that. They don't get on any type of computers. They some of them still. This is no joke. Some of them still have landlines.
I know people who have landlines.
I mean, no cell phone. It's like, if you can't reach me at my house, too bad. And I think they've been pestered by AT&T to actually cancel. But there's still a handful of people out there that are like that. So
A handful,
a
handful, like probably 5 people. 4 of them.
Yeah, I may know 4 of them here, but no. It's. Part of it's kind of. I think one of the things that really set me back, at least looking at it, as like looking at how you did things in the in the 80s. You didn't have a cell phone, you didn't have email, you didn't have texting, you didn't have all this junk. I'm sorry, it clutters up your life. It does. And if you want to have a conversation with somebody, you went and had a conversation with somebody. You didn't hide behind a computer and text away, even though they're next door. Things like that.
Okay, so I guess we can get into the gritty details of this, because in the Karate Kid universe, apparently the cops are completely useless. You get a out of jail free card literally all the time.
Yeah.
Because the first episode is Johnny Lawrence beating up minors, and he just his dad just pays him off, or pays off whatever, and they just let him go. In reality, he would be incarcerated for most likely 20 years if he wasn't already. And so that's why I feel his character just constantly has to recycle. It feels like just this man child who could never get over his own self, like his own like lost youth, and so he's constantly spiraling out of control. I mean, that's at least one way to put it.
I mean, I think he's gotten to the point where he's hit a wall where it's like he's trying to figure things out finally, trying to like, hey, you know what? This isn't working. Maybe something else needs to work now. So,
well, and it's hard to. I think that his whole where he gets this inspiration to start Cobra Kai again was just from seeing the other side of it. Dan, I want to call him Danny. It's not. He calls him Daniel. Just is essentially the most successful person in the world. Apparently he's super successful, and he's had to interact with intergenerational wealth gaps, and literally getting hit and getting his car destroyed by that. I feel like if this is a show set from characters from the 80s, this is also the product of the 80s. Whereas it's like it's the end point of like all that deregulation and all that, and like greed is good. And then, so you have the two opposite sides of that: either extreme poverty and complete instability, or you're just selling crap to people in the form of cars, and you're living the high life. There's just no in between here.
I mean, I think other episodes get into that a little bit, though. I mean, into the middle ranges if you want to look at it from that. But I do think it is interesting. I mean, like the significance of his car, the Firebird that he's driving. A ton of people had either a Firebird or a Camaro or a Mustang back in the 80s. I mean, it was like, was there any other cars made? Well, yeah, there were, but usually nobody drove. I mean, those were the main cars that everybody drove.
That was cool. Those were the cool cars. The cars that made you an alpha. That made you a badass. And it's just that's where I find Johnny just to have this huge level of immaturity that just normally just burns off people, right? And it just never never came off of me. He wanted to stay in that.
Well, I think the other thing though is the other thing that I got from the movie was how blunt he is. Like in the second episode, I mean, let's not go through every single episode, but in the second
let's break down every single episode to the unique, minute details of the Austrian looking guy when Daniel was fighting him in I forget it was episode 5 in season 2 when he was defending Robbie, and from the other two punks, and then this Austrian looking like 45-year-old buff guy comes after him. And he was like wearing like lederhosen or something, like just a detail that's done. No, we're not gonna do that.
No,
We're gonna
but
do a general for the first two, and then I don't know, do
but
general for all three. But yeah, I think we can get into the karate
I
portion of this
think
in the podcast.
but I think the thing that kind of set it up though, part of it with Johnny's character was like in the second episode on the first season, he's starting to have lessons with Miguel, you know, and
Who he
you
just
know,
dismisses at first, and
yeah, yeah,
eventually has to
but
save.
but but the part that I got though was, he hits him one time, he drops him, he gets up and hits his inhaler and stuff, and he goes, "What is that?" I was like, "It's my inhaler. I got asthma." He takes it and throws it across the dojo. I was like, "Not anymore." That that's the kind of stuff. I mean, that wasn't just in a dojo. That was your football coach. That was your basketball coach. That was everything in the 80s. I mean, it's like, no, you're not going to show any weakness. Otherwise, you're a pansy now. Shut the hell up and get to it. I mean, and I mean, that was bam 80s kind of coaching. I mean, baseball, whatever. I mean, man, I went through it with almost every coach I had. Today you can't do that at all.
Well, and this is what's so shocking with it is that he did that, and the only well, and then he also throws him in a pool and ties up his hands and illegally and just all of this nonsensical stuff. Like he gets beat up like 3 times, and this is where I feel like the writers didn't actually have a universe planned outside of their view of things from the 80s, because they clearly don't understand how schools function today and
Well,
how much none of these things is not saying they don't happen or like bullying doesn't happen or anything like that, but how much they get spin out of control like that, like 5 kids beating up somebody in a closet, how hard it is to actually make that happen in terms of just school security wise, how schools are built. Like they go to a pretty nice school. You don't think they don't have like 10 security guards there?
yeah,
And so, I mean, it's a TV show. It's supposed to be fantasy.
yeah.
It's reckoning back to the 80s.
But I think the part though is like it brought an older generation into the new. It's like we weren't politically correct. We didn't put up with all this nicey nice crap. And you've been around me long enough. I don't spin very, very nice many times at all. I mean, I pretty well tell it like it is.
Well, you'll be nice on the podcast.
Huh?
Most of the time, you'll be nice on the podcast.
Well,
Most.
yeah. I mean,
We'll open up the can of whoop ass as needed. But I think that's what's really interesting here is they're trying to take. This is where I feel the show should have stayed, is staying with the best parts are exactly that, is exactly playing with, all right, this is how things functioned, this is how this guy functioned, this is how he's functioned, and it's not served him well, but he sees people who this might serve well, and he's trying to, and he's failing. He fails a lot more. He fails all the time with this. He just screws up all the time. But he's trying really hard to give this kid who's very clearly the Daniel or the new Daniel, or they try to make the new Daniel, and he's trying to teach him these lessons. Now, where I think this goes wrong is I think Daniel should have just been a Daniel LaRusso, like Ralph Machida character, should have really just been a cameo. It really shouldn't have been. He really shouldn't have been in this, in my opinion, because that whole thing should have been excised and just focused on Johnny. Because why does he care about this so much?
Well, I mean, I think that's the other thing though, is back in the 80s, you didn't have a lot of counselors, helping you. I mean, it's kind of like kind of like one of my favorite sayings. I mean, fart and get over it. I mean, that's kind of how we were kind of brought up. It's like, look, you got a problem, fart and get over it or deal with it, you know?
Well, and
And I, I
there's
think,
good and bad parts of that.
huh, but I mean, I mean, that part was kind of an important part of the story as well. If you look at it from an 80s point of view, in which basically, yeah, you can be all successful and stuff, but there's still something in your past that still kind of lingers on and still kind of bothers you, things like that. And guess what? I'm the same way. I mean, there's a couple things in my past, back in the 80s when I was in high school. If something reminds me, man, it just really, I don't know if it irritates me or just like, man, I wish I would have really dealt with that differently, or I wish I would have done something differently.
well, and that's why I feel this could have either been like more of a limited miniseries or been a little more focused. But obviously, the way things are created nowadays, they have to spin out to 7 seasons or whatever.
Yeah.
We gotta milk everything for all it's worth. What I don't like is the kids aspect. Not Miguel. I like Miguel. They don't focus on him later on, and they just kind of give him give him very bad dialogue. I feel in the later episode, kind of in season 2, don't really focus in on him all that much. And season they get him back, but they just forget who he is as a character. Because you're so focused on like everything else, and that's why I feel season 1 is still their strongest season.
I mean, season one, yes, because it was new, it was good, it was good, it was a great start. Season two, there were parts that I liked, but there wasn't. I just really felt kind of whenever at the end it was. I mean, yeah, I mean there were some cool fight scenes and stuff like that, but overall it was just the. I mean, they could have done season two in probably about 4 episodes as opposed to the 10 that they did.
Yeah, and so I guess we can get into specifics here. They're like season 1 basically parodies. I don't want to say parodies, but parallels the first Karate Kid movie.
Yeah.
But this is where I feel the weaknesses are, where it's like we have to get Daniel's kid involved, and we have to get Robbie. So apparently, Johnny has this other kid who.
Well, yeah, I mean that was his actual kid, So I mean, but he's kind of been absent from his life and things like that. But I mean, I think the first episode of season two was really good, but
Bring back Freeze.
it just kind of I don't know where. I mean, it just kind of went kind of all over the board. It just felt like it went all over the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's just season two of these things generally do, because they don't have, unless you're Vincent Gillian and you've already basically written 2 seasons of a TV show, which like Breaking Bad, I go back to that. Whereas like that was drawing on nothing original. That was drawing on no pre-established characters. It was in drawing on any movies or anything, right? That was drawing completely from like one person creating a story. And this has so much to draw from, and it goes all over the shot, and it has to create new characters. Like I that's why I strongly disagree with even just the creation of Daniel's daughter and Johnny's son, because they the writers didn't know how to make her anything more than just a girlfriend. In the end, like what is she more than just a girlfriend? Or what is Robbie than just like a guy who bounces from person to person? They I feel they're fine. Like the actors did fine with them, even though Robbie has like resting pouty face the whole time.
Okay, yeah, a little bit.
He's like but Dad, like, or like he's with Mr. LaRusso, like he's always just looking like he's about to burst out into tears, and then the contrived love triangle and all that other stuff, like it just
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I remember from the first episode was whenever Johnny asked, what 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 kind of what kind of opponent do you want to fight? Do you want to fight a fully engaged tiger or a fully engaged lion, or do you want or the strongest lion in the you know do you want to fight the strongest lion or do you want to fight the wounded chimp? Which one do you want to fight? And it really kind of made sense, and I'm like, okay, I see where you're kind of going, but it really didn't take off too much. But I will say this: I do love the fact that his inept ability with technology continued throughout the series, and especially whenever it's
oh,
like,
it's great, best line, some of the best lines.
it's like bake one of those hash browns, and I'm like, hash browns.
But then the best line was that for that hash browns, and then send it to the internet. I was like, I don't know who wrote that, but they deserve more money from Netflix or whatever. Oh my god, that's and his delivery. What's his name? William Zerbara or whatever, who is not the greatest actor, but he knows how to play that character really well. Ralph Mochida is not cute anymore, so he has to kind of pretend to be a youthful, cute kid, but he's also trying to play the dad, who's clearly just like has too much wealth and he doesn't know what to do with. Because he's not taking care of his son. He's letting his daughter run around on the internet. His wife runs his entire business. He's hired this lunatic cousin, and which I am convinced this also exists in the Sopranos universe.
Well, I think it probably exists in pretty much almost every family out there a little bit. I think everybody can kind of relate to somewhat to most of these characters. It's like, yeah, that's Uncle Joe or that's cousin Bob or whatever. It's just like, yep, I can relate to this. There are a couple characters I'm like, I've never met anybody like this person, but anyway, that's all right. So
I was trying to do because they're from New Jersey. They never really re-reference going back to Jersey, but they're the Italian New Jersey and connecting it to the Sopranos. I think you could probably get David Chase involved with some synergy here. The problem is it's two different studios. One's with Warner Brothers, one's with Sony. But the one part where he's like, "Come on, man, I'm just breaking balls." I'm like, yeah. He's from Italian from New Jersey. Why didn't we try to get David Chase involved with this? Just get a cameo. Just get one of the Sopranos characters to just do a walk on. Be fine. Some of them survived that show.
Now I did like a couple of the cameos, or at least the one in the third season with Dee Snider. I thought that was pretty cool. In season 3, when they had him at when they were taking him to the rock concert and stuff, and it was Dee Snider.
Oh, I had no idea who that band was. I had no idea. I was like, I didn't bother to look up. I'm like, all right, it's just okay.
Oh.
It's a rock. It's an 80s rock band. It's an 80s hair band. I have no idea who these people.
The only thing I think that they should have done, I think it should have been Rat, since it was like, what was it? Whenever Johnny told him to get some good music on his for his ringtones and stuff, and he looked up 80s music and stuff, and he went on some 80s binge of rat and roll music and stuff, and it was just like, oh my goodness, and it apparently, supposedly, after that episode, I guess sales of rat music went nuts, because a lot of us were like, oh yeah, I remember that song, yeah, I remember playing that. They were playing that on the bus.
The problem was that episode, they should have kept all the Okay, I guess we're getting to season 3. So talked about it a little last time to keep continuity in the podcast, but if you just looked at those 2 episodes where he goes to Okinawa, and because the last podcast, he said Mike had just watched those 2 episodes, and he didn't watch any of the other ones, didn't know what was going on really with the plot. So it's so tonally confusing because this is Daniels, doing the on-screen goodbye to Mr. Miyagi. You have the new characters doing some nonsense, which is also probably, I don't know, doesn't really work, but we'll talk about season 3 in a minute. And then you have Rat and them going to a concert. All in the same episode. And then right. And then we also have Daniel's wife, who I don't like, walks in and slaps up Kreese or whatever.
No, come on. I think the gal that plays Daniel's wife is awesome. I mean, she's kind of like the voice of reason half the time. I mean, she's kind of like the
more karate. No more karate. It's bad for everybody. No more karate. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, the part when, in season 3, when they're going and trying to find Johnny's son and stuff, and they go to the prison to rough up a couple guys. Hey, where's Robbie at and stuff, and then
how do they do that? Because you can't just go walk into a prison and just interview people.
Well, I mean, you could,
because neither of them are legal representation nor family.
Well, I mean, you can go. It depends on the security level of the prison. If you request a visit, now I know there's a lot more rules than just say, "Hey, I'm going to go see this person." Yeah, that ain't going to happen.
And this is why I feel like the writers are just like, yeah, they still thinking in 80s rules, but in 2020.
Well, I mean, there are more rules, but I mean, if you put all those rules in there, I mean, the episode would have been like 4 hours long too. So,
well, I know, and that's you have to move a story along, but it's just it feels. I guess we can bounce around this because this is where I get to with the whole school fight, where I mean, you are older than me, so I grew up in a bit of a different time than you. I'm not revealing ages in the podcast, but I remember in a school, if somebody took over an intercom and screamed, "We're going to get into a fight" or something like that, that person would be caught by the security guards or whatever. An adult entering the school who starts beating up kids would be arrested. All of these kids would be arrested because all of and this is the thing with the making up Miguel's injury to be the biggest thing in the world. All of those kids got injured in the same way, because technically, what is it? The Tori character got thrown off a staircase, landed in the same way. Freaking Hawk got thrown into a glass case and glass shards all around him. So how is he not cut up and bleeding out by the end of that? Like that one kid, like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, like one kid smacked him with a book. How does he not have a concussion if not permanent mental injuries? There's just so many things, and even the fights choreography themselves is just they're just pushing each other around, and they because they have to move from scene to scene, and it's just what is this, Power Rangers? That
was part of the episode that I did not like. I mean there were parts of it that were pretty intense on that fight scene from season 2.
Yeah. But
it was just, it kind of set the tone, but it didn't need to go to that level. But I mean, back in my day, man,
you were going to have a full out school fight like that.
We ended up having one. It wasn't quite that bad, but it was about 10 10 kids got into it, and it became quite, which, I mean, it was pretty intense. I mean, it got to the point where, how most people want to see the fights and stuff. It got to the point where people were like, I'm getting the heck out of here. This is getting insane. And so once people start clearing, then, but back then, I mean, teachers had to, I mean, we didn't have security officers. I mean, teachers broke that stuff up.
And then the teachers in the episode be like, I don't get paid enough for this. I'm
You-
like, yeah, you're
you-
probably right, but at the same time,
Either that or the football wrestling. I mean, if it was someone, I do remember that one, and it was like the football, the wrestling coach, I mean, all those guys were up there, and I mean, I I hate to say it, but one, those kids got what they deserved, and the coaches did not. Let's just say they showed no mercy on those kids. I mean, it was like, guess what? You're getting thrown into the locker, you're getting thrown on the floor, you're getting slammed onto this. It was like,
well, and this is what the security guards today would do. Like,
well,
they wouldn't. Everyone says, and I'm not trying to make generalizations on the podcast or act like everyone's a cruel monster or anything. But security guards today would treat any kid who'd be acting like that today.
Yeah.
I have no doubt in my mind.
yeah, I think it's gotten to the point where teachers can't.
Teachers can't teach. I mean, not unless they're being attacked, or not unless it's
not even that. I mean, some of the schools around here, they won't. I mean, if they're not allowed to hit back at all, and I remember.
You can defend. You can defend. Well, we're getting into legal territory here.
Yeah, I mean, no. I mean, some of the schools around here, like, you do not touch a student. Period. No matter what, even if they're hitting them. Like, you mean tell me I can't defend myself? Like, yep. I'm like, bye. I'm done. It's like that ain't gonna happen.
Well, and it goes back to the line in the show. I don't get paid enough for this. But
yeah,
that's neither here nor there.
I mean that's the difference. I mean, we didn't have that. It was like, I mean,
but this scene didn't happen in the 80s. This is the scene that happened in
today.
I guess 2000. Yeah, 2000. Yeah. Basically today. And that's why a lot of people think this is kind of unrealistic, and also a little, especially in the age of lockdowns and like post Columbine and stuff like that. You're gonna tell me just like not like they're only going after one kid, or one kid who cut another kid open, who was like one of the richest girls in the school, didn't go to jail? Like you're gonna tell me like these other kids didn't get like completely suspended or whatever for participating in the fight, or they don't have footage of that or anything like that? Like that's where I say, yeah, you guys gotta update your views on or update your information on how schools function.
Well, I mean, in season 3, you do see the gal. She's coming out of, she is coming out of probation a couple times. I mean, she has to go to her probation officer and stuff like that. So,
which I feel they treated her like they treated Daniel's daughter. She is a girlfriend, but she's like the bad guy, and that's they tried for a moment to give her depth, and they kind of backtracked on that.
Well, I think they've kind of gone in and out.
Yeah,
I think they've gone in and out because, I mean, they do show kind of her side of the story. Her life story and why she's kind of has the mental toughness would be one way to put it, but I mean, absolute craziness would be another. But I mean, I think that's. I think that part was kind of interesting. I mean, she's actually trying to take care of her brother. She's trying to take care of her mom. Feed her family along with not get kicked out of their apartment, you know. So I mean, you kind of see that side of her as well.
But it's kind of it ends up getting lampshaded because then they're leading an assault on the Miyagi-Do kids. That's one thing I thought was also like, okay, like you're gonna have the Jets versus the Sharks.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's the old West Side Story rehash. Yeah, I mean, in a way, it kind of is.
And Daniel kind of ended up being like who is the Smurfs guy who's like I'll get the Smurfs next time. Like just he ends up being like that. I'll get Cobra Kai next time, and I just like I'm gonna find a way to get them, and like what the hell? Which leads me to my one point. Everyone in this universe is all the boys who do karate in this universe are stupid, or at least who were from that era were really stupid. Because this is why apparently after 3 movies, Daniel still needed pretty much until he died needed Miyagi to be there because he's just too dumb to like to lead his own life. So I needed a wife. I needed his mother around all the time. Or this is why Johnny spun out because he's too dumb to understand how technology works. His laptop, I still have that laptop somewhere.
Dell Inspiron or whatever.
That's what I had when I started college.
Well, I mean, yeah. Matter of fact, I got one sitting in my pile over here that I need to take over to the recycler to go get it destroyed. So it's just kind of, yeah. I mean, it was a well-made machine, things like that. But yeah, it was kind of comical. But the other thing I thought was interesting, though, going into season 3, I really thought they really built up some of the other characters. I mean, especially Kreese.
Better fleshed out, and I think spitting off from our conversation from Karate Kid 2, or sorry, Karate Kid was, we actually see his like PTSD.
Yeah.
Now, whether I don't really like how they could have done a little better with his whole Nam stuff.
Well, it was pretty good. I mean,
okay, but it
could have been a little bit. It could have been a little bit more. Could have been a
little more Deer Hunter, I guess. I don't know, but the it's cool that it was like, yeah, I did Tang Soo Do. I was like, okay, finally know what style they do. These are just a bunch of Tang Soo Do students and they had no idea. And he called it Cobra Kai because he ended up in a pit of snakes. Okay, it was a little obvious, but I did like how they built him to show why he always will be at perpetual war with people.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that I agree with, but I mean, it's like, you know, just going through the things that he did, it almost completely, you understand all the way back to Karate Kid how he was. And I mean, it makes 100% sense.
Do you like how in this show that they keep on trying to re-justify Karate Kid 3? Because they could have left it out of canon. They could have not touched on it. And they went out of their...
They could have, but I also think that, you know, it is part of... I mean, it is part of the series. I mean, the original 3. It does have 1, maybe 2 characters that could play big roles.
So does that mean season 4, Terry Silver's coming back?
I would.
Is that Terry Silver at the
end? I bet it is. I mean, I assume that it is.
Now, there's a fan theory out there that says Terry Silver is Miguel's dad. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't buy that either.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, because I mean, yeah,
we don't have to get into fan speculation there.
No,
I mean, it is a part of the series, but they keep on tamping down on Karate Kid 3 happened, Karate Kid 3 happened, Karate Kid 3 happened throughout all of the seasons. They didn't. It's not just like one time.
Well, I
But
mean,
because he only sorry,
you had three movies with Ralph Macchio,
right.
and so not to at least acknowledge that part would be kind of like forgetting part of the entire story.
You can make a good story out of something that wasn't great.
Yeah, and you know, I think they could have done Karate Kid 3 a lot better, and it would have been or a lot different, and it would have been 10 times better.
Well, my rewrite on Karate Kid 3 would be they bring Yuki and Kumiko to America,
Yeah,
which seems like it was what Karate Kid 2 sets up to be, and then they're just like, no, they go back and essentially they do the it's the trilogy thing, where it's like they did the first one. Oh, the first one was great. Then they do the second one. Oh, it's much different and darker. What do we do for the third one? Let's do the first one again. Star Wars did
yeah,
it. Like, I guess Die
yeah,
Hard kind of did it.
yeah. I mean, but I do think, you know, I kind of agree with a lot of people I've or watched some of the comments on different things, but I think Terry Silver does have kind of an interesting twist to the story. So I think I think it's cool that he'd come back. So
I guess
I don't know so much about the Mike Barnes character, but
it was just like basically
Johnny,
two.
yeah.
Now, what
I
about
don't.
Hilary Swank? Should she come back?
Yeah, I mean, maybe as a cameo, maybe as a cameo, but now the one that I did kind of like was
You want Will Smith's kid to come in?
no, geez,
Because
no,
everyone you didn't miss it, guys. Your eyes aren't fooling you. He is an executive producer on this.
yes,
His company does help produce this.
yeah,
So
yeah. Um, now I did. Now I know some people are kind of doing it, and, you know, go back and forth and stuff, but I did like Elizabeth Shue coming back in and making just a quick appearance in it.
I'm I didn't I wasn't like, of course they were gonna do it. Of course they were gonna do it. They set it up.
Yeah,
They set it up with Johnny abandoning his car, which I think is illegal. But because it just shows his reckless behavior. We're all over the place, so we can go back to character critique on Johnny, and probably before too long talk about it, the actual karate of this. But yeah, I think she was fine. I'm glad he didn't do. It also showed the end point to the arc, where he actually got over her and went
yeah,
back to Miguel's mom.
yeah, yeah. I thought that was pretty cool, and I thought the way they did it was really pretty cool. And I thought the scene at or the parts with all of them at the country club was pretty cool. And I thought the one part was when the guy was coming out with the spaghetti and he was wearing the white jacket and the guy's about ready to crash into Johnny. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" It's just I I thought that was hilarious because, you know, it's just kind of like, you know, just turn the table around a little bit, you know. So I thought that was funny. But
Yeah,
because I mean, from the first Karate Kid when Ralph Macchio's in the back of the kitchen, he gets nailed with the spaghetti sauce, and he has the white shirt on, and then it's kind of turned around on. But anyway, sorry,
well,
I thought,
because Johnny's cooler than that. Johnny's cooler than Daniel. If you notice, like Johnny get in the first movie, he gets like embarrassed, but he's never like he eventually even in like midway through the movie, he doesn't have like this huge rivalry with Daniel. He's not like really going after Daniel.
yeah,
I feel like that's like constructed after the fact in the show. Because even like in the movie, like he pulls up in his car when Daniel's there, and he's like not being aggressive toward him. He's just like, yeah, whatever, man, and just rides off. And even at the end of the first movie, he's like, yeah, man, you deserved it. And then beginning of the second, he's getting attacked by Kreese.
yeah,
Um, so what did you think of the actual karate depicted? We've yarned on about our complaints on characters and whatnot, but we actually haven't taught too much about the karate.
No, I mean, the story is the whole background of it. But I
Right.
mean, I thought the part, I thought the part with Chosen was really good. It showed. I mean, not maybe not technically. I mean, technically, it was fair. It was sound. I mean, it was okay. I mean, but I did like how it showed some stuff and kind of gave a little bit of respect to certain parts of karate that's not talked about a lot. So
I mean, gives. I felt it was more lip service in
well,
my. I feel like they probably like the writers probably found the idea of pressure points on a
yeah.
Google, and we're like, oh yeah, we could put that in there, and that'll make that part of Miyagi Do. And
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, granted, they didn't go through everything, but I mean, at least it was something. It was at least something that was in there that sometimes people don't teach.
well, I like how they go into the whole like, oh yeah, Shimpo Miyagi, which is kind of a mixture of Chojun Miyagi and Shimpo Matayoshi. So I like how they kind of cobbled that together. And they talked about how he like fell asleep. He was drunk on a boat, fell asleep, and ended up in China and came back with karate. And Chosen just looked at him. He's like, "Your sensei taught you that? Like that's what he told you? Jesus Christ!" I felt that was a pretty funny part of it. But like, what is it? Daniel just knows Seiyuchin, and then apparently Kusung Ku is a two-man kata that is done in a circle like Bagua to defend against all sides. And yeah, and there's crane technique. Like I feel like that's the extent of which
Yeah, I mean,
they understand they understand how to put karate in aesthetically, but they don't understand what it actually is.
right. I mean, I don't disagree with that. You're right. I mean, there wasn't a lot of depth to it, but I I thought just kind of how they just at least showed it. It was at least respectful. I mean, I didn't think anything bad. So
No, and I that's why I like the first season the best because it actually showed like, oh no, other people do karate. It's not just
yeah,
these two chuckleheads. It's also like there's a whole group of other people who do karate in the rest of the world. And I did enjoy that bit of it. Didn't really like how like Sam everyone that Daniel's daughter was like, yeah, that was good, but you have to really change your hips when you do that triple arch backflip. It's like, dude, you did this for like 10 minutes when you were 10 years old. It doesn't mean like well, how do you talk? Why are you talking all this like technical highfalutin stuff? That has no application anywhere.
well, I mean, you really don't know what all she really went through. I mean, it really never talks about it. I mean,
Well,
other than she trained with him, that was it. But once she got into kind of high school, it's kind of, oh no, 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 kind of typical teenager. So
Well, and that's what's interesting is that Daniel had effectively retired. Like, he had effectively retired from karate. He had effectively stopped doing it.
yeah,
Uh, and then this whole thing sparks him back off, which is I think cool because that also it in thinking about this, I feel it is both completely unrepresentational and a complete fiction, a complete fabrication of everything that karate has gone through since the 80s and in America and with its relation to its forebears with Okinawa and stuff. But also paradoxically, it's exactly right. It's exactly what's everything that's happened for the last 40 years, and is exactly representative because it's got all the things in there that we've all seen. This is, I feel like, the Spinal Tap of karate. that it's completely fictional and has nothing to do with any actual band. But any band who sees Spinal Tap is like, yeah, that was our band. That's literally the story of our band. Where if somebody who does karate sees Karate Kid, is like, that's not what we did, but that's pretty much how things have gone for the last 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, but I think also, I mean, I think it does speak to people. You do karate, then you get busy with whatever you're doing, and then sometimes it goes by the wayside, or it's, I wouldn't say an afterthought, but it's just kind of like, well, it's just not the priority that it was at one time, and it's not central focused.
Right. Where it becomes center focused. I don't know. I just to surface of the story. How did you feel about the ending of season 3?
Overall, I thought it was pretty good. You kind of see where we're finally Johnny and Daniel kind of come together. They finally have put aside their differences over 30 plus years. I think now what that's going to look like in the next season, I have no idea. But no, I mean, I just thought it was kind of interesting. But like I said, I'm kind of curious how that's going to work too. So.
Well, did you notice the one part? This is why I'm a both broad and detailed guy. Did you notice the one little line where they were trying to? They got. I like Johnny's new dojo name,
Eagle Fang. That's badass.
Which is like, why didn't you just go Eagle Claw?
Or Iron Eagle. I mean, you really can't do Iron Eagle, but
yeah, well, too many. I remember when I was talking in the first time we talked about Karate Kid that Daniel was being attacked by the Aryan race because there's all a bunch of blue-eyed blonde kids attacking it.
Now the other person I'd like to see come back and really kind of, I don't know, really more define his role, but I think he'd make a really good extra role, if that makes sense, or supporting role, I guess, would be Bobby.
Who? Oh, you mean the pastor guy?
Yeah, the pastor guy. I think he could really be a really good supporting role, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I think that's where all those other guys. I'm surprised they even brought back one of them.
Well, I mean, in the second season, they brought all of them back, but the guy who played Dutch.
Well, the one guy who was actually dying, he did actually die.
Yeah, it wasn't too. Yeah,
they were trying to pay tribute to him.
Yeah, I mean, he was sick when I knew he was going through some stuff, just from some of the things that I've read. He'd been dealing with some stuff for a while, so. But
he was also He also was in Iron Eagle.
Yeah, he was.
So I did enjoy how they did put that in a little, but yeah, I you have 10 episodes a season to put anybody in there. So, but I think what's was funny about the end of season 3, right before they had the home invasion, which again, the police are apparently non-existent in this universe. They were essentially being like, all right, how are we going to deal with combining the two dojos? And I'm trying to figure out, because this is clearly going to be the point of drama for the next season.
Yeah.
Of how they actually come together as two karate dojos. Which, again, I want to say is completely fiction, but also somewhat mirror reality.
Well,
because we've kind of seen people do this, fail at it, but
yeah, I mean, even going back to Sensei Reality, he talk about you have one head instructor, you don't have two. You have problems, you have two.
Yeah,
and I've seen that, I've seen that. I've witnessed it. It's
Time and time again.
I mean, you have one person say one thing, you have another person say another thing, then you cause a riff.
Well, and what's funny is the only way this is fictional is that the older teacher kicks out the younger student from being in charge of the school. Generally, in most of the cases I've seen, through I
Yeah,
mean, from
I've seen,
someone who's taking on the leadership position and like potentially the business of the school and whatnot, which I guess makes Laura or Kreese much smarter than Johnny, is that normally it's that younger student who ousts the older teacher.
right.
If there's a break, I mean, normally if there's a break, one takes one place and the other will go to another place. Yeah, I think that's the only fictional part of it, whereas an older person comes in and takes over the school. Generally, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've seen it both ways. I've seen both ways happen. So it's usually pretty sad when it does. So
Either way. So
yeah.
I mean, this I feel could have been the end of the whole show. They
Mm,
could have just ended it, and they could have just rewritten the end to be like, and we called the police and got Chris arrested, and then they just combined both the dojos, and that's that. Which I think would have been satisfying, but
I,
they want to do the tournament again.
yeah. I don't know. Personally, I think they could have made a couple more episodes and finished. I think it did leave it a little open, but I mean, one more season. I can definitely see now one more season it should end. I mean, that would be me.
3
I
more,
huh?
because I've read somewhere they could do up to 6.
Yeah, I'm like, where are you coming up with that kind of? I mean, how much material? I
And
mean,
then Will Smith's kid and Jackie Chan walk in.
I don't think you'll see that, but I don't know. You might, but I don't know. I can see one more season, but I could also see if they would have pushed it out about another, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 episodes. I think they could have ended it real nice. I
Yeah.
I I, I did think it was kind of interesting how the girl in the first episode that got the front wedging ends up falling for the uber geek. I thought that was kind of funny.
That was nice.
Huh?
That was kind of nice to see. I like the only that was kind of the only not that wasn't unbelievable, but the unbelievable part was how he healed his arm and I don't know, like 3 episodes, and then like 1 episode it gets his arm broken, and 3 episodes later he's
Now, there's one other thing we haven't really talked about, and I think it was kind of an important part was the guy who plays Hawk.
oh yeah, I guess because there's like this is what I was saying with all the minor characters where I feel if they had focused on him, Miguel, and Dimitri,
Well,
you could have
it,
actually had something a little stronger than it being like bringing back all the old cast and whatnot. But
well,
I
I,
did
I
like his character arc going from the beginning of the show to then, where he basically has to turn heel. He turns heel twice.
well, I think the part that I like about it is I think it kind of speaks to a lot of people who practice. Because every once in a while you're kind of conflicted with what's going on. Every once in a while, not always. Sometimes you're conflicted with stuff that's going on in the school, and you don't know how to deal with it. And I think Hawk was kind of, I think he finally woke, I guess, woke up. I think he was
Are you calling Hawk?
going down a certain path, and he really didn't like it.
Well, and I think his character arc, I think, is a better one than Miguel's to a degree. Because Miguel's character arc, I feel, wrapped the end of season 2, and he's just final form Miguel at this point. But I don't know how much of it is like more character growth they can really give him. With Hawk, he had a 3-season arc. He went from being like a complete Wiskid to going through having to deal with 2 conflicting points of views to coming out on the end of it being back and great friends with a kid he essentially screwed up really bad, which he should have gone to jail for.
Yeah.
And he didn't, because they're all rich kids. Apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
because how do you get that kind of tattoo, multiple tattoos, and afford hair gel and dye practically on a daily basis, and not have your parents either find out or care at like the age of 17?
Yeah. No, I think I would have been killed if I would have done something like that. But it is a cool tattoo. But anyway, no, I just thought it was kind of interesting how it finally came to him like, this isn't who I am, and he kind of found himself.
Yeah, and he ended up back at the place where he vandalized.
Yeah.
And was, I think, it actually did give a closure to the Karate Kid 2 theme of forgiveness.
Yeah.
Which is, we talked about it last time, but the whole theme of redemption and forgiveness here, of bringing back the 80s, as it were. But we had to have Elizabeth Shue tell us, nope, the 80s are over. Sorry, Johnny. But it is going forward into the future, because the only way you can do that.
That's okay. I mean, Johnny can put it in the past, but hey, I still love the 80s, so I still wish we were there.
I'm glad we're not. Very glad.
Oh no,
because if we could go back to the 80s, we would try to change things. There would probably be a lot of good changes, and we still have Don Rickles. But
hey, gotta love Don. Come on,
yeah.
That and Sam Kinison.
I don't know. Is there anything else we can say about this new iteration of Cobra Kai?
No, I think that. I will say the season 3 they got rid of Aisha,
which was intentional. I think there was
kind of, yeah. I think there's something else going on, but I don't know. But
she got written out, which they could
bring her back.
So I hope because I thought watching the end of season 2, when they go back in when Johnny runs back in the dojo and sees Kreese took it over, but she was not in that shot. I was like, oh, she's not there anymore. She's gonna join Miyagi-Do or whatever. Nah, they just
throw her off. Yeah.
She was a really, really, really good character.
I kind of liked her character. I mean, she brought a total different feel to the dojo. So
she wasn't someone's girlfriend.
Yeah,
she was a not girlfriend character. And like the only black character we've had in the whole show who's not a background character or someone we actually don't know the name of. Like a lot of the background characters don't have names. Do you know their names? I think they probably have names in the script, but like the little blonde kid with glasses versus the little Asian kid with glasses, right? We don't know their name. Or Tweedledee and Tweedledum. One's name's Chris, the other's name's either Ass Face or Penis Breath.
Yeah.
What's his real name? I think they mentioned it like one time.
Yeah. True.
So I do like how the show got more legit as time went on with its social media. Because if you watch the first season, it's very faux social media. Like this could be something. Mm-hmm. But then once it gets to season 2, no, that's actually Instagram. That's actually Facebook. That's actually Google. I thought that was kind of funny. But
No, I got you. Anyway, so
we can cap that off and send it to the internet.
yep.
So what else? So what else are we up to this week, Jeremy?
Just sticking to my routine. That's the main thing. So, I mean, I think that's been difficult for me for like the last 7-8 months. Just getting into a routine, and instead of training here, training there, it's like, okay, I set this time to train. Boom, boom. Almost every day. So that's good.
Yeah, I think that's one of the difficulties of getting out of new holidays and back into the New Year's, where everyone kind of remains in a funk or can be in a funk. So, and unless you had an established routine before or right now it even sucks because it's hard to have an established place to go because you can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So, and even in your own home, it's hard to do. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just thankful. I'm thankful I've got a place that I can do it in my home. So I've got a separate little place inside the house. So.
Me too. Kind of.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, folks. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our discussion of Cobra Kai and Jeremy's never-ending nostalgia for the 80s.
Okay. Still in the 80s. So.
All right. Well, on that note, folks, thanks for listening, and don't forget to keep training.
Oh, man. That was a hard night of drinking. I need to record today. And with a hangover, nonetheless. Let's see. Man, it looks like Jeremy's busy. Marty is still on a secret mission in the Bermuda Triangle. Raoul broke open a barrel of 10-year aged whiskey. David is on his 7th pool game tonight. And Jer is teaching a group of theater students de-escalating tactics during improv night. Looks like I'll be doing this on my own. Hey, who's at the door?
Knock, knock, knock. Can I borrow a cup of brown sugar?
Oh, it's Tua Dawson from the Invisible Sensei podcast.
Wow.
Hey!
Hey, hooray for me.
Hooray. Welcome to Karate Without Belts, sir.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me, man. I'm a big fan. It's kind of one of those cliche things where long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess that's how this is working. I wish we could do a more of a call-in show. I've seen people try to do that on like YouTube or like streaming stuff, but it just doesn't work the same as, I guess, old radio used to.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing which is really cool, the thing which is very much like old style radio is you have those smooth, dulcet tones, which makes people want to tune in, man. If I could ring in live, I would ring in live. I would totally bomb your podcast, man.
Well, that depends if we ever do a streaming version of. I would like at some point to get all the Karate podcast people together, and we could do possibly on a monthly basis something like that. Where we
man, I'm keen.
Do a
So sign me up. Sign me up.
So, this is us coming in the, I guess, first official week of February in 2021. Thank God we all survived.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in with Invisible Sensei, Tua Dawson. This is, I guess, would mark the second crossover we've had with another podcast.
Yeah, but I mean, this one. I mean, your first one was successful. We don't know where this is going, man. This may never be broadcast. Let's be honest.
Yeah, gonna get out of the podcasting industry and get into more of the cheese making industry, because that's really where the passion lies. So, anyway, sir, how's your week been? How are things down? I always want to say it's down under, but that's more of an Australian thing, less of a New Zealand thing.
Well, you can be down, but you didn't have to be under. A little mental health quip there.
There you go.
Well, it's been a good week, man. Actually, it's been an interesting couple of weeks. I know, kind of when we had a bit of a chat a couple of weeks ago, it was really good to connect, and it's given me an opportunity to kind of really drill down on listening to a lot of the back catalogue of KWOB or
KWOB.
else. KWOB. How's
I
that?
I want to say that wasn't what we kind of used for it, but I like it more than what we've used, so I'm probably going to integrate that. And I want to
Yeah.
shout you out really quickly here because I'm really bad at listening to like other people's stuff because I've been trying to tune out more things, but I started putting on your stuff, and your interview with Pat McGale, which was really good, was different from this stuff I had heard from other places with him. I really appreciated that. But also, I was just listening. You're one of the few people I think who can actually hold a podcast solo, and I don't mean that in any sort of like condescending way or anything like that. It's more that, as I always like to tell people, it's like I can't do a podcast solo. It sounds bad. I need people to bounce off and stuff like that, and I'm not that interesting.
Mm.
But you just come at it, you just with such a genuine voice and such you just sitting down talking, and just it's so easy to listen to. Their points come across so relatably, and I was just like, wow, how have I not heard of this sooner? So
Well, man, hey, thank you. I take that as a massive compliment coming from you, because I really enjoy your content too, and I enjoy just kind of the earnestness and also the relaxed manner in which you approach a lot of these subjects. And for me, I guess the idea of doing a podcast and that people and that people listen to it is kind of crazy to me, but it's really literally is me usually sitting with a cup of tea or a coffee or some kind of cool beverage if it's hot, and just getting some thoughts out. My podcast started really because I guess there were things that I thought, and I just wanted some way to take my inner voice and make it my external voice, because I think sometimes when we keep things in, when we keep thoughts to ourselves, it's this kind of circular thing where they just kind of circle round and round and round in our head. And once you get them out, especially like having a conversation with you, you can put it out, you can pull it apart, you can look at it, you can kind of leave the parts you want, and then you might get a fresh perspective on things. So thanks for that, man. That means that actually I take it as a huge compliment coming from you. And in terms of holding a podcast by myself, well, I am extremely self-centered. So,
well, and that's not to say that at all, but it's more. Here's the difference. I'm the jerk who's like, yeah, I feel we need to have like take up at least an hour of people's time. Well, you're like, yeah, I'll get it done in like 20 minutes. Yeah, that's it. This is actually probably more successful because of that. So
yeah, but I mean, it's the difference. It's the difference between, I mean, what I like about your format is that you get an opportunity to really kind of just relax and let the conversation go where you want to go. I mean, a lot of times my podcast, I'm sitting in my car with my microphone up and then just musing on stuff, and which is cool. But I know for me, like from being on this side of my voice, I get sick of listening to my voice. So it's cool to have an opportunity to come on one of my favorite podcasts, actually, to be on Boojin or on YouTube for that matter. So thanks for having me, man.
thank you, sir. Thank you. And yeah, I guess we can kind of low key shout out our affiliation with Boojin. So
Yes.
I'm always trying to be very low key about it, and
Yeah.
just build like, what is this Boojin thing?
Yes.
And do not really explain it. Just leave a link,
Mm.
and that's that. It's
Wow.
done nothing really incendiary. We promise. So
Can we give a shout out to our mutual friend Josh Simmers on the Okinawan Karate podcast as well?
yes, we are the titans of karate podcasting. The three of us.
Yeah, we stride this world, this karate podcast world like gods.
I'm just thinking of
What does that make him? What does that make him?
I get well. What I guess if we were going to, if we're gonna go old school with this, and if you would be like Atlas or whoever this like this or Zeus, and I would be
Mm.
Atlas because I'm holding up the sky, and then I guess Josh would be Poseidon.
Well, did you say Poseidon or did you say beside him?
Poseidon. I don't know.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Josh, the thing about Josh Simmons' podcast is Looking on Karate podcast is that he said some pretty incendiary things about you and me.
Yeah.
You know,
I guess
he complains about you all the time to me. And likewise, I guess.
Just because we happen to be probably not 10 miles apart actually at this point.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
technically have not been on the floor together yet. But
Yeah.
let's start crap with other people's podcasts. They're on somebody
Yeah,
else's podcast.
Beef.
Yeah.
Let's start beef, man. Let's just start a beef with everyone else. I mean, that Josh Simmons, what has he got that I don't? Well, aggressive English probably.
Is that more of the British part of New Zealand coming out? Is that more of the Maori part of British of
but he
New Zealand coming
doesn't.
out?
He doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I don't know. That was a faux pas that I can't take back now. It's there. There's really no cool way to come back from.
Yeah, and especially I can't fix it in editing.
Yeah. Wow. Thanks, man. No, we're starting beef.
I had a feeling that we'd get here with you on this podcast. Great. That's wonderful. We were talking the other day and we were kind of having a yak about different stuff. And one thing that came up was style and whether or not it's really going to be around in a couple years. And I think we can go about this in a couple different ways. But I guess I can pose the question kind of out the boat is do you think style is going to be around in 100 years?
I mean, you know, when you put that question out there, it's actually been kind of on my mind all morning, and since we discussed it, it's a very interesting question because I know we were talking off air before we started. You know, maybe 100 years ago there wasn't styles to begin with, so styles in regards to the way that we think of style is only a fairly new thing. So to be honest with you, man, well, gosh, this is going to probably get, you know, a little bit contentious. I don't have a problem with people who have a spiritual belief. I do have a problem with religion. When religion becomes more important than what people believe in, or in this case, when the style becomes more important than what you're practicing. It's when the messenger gets mistaken for the message. And I mean, you think about Wester doing in the same dojo, say, and let's say that we're doing a particular kata or a particular style, you know, shorin or goju or wechi, whatever it is. Within that dojo, you're going to train with a lot of different senior sensei, and each one of them is going to have their own take on different things across the styles. So you're trying to decide, okay, is my thumb tucked this way? Is my fingers point this way? Is my stance this? Is my stance that? And you could argue that each of those instructors within that style have their own style, which, to make it even more confusing, which transcends style.
I mean, that's not confused. I don't think that's as confusing. It can get like a little out there, but no, that's I believe completely accurate, because every dojo I've ever been a part of, any school I've ever been a part of, is exactly that way. Unless you have people really, really like hammered into exactly the way, like a senior sensei or somebody at the top is just hammered everybody down to the point where everyone looks exactly the same. Which I don't know what fictional dojo that is, or what.
Is it fictional though? Is it fictional? I certainly have visited dojo and actually been members of particular dojo that have almost exactly that.
In what way though? Like, is in terms of how the forms look, in terms of how the training is, in terms of how the school's organized.
Okay, well, So not let cats out of bags and to bag a particular style or a particular organization.
Right.
What I can say is that I was for a long time part of an organization, and the style of teaching was we must have, I will call them Sensei, let's
X.
say, it's Sensei X.
Yeah.
So Sensei X does it this way. So we must all emulate Sensei X, not try to discover karate for ourselves and how we interpret it in terms of our body and our outlook, our culture, our sensibilities, our common sense. What we have to do is we have to spend our time trying to fit into this really specific model. An example of that is Shikodachi. We have to have a perfectly parallel to the ground Shikodachi. Now I'm 6'4", and I know some people are super flexible, but I'm not. So the idea of having a perfectly parallel Shikodachi and emulating someone, a wonderful Okinawan practitioner in Sega Sensei, who is about 5'5", trying to emulate his style of karate and his take on karate is almost a physical impossibility for me. But what happens is when you spend your time going, we must emulate, you miss the bigger picture. It's that whole Bruce Lee finger pointing away to the moon metaphor. You know, we focus on the people who are trying to teach us these things and trying to, instead of emulating, we're trying to impersonate. And that's dangerous because it leads to comparison. And it's like Einstein said, you know, if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, you're going to have one depressed as shit fish. You know what I mean? And I don't think that Einstein used the word shit, but you get where I'm going with that.
No, exactly. And I think because I had almost the opposite problem in terms of people I was training with never knowing what was right, but like always like never knowing which way's up, and always like waiting for the next update or whatever on just fairly basic stuff. And what was frustrating about that is that was this a ploy by the people up top to keep people confused, to keep people paying money, to keep membership, keep the upper people from thinking they've achieved anything? I mean, they're two different points, but they come back to the same thing. Where
I think they perfectly relate to one another. The idea that you have people, you've got to keep people. A lot of times, I think there's this kind of, for certain people and certain personalities, like to maintain a certain level of mystique about themselves and their style. And I think that, like, for instance, the whole thing about Kyusho. Now, for me with Kyusho, I'm a huge, I believe in pressure points, but I believe also there's no mystery to them. This could be a contentious thing to say. I think that, talking about the Okinawan Karate podcast, Sensei Jason Perry was talking to Josh, and he was talking about his father's view that his father's he's done a biography of his father. Basically what happens is it's called old man's karate.
Right.
Now what happens is you've got
low key, very
yeah.
low key.
But
plug.
The thing is, but in terms of Kyusho,
right.
in terms of doing pressure points, people want to go from, in today's mentality, they don't want to go through blood, sweat, and tears. They don't want to spend 20, 30 years. They just want to jump to the part where you've created and really refined the style. And I think what happens is that if you can own, it's like that song, if you own the information, you can change it all you want, and you can charge for it. I'm a huge believer in that we have to take responsibility. There's a certain point when our karate is fully formed. I don't mean that in the sense that we can't learn anymore. We're always learning. But you have to take a look at what you're doing and say, am I in some kind of dysfunctional daddy pat me on the head and tell me I'm pretty kind of relationship? Or am I...
Yes.
Am I...
Oh my God, Tua, where have you been all my life?
Yeah.
I've used this exact words in my head, but it's never been articulated until now.
It's this weird thing of that with that mentality too, you allow people to treat you like shit. Sometimes you can have these people who are in the beginning, people looking for father figures and having a certain level of dysfunction themselves, and being these wonderful martial artists, these incredible fighters, and whatever else you want to label them, but missing an essential cog when it comes to actually their humanity. And then you've got them teaching, being in charge of these humongous organizations, traveling all over the world, teaching all these people and influencing a lot of people, especially young people. And what they do is, instead of saying, hey, this is the path towards your own, to realizing where you want to go and what you want to do, and we want to support your path until it becomes, you're on a path, I own the path, and you don't walk any further than me. And if you try and get ahead of me, I'm going to embarrass you, humiliate you, and ostracize you and make you stand at the back of the class, stand in the corner with a dunce cap on. So
Or have
for
you
me,
out
when you talk of
altogether.
styles, our actual development is stifled when we have those sort of people and we allow ourselves. I mean, you wouldn't put up with that in a relationship. Why would you put up with that in a teacher?
Well, and it's always a relationship that you've got, right? Because it's always the student's relationship with the teacher's relationship with the student. Like that's, or the student's relationship with like the art as at large, other students within the classroom. We can't get away from. There's no other form of the martial arts community other than that.
Mm.
It's impossible. You can't. It can be close to a very close to family, but ultimately you have those figures, and if it's not in terms of allowing people to grow, right? So I feel we both see the same. We've both seen the same, because that I've had those exact experiences, and every time it's heartbreaking to see other people. You have to go through that experience in order to come out the other side and just be like, all right, I have to have the kind of wisdom to not, that life experience to not do that anymore. But then you see other people, younger or less experienced than you, have to go through that.
Well, it's this thing too. I mean, and that's where the responsibility comes in. The 12-step programs. When people are doing 12-step programs and for various addictions and so on. One of these things, the courage to accept the things I cannot change. Well, the thing is that I would rather, in terms of karate, we change the things we cannot accept, and that's where the courage comes in. I mean, for me, I think style is quite amazing. Like I do the 12 standard Goju-ryu kata, but I also, there's some Kihon kata, some Pinan kata. I've picked up a couple of kata from Rui-ryu. I've had Shitoru sensei and Goju Kai sensei teach me Rui-ryu kata. I love, and then there's Kobudo and all the rest of that. But the thing is that I don't learn these extra kata so I can make an extra buck or kind of aggrandize myself in a way where I'm going, right, I'm teaching you not just one style but many. It's because I particularly like this, particularly Anan. Anan is a kata that I've always loved to watch, and when I had an opportunity to learn it, I go, yeah, but I'm not a Rui-ryu practitioner. I know Pinan Shodan, but it doesn't make me a Shodan, a Shotokan, or Shitoru practitioner. But
I can't think I've ever seen Anan.
It's a lovely kata.
Yeah.
Anan is a beautiful kata. I love it. But I could be mispronouncing it too. But the point being is that we have style biases ourselves. I mean, Shoden now I'm going to talk about the Naha stuff because that's what I know best. For me, Naha people are shorter limbs, they're stronger, they're a little more heavy set and things like that. I'm going, and Shoden is a more springy, more relaxed whipping style. See, that's the thing is when we have that perspective, then we kind of fit these molds. We go, okay, because I'm a big guy, so I can't have springy, snappy technique. I must have these circles because that's what we do. Those sort of limitations are the things which strengthen and underscore those style biases, I think.
Right. And I think those style biases even, which is weird because they've only really been entrenched for maybe 70, 80 years at this point in all reality. I thought about this today and it popped in my head. Like 10 years ago, I was at a meeting with a bunch of people who I trained with,
and one of the kind of senior guys was like, why does, I'm gonna kind of do an impression of his voice, but it's just kind of funny because he's from New York. Why do we do Sakagawa kata, and our Sakagawa katas don't look like anybody else's Sakagawa katas? And the guy from Texas piped up, cause it's good advertising. And the senior guy was like, that's exactly right, because it's just that idea that we know Sakagawa, right? There's somebody we know Sakagawa. So even though these katas don't look like anybody else's Sakagawa kata, we're going to use that name to kind of further ourselves and legitimize ourselves through that. So I think even with like the use of Shorinryu, the use of Shinahate, the use of Shorite, the use of Gojiryu, the use of Uechiru, these are things to help be easier to identify stuff. But like, I think the difference between you and me is that most of my training has been actually around more Shorin stuff, more Shurite stuff. But I've never, ever called it that, because it's always been Okinawa or Ryukyu Kempo.
Yeah.
But
well,
you kind of pull the label off and it looks like Shorin-ryu. So
but the thing is with that though, bro, it's also too when you get together with other practitioners.
Right.
It's kind of like, that whole metaphor of, to use another metaphor, when you go to a party or you're at a social gathering and people walk up to you and they don't say, who are you? They say, what do you do? So the first thing is, what's your lineage? And that will determine how I speak to you. That will determine whether I am greater or lesser than you, whether you are a tiger or you're a chicken in my eyes. So, that's the same thing with style. People go, what's your lineage? And I'm going, you know what? I've had people talk about my, question, not question my karate, but, kind of assume certain things about my karate, where I learned it, how I learned it, and what I do. And they want to talk lineage. And I'm like, why don't you watch my karate and then you tell me what my lineage is? Because I think those kind of conversations also add to these biases, and it also underscores style. And now, what you're talking about with Sakugawa, the idea that, here's an interesting one, like Oro Sensei, who was I never trained with him. I never practiced his style, but in terms of my travels around the world, I've met lots of people who have stories about their training with Oro Sensei, and I'm not about to bag them for that. But sometimes I think people don't create these stories, but perhaps they have a perception about their relationship to a particular instructor, and over the years they deliberately distort their perception of that relationship to aggrandize themselves. Like I was the last student. I learned a particular kata. I learned the only kata. I learned the true way. He taught me this, and you see that a lot in karate history. And I think what happens is that you've got to keep it in perspective. Going to a seminar with a sensei is not the same as spending 20 years training with them. And I think your karate should speak for itself, man. Your karate should speak for itself.
And this brings us to today, because, if you think of like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, right? You went to the school near you, you trained with whoever that person was. That's all you had. Now, we have more information than we know what to do with. And from a personal perspective, I think a lot of people, it's just more information than we know what to do with. 30 years ago, it would have been like buying all the black belt magazines and all the books in the catalog, right?
Right on.
And it's not exactly different from that. We just have more audio visual stuff to work with. But knowing what to do with any of that, it becomes where I think where style is going, where I think you're going to have the death of style is going to happen. Is it's not going to happen in terms of, Goju fell apart, or Shorin-ryu fell apart, or Uechi fell apart, or Isshin-ryu fell apart. I don't think that's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is you're going to get more and more and more and more axiomization. You're just going to have people being, I train with this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy, and I am Shorin-ryu, Shorin-kai, Shorin-kan, Shaolin-do, Arnis,
eskrima, Filipino, jujitsu, kai, aiki, do, jutsu, ren, do, and
Yeah.
you're gonna get all of those signifiers just tacked onto there,
Mm.
um, because you have one person who's pursuing all that, and they're gonna build a style around themselves, and whether regardless if they have any students or not, you're gonna get that. Now, I'm not saying that's what you or me or anybody else does.
Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's right after this podcast. I'm just going to start.
You're announcing it
to what
now.
I do. It's going to be a thing, man. Not going to, and your grades are going to depend upon the size of your credit card. Let's be honest. But to that, bro, what you were saying, I really agree with that. I think that something to bear in mind is a saying in Māori, in our language, and it goes, toi tu whenua, toi tu te whenua, whatu ngarongaru I te tangata. So that means that the land remains, although the people may go. And I think that that's relevant when it comes to karate. I think that I've kind of moved away from, quite by accident, labeling myself. I mean, this obviously the style that I practice is Okinawan Goju-Ryu, but I think of late, I've started to just refer to myself as a karate practitioner, because I think what will happen is the title come and the title go out, but what will be left is karate. And I'm hoping that the style, the idea that style will kind of fall by the wayside, because I think that it's where the problem is, like you were talking about, organizations do fall apart and they fractionate and all these sort of things.
Oh God.
Kind of, rather than create this kind of personal take on what they're doing, they spend their time looking left and right and saying what they do is wrong and what they do is wrong, and I'm the real teacher. I trained for longer, and yes, you trained for longer, but I was more intensively trained. Now what happens is these students and the style does not progress. What it does is it stays completely static. Now that's not to say, and what happens is people get stuck into, well, my sensei taught me to do a kata in this way, and this is the only way to do it. I mean, to be honest, in terms of my personal training, if Miyagi sensei came back, Higuana sensei came back, Kanro Higuana sensei came back, I mean, he'd probably have a conniption at the way that I do Sanchin. But to be honest, after 40 years of doing karate, I there were just things which kind of make sense to me. And that's not stuff maybe that's not what I teach people, but for my own training, and that's the thing, our own training is really important. I think that once you drop the idea that you have to wave a banner and saying, this is me and this is the style that I do and this is my lineage and this is who taught me and this is who my teacher's teacher was and I come from this dojo, and just practice your karate and enjoy it, you're going to be a whole lot more happy as a person and have a whole lot more longevity as a practitioner.
I agree with, like, this is Socrates and Plato. I agree exactly with everything you said. I think the issue is going to be where people want to go in terms of learning more, in terms of, like, if they've been, like, for example, people who've been training one place for a while and they want to be under an umbrella because they feel that's safer, or that's, where they can have more connections and stuff like that. But I feel that where that's going to more go in the future is dojos decentralizing and becoming more axiomatic. But this is not necessarily a bad thing, because they don't have to be a part of a large organization to pay a bunch of dues up to essentially the mafia style of kicking up, rather than just, okay, we're all friends. We can all meet up and nobody interferes with each other, and we don't go into each other's schools and tell each other what to do. We can bounce off each other's experience and put things together the way we want them to, rank notwithstanding, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, the thing is I mean, I'm speaking from the perspective of someone who hasn't been part of an organization in, oh my gosh, 17 years. I have not been part of it, affiliated to anyone in particular. What I decided to do at a certain point, I mean, we were talking before about the idea of affiliating with people. I went through a couple of years ago I went through this period of going, oh my gosh, I think I should affiliate to someone. I think I should find someone, and I should just kind of sit under their veranda, so to speak. And and there were some really nice people who said, oh, come and join us, do this and that. But what I did is I just decided to take ownership of my karate and take ownership of my development and trust myself and try to create respectful relationships with people who are way senior to me. And I don't mean that in any kind of kiss ass way, but respectful, meaningful relationships to have a group of people that I seek their advice. But at the end of the day, I have to also be able to look in the mirror and say, what's really going on here? And I think a lot of times we are so keen we have this thing in martial arts where we want Mr. Miyagi / Yoda / Master Splinter. We want that person,
and Mickey. We can't discount Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey. Yeah. And all of these things where we want that person to tell us. I mean, I know, especially for me, massive daddy issues, massive issues of abandonment. So it was easy for me to gravitate and put people on these unrealistic pedestals of respect. And that was in a convenient way of not stepping to the full myself. That was a convenient way of me not taking responsibility for myself. And being frightened to do that and not feeling worthy and allowing that to feed the fires of my own lack of self-esteem. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing half the time. I for me as a practitioner, I just see so many people like yourself. Like there's so many people that I see that are like there is just a torrent of information out there, right? But the art is in going, what feeds me?
Yeah.
What entertains me? What am I watching that entertains me? What am I doing that feeds me? Listening to your podcast is one of the things that feeds me. When you've put stuff on your channel where you're actually practicing karate, I mean, this is a guy who's just practicing karate. And I love the idea of karate without belts in the sense that it's not that you don't have them, but it's the idea of, for me, of getting to the basics. And the basics is just loving your karate, loving your practice and deriving something other than punching and kicking from it.
Well, and that's mainly what you have to strip away a lot of stuff before you actually get down to the grassroots of it. And I hate to go back into what we were talking about the last 2 times of the podcast of like Karate Kid, because God, all the issues there.
I love karate.
A lot of people do, but I've expressed enough opinions on this franchise, on this podcast.
Express some more, man. Express some more. Go for it. I'm
no,
king.
but my thing is it's karate's a lot simpler than I think a lot of people make it out to be. And a lot of it is not about what it is, but it's about it's about the practice itself. That sounds really a lot more like, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. But it's more like you just have to shut up and get to training. And then once you actually get into the training, all of the complications and stuff like that kind of go away, because you're just training. You're doing the sparring, you're doing your heavy work, you're doing your soft work, you're doing your push hands, you're doing your bogu, you're doing your kobudo, you're doing your yakusoku, you're doing your practical self-defense. It's all gonna flow in together. But I've seen people make it way too complicated, and that's where we're coming to style again, where, well, this style is going to have this, and this style is going to have that, and this style is going to have this, and we have to mix it all together. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, it goes into the other side of all of this, where people are going to be cherry picking everything to try to make a mishmash, when in reality, all they need to do is just look at their training a little harder and but a lot more simply. If that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense, man. I totally agree. I'm right. I mean, I think you put it really beautifully. I just kind of think that it's like getting out of how your karate looks, how a kata looks, and focusing on how it feels. Like if you spend, a dojo and it has a lot of mirrors, people stand there, and I know I've stood there and I want to have my hand in a particular position. I want to make the stances good. And I like it when my gi pops and all the rest of that. But what I do is I'm getting out of how I feel, starting to get into how I look, which is understandable. And like you say, I think it comes down to that it's not as complex as everyone makes it. I think it's when you kind of have this, like for me, I'm going to be 49 in a couple of weeks, and it's not old, but it's old enough. Where if I train at almost 49, at 48, with a 22-year-old expectation, I'm going to be disappointed every time, because I'm living in the past. I'm living on things that I used to be able to do and trying to recreate that. But if I can get out, put my gear on a beautiful sunny day, get out under some trees, or just breathe and relax and move with some sense of peace, then I'm going to derive a lot more out of my karate, and I'm going to enjoy it. The problem is when, it's that comparison thing. We all want to look a certain way and feel a certain way. I think that if we stop comparing ourselves to others, and I'm terrible at it, man. There's so many people. A good example is Michael Hagan, who's a friend of ours who does the Apex Karate channel. And, for me, I look at his kata and I never want to do a kata again. I'm not putting a kata up there for other people to judge and rip apart. But also the thing is that, he's coming from a kind of a tournament mentality. Well, not that's probably not putting it away, but there's a tournament. He's a very successful tournament competitor, and he trains people and coaches people. But I look at what he does, and then he goes off and does some beautiful kobudo, and I'm just going, man, I'm not swinging a ball ever again. Training with Sensei Miguel, it's the same thing. The way he does sai, he does kobudo like no one I've ever seen. Like watching his iku technique, his sai, and all these things, I'm going, I'm never doing a sai. I'm never teaching sai again. But the thing is like when we get to, as you said, back to not making it so difficult, getting out of the idea that we have to constantly compare ourselves to others, that's where the enjoyment is. Man, I went to a memorial service for a gentleman called, for a sensei called Sensei John Gent. He started karate, I believe, sometime in the 60s. He passed away in December. He was in his 80s when he passed away. He only ever, in terms of formal grade, reached Shodan. He was a Shodan for longer than I've been alive. A Shodan and Gojuru, Shodan and Gojukai. A few weeks before he passed away, at 82, he was in the dojo training. He was interred in his gi at his request. Now, in terms of mastery, in terms of people that I want to emulate, I would like to, when I shuffle off, I'd like people to say, if it's in the evening, I want people to say, well, he was in the dojo in the afternoon. And if it's in the morning, man, I'm saying, well, he was in the dojo last night. You know what I mean? And that for me is a benchmark. But as long as I'm getting something out of it, like when you have students, I think, especially when you have Yudancha, you grade people to Shodan especially, there's that period where people drop off. And I think it's quite easy to get bitter about that. But my hope is that, particularly with kids, is they've gained enough from the experience of doing karate that it's going to have greater application in their lives outside of fighting. That they feel that something more about themselves, and they're more aware of what they're actually capable of in terms of pushing past limitations. And like when you were talking before, I was thinking it is about making it as uncomplex as possible, keeping it simple, and just going back to the basics.
Yeah, and what you were saying before about, I'm not 22 anymore, I'm 48, or I'm almost 49, right? And so that's 26 years of around 26 years of difference. But what you're able to do now is not what you were able to do at 22, because you've got that 26 years of experience on that 22-year-old, right? That 22-year-old could probably jump around and all that. But I'm thinking back to when I was 22, and Jesus Christmas alive, I wouldn't want to be that person again, because you're not the same person that you were. And that's, I think, the appealing thing about karate is, I've seen people look back at their times of being able to do stuff like that and constantly trying to recapture it, and thinking that was the only thing, where they're not progressing in terms of being like, you're not there anymore. Karate is bigger than that time of in your life.
Yeah.
You won't be that person again. You can't keep trying to make people that person. Be the person you are now. Do the training you can do now. Because in 26 more years, you aren't going to be the same person now that you were going to be then.
And let's be honest, man. I mean, the 48-year-old me would have hated the 20-year-old me. He would have just seen him as a cocky, arrogant, know-it-all kid who needed a good slap around the back of the head. And I think that it's funny because, the trade-off is that I can't do as much physically as I did then in terms of, like spinning hook kicks and all the rest of those kind of cool things. But now as a practitioner, I think my understanding of how I like to practice karate is different, but it's also better. My understanding of karate is a lot better, I think, for me. I would love to be able to go back and it's that whole thing of I'd love to go back if I had my time to do again, but we don't. But the thing is that we have to also be gentle with ourselves. We get to a certain point, a lot of practitioners get to a certain point. I mean, get to that age where they go, it's just about injuries. We get together and go, oh man, like you don't have a good knee. You don't have a good knee and a bad knee. You have a bad knee and a really bad knee. And the thing is that that's just kind of how we play. So, but, back to the style thing, then what am I doing in my style? What am I doing in my practice? If like I've been to a dojo where you've got guys in their 40s and 50s who have come to karate later in life. They didn't start as children. And the bar for their gradings is the same as the 10-year-old super flexible, super fit kids. So let's start with 300 head high Jordan Moshigiri. And you're sort of going, yeah,
that's not going to work.
Yeah, man, that's, like for me, bro, it's like that Willie Nelson song for all the, for all the girls I've loved before. For me, it's all the kicks I don't do no more. There's so many techniques for all the kicks I don't do no more. There's so many things. There are things I wish I could still do, man. But, that's purely my ego speaking. But also, there were so many things I was going, why did I waste my time with that? I had to waste my time with it to realize that wasn't going to work for me. And had to kind of go through. I mean, look, man, Karate Kid. For me, Karate Kid, when it first came out, was just like, wow. I was a skinny brown kid who was not great academically. It was like someone was talking to me. But you've got to go through that. You've got to go through that awkward stage to try and figure out who you are. And I think the same thing with martial arts. And too many people try to bypass that. And also, man, too many people look for answers. I mean, going back to Karate Kid, bro.
Here we go.
Daniel gets to a certain point where he starts going, like learning all these sort of secret techniques where he has to look inward, right? He has to try and discover his inner invisible sensei.
There you go.
Shameless plug.
They're all over this episode. It's fine.
But I think the thing is that you kind of hit on something really interesting in that style is an expression of the individual. That, I mean, I've seen senior sensei who didn't once. People have formed these huge organizations around their particular take on how they will do bunkai.
Right.
These guys didn't want organizations. These guys are kind of mystified that people have made these huge international organizations around them. They're going, I just want to practice karate.
Yeah, and it goes into a kind of misunderstanding of part of that, and this could be a completely separate podcast in terms of like the history of how this stuff had gone. I mean, we could do like A&E biography on how organizations in some ways hurt karate more than helped it. But in terms of trying to maintain some semblance of continuity between what's being taught from a particular sensei and how a dojo in New Zealand or America or India or the UK is doing it, and like especially at a certain time when you did not have video, you didn't have audio, you had a letter and like some photos and maybe a grainy 36 millimeter camera, right? I think what helped people is saying, we are part of this thing. We are these people. We are Nahate. We are Goju. We are Ryukyu Kempo. We are whatever.
right? I think to a certain degree that's helpful. So it's to say, you know, it's to just instead of just saying we are karate, you know, I guess in a marketing perspective as well, it's helpful to distinguish yourself. But I think now being more decentralized is probably better because you're more distinct and you aren't the fifth, I don't know, showrunner guy in the town, right? Or you do other different things and you just kind of let your training speak for itself because ultimately the style isn't going to be able to do that. And I think that's one of the ultimate problems where we always say, I've seen this happen too much where they put the sensei's name and the style out there and they think that it's going to shut everybody up or make everybody impressed, and it won't, and it doesn't, and it's fallen on its face flat. And I've been, you know, a bad, I don't know, say victim of that, but somebody who's guilty of that.
Yeah. So
I guess my point there is just having style is fine. It's what we all have, but emphasizing it, you know, that will gradually go away, like you were saying before. So,
well, it also comes down to, you know, having. I mean, you know, this. I give an example too. Also, to me, I look at karate, for me personally, as a person who has a very specific indigeneity. I'm indigenous. I'm Māori and I'm Samoan and I'm from New Zealand, and from the Pacific. And you know, I grew up. You know, we have our own language, our culture, our rituals, and all those sort of things. So, for me, when I see karate, I always look at it from the perspective, for me, that I'm learning something which I'm not culturally a part of, and that there's a certain sense of like I will never. It's not that whole I will never understand karate because I'm not Okinawan or I'm not Japanese or whatever.
Ooh,
but
that's a different conversation.
There is a certain level of respect that I have for it because it is you know, to use that term, an intangible cultural asset and a tangible cultural treasure of the indigenous Okinawan people. I mean, obviously, you know, there's been contributing factors to the development of karate from China and from all the other sort of tributaries, for want of a better word, that have influenced Ryukyu Kingdom and Okinawan karate and so on and so forth. But for me, I just sort of think that I try to do karate not like an Okinawan. I try to do it with the idea that I want to do it in a respectful manner. I'm not saying that as a stylist we need to let go of our roots. I think those are really important. But I think that, like you said, our karate should speak for itself. Like for me, I'm always amazed when people walk up to you, you're at something, or some kind of karate event or something, and people start off with, "Oh, what grade are you?" You know, like for me, I find that quite an intrusive question. You know, as you know, I am a Hanchi Shihan Sifu, 38th Dan.
38th Dan. There we go.
38th Dan. You know, I'm
38 caliber.
Yeah, man, 38 caliber. Thank you. Not a lot of people get that. But seriously, I think that show me what you do. Don't tell me who you are. You know, I was talking about that gentleman who passed away, and we were having the after function. Now, this interesting thing, the memorial service was comprised of different dojo doing, instead of doing memorials, they get up and do a kata as an acknowledgement of this particular. It was really amazing, really amazing.
That is the first I've heard of something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and my students got up and we did a bo kata and I did an iku kata. Then another dojo got up and they did seiunchin, and some people did some of his favorite kata. It was really lovely. It was a really, really wonderful feeling. Afterwards, we went to this function. I was sitting there talking to probably one of the most senior karate practitioners in New Zealand. And, you know, I mean, you get an opportunity to sit and listen to the conversation with gentlemen like that. You shut your mouth and you listen. So these senior practitioners were just having this conversation, but there was this one guy who kept interspersing with, well, I used to be an uchirishi, and when I teach my students, they always say they're learning so much more out of me. And, you know, like, I'm going, hey man, pull your head out of your ass and realize that you're in the presence of history and tradition. And that's what I like about, I mean, for me with Okinawa, I mean, you get an opportunity to, for me as a, I guess, from an indigenous perspective, to touch the ground where it all started. That's for me what feeds me. And language and culture is something which I love. But at the same time, I don't own karate. I just practice it. You know, what's going to be another bane to the existence of karate is people like people getting online, like, you know, talking about the sort of depth of the river of karate knowledge that's coming at us now.
Right.
There's certain practitioners who'll get online and go, that's my bunkai. I come up with that. You have plagiarized my material. I'm going, holy shit, man. I can't do karate like you. You can't do karate like me. My chieftainship is my chieftainship. Your chieftainship is your chieftainship. You being a tiger doesn't take away from me being a tiger, you know, but I can choose to act like a chicken because you're a tiger. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
and
it's
you can't
measuring
copyright.
Yeah.
You can't copyright technique. Come on, like, come on. I've
I
heard
can, and I will.
how it's not. It's like trying to copyright fish. You can't
Yeah.
copyright
Well,
fish.
look, I've noticed that you've been doing every time you do a kingiri and a maigiri, and that, you know, I am getting a buck. Okay,
Alright.
you know, you need to,
We gotta
like you
kick
say,
out.
you got to pay respect, bro. You got to send that money across. I haven't seen much.
All right. Well, I mean, I like how you said we don't own karate. We practice it. So no one owns karate, but we own our own karate.
Mm.
And we don't own the styles necessarily we practice, right? But we own what we practice.
We own our practice.
Yeah, and we don't own it. And I think this is the thing people need to realize with style. We can't back up to it. It is not a backing. It is a kind of overhang, if that makes sense. That it's going to be above us, and it's going to be the thing, you know, the legacy from above. But we ultimately on the ground, it's on us. It's not. We're building on foundations that the people have left, but we can't really see it because it's the foundation. Weird metaphors. I don't really like them, but
I mean, that's cool. I mean, I just sort of think that once we get past the idea of, it's exactly what you said, it's not as difficult as everyone makes out, but it's also about how we treat other people. I mean, you know, for me, a big part of what I like in a practitioner in a dojo is, you know, there's a saying, if you want to see the quality of a person, watch how they treat someone who is unimportant to them. You know? And so when someone comes to a dojo, like for me, I say everyone has a story. Everyone has integrity. Treat people as, you know, we all know what it's like to go to a place and not feel welcome. I mean, for me, when people come to our dojo, even if they're coming to watch, if we have the ability, and I go grab that person a coffee and a seat, tell them to relax. If they have any questions, just to holler, you know, because the idea is, for me, I really believe that karate should make better people, or make people better. You know, it's not something which should separate us. It's something which should, we share a passion for something. Like, I'll give an example, man. I'm a complete nerd. I love comics. I love anime. I'm a Star Wars and a Star Trek. Some people will find that really different. I love sci-fi, heroic fantasy. Man, I read comics. I love cartoons. I love it. Now,
well, if you're interested in Star Wars and Star Trek, and you also are an anime fan, can I interest you in this thing called Mobile Suit Gundam?
Indeed, so.
So I've actually been waiting to say that to somebody. All right. So,
well, I mean, but the thing here's an example, man. So I was working in Papua New Guinea for a few years, and I was working with these gentlemen who were all, I was doing some hand-to-hand stuff, and I was working with all these gentlemen that were all very seasoned soldiers, and we're working at this place called Goldie Barracks, and we're out doing sort of some jungle maneuvers, doing this and that, and we were coming back after 4 or 5 days in the jungle doing this particular exercise, and we're in this kind of troop carrier thing, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking out the window, and I'm so tired, so unaccustomed to the heat. I'm feeling, you know, I wasn't in any way, shape or form feeling very tough or cool. And I just sat there and I started humming. I started going. "Da, da, 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 da."
Gotta
Now,
cut it there,
I'm looking at-
otherwise Disney's coming after us.
I'm looking at the windows. I'm looking at the windows doing this, and then what happens is the rest, these guys, these toughened veteran soldiers from Papua New Guinea, from the Bougainville crisis, start going da 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 da, da, you know, like, and we connected over bloody Star Wars, man. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what karate should be. I think kobudo, karate, martial arts should be. I mean, there's some wonderful practitioners out there that just want to enjoy and get a buzz. I want to be around people that are passionate and positive, don't take themselves too seriously, but take what they do very seriously. That's how you grow. And you know, life is too short, man. Life is too short to walk. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my karate. I just know that I like practicing it. I want to, the day I die, bro, I want to be walking towards the thing that I'm supposed to do, not walking, not being frightened to walk towards it, so walking in another direction. And for me, for some reason, karate is part and parcel of that. You know, so I don't want to spend my time hanging out with people who are total dicks. I want to train with men and women and practitioners and people who love what they do, but it's not who they are. You know, so many people define themselves as, you know, being a sensei or being senior to someone. I'm like, man, you know, I mean, like yourself, you know, I've met people who I deem to be by far and away my senior, and I go, man, they're just cool guys. They're cool men and women. They're cool people who I want to hang out with. You know, like for me, when I get to come to Okinawa, man, I'm hoping that, man, I'm going to get across. Hopefully, we'll meet in Naha, go and have a feed somewhere.
Well,
you know what I mean?
And that's
and have a great conversation, and then do some training.
Yeah. Oh, and then like that's the thing where it's like, what is it? The best times I have ever had training had nothing to do with style. Had nothing to do with that. Had everything to do, like, it's when you have a common language with someone, but you don't necessarily, like, for example, I had worked with a guy who did Tang Soo Do or had done like competition stuff, and apparently had done this like really, really seriously when he was a kid, but like he is a bit younger than me, but we did different quote unquote styles, and we were just chatting about how we did stances and stuff, and we were working in like a bank, and just jiving about this stuff.
You
And,
know,
you know, we were able to develop a relationship, and you know, he was younger than me, and he was like inexperienced in terms of like talking to people. So he had what we call the Delco slot, like the Delco accent. So he's talking a lot like this to you know, really the high class customers. And so I had to help him with his inflection, not his accent, but just his inflection, by handing him a piece of classical literature and just like, don't worry about understanding any of this stuff. Just articulate the words to yourself in a mirror for 20 minutes a day.
Was that like Ionic Pentameter or something like that?
No, it was God, I forget what it was, like the Iliad or the Odyssey, but it was just more like read something where you're just hitting all the words. So you're like hitting the T's and the D's on stuff harder than you are, like, because of where I come from, the accent tends to really the diphthong goes down and up, and everything gets hotted around whatever. So like it sounds, I'm making it sound more Boston than it actually is. Not from Boston, from Philadelphia. I got the Rocky shirt on. So
Rocky. I don't know if you're gonna get to see the video of this, but he is literally, you know, he is literally wearing a Rocky shirt. And respect Rocky.
I might put a little bit of the video up, but we'll see. But all right, we've had a bit of a bang about. Is there anything else you want to say about style before we wrap up?
About style, I think the style is unimportant. I think the practitioner and the teacher is the thing which is most important. Train with people that inspire you, but don't try to own you. A good teacher is someone who shows you where to look, but doesn't tell you what to see, and is able to get out of their own way. You know, why spend time with people who treat you with disrespect? Don't allow people to tell you the truth of yourselves. It's karate and martial arts, whatever style, whatever culture, whatever place you whatever way in which you practice should be about you, the practitioner. It's about how you are as a son, a father, a husband, a partner, a colleague, a boss, an employee, a cousin, whatever. It's about how you are in relation to other people. That's what real martial arts is about. And like, a little bit of Steve Jobs, but you got to stay curious, man. You've got to stay curious. You've got to stay inquisitive, and you got to remember, well, you don't know it all, but you've got to treasure what you do, and realize, like for me, I hope some of these senior sensei who sits in positions of power realize while they're getting online and begging people for using that's my bunkai, that we are all individual people. No one, I can't do the karate that you do. You can't do the karate that I do. We can only do what it is, what's in front of us, who we are. We can only express that. And the thing is be okay with that. Be okay. Be worthy. Don't look for someone to tell you you're worthy. Just be worthy. Just enjoy what you're doing. And if you're not,
find something to enjoy.
Go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Do something else.
Yeah. Integrate stuff it's funny is that I was just talking to someone who had been pretty hard lined in terms of this like style stuff. And now I was like, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing yoga now. I'm just like one of the out of left field things I didn't anticipate this person doing. He's like, yeah, just doing it for my health. Yeah, I really like to go where you are. And I'm like, yeah. How's the snow treating you?
But that's the thing is, it doesn't matter if you can do something with passion, with clarity, with that feeds you. It doesn't really matter what it is, karate or not. When you look at it from the perspective of we're training with techniques we don't want to use for a fight we never want to have, doing dances in which we're pretending to fight people who are not there. So from a purely common sense perspective, it doesn't make much sense, but I love it. I'll continue doing it. And if you give it a shot, I'm sure you'll love it. But we're different strokes, man.
No, yeah. Definitely.
Live free or die. Live free or die.
I'm not come from that part of the world. I'm not that kind of American. We just get angry. We just get angry and eat Italian food. Cool. So I want to ask, as I ask everybody, what's your up for your training plans this week?
Well, this weekend, it's a long weekend here in New Zealand, so it's what we call Waitangi Day. Waitangi Day is the commemorates the signing of a treaty between the Indigenous Māori people of New Zealand and the English Crown. And we're no longer part of that Crown. So, it's always an interesting time of the year. People have various ideas about it. So we're using this weekend to cut some wood. In terms of training,
that's good training right there.
Yeah, I'm in terms of training at the moment, I'm working on kata that I don't enjoy doing.
Okay.
And finding a way to enjoy them. I've had some really wonderful input from some great people, actually. And
do any of them involve kama?
Oh, I love kama. I love kama. But
we have a long-standing hate of kama on this podcast. So
really? Oh man, look, but I can say that I've hit myself with most cool weapons. I do yaido, and I just about cut my ear off because showing off for a girl. So that's another podcast altogether. But yeah, man. Look, the thing is that to turn up and just do it to create a good ritual for training, and just sometimes, man, it's not right. I'm going to do a 20-minute run. I'm going to do stretches. I'm going to do hojo, and I'm going to practice this kata. Sometimes, man, just put a t-shirt on, your gi pants, and go and hit a makiwara and just see what happens. That's what I'm working on.
Definitely. Cool. Yeah, I had a really good training week 2 weeks ago. This week has not been so great, so I'm just trying to get into a more decent rhythm with my training. I've been able to hit the bag with a lot more effectiveness than I have in the past. I think I sent you and a couple other people video of me accidentally destroying a bag.
I was
that
impressed. Was I frightened? Yet there was a little bit of fear in there, but there was a little bit of grudging admiration, but there was a lot of jealousy. I mean, if you're going to destroy a bag, do it that way.
what is this? Unleashing a lot of water that shouldn't have been unleashed.
No, man. I mean, the thing is like, you know, what people don't know about Jonathan's technique is that, you know, Dragon Ball Z, man. Dragon Ball Z. What I'm going to say, I'm going to leave it there. Hadouken. That's all I'm going to say.
We've either gotten about 500 new subscribers or we've lost everybody from that point.
Yeah. Well, it is funny when people, but you know, but look, man. One thing I do want to say, if I may, before we finish, is thank you so much for having me on the podcast.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh man, no, and you, there are a number of podcasts that I listen to. There's 5. And one of the ones that I kind of circle, especially I'm an early morning trainer. I love training early, and so having you kind of along and having you in the earpods while I'm training, man, has been really good and really motivational. So please continue to keep doing the podcast, bro, and I hope you can find it in your schedule to get on mine.
Most definitely.
So honored to have you.
And I think we will try to do like the Gods of Karate podcasting stream at some point.
Man.
Yeah.
So let's. Can I be Thanos?
Sure. You can snap. There we go, and then we can snap half the other podcasts out of existence.
Yeah.
So we can create scarcity, and so people will drive it to the other podcasts.
I've got a glove, and I'm gonna get some gems for it. But thank you, man, and keep doing it. Hopefully we can do this a lot more. I'm looking forward to catching up with next year training, man. Thank you so much. Hey guys, keep listening to this wonderful podcast. Support our brother. And everybody get over to Invisible Sensei podcast. That's actually really good. It's if you want a real podcast that's good to listen to while you're training and is actually really helpful and motivational, he's got the podcast for that. Yeah. So, well, but do I? Thanks for that, bro. But I think let's just support each other. I'm keen to do more of these because I have really, really enjoyed this. In fact, I do want to go and get my gear on now that we've had this conversation. Indeed. I was out the ocean this morning and it was like, I want to go train. but the hangover. Let us not look at it as a hangover. Let us look at it as an opportunity for growth. Yes, exactly. It's like, this is what I want to do. Not be hungover. I want to be able to train until we start drinking again. All right. Well, Tua, thank you so much for being on, and everybody else, keep on training.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, folks. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John, always the John, joined by,
Jeremy. So, hey, how's everybody doing?
hopefully you're all good and warm and snuggly, if not nice and comfortable. Apparently Jeremy's dealing with a mini ice age right now, while I'm dealing with a mini typhoon season.
It's pretty brutal here. So, anyway.
I can imagine. I've heard legendary stories of Midwestern winter, to which I've only really ever seen like a very scant version when I was over at your place for New Year's that one year.
Yeah.
And I kept on hearing about like, oh, Midwestern winter, and I was there. I was like, I mean, I'm from Northeast in the States. It wasn't really all that much of a difference, but apparently now the States is getting hit pretty bad with it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's one thing around here. It's like 1 week it'll be teens or whatever, and next week it'll be in the 60s, and next week it'll be down in 30s. I mean, it just hops all over the place. And just right now, it's they're calling for the high. What was it on Tuesday to be like -20? So it's like no, I don't ever remember it ever being that cold. Ever. So I mean, it's gotten cold, but not like that. They're saying wind chills of like -40, -50. So it's like everybody's running around. World's coming to an end. Oh my goodness.
I suppose.
So
well, you just gotta. But I know where I'm from in the States. I have family members who just like weren't able to go out for a little while because of all the snow.
Yeah.
So, and with COVID, that in itself is tough. Meanwhile, we've got here in the northern Ryukyu Kingdom, as I will state as far as my location will go, we're having mini typhoon weather. So it stopped boats and fun little stopping boats, stopping supplies, stopping food, but thankfully the boats are fine again. I like how in America things happen and everyone like tries to immediately shut everything down, and in Japan like there'll be a little trip and then they'll be like, well, put some duct tape on it and let's keep going.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So anyway,
what have you been up to in terms of training recently?
Training recently, it's interesting. I've been working a lot with Joe and Cy lately for some reason. That's just kind of what I've been picking up, a little bit of Saison. So that's kind of mainly what I've been working on. Not so much with Joe and Cy Kata, a little bit of that, but more technical aspects of it, seeing how working through some technique, technical background, stuff like that. So
yeah, I've been working with Saison a bit more as kind of per our what we've kind of been jumped with the beginning of the year, and just taking some cues you've been giving me and a couple other people have been giving me and working with that and bouncing that off of like sparring technique and stuff like that. It's been okay, but my rhythm of training has not been great as of late. I'm trying to get it back to a better position. Apparently, some people have been in great positions. Because this is going to sound terribly American of us, that Jeremy's home state of Missouri has lost their acclaimed Super Bowl title.
Yeah, well, that's all right. That's okay.
But this had precipitated our topic of today, which is losing or loss, and how to make our way back from it.
Yeah.
I think we can come at this from a couple different ways. Jeremy, you wanted to deliver the opening salvo with a relation to the Super Bowl. So everyone who doesn't watch football, skip to the next time code.
Well, I'm gonna start there, but I'm gonna jump in pretty quickly into more martial arts based. But one of the things I thought was really interesting is before the Super Bowl, everybody's talking about how the quarterback for Kansas City. Oh, he's like the greatest thing since sliced bread and this, that, and the other thing. And after the Super Bowl, it's like everybody's like, oh, he's just terrible and this, that, and the other thing. You know, and you look at it, and the guy's only had, I believe, 10 less. I think it's less than 10 losses in 3 years that he's played. And you're like, it's like, I don't know about you. That's Super Bowl or not. That's pretty amazing. That's a pretty amazing win record. You know, and then you look at the other one I started thinking about, and this came up on my phone the other day, and I'm like, oh, I hadn't watched this in forever, but it was kind of like when like the UFC fights Ronda Rousey.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was like, oh,
Making
she's
a
like
big deal of it. God, when
yeah,
was
I
that?
mean,
Like 5 years ago?
yeah, 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it's something. Yeah,
Maybe more than that.
yeah, it was around then.
So we're not
Yeah.
big MMA guys, and the circles we were traveling in, like, they were talking about that too.
Oh yeah, it was like, yeah, everybody was talking about how Ronda could take on, you know, Floyd Mayweather and this, that, and the other thing. And just like, time out. No. But I
I
mean,
feel she should start her own mystery team now that she's out of that, but
well, yeah,
like Mike Tyson, but
well, I mean, in all honesty, I mean, you look at, I mean, everybody thought she was like the greatest thing since sliced bread again, and then she has one loss, and then everybody's like, oh, she really sucked, and this and the other thing. It's like, you know, when you really looked at it, I mean, technically, I mean, she was a fairly sound fighter. I mean, I think things just got a little bit carried away, and you know, kind of one of the old sayings is, you know, on one of the old football sayings, I think it was maybe Vince Lombardi said, I don't know who said this, but on any given Sunday, any given team can beat any other given team, no matter what, you know. So it's like, I mean, you could be the worst, but you know, come back and you know, just have that one lucky shot. So
that's really all it takes. Like we forget that. That's why they call it the game, in the more of the broader sense, is
Yeah.
that anybody can win, anybody can lose. There's probabilities involved, sure. You know, unless you're involved with the mafia and have money riding on the game and somehow manage to get a player
yeah,
on your side or something like that. Anybody can beat anybody. Anybody
Yeah.
can win. Anybody can lose. That's why it is a game, and in a larger context.
yeah. I mean,
Martial arts.
and I mean, you look at kind of one of the other big ones was, I mean, you can go through history and see them, but I mean, like Mike Tyson when he lost to Buster Douglas. I mean, nobody had even heard of Buster Douglas, and he gets in there and knocks Tyson out. You're like, everybody's like, what? And so, I mean, I don't know. I just thought about this week, and it's like, you know, what do you do to get back up when you get knocked down or knocked out?
I think we don't really view it in terms of that. We only view that from a spectator perspective. We don't really view that from a participant perspective, because because we have never been particularly partakers of sport karate or tournament scene or anything particularly like that. We've been observers, but we've never really been participants.
But I mean, let's put this in a real world perspective.
Right.
You know, what about, you know, when you're working and you lose that promotion, or you don't get this, you don't get, you know, now it's not quite as big as
Millions of people seeing your bloody body on the floor unconscious. No.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's just every day, you know, something will knock somebody down a little bit. And it's like, how do you deal with it? I mean, sometimes you just dust it off. Sometimes, you know, it takes a while. It just a lot of different things. So I mean, I'm just
I think I can relate a little to that in terms of knowing. We want to talk about karate training in terms of more of the personal rather than the competitive.
yeah,
I think there's two ways you can go about it that are more obvious, and there's another that's not so obvious. The first way of going about this rather obvious is talking about injuries. Right? People get injured, they do karate, they get older, or something happens. Really, age doesn't really matter, right?
Right.
You're doing something physical, doing sparring, you're doing whatever, get hurt, you can't do it anymore. You have to work your way to healing and then going back. You don't want to continue to have the same injuries. You have to come back bigger and smarter, right?
Yeah.
The second one is losing a teacher, is having that physical loss of someone in your life.
Yeah.
Which is difficult and hard and probably not physically that different, but difficult, but very, very emotionally hard. And especially with whatever relationship you fostered with whoever that loss has been, will be difficult to reestablish, because you have to reestablish a normal.
Yeah.
Both are about that. All of them are about that, because the third not so obvious one is that point of life, like you're saying, that is not so obvious, which is not an injury or not a death, but something that knocks you down a peg, possibly from a personal perspective, possibly from a physical perspective, but definitely from a mental perspective and definitely from an emotional perspective. I know when I was younger and I did a lot of training, I did a lot of just training every day, training when I was younger, and then just going into having just my life slightly changed and just going to college, and just those patterns and habits are gone, and not being able to tap back into that same space that I was in, or not being able to tap back into that same life that I was in, and feeling that great loss of just familiarity and consistency, and not knowing how to replace it. And that sent me, for a little while, into a weird down spiral, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, it brings up a memory of mine from a guy from college that I knew. I mean, straight 4.0 student, had amazing success, got in the real world, struggled, and ended up, I don't know what the deal was, but ended up committing a crime and ended up going to jail. I mean, it's just like he couldn't handle the real world, because before it was just, put on a platter. And, you look at some of these people, some of the martial artists out there. I mean, I'm not directly calling anybody out, but how many times have you seen some of these people like, oh yeah, I've trained in whatever, and I'm like a 200-degree black belt, and you get in the ring with even just an average MMA person, and the MMA person just knocks them silly.
Oh, that story. It happens enough where it's almost a trope.
I mean, there's pages and pages of it on YouTube of, people that are doing that, and it's like, I mean, I can at least appreciate the fact that they're willing to stand up, but the thing I can't appreciate is the fact that they believe their own stuff so bad that they're not willing to look at reality. And
I think we forget that those are people. They're not YouTube videos. That there's a person behind that ego, and in this case, we're talking about ego, very much so.
Oh yeah.
And in the positive, in the regular,
Yeah, yeah,
because everyone has that part of themselves that they need something to establish their identity. When people
yeah.
say have no ego, we forget that's the thing that actually allows you to say I am me and not dog and or wall.
Right.
So, I mean, a part of your ego is going to be invested, especially when you invest a lot of time in your training. A lot of that's going to be invested in there. And when you just hopefully in good faith, those people who do that, who go up against those challenges and then get the floor wiped with them because their training's not up to snuff or they don't understand what they're doing or whatever, or they've had their world rocked, as it were. Understanding even that, how to come back from, wow, that's not what I thought that was going to be.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, you know, even, I remember the first time I got knocked out, sparring. I mean, part of me was like, holy cow, what the heck just happened? Maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but then I got back up and I I, I was thankful for Robbie whenever that did happen. I mean, he sat me down. He kind of coached me through. I was like, look, it happens to
We
everybody.
lost you.
Oh, you there?
Yep, I
Yeah.
got you now.
Okay. Um,
You're
it,
saying Robbie got you.
yeah. Robbie realized it was a hard lesson for me, but he was good enough to set me down, really explain what happens. Like, look, this happens to everybody. Just learn from it. And I think that not only helped me during that part, but I mean it's helped me through life. Different times, like if I've gotten like laid off or stuff like that. Hey, look, it happens. So it's I I think that's one of the things that needs to be there whenever you do get knocked down, knocked out, whatever, is what kind of support system you've got. Who are your real friends when you really need them? Things like that.
So let's dig into the guts in this a little. So let's talk about not any specific situations, but let's talk about the anatomy of this, the anatomy of a loss and the anatomy of a comeback.
Okay. Yeah.
So what's the anatomy? Like what's our setup here? So the setup of a loss is somebody thinking that they're not going to lose, right?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
not anticipating it. And in fact, what's probably worse than the actual loss itself is the shock of it actually happening.
Yeah.
The unanticipatedness of it.
Well, if you look at it, it's kind of like a failed expectation.
Right.
You're expecting it, and therefore you don't meet it. Therefore, you fail.
Right.
In one way,
Now-
shape, or form.
And now, assuming this loss does not involve death or irrevocable destruction,
Right.
what is the kind of the down motion, the up motion, I suppose, because you're talking about it really depends on your support system. Imagine not having that support system.
True.
So, or needing to build it from scratch or build it from zero. How does one go about having that loss happen? And we don't want to be too ephemeral with it, so let's put it in terms of a fight, or let's put it in terms of just getting knocked down for whatever reason, in
Yeah.
terms of either measuring what training you've done and it not being enough, measuring the training that you've done and it not being sufficient to the rules of the fight that you engaged in, or thinking that you're in a much less advantageous physical position than you were before, and you might not be actually physically all that much harmed, damaged. There might not be anything to come back from, But then, what is the next part of that path, and what is the support that needs to be there in order for you to succeed, as it were?
Personally, I think this is just my thought. I think you got to get to a place of being humble, if that makes sense. Like,
No, it does.
and what I mean by that is, instead of like denying something that happened or being defensive or however that takes place, I think it's more like, okay, this happened. This is not what I expected it. And instead of blaming and looking all outside, looking at yourself like, okay, what happened with what I did? What did I do wrong? Where am I at fault? What happened? If that makes sense.
Well, and that isn't necessarily, and then that also comes into self-awareness. So if you're not aware of what your own, and this is precisely why the failure happens, because you're not aware of what you can and cannot do.
Right.
And in some situations, some people might be well aware that they might not actually be able to do something, or but let's say that they thought that they did, for your sake of argument, they're not able to. So so the first step, I suppose, is understanding and recognizing that you weren't able to do it. What you were doing before, or was either not enough, or you didn't work hard enough, or that probably what you were doing just wasn't sufficient to what you were trying to do.
Yeah.
All right. So what's the next step, I suppose?
I would say probably the next step would be, either learning or regressing.
Regressing. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll give a total separate example. Like, when I was in high school, don't laugh. I was a fairly decent basketball player. I was looking to play college ball after high school. Not Division One. I mean, probably could have played Division Two. Circumstances happened to where that just didn't happen. I got to the point after that season, and I looked at it, I'm like, you know what? It's time to move on. This just is not working.
So not necessarily regression, but you have to kind of strip back to zero.
Pretty much, yeah. And after 30 some years from high school, I'll shoot free throws with somebody or something like that, but that's about it. I mean, I won't play any pickup games. I won't play anything else, but that's about it. After day in, day out, practice. But I mean, that's what I mean by regression. Just totally like, you know what? This isn't working. I don't see this as something that's going to work. Time to move on. But on the other hand, it's like, hey, this didn't work. My drive is to get better at this. How can I learn from this? So I think there's two parts of this. Either you learn from it or you regress from it and move on.
And it's not necessarily mutually exclusive, right? Because let's use an example from something we've talked about before.
Yeah.
If you get into the ring with somebody and you start, and all you've done is kata training and kata by number training, and then you get into the ring with someone and you get knocked down, and you're outside and like you got tears running down your eyes, and you don't know why you lost, and people are trying to comfort you, and you know exactly why you lost because all you do is kata by number training.
Well,
and that story is slightly autobiographical.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened to me when I first pogoed. And it took me a little while to understand, oh, that wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
That was my fault because I stepped in there when I shouldn't have. but that wasn't my fault because all I was being fed from the people who were training me was kata by number, that'll be everything you need, kata by number. And then 10 minutes before, or like the minute, or like a couple seconds before, the same guy who was saying that was saying, try to use your legs more. People don't remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, how helpful is that?
Yeah. I mean,
if that is in
I
any
mean,
way a good example.
Do you actually remember the first time you did Bogu?
You were there.
Yeah, I was the one. Yeah, I was trying to get.
Let's not make this a personal story about John's embarrassing first time out. But I mean, in that particular situation is an exact example of that. Let's say let's say I wanted to do more and more and more on that. I mean, the first thing, and if I wanted to go with you, go on, look at our anatomical view of this. First thing I do is just chuck all the kata training.
Yeah,
and that and so people are justified in thinking that, because if all they're doing is doing kata by number, in the supposed traditional setting, and there's not even emphasis on physical fitness.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Of course they're gonna do that. Of course they're gonna walk away and go somewhere else that can give them that. It's not to get into that discussion, but zoom out from the anatomy of the failure, and the loss, as it were.
Yeah.
And to relate back to your point of these traditional guys going up against those guys, of course they're gonna have that view. Somebody's could very easily take on that view, and there's plenty of people who have.
Well, I mean, think about even a less safe environment. Let's say you're out on the street and all you've done is kata by number training. Somebody comes and attacks you, you end up in the hospital or worse. I mean, you're thinking about all the money
like
and
the worst hospital
hours. I mean, yeah, think about all the money and the hours and the blood, the sweat. I mean, well, maybe not the blood, but I mean the sweat and just the perseverance, just going through all that, and really, it didn't accomplish what you wanted.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you go from there?
Exactly.
Where do you go from there? I mean,
hey, you can just give up, or like something. And this is why do you think people are, the and I don't want to get into this too much, but it's like the paranoia over, well, you don't know what's going to happen next, so you should own a firearm, or you should have this or that, right? There's lots of people. There's lots of that kind of paranoia out there to a degree. I don't want to get into the weeds on that, because I mean, there's that, but I mean, how is that person not justified then in believing that paranoia 100%, with the added trauma of actually having gone through that?
Yeah, I mean, and saying that was, what was it? This happened, but maybe over the last 6 months or so. Kind of when things were getting kind of heated with different protests and things like that.
Last 6 months.
Well, 9 months, 10, whatever. Last year, whatever.
Last couple of weeks.
Well, not too. I mean,
we're dating the podcast terribly by doing this, but that's fine.
That's okay. But we start off with the Chiefs. I mean, so it's,
yeah.
I mean,
this would be, I think, our second Super Bowl look back episode.
Yeah, maybe.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, whatever. But I mean, they brought on a guy who was like some instructor at the FBI here in Kansas City, and the guy's like, look, the only way you can, people are talking about guns and this and that and the other thing. The only way you can truly defend yourself is that, first off, you have to be aware of your surroundings, period. End of discussion. It doesn't matter what you got. It's like, yeah, somebody can bring something more, but until you're aware, you can have a Sherman tank, and if you're not aware of it, guess what? Somebody can still attack you. It's like, duh, I mean, and that's one of the things I've always led into any self-defense seminar that I've done, is like, you have to be aware of your surroundings. You have to be aware of what's going on. You cannot stick your head in the phone. So getting back to I mean, I know we're kind of going around in circle on this,
No,
but
this is very useful. This is, I think, useful because we are looking specifically at this anatomy of loss and comeback, right?
yeah,
And there is an anatomy to it that I think a lot of people have issue with. They know the loss part and they know, oh yeah, and then I lost weight and whatever and got here, or I retrained and won or whatever,
right,
but they don't know how it happens,
right.
right? So this is very, very useful. So right, getting back to kind of, I guess, maybe the more rising action, as it were.
Yeah. I mean, but I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, whether it's self-awareness, awareness,
Right.
outside awareness, I mean that's the main thing. I mean, and from that awareness, you're either gonna move forward, progress, or you're gonna say, "Hey, it's time to cut bait and move on."
Yeah.
Bottom
So-
line,
So let's go in let's look at those two directions, right?
yeah,
So we're gonna cut bait. Those are some. That actually leaves you more towards kind of it's where we've gone to a bit of degree, right? Because we've cut bait from a lot of stuff, but we still train,
right. I
but
mean,
we've cut bait from a lot of like unnecessary stuff.
right,
So
Yeah.
I think maybe it is a part of that is just cutting out the unnecessary, right?
Yeah.
Cutting out the things that aren't going to actually help you improve, which is probably what allows people, what sets people up to lose in the first place, right?
right. Well, when you think about that, I was kind of cutting bait whenever I was a part of the organization. Like I'd look at this like this is useless. This isn't worth the crap, and
Well, tons of organizations are like that.
well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I know that caused a little more than a little friction. So, but that's okay. That's fine. I don't care.
Well,
But-
and I think that's the thing with a lot of these karate organizations is that they end up just putting people exactly in that situation where they're not set, and we can even prefix the losses are people actually set up to succeed.
Yeah.
And there's the responsibility of the people who are in charge to set them up to succeed. Right?
And-
How many
and-
karate teachers don't teach the awareness part? Do they just say, "All right, get on the floor. All right, get in your stance. All right, blah 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 blah," like whatever, right? Rather than laying a better groundwork.
It happens more than a lot of people think. I mean, I've seen a ton of that, and it's shocking. And you see the results of people who are fourth, fifth, sixth dan rank, which should be somewhat masterful in what they're doing, and they have no clue when you ask a simple question or bring a simple, just something very simple to them, whether it's a technique, whether it's just a simple question on, hey, how you do this? Oh,
Well, and it is. I mean, it's the artificiality of the rank to setting those people up to fail too.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna lose. How many people are gonna lose out from just not losing? I guess that's one thing. Not having that experience, right? Because if you never have the experience of losing, you never have the real experience of success. Right?
Well,
you don't realize what a success actually means.
Well, not that, but I think you lose out on the actual opportunity to truly learn.
Well, and that's not to say we learn more from our failures than our successes. That is true. Almost to the point where that's a trope now. But there's an important distinction between a failure, something didn't work, versus a loss,
Right.
which is everything you tried did not work.
Well,
Everything nothing worked, and something was taken away. right?
Well, I mean, think about it. Is that different? Is it really different, or is it just a smaller scale?
I mean, no, I mean we can word around it, but I think the loss because you think about loss of face. Think of it
Yeah.
that way. I don't. I'll try back to the Bogu example.
Mhm.
I lost a lot of face that day. I lost a lot of face that day with students. I lost a lot of face with seniors. I lost a lot of face with a lot of different people. And then over the next 2 years, I actually remember losing more face for different reasons. And then I
Well,
came back. I came back having how. I mean, I don't want to make this personal story, but like how I came back from that was just okay. What went wrong? This is what went wrong. You weren't training the right way. You weren't taking the advice from people the right way. You weren't working with people who wanted you to do something else. You just thought, do this thing that some people who weren't really cognizant of what needed to happen. So the people who were just saying do kata by numbers. Okay, maybe they're not necessarily people to work with. Maybe you got to work with people who actually care about analyzing, like you, who cared about real world situations, like some other people who cared about actually, this is how you Bogu
Yeah.
before we can actually send you out to Bogu.
This is the mindset you need to be in. This is this. This, it's
Well, and the mindset is ultimately analytical of knowing, okay, this is why I lost. This is how you come back and succeed and win by, okay, I lost face in front of people. Okay, show humbleness, right? Show that you don't know everything.
Mhm.
Because I remember the next year coming back to that stuff, being in a much, much worse position physically and in a lot of different ways. And then suddenly a bunch of people were looking at me on like what to do. And feeling much more embarrassed. And feeling like I lost a lot more face. And that's a big thing. That is a thing. Everyone acts like, oh, that's a big Asian thing that doesn't exist in America. No. There's plenty of loss of face in America. People lose face all the time in America. That's a thing. That's a thing in the West too. Everyone acts like that's not a thing here. Thing there. It's interpreted much differently, but it is a thing. People will still have those conversations, those small conversations that determine your standing with people. How you gain that back is just by admitting to it and accepting it, and then just continuing to improve and grind, and needing to figure out, okay, this didn't work. Start small, work big. Start small, go big, as big as you can. At least that was my perspective at the time. I don't know if you have maybe something of a different perspective in terms of that, but in terms of the anatomy of it, it's just you have to take it from a small place and then work towards building it up further.
I think the other thing though is, when you do get, I guess, forcibly humbled in one way or another. Let's put it to you that way.
I feel like humbled in that regard. Humbled is almost unforcibly. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you can't ever be not forcefully. You can humble yourself, but I mean,
Yeah.
you need to have the insight to do that already. So it probably already makes you humble. But if you're humbled,
yeah, I mean, but I think when that does happen, I think one of the things that I know I go to is like, I can fix this. I can take care of this. And I think one of the things, whenever something like that, I've got to strip away from that. It's like, okay, I also need input from other people to help me succeed. And if you're not willing to take that input from somebody else, I think it makes it even more difficult to deal with. If that makes sense.
well, and because you're just going to repeat the cycle,
Right.
You didn't figure it out. You didn't make the necessary changes. You didn't do either of the things. You didn't either cut loose or walk away or re-examine and fix the problem. You just, all right, I'm going to do it again, the same exact way.
Yeah. yeah, what's the definition of insanity? You continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. You're not going to. And I mean, do you mind if I kind of go on a little bit about your BOGO experience and when I was
sure.
trying?
The maybe 1 minute that of it that actually happened. I
Well,
think it was probably closer to 30 seconds, but
no, I mean, for the level of training that you'd had in Bogu and to step into that arena, so to speak. I mean, really, you didn't do too bad. It's just the part that made it difficult because I was the one trying to get your helmet off and stuff and trying to get you back going, and you were like, I don't understand why I'm why'd they call the match and this, that, and the other thing. Well, I told you, I'm like, dude, your legs are about gone, buddy. It's like you just stop. You just stop. It's okay. Don't try to push a bad situation, make it worse. I don't even know if you even remember that, but I mean,
I remember you pulling something off of me. I remember it getting stopped really quickly. And then here's the other thing I remember, because it wasn't just me. I know there was a bunch of that stuff continued to happen.
Yeah.
Because I remember going in there and it was just watching like the shit show happen of a bunch of people who just weren't ready or didn't know what they were doing or hadn't done it or did it like 20 years ago but didn't know. Like it was just a bunch of grandstanding. It wasn't a lot of people who knew what they were doing, or and I remember the one guy the guy who I'd fought had like quote unquote won the tournament, and it was, or did he? I forget if he did or not, but it didn't really matter because it was just supposed to just be a seminar that ended up becoming
like a tournament almost,
and then that no one prepared for or even knew about. And then and so that's setting that I was set up to kind of fail in that regard, even though I volunteered.
I mean, looking back, years later, there should have been a lot more progression into where that took place. There should have been a lot more progression into that.
Which is a loss, which for the thing that happened in itself was a loss, because then how many people wanted to BOGO after that? How many people wanted to actually do like I remember a couple of years after that, no one wanted to step up for it. But I also remember a couple of years later when I got thrown back into that.
Yeah.
I actually did okay. And actually the people who were doing it, who were calling it, was like, that got called wrong.
Well, none of that, it gets into training. And this gets into our whole discussion is like, not only that, but whoever is also responsible for taking care of that kind of stuff should also be trained very, very well as well. Because, in that situation, like where, I mean, some of the, you can go out and look at YouTube videos and you'll watch some referees not break up, I mean, an obvious beat down in a UFC ring. Same way with Bogu. I mean, it's easy to see somebody get hit in the headshot because their head's moving back. But not a lot of times you're seeing people hit right into the chest and stuff and basically moving your chest back. That's also part of it. And I think that also brings some upset as well. It's like, you're doing well, but you're not given credit for doing well. I mean, if that makes sense, and therefore you don't get the result. I mean, granted, we're talking about Bogu, but I mean, this can be in anything.
Well, and then that goes out to what you're talking about in self-defense, right?
Yeah.
because people aren't trained to deal with their surroundings and their situations and their awareness. Doesn't matter what you're teaching, right? And
Right.
you and that goes into that's a baseline. That's a baseline to martial arts.
Yeah.
And it because it sounds so aloof and so ephemeral. It's something hard to really harp on, but it's there. And the real issue there is that we don't have people. We have people who want to just do kata by numbers or so focused on like doing either traditional or sport part of it. They're not concerned about creating an atmosphere where people are actually aware of what's going on around them. And so, especially when we talk about, because what I feel is traditional karate, in one way, has been repurposed for your self-defense courses. Is if it's going to be repurposed in a way to be not sold to people, but to be presented to people in a meaningful way, where it's not, why isn't this judo? Why isn't this MMA? Well, if it's not going to be in the sport arena, it's going to be in the arena of life.
Yeah.
And why get on the geese and all that stuff? Well, it needs to be actually put in a way that's going to make people succeed.
Right.
And where people lose with it, where the loss happens, is that they don't succeed with it because they don't know how to represent it and purpose it that way. So, I mean, but again, going back to the anatomy of it, how you rebuild karate to make it more that way, when especially it loses, someone gets put in the hospital or put in the ground for it, is to just look at it from okay, what works, what doesn't work, what's the most important thing, what's not the most important thing, what can we teach implicitly, what do we have to make more explicit.
Right. And those questions keep coming up over and over and over again, and something that may not be completely important may come up later on. It's like, okay, this is not extreme important, but it may be supplemental importance, things like that. I mean, but you also got to be willing to really look at it, go back and look at it from the beginning.
Right, and create what I feel needs to be baseline training.
Yeah.
Which I think is a lot of karate.
Yeah.
Will gloss over with kata.
Well, let's I don't know, necessarily define or at least set expectations on baseline training.
Okay, well, I mean that's really helpful, I think, because baseline training. What is that gonna? What should that look like? What should that entail?
I mean, because how many dojos have you been into that baseline training is, okay, we're going to do kata 1, kata 2, kata 3, exercise 1, exercise 2, exercise 3.
Exactly. And
No, that's not what we're talking about. It's like, okay, we're going to look at maybe exercise 1. Is there anything we need to look at from exercise 1? Then move into maybe kata 1. Go back to exercise 1, go back to kata 1. I mean, that's kind of more your baseline training, is not so much running through stuff and checking it off a list. It's more, how are you really going to study it?
Well, and then what are the baseline skills that are needed, that are required to make your karate work and to make that make you successful in terms of what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Right? I was working with Raul, and I really want to get him back on the show. But I talk with him a lot on terms of like sparring and kind of like how that gets integrated and how he trains. A lot of it's just very, very. A lot of people say it is kick punch sparring stuff. You know how much training goes into that? You know how much work and time goes into working on the bags and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah.
And how much time we see people spending on the kata by numbers stuff where they don't even know how to punch.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they don't even know how to move their head. They don't even know how to move their body in a productive way. And I'm not saying this is not me coming out saying throw away kata. That's not what we're saying here.
No.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. but there's a baseline skill that isn't taught very well. And this might be something we work on later on this year in terms of presenting.
And really, it's kind of a baseline awareness.
Yeah.
Bottom line. I mean, that's really what we're getting at.
Yeah.
Is because, like, one of the things that I know I was taught early on was when you are in a group, don't worry about the number. It's like, you better know who's in front of you, who's to the side of you. When they move, you move. That's how you train, to really watch the muscles the way that you should. That's how you learn the body, learn how it's going to move. Why is it going to move a certain way? And you better be ready to move with it.
And then you got to train, and then you have to train yourself to react to that, have reaction time, know when to be soft, know when to be hard. And those are things that are harder to put in a curriculum. There are things that are harder. And this is why I feel I'm very post-curriculum in terms of all that, because, it's just a lesson. You work on this and you go forward from it, and that's that.
And I get why people do kata by numbers, because it is easy to get that same look, as what, having everybody be in unison, 1, boom, 2, boom, 3, boom. I get it, but it's not preparing you correctly for what kata training is really for.
Yeah.
Especially in a group setting. So anyway, that's just kind of.
So we've effectively taken the anatomy of loss and coming back from that and getting back up, right? And applied it and shown it in different ways that effectively we've always seen in our training. And I feel that if you're listening to this and you feel that, well, I don't know how to apply this, what you're saying is great, but I don't know how to apply it. Look at your own personal history. Look at what you've worked on. Maybe you don't have enough history behind you. That's fine. Talk to your teacher about it. Reach out to us. We have a mailbox. We're on all the social media nonsense. I think it's a worthy conversation to have with yourself and to have with those around you, of how to figure out what that loss is going to be in terms of where your training might lead you, and how to set yourself up for that success.
Yeah, I'd even add, not so much worthy, but it's a necessary conversation to really excel in your training. Period. I mean, it really is, because eventually something's going to come up if you don't start having those kind of conversations. You don't start seeing those insights. Something's going to come up, and not to totally go off kilter, but I love what Dave Ramsey says. There's going to be a rainy day someday, and it's going to rain. What are you going to do?
Is that the chef?
Huh? No, not
Isn't
Gordon
Dave
Ramsay.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Dave Ramsey's the finance guy.
Can it be Gordon Ramsay?
Well,
because I feel that his whole
well,
one day it's gonna be a rainy day, and what are you gonna do about it? And I feel that would be a lot more.
Well,
a lot more poignant when someone actually listens to that.
You gotta drop a few hundred F-bombs though in there too, so it's kind of, if it's gonna be Gordon.
I don't have the technology to bleep that out, even though I said a curse word before. So
yeah, but yeah.
You can blame Marty for breaking that, because he's still on his Bermuda Triangle trip or whatever.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that can't into this podcast. That's where Marty's been. He's on a secret mission in the Bermuda Triangle.
Good luck on that one, I guess. Whatever.
So I want to inaugurate. I'm going to be a jerk. So I want to inaugurate kind of a plug for the podcast at the end of the podcast, because I know everyone loves hearing commercial when something starts, but no one loves hearing commercial when it ends. which is sarcasm, which I know people prefer to not listen to the same stuff over and over again. But I want to plug just essentially, if you like Karate Without Belts and you want to listen to more of our stuff, you can find us, because I've been trying to make this easy and I keep on making it harder for myself. We were initially just a YouTube thing, but YouTube's I don't really like it as a platform. I prefer we're mainly an audio platform. We're mainly an audio show. We do some video stuff that will go up on YouTube, and we'll talk about that when we put it together more formally. But if you want to find us, you can find us on all the fun stuff. You can find podcasts at Google Play, iTunes. If you really like the show and you feel that there's some support that needs to be thrown behind it, you can find us on Patreon. We've set a little thing up where we'll be putting some bonus material every month with some other stuff as well. If you want to find us with some other content, people, find us on Vision TV. And if you like what we do, you can, comment, subscribe on different stuff, all the standard podcast things. Jeremy is sitting there very, very patiently with a very, very patient smile on his face while I say all this.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
I've been trying to get him to take some of those Ozark millions and invest them in the podcast. But
Yeah, whatever. Those are millions. Whatever. Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, I don't want to think about some of the stuff that's got to happen here real quick. So,
anyway, Jeremy, what are you working on this week?
Speaking of Ozark,
fighting the Ozark Mafia, possibly for the last.
No, not so much that. Just getting stuff ready for. A lot of it's going to be getting stuff ready for the rental season for the summer, actually. But basically trying to stay warm and just make sure I'm hitting my times training again. So it's kind of last week was kind of hard. Was that the kiddos were home from doing virtual school and stuff, so I was working, dealing with their virtual school and trying to train at the same time. So that was kind of this week should be a little better.
3 plates, 2 sticks, as it were.
Yeah, so
I get that. I've got I'm still waiting to hear whether or not I might be going off to other places, possibly colder. But for this week, what my training goal is just to have a morning training every day. That's my goal. I think that's the appropriate goal I'm going to set. And I think I'm going to try to put a little something together for people and throw it up on the YouTubes, and maybe they can see that. They can see me in my winter blubber, as it were, working to slowly shed that off. So, cool. Any parting shots you want to give, Jeremy?
No, I tell you what, I figured this would be kind of it's pretty much a small podcast, but it kind of ended up being fairly. I mean, we got pretty in depth on a lot of this stuff, so it's pretty good. So
yeah, for something we didn't really plan. I literally was typing a email to Jeremy while I was in the middle of a meeting, and I was like, "Hey, you around? Do you want to do a pod? Because we don't need to, but I just want to make sure if we'll do one, we can do one." And you're like, "Yeah, sure, we'll do it on this." I'm like, "Okay, here we go." So. There's your free behind the scenes look on how we do things. If you want anything else, you can subscribe on Patreon. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much, and don't forget to keep training. Well, welcome everyone to our second annual Karate Without Belts B-side, or I guess we can just call this B-side. I don't know. I don't know if I can use Monica's thing on Monica's intro for the podcast on this one. Maybe we can just have that open debate later as we go through the podcast. But I'm John.
I'm Jeremy.
And we're not going to probably get too much into martial arts right now. Because next time we have to do something that isn't something you recommended to me. You were like, this movie. And I wasn't like, what? What movie? Because last time we did this, we were talking about Remo Williams. And it was like, what movie? And these gems that Jeremy has gleaned through his life experience that I only benefit from.
Either that or you get to understand the nuttiness of me, one of the two. So kind of.
Well, one was you're just Larry, like I went out and bought a DVD and it was or a Blu-ray and it was like, you buy movies? You don't just find them on the internet through some possibly illicit means?
Well, I mean, when you can buy them as cheap as what it costs to stream them, I mean, might as well. What the heck, that way. And I've got a little portable DVD player that's only yay big. I mean, what's funny is I still use that every once in a while, so it's all good.
Today, my friends, we're going to talk about yet again a movie from 1985. It's the same year as Remo Williams.
Great year.
I guess it was a good year for. I guess it's like 1995, because 1995 was like the year Heat came out and like some other good movies. So I guess every 10 years, once we get to the 5 mark. So once we get to 2025, watch out because there's going to be a decent bit of good content coming out. Wow, actually, we're very, very close to the anniversary of this film, or should we call Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon?
Oh man, what a great movie!
Now, Jeremy had kind of goaded me with this movie for a long time. And it's like, The Last Dragon. Have you seen The Last Dragon? I'm like, what's The Last Dragon? It's The Last Dragon. Then I forget it. I was like, what movie? The Last Dragon. It's the one we got to do for the B-side, and I kept on forgetting about it. But yes, we were talking about this fun 1985 movie. As date of this recording, was March 14th. This actually came out March 22nd.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So we're at let's see, 85. It's 2021. So we're close to, I guess, the
36 years.
36, for almost 40 years. This movie of this movie being out. I don't know how to kind of get us into it. I have plenty to say about it.
It's a movie. I mean, it's a little quirky, but I don't know. I loved it over the years. I mean, every time I watch it, I laugh. I mean, it's just fun. I think the best way to describe, if somebody hadn't seen it, it's kind of like the 70s seriousness of the Bruce Lee and the black belt theater martial arts meets the 80s video culture and just slams it together. And there you go. There's your movie.
Yeah. I mean, that is pretty much an accurate appraisal of this film. And in no way, shape, or form is it done with any sort of irony or any sort of like fourth wall winking or none of the stuff you'd see if this was made today, right? Like if you think if anyone had attempted this today, they would have never taken it as seriously,
right,
as I feel like they took it in this film. I guess we can kind of go through the plot points. It starts off with our main character, Leroy Green, or Bruce Leroy.
Yeah, Bruce Leroy.
Also known. It's set in New York City, 1985. Great little backdrop there. And unlike other ventures into the martial arts movies, this just starts out with Taimak just wailing on it, wailing on a bag, wailing on a wooden dummy, and having his sensei or master, which keeps the concept that just kept on getting brought up there, just shooting shooting arrows at him, and him just catching him left, right, and center.
Or breaking them in the air.
And Taimak looks like he could do it. Like unlike Ralph Macchio, unlike whoever the hell was the star of Remo Williams, like it looks like he's a great physical specimen in this. He's an actual martial artist who actually does a pretty good job of as being an actor. And I feel this is another instance of, we talked about this when we talked about Karate Kid 2, was they just kind of, I feel in this, instead of just finding a bunch of different like Asian things and just kind of parading them in a movie, they just like opened the Century catalog or whatever stood for Century in 1985 and just bought everything they thought would be relevant.
Yeah, they might have.
And and just threw it in the movie.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Because he's doing Kudo in the beginning, and that's accurate. I mean, he's wearing the right uniform and stuff for that, and yet they have like Chinese, the Wing Chun dummy in it, and they've got all this other different stuff. And I don't know what happens after the first scene, Jeremy. After that kind of a kick butt throughout the entire dojo.
Yeah.
What happens after that?
Well, I mean, then he goes back into his life and stuff, and then it gets to the point where it's you get introduced into his so-called nemesis, or the villain of the movie, which is the guy goes by the name of Show Nuff, Shogun of Harlem. I mean, I mean, whenever he introduces himself, I just laugh every single time.
But he's got the best villain introduction. Like, it's just amazing that like this guy, this just goofy looking guy, like they give him like a football shoulder pads and dress it up as to be like he's got just these sunglasses that have like the flag of Japan on it for whatever reason, and he's this entourage of 1980s street toughs.
Well, he looks. The other thing is he looks like Rick James with a top knot.
There you go. Oh my God. And he's just walking into this. Where's the first scene? Where we see him doing martial arts? No. Fighting on the street? No.
No, I thought it was in the theater while they're playing
Bingo.
while they're playing Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon, and everybody. I mean, and what's funny is the only thing that would have been better is if they would have had the backdrop of music of kung fu fighting, because everybody breaks out into wanting to be Bruce Lee in the middle of this movie, and it's
and what's interesting is that this probably wasn't too far away from how those theaters were at that time, because there's like legends of just like New York theaters, these New York theater houses, like just being these like grimy places where people would come and just hang out and there'd be a movie on.
Yeah.
That might like just be kind of more apocryphal than I'm actually making it out to be. But I feel like there's like a strong sense of truth to this. Like there's like, this is like, it's not insincere. It's not like, clearly like, yeah, it's kind of jokey, but I mean like also it's like, yeah, they're just beating the crap out of each other. It's New York in the 80s. I like this to contrast it to Remo Williams. Every time Remo Williams zigs in terms of like, talking about race or whatever, this zags, right? Because unlike Remo Williams, where they're very much like, what are you, like this kind of a guy or what? No, they're just like straight up like everything is implicit about it. But it's difference between like a bunch of white guys trying to put this on, and clearly this is a blaxploitation film.
Yeah.
Made very intently. And it's good. It's not bad. It's not so bad it's good. I didn't have like the anaphylactic shock I had when I watched Remo Williams. This is actually good. Anyway, so the Shogun shows up. Shonuff shows up with his like gang of like 8 or 9 guys, And for whatever reason, he knows that Leroy Green is his rival.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not really made clear, but
yeah, it's just it's kind of like the guy who wants to be the baddest one on the block. It's like, I mean, how many times have you seen that? Every once in a while, you just have somebody in martial arts. It's like, I just got to prove myself that I'm the biggest, the baddest, and I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's whatever arena it is. You just have that. You just have somebody like that just out there. So it's just.
But he's really kind of laying it on thick. I like how
just a little.
I like how he's trying to dress up. Like Leroy, our main character, is trying to dress up and be. I feel this is something very close to reality, even though it's played up a little. Is that the kind of culture mixture or clash that this film likes to show? Is that you have an African American guy training with a Japanese guy, dressing up like probably what he thinks a Chinese peasant dresses like, or a Chinese kung fu guy dresses like. Just in the hat and all, walking around New York City. It's ridiculous, but it's sincere, and I can't get over that. You know what I mean?
Well, I think also, you got your main character, and I think he's trained to the point where, he is taking the lessons so sincere to be so actually humble. He doesn't even look at his own skill. And I think you see that dichotomy between the two characters. You got the over, I wouldn't say flamboyant, but I mean just just ego. I mean, the ego is literally just pouring out of this guy. And then you got the other guy who's just just very, very humble, very, very, whatever, just move on. Don't. And I think in one way, I think that does kind of represent kind of the two sides of the spectrum of paths that a lot of people take, and everything in between.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of, through your martial arts journey. Has there been times when I've had ego problems? Yes. Haven't we all? Isn't there times when you've been extremely humble? Yes. Haven't we all? So it's just kind of represents.
Have we had our heralding entourage of street toughs?
Yeah.
You betcha.
I will say this. I guess I've never been that fortunate to have that. So it's like I've never had.
There's still time, buddy. There's still time.
I don't know. I think probably the closest entourage I've ever had was probably about 3 or 4 of us. We'd go out and meet after training every once in a while. That was about it. So
I had a little bit of that. So kind of progressing in the plot, because this isn't just a singular man. He's actually probably early 20s. Maybe college educated, maybe not. But he lives in with his family. He just got to his family. They're just a regular African American family in Harlem. I like his little brother the most.
I would say, I'd say his little brother is a very well-informed young man that's kind of about as blunt as Arnold on Different Strokes. It's the only thing. You're waiting for him to say, "What are you talking about?" It's just. He calls you out on every single thing that comes up. You can't get past him.
Well, what's funny is this kid is. You have his like straight as a arrow older brother. You have his 2 parents. I love it how the dads like they try to make the dad's like pizza restaurant thing into a thing, and it actually really doesn't. The only probably thing that intentionally doesn't work. like as like a catchphrase. It doesn't
Well,
actually really seem to work.
well, I mean, it's just kind of showing just a family just trying to make it through, run their own business. I mean, that's just kind of how I always looked at it. So,
Well, and I like it, and this got us into a little conversation prior to the recording of this, because I thought his little brother was like a 12-year-old wearing leather pants in 1985, and Jeremy was kind enough to point out to me, in my ignorance, that no, they are not leather pants, even though quite clearly one can mistake them for that. They are parachute pants. Now, not in the parachute pants that we were thinking of, like, say, MC Hammer, but parachute pants that were simply popular during this time period.
right. You know what? If you did not live during this time period and you were not growing up, I'd say middle school, high school, you may have missed this whole genre of gone, just
Trend of
absolute horrible clothing. I mean, it's just, I mean,
I'm happy to not to rightfully say I probably saw the wreckage of it in my household, but and maybe was like maybe had like one or two, and I was just like, what is this? This is why I've always either gone hoodie, button down shirt, or suit.
no, I mean, I think it was almost a precursor to cargo pants, is what it really kind of was, because they had pockets everywhere.
You're right.
They have pockets everywhere. I mean, literally. I mean, like in the calf, on the side of the thigh, and you got like 3 or 4 pockets in your butt, and that's like, gee, Chris.
My God, you're right.
I mean, it was almost like a company got like, they ordered like 1,000 zippers and they got 100,000 zippers because somebody added a couple of zeros. Like, what are we gonna do with it? We're just gonna put them on these clothes. And we're just gonna keep putting them on. We'll figure it out.
It's a fashion fashion that came out of necessity. Fair enough. Okay, so we got to. So there's his little brother who clearly knows more about the hippity dippity, as it were, than his older brother. And so one of the focal points, because this movie kind of takes, the people said this is like a genre whiplash. I don't think so, because it doesn't feel in any way, shape, or form like a whiplash, because then it goes straight, because it's clearly drawing from the time, goes straight into both the love interest, the main point of the plot, more or less, and the, I guess, tertiary yet driving villain. So like the main part of the plot of the movie is, well, I guess we have to back up, because why is Bruce Leroy Green on his journey?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he's trying to figure out, further his training, and if you think about it, I think all of us kind of get into that mode, like, hey, we got to further our training, and then he gets to the point where he's hit a certain level, or he's hit a certain knowledge base from the person who's teaching, and so he tells him, the only place you got to look, and basically got to look at yourself. And he's trying to show him this, and he goes, okay, if you need something, then he gives him some goofy belt buckle that's like all gold and stuff, and he goes, you need to go find the map. No, I still think this is hilarious, but I mean, it probably not real nice, but he says, you need to go find the master, some dumb guy, and so
some dumb guy.
Some dumb guy. And so he's going to try to find some dumb guy, and so he finds this place that
makes fortune cookies.
Yes, fortune cookies by the master, some dumb guy, and it's run by just basically three idiots. I guess that's the best way to put it. I mean,
well, I
don't know if they're really idiots. I mean, they're just trying to make money doing a business. I mean, really. So it's their hook.
What's hilarious is these guys, because it's kind of a flip of the stereotypes to a degree, because these three guys that are clearly Chinese, or they're standing for Chinese, or possibly Asian descent, in New York, on the street, rapping and hip hop dancing, and which is exactly the period for it. And then the African American guy comes up, and he's like straight as an arrow, speaking in like trying to overly articulate like Bruce Lee, and they just laugh him off. And then I guess we can't go by without commenting on this. Bruce Lee himself is like a presence in this film. Like it's and kind of a stand-in for like the influence of kung fu. To like, this is what the end of the kung fu media that people would consume at that time would bring. And what people are just going to emulate because they don't really have any sort of guidance in their own. So he goes up to these three guys and they shoo him off. Apparently, also that Bruce Leroy Green has his own school.
Yeah,
and where he clearly teaches karate, because he's talking about Goju karate. It's like a little line and it just goes by. He has a thing that has misspelled karate on it. Yet he's dressed up like Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
And all of his students dress up in Wing Chun outfits. And then he has a couple costume changes where he goes from the Bruce Lee uniform, a ninja, and a kickboxer, like several different belts and stuff like that. So
it's interesting. I mean, the attitudes of his students are kind of funny as well, you know, and they kind of assimilate to the stuff that Bruce Lee had mentioned in Enter the Dragon, and you kind of see that kind of play out throughout the whole movie a little bit, you know, where the students like, I can fight without knowing how to fight, you know, and I mean, you kind of these things, you know, kind of like what Bruce Lee did, and basically he suckered the guy into the rowboat, you know, hey, let's go over the island and you know, we'll go ahead and fight. And he goes, you first, and he gets him in the rowboat and just kind of pulls him on the tow cable, and was like, yeah, I guess I won, huh? You know, I mean, kind of in a roundabout sort of way. So
yeah, but he's also like, what is it? And then we have the character of Laura, who is a VJ, a video jockey, who has a like this. Who like what person has like this? I don't know. You were there for it more than I was. How much of that like was really the? I know their dance clubs were big in the. I know video dance clubs were big in the 80s, but like literally having a TV show and a club and showing videos.
I mean, it kind of, it was kind of an extreme. It was kind of a takeoff between, you know, classic American Bandstand. You had Soul Train, and you had a couple of these others, and some of them were kind of like, you know, hey, we're going to show the video of this, and we'll have dances, and you know, dancing and things like that. And, I mean, you did have a little bit of that, but you know, was it completely mainstream? No, not. I mean, it wasn't. Not real. I mean, it was like if MTV kind of did it. I mean, they do some things and stuff like that, but not even to that level. But I do believe like there were some local area shows.
Which is what I think was very telling of that time. Whereas like nowadays that really wouldn't happen, or it would happen in a much different way. But yeah, like the local like a local cable station would show that. It's
Th-
interesting.
that's-
I mean, but it jives well with the time, exactly what they were trying to
well, I
show
mean,
it.
it was kind of like how, I mean, with MTV and some of the other things that were going on, I mean, people were trying to come up with the next big thing, to kind of tie on to American Bandstand. I mean, American Bandstand was starting to go on the downhill.
Mm.
It was, I know it wasn't too long after that, if I remember right.
Well, I mean that American Bandstand been on for a while, but I mean, I
Right.
think the whole concept. Ooh, American Bandstand ended in '89.
Yeah. I mean, it was starting to go on the downhill around that time, and I mean, people were starting to do that kind of stuff. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it was
This quote unquote appeal to the younger generation, as it were.
right.
But I mean, it's interesting to see this as just a weird social artifact of the time that in any all the other stuff that's like been a big 80s callback that everyone loves doing these days is like the one thing I've never seen anybody touch, like in terms of like these 80s callbacks and like Cobra Kai and like all this other stuff, right? But like, or like Stranger Things, even like that, never touched that, never once. But like, this is an interesting part of that. But then that's interesting that like, but then you see how people who were super into the martial arts, because I feel this even echoed into my time, was you kind of have to feel you have to remove yourself from that youth culture if you're going to be a part of that. So even though it's comedy and all that stuff, I can see how Leroy would remove himself from that in his like grand quest.
Yeah.
We cannot ignore the fact that Vanity, also known as Catherine Matthews, was the love interest right off of her stint with Prince.
Yep.
So she's good in this. She's really good in this.
Oh yeah, she was
Feathered
fantastic.
hair and all.
Oh yeah. Hey man, don't. Hey, mullets and feathered hair, baby. I mean, I tell you what,
It's all over that movie.
That was the best hairstyle ever. I tell you what, that and as long as you're using Aquanet pink, I mean, it's like it's all good.
Well, and so she encounters him by just kind of giving a stare and a glance, and have a meaningful moment, and then she gets hijacked, and then he comes to the rescue, loses his medallion in the process. That's how they kind of remain combined. And then the other villain, I want to say Aykroyd. I'm gonna get that wrong.
What? Eddie Arcadian?
Arcadian, yes.
Which the name should kind of explain everything, which basically is running arcades and things like that, which video games arcades were massive in the 80s. I mean, you had like Aladdin's Castle and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's where you went and hung out. And he's trying to build his girlfriend or whatever as a video pop star, and
It just doesn't work.
It don't work. I mean, it's kind of funny because people were trying to do all this kind of stuff back then, and I do think it was interesting. There was a shot in there where
Oh my god,
Sure Enough was at the pizza place, and they had that video thing that was it was like a jukebox, but it was playing music videos.
yeah.
And what's interesting is when I went back to watch this movie again, I mean, not too long ago, it was like I actually remember seeing, not exactly like that, but I do remember seeing a couple machines like that back in the 80s. I mean, they had like the videos and they'd play, whatever was on MTV, and it was kind of a throwback. So, but
Proto YouTube.
it never really took off, obviously. But
it wasn't until we were. I mean, I feel like there's like there's a bunch of stuff like that that had just like stopped and started until we got to the internet. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I mean, pretty much it's all like proto versions of what essentially we have now.
YouTube.
Yeah. Interesting little bit of trivia. Vanity left Purple Rain, and then she signed a contract with Barry Gordy. So instead of Apollonia, if you think of it, because it didn't really strike my mind, because this is essentially, instead of like Prince being like a huffy little like prick driving away on his motorcycle half the movie, it's Timok kicking ass for the majority of it. This is essentially Purple Rain minus like all, like, not to diminish Prince, but you know, Prince was kind of a jerk, and Timok seemed to like really really embodied a lot of what martial artists could do, and a lot of these like other guys couldn't.
Yeah.
So that's why I think this deserves a lot more praise than it's gotten.
Yeah, and then any Arcadian tries to take Vanity and all that kind of stuff, and then you got a new villain in the middle of all this, so it's kind of.
And so we go through the movie. They kind of develop a relationship, Leroy and Laura. It's a very oddly strained relationship. He clearly is trying to ask her how. Clearly, he's trying to imply to her that he wants her to show him how
Some
to
moves.
do some moves.
Some moves.
Some moves. I guess we want to try to keep this PG-13.
Well, you know, and part of that.
Part of that, the movie does, in a lot of ways, try to do that, despite the fact that it drops plenty of stuff that would break that.
You know, I think about that. You know, back in the 80s, I think there was, you know, when you were asking somebody out, there was that level of innocence, you know, that he was displaying trying to ask this gal out. I mean, granted, it was the decade of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I get that, but it's not like today. It's like you go out on the internet and hey, this looks good. Okay, hey, let's go out and all that kind. No. I mean, there was like actual
courting or
I mean,
flirting or trying to figure the other person out.
And you know what? I think I know it goes on a little bit today and even the 90s and 2000, you know, but I think the 80s was the last decade truly that you went through that kind of that level of innocence, I guess.
I mean, admittedly, he's talking to a girl who's like very famous, wealthy, has her own nightclub / TV show.
Yeah.
You know, like it's interesting that we don't get. I mean, there's the point where Shonen shows up and basically destroys Leroy's dad's business. To which I say, ooh, is this a precursor to Do the Right Thing? But we don't see anybody like struggling. You know what I mean? Like, we don't see this like kind of like destitution or anything like that. You would get another movie. So I think that's kind of maybe the optimism of the time. But it's it's good. It
was, you know, the 80s were the, you know, the Reagan era, and you know, I mean, everything was definitely optimistic. You know, during a lot of things were optimistic during the 80s. Not to say that there weren't things that were tough or different things like that, but I really felt like that was an era of time where I really felt like the majority of the United States was united, unlike today.
Wow.
We're not going to get into that, but I mean,
let's not.
We're not getting into that. No.
Well,
but I mean, I mean, so I mean that optimism. I mean that, you know, everybody felt for the most part pretty good. I mean, there was different times and things that not everybody was great, but I mean, overall, as a society, I think everybody really kind of.
And that's, you know, your experience may vary, as it were, but the plot kind of trudges on from that point where he realizes none of his kung fu is gonna work, or it's like his little brother like really just says like, what's your kung fu worth if you're never gonna use it, and he's just gonna come in here and trash this place. I feel like kind of the plot gets a little silly when Arcadian starts hiring the villain of the week guys to go.
It was I mean, it was almost straight out of Blazing Saddles when they're trying
Yes, that's exactly the same vibe I got. That's exactly the same vibe I got from it. Was like, holy shit.
Okay, we're gonna interview all these villains and stuff, and I mean, I was waiting for somebody to come up and say, we don't need no stinking badges, kind of like in Blazing Saddles, it's like, that.
Exactly lifted from there, and I think appropriately so.
Yeah, and that's fine, and so finally, it gets to before it gets to the final fight, he finally gets in to talk to the so-called master Sumdum Goy, and he finds out it's a computer, and they're like, we're just using this as just to build business and stuff, and you got this computer just cranking out fortunes that they're putting in these cookies. So he goes back to his instructor, and it's like, what? You told me to go on this search, and and he finally is trying to get him to see that it's like your only search is to find yourself at this point, and I think that's probably, genre or that decade specific, because I think a lot of people were really trying to find themselves, and
I feel that phrase, even that kind of the finding yourself, right? I think comes out of that era to a large degree.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these John Hughes movies. I mean, which since I grew up in the '80s, I'm a fan of. Look at 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink. Anything with Molly Ringwald.
Are you saying you want to do a live show in Sherman, Illinois?
Hey, I would love to, but hey, that's fine.
Want to do a live podcast in Sherman, Illinois?
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I mean, all those movies. I mean, granted, they're not martial arts, but in a way, it is about finding yourself. And I mean, that's kind of a lot of what us knuckleheads in the '80s were trying to do. We're trying to figure out who we were.
Well, and I feel it's a sentiment that's gone throughout martial arts, right? Essentially, it's like you get to a certain point where it's like you have to define it for yourself. We can't not talk about The Glow, and we will develop The Glow. And this is essentially what he's looking for the entire time. And there's a throwaway line in there where it's like the glow can be used. The glow is not a good or is a moral thing. The glow can be used for good and evil. And what's funny is that his rival throughout the entire thing apparently had it the entire time.
Yeah.
And that was what probably made him a credible, him destroying the pizza shop is what makes him a credible threat, right? Him beating the crap out of people is what makes him a credible threat. And that's what builds up the finale so well, because he kidnaps for the third time, which is the only kind of annoying thing about the movie, because it makes Laura this repetitive thing that he's going after. It's like, at what point do you not call the cops on this guy? But
yeah, exactly.
But he basically turns it into a Mortal Kombat finale.
Well, you could either put it that way or an Enter the Dragon finale. I mean, basically, you have everybody fighting everybody else.
And consistently, we have direct visual reference back to all the Bruce Lee movies.
Yeah.
To the point where both is I guess our poor hero has been so seduced by the concept of kung fu and these martial arts movies that he finds it so engaging that his first encounter with a woman has to be precipitated by watching Chinese Connection.
Yeah.
And Fists of Fury. And to the point where she's like, I must go on my secret journey now. Motivated by kung fu movies and Bruce Lee movies. I love her line where she's like, "Thanks a lot, Bruce." Womp
Bruce.
womp.
Yeah, the glow is supposed to represent the natural ability of somebody just not even thinking about stuff and just letting your body just take over stuff. Well, okay, that's great. Next to make it happen.
This does this
Like,
before like any other like anime or anything like that. Like actually does the whole. Well, okay, maybe that's not true, but like did like before like any sort of like action, like anything popular like shows the hero glowing to the point where they have superpowers or whatever, right? Like I feel like
yeah,
this is like the first time you really see this happen.
yeah. I mean, this is before, you know, Pokemon and the Power Rangers and all that other stuff. I mean, I think right after this, you had the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles come out, and I mean, it was.
I'm specifically referencing Dragon Ball, but
Yeah, I think that was after this, not long after, but yeah, it was.
but I did enjoy the final fight that I don't know how many dilapidated buildings were actually in New York. No, I guess post 70s. I guess that would be plenty. But basically, they have a fight in the dance hall. They're leading our main character. I like how all the side characters come in and start just beating like his school actually like that mattered in the end because they all come in and like just start beating the crap out of like all these like. If you pause that movie and just like look in the background of like what is actually going on, really, it's like one guy's just on the floor and one guy in like a Wing Chun suit is just kind of holding his fist above his head. They're not really talking. It's just like in the background, but it's you have to kind of notice it, but it's there. I like how the little kid is just beating the crap out of guys.
Well, I think that's what Ernie Reyes Jr., right?
Maybe. Yeah. You have Glenn Elton. So the guy who plays Johnny Woo he wasn't really any mess around. Guess I'll just we'll mess around on this later. But
I thought that's who that was because I think that is who it is. But yeah, I mean, yeah, well, all of a sudden, he gets in the middle of it. However old he was, 8 or 9 or whatever, and he starts tearing them up. So
and it's all pretty entertaining. And then like what is it? He finally beats Shogun because he achieves the glow. He's like, who is the master? You are the master. Because this in no way has any sort of racial coding. But it's here, neither here nor there. And then finally he gets shot with a gun and catches it with his teeth. And then he just like straps him to a chain, walks away, and then the police just come. And in the most insightful version of fiction, this guy, not even gonna go there. But anyway, the ending is actually a little weird because why is everyone wearing white? And it feels like kind of an 80s ending. Or is this the big dance party at the end and everyone was somehow coordinated?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, it wasn't long after what was it? The Thriller video came out. So I mean, everything was coordinated at that point. So,
but I mean, it was a very good ending, and I think overall a poorly, unfortunately overlooked entry into the martial arts genre that probably was too comedy to can be considered serious, but too serious to be considered comedy.
Yeah, I mean,
whereas kind of where it's lost out, I think, feel in like popular appeal because it supposedly takes its roots from blaxploitation and then like it's too referencey and hokey, but no, it's great. It's great just as it on its own. Like Remo Williams doesn't stand up in the same way.
It's a different movie. I think one of the reasons I like Remo Williams is, I'll be perfectly honest, I use a lot of those lines out of that movie whenever I'm trying to correct my kids. It's like, when they're trying to get dressed, it's like, go up and it's like, you guys need to get dressed. The seasons move faster than you two. Now, come on, let's go. So I use those quite often. But,
This is parenting with Jeremy.
yeah, either my kids are going to turn out, well, they're going to turn out fantastic no matter what. It just depends on how much level of help they need after.
What I will say is, Cobra Kai needs to end. Whatever season we're on with Cobra Kai now, it needs to end. We need a revival series of The Last Dragon. Netflix. I don't know who you need to talk to. I don't know if you need to talk to Spike Lee. I don't know if you need to talk to Tyler Perry. I don't know
Barry
who you
Gordy.
need.
Go back to Barry Gordy.
Is he still alive?
I don't know.
Well, Michael Schultz was the one who was directed this, but if Barry, because this is still probably. Oh no, Barry Gordy's still alive. He's 91 years old. Executive producer credit, whatever.
I mean, Betty White's 99. He's still got 8 years to knock this thing out. Come on, man.
Ty Mach is still alive. Unfortunately, we lost Vanity, but most of the principal cast is still. Some of the principal cast is still there. You can get Ty Mach back into this. Ty Mach looks like he's in great shape. He's in better shape than freaking what is it, Ralph Macchio or Zach or
Wim Zabka?
Yeah, they're in much better. He looks like he's in much better shape. Netflix, get on it. Get Spike Lee involved.
It's something. Maybe even bring Samuel Jackson in on this.
Sure.
Everything's good with Samuel Jackson.
Get William Macy back. He was in this for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
A brief cameo. And then that would work? That would make him take the Eddie Arcadian position.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then because he was just like thug, and now he like worked his way up. Yeah. And there's tons of ways you could do this.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's definitely. It's a great movie of all time. I don't think it gets near that. Some of the older martial artists, it's like, oh yeah, that's a great movie. Some of the younger generations never even heard of it, and that's kind of sad. So
yeah, what's funny is in the kind of the mid 2000s there was a big cheap DVD revival. I saw like a lot of kind of like it's like how I saw the original like the Bruce Lee movies like Giants Connection and I remember getting the double pack of those first movies. Very cheap, like $10.
Oh yeah,
like mid 2000s. Kind of a travesty in its own because of why are those like great movies so devalued. But like something like this like is just as enjoyable, like and is just as.
Oh yeah, I think I got it off of Amazon for like $5 or $6. So I went and bought the DVD on this. So it's kind of.
I guess the last thing I'll say on this movie, I do like the soundtrack. It is nonstop.
Yeah.
So it is almost it embodies. I think the other thing the '80s, but that none of these revival stuff has, and Karate Kid or Cobra Kai tried to do this, but not very well. Is bring back like. The score, the movie, like the actual scoring of it, the actual like music of it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of ways, a lot of those 80s movies like just were like a musical to a degree.
Yeah. Well,
not in the same way. Not everyone's like breaking out into song. They had that like large element of popular music in them that fit very well.
Well, and you got to remember, MTV was what by '85. MTV was. It was almost like the second biggest cable channel behind either NBC or ABC. It was huge.
Yeah.
Everybody. If you were between the ages of probably 10 and 16, you were watching MTV way too much. I guarantee you that. So me included, I did my share of watching MTV, but Yeah, I mean, I think that all just kind of came together. Now, don't be knocking on some of the score on Karate Kid and Cobra Kai. I mean,
I'm not knocking
but
on them.
Bananarama, I mean, with Cruel Summer, I mean, come on, that's a pretty killer song. And every time they go to the golf and stuff, they play that same song that was from the original Karate Kid, and it was like, it just brings back a lot of memories. But anyway, that's okay.
The Karate Kid too, and we didn't get Glory of Love at all. So I mean, they didn't get a call back for that. So
Okay, yeah, we can leave that out. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm fine with that. They brought that back, but like that's my thing. My thing is like the kind of the theme of that of just having doesn't even need to be a callback, right? Just the fact that you have a score that will carry the movie through, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like media these days doesn't really do that.
Yeah.
And it could do it very well.
I thought of something
Music people don't always work well with that.
Yeah. I thought of something else. They could bring this back. Don't judge me. They can bring this back as a Broadway play.
Sure. They did Spider-Man the musical, why not?
I think it'd actually be pretty decent as a musical. On Broadway.
Yeah, and then you just repurpose. You have to rescore a little bit of like the beginning, make it a bit musical, make it a little like make it a bit more lyric. Hey, you don't even need to make it all that lyrical. Essentially, just keep all of the songs, right, from like the beginning and like then you have that. You keep some fight choreography, and then you have the ending, and literally you wouldn't lose anything. You wouldn't be able to do like locations and stuff like that because but it's a Broadway play. It's a different story. That's how we're gonna save Broadway, Jeremy.
Hey, I mean, I've been to Broadway so many times. Like, yeah, right, whatever. So I don't. I mean, sometimes I go to the amphitheater here, but that's about it. But I mean, I think it'd be a big hit. I mean, look at Cobra Kai on Netflix. I mean, try something new. What the heck? Well, hopefully Barry Gordy or somebody's out there listening to this and like, hey, this sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So yeah,
we'll take a cut. And like 2%.
We'll
take a 2% cut just because we kind of like put the idea out there.
I tell you what. I mean, if they did it, I tell you what. You know what? If I get free tickets, hey, I'm all cool with that. So hey, that'd be awesome.
I just want a picture with timeout.
There you go. That works too.
Or no, he can come on the podcast.
There you go.
Talk to his agent about it. Cool. Anything else we got to say about this?
No, I think we're good. It's just a fun movie. It's just a fun 80s movie about martial arts. And, I mean, it's got a little bit of 80s cheese to it, but hey, everything in the 80s had cheese to it. So it's kind of.
Cheese makes life good.
Yeah.
And I honestly feel I don't feel like this is like, oh, it's the 80s again. It's just more of like it is how you said it. It was that 70s sincerity and like strictness with that came walked straight into like the video culture, and I feel we're due for something similar at some point. Like we're due for something to kind of to circle back, not to necessarily bring back the 80s as everyone's trying to do, but just something in the vein of creating something like this for this generation. But that's yet to be seen. Jeremy, thank you so much for recommending this. Had you not even brought this up, we wouldn't be talking about it.
So no, that's cool. It's all good. So I'll try to recommend something new to you probably haven't seen next. So
well, next one I think we will do. We got to do it because it could be our next Saturday night thing.
I got you. Okay.
It could be our next. It can be nice until it's time not to be nice.
Yeah.
But we were just on our break, and maybe we can just stay on our break. But that'll be for a different time. Folks, thanks for listening, and don't forget to keep training. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, folks. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John.
I'm Jeremy.
Welcome, folks. You may have noticed there's been probably a bit of a lag in terms of output. That's mainly because I'm moving. I'm going from one undisclosed location to another, which if you have any sort of inclination toward the continuity of this podcast, you'll probably be able to pinpoint it somewhere. But if you don't feel like going through our 57 episode inventory and trying to find where I'm at, good luck. That's all. Jeremy, how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I mean, I'm very busy lately, so
Yeah.
multiple fronts. So
We've had a couple hangouts and stuff over the last couple weeks, but really nothing on recording. Hopefully, like maybe simul drop this with our thing with that other movie that we watched.
oh yeah,
Yeah, but it hasn't been continuity that hasn't come out yet. So,
that's cool.
but cool. I know training has been harder for me to get done. I did like 21 kilometers yesterday in terms of running, but in terms of like getting training done, like straight training, I've had to break down. Oh my God, this journey of this punching bag. I'm finally getting a punching bag.
Yeah, it's your movie.
Now I have to move, and I have to move this punching bag. It's not to say anything with the giant hammer that I have. Not giant, I guess it's a sledge. I have a small sledgehammer that I use for training as well. And Jeremy's seen it in action. He gave me the thumbs up on it, and I'm like, how the hell am I gonna move this thing? I might take it on the boat with me. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll provide an interesting story along the way, so it's all good.
What have you been up to in terms of training?
Training. I've actually been working with Manji Sai lately, so it's been good to get back with that a little bit, and then just doing some exercises, and I mean that's the main thing. Just kind of going through some of those things that I normally do, but just a little bit more on a routine basis. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to developing a new routine. I think this goes nicely into what we're going to talk about today, because after some much heated negotiation, I'm moving closer to the beginning of the week than the end of the week this week, and my mind just turned to having to move and cleaning and all this and moving and packing and all this other stuff. Gotten me thinking about space and place and training. So that's what we're going to get into today. Jeremy, what do you think about can we train anywhere?
Sure. I mean, as long as you got the intention to do it, I mean, you can train anywhere.
But it needs to be somewhere, right?
Well, I mean
let's get metaphysical here.
Can
we train in the non-existence? Can we go into the void and the void stare back? If we punch into the void, will the void punch back?
I don't know. I mean, you're starting to sound like Office Space or something like that. It's no. Wherever you're at, I mean, you can train. I mean, whether it's a structured training or something else. Like one of the things that I was doing with my son this week was, I mean, he was trying to get out of grabs and stuff, and so I was kind of working with him on that. And I mean, that was just in the living room, so it's not like it wasn't like anywhere official that we did. It wasn't like outside. It wasn't in a garden. It wasn't downstairs in my little training area. It was just in the living room. So
I've seen some people who I've only seen this really once, but I've heard about this a couple different places where they're like, I train all the time everywhere. I'm outside, I'm in horse stance. I'm in the line in the store, I'm in horse stance. I'm in Seisan stance everywhere I go, or some stuff like that. I've only ever seen it once where somebody takes, I don't know, the hyper serious people who don't have any sort of self-awareness.
Yeah, no. No, you will not catch me doing horse stance at the grocery store. I can at least attest to that one, but yeah, no.
You'll end up getting kicked for that one.
Yeah, so just.
And I feel like there's, to the best of my knowledge, and this isn't to get into dojos because I don't want to really go down that road today.
No, I get you.
But to the best of my knowledge, the dojo is not necessarily intrinsically a sacred space, if that makes sense. There's some people who've tried to definitely garner that image,
Right.
but it's not intrinsically a sacred space. It's just a room. It's a place you go, right?
Yeah.
But whether it's an it's something like your basement or your dedicated place you do something or a gym or whatnot, where you train is where you train, and how you train is how you train. Your example of the living room is the idea of even casual training between two people, not even having it all that serious, lends to that to still being, oh well, we can train anywhere, we can do this anywhere.
Well, I mean, one of the things I've tried to take in my training was a previous instructor that we're acquainted with mentioned, he was training some military personnel, and they were all in their, they were all in their gis, decked out, this, that, and the other thing. And he basically mentioned to him, like, that's awful pretty, but go get your tactical gear on. Boom. So they all got in there, and he goes, okay, in your gis, you could kick somebody in the head. Go ahead and try to kick somebody in the head in your tactical gear. And when they try to do it, they literally fall over. It's like, doesn't work too well, does it? Therefore, there is a purpose for it, but it's not practical in real life. So I guess that's one of the things I've always tried to incorporate, not get so set up, with a hakama or gi or whatever training. It's like, okay, today I'm in khakis, today I'm in jeans, today I'm in shorts, whatever, and train that way. Just how am I right now?
Half the time we've recorded a podcast or half the time we've trained together, Jeremy has either been in a Fear is for Other People Bruce Lee shirt or in one of several Minions shirts.
Hey, if you're going to train, have a little bit of fun with it,
Well, and I'm very much like, I'm from Philadelphia, so I'm a hoodie and like sweatpants. You gotta have rock the Rocky aesthetic. It's comfortable. People say sweatpants is giving up. I say sweatpants is giving it your best, because you can move really well in sweatpants.
Right. There's nothing against it for me.
Exactly. Why should anybody have anything against sweatpants?
I mean, and technically, my understanding is when everything was created and everything was formed, the actual dress of the day was, a gi. That would be your normal everyday wear. So it's like,
well, I mean,
I know there's to a point, but
there's very interesting photos of Ken Tsuyabu training in late 19th century, early 20th century, like basically formal, like basically a suit and tie. I gotta find them. I had it like 15, 16 years ago. I had the old Fighting Arts when the old Fighting Arts magazines used to come out. There's just like these old photographs of him and like with his family, and he was just doing karate with his like nephews or whatever.
Well, look at some of the seminars that Mr. Oyata would do.
Oh yeah.
He'd go out there. Everybody else would be in their hakamas. He comes out there in suit and tie, knocking everybody around. So it's like,
gotta look good.
Hey, he looked like $1 million. So hey, more power to him. And I will say this. A lot of times if a suit's fitted properly, it's just as comfortable as any gi or hakama that you're going to put on. So hey,
exactly. And say we've done this rather successfully on this podcast is we've never promoted the traditional karate image, mainly because of the titling of the podcast, but also just because of the general of how we dress is we have got a hakama and a gi on top. And I was surprised to say, even though belts were involved, other people who are within our lineage are now starting to follow more of the Koryu versions of just, oh, you wear a hakama, a short hakama, and then you wear a gi on top, and that's your uniform. There's no after or before. Even though some people would say that's iconoclastic or that's nonsense or whatever. But that's your outfit.
Well, I'm glad you recognize that I'm not traditional, so that's all right. That's cool. I'm happy for that.
Well, no, and that's even in itself is we can get into. I think we may have gotten this a little before, but I mean that stuff it only stretches as far as you want it to stretch,
True.
and that I mean it really shouldn't be the kind of end all be all in terms of training, because I mean at the end of the day it's just getting in the backyard and getting stuff done, or getting wherever, right, and getting
Yeah.
stuff done.
Absolutely.
Jeremy, I want to ask you, where is this in terms of space, both personally and I guess just with it in a dojo in itself? Where do you think is the smallest, and where is the biggest you've ever trained?
I'd say probably the smallest may be my basement now. No, I'd say my old apartment. My old apartment was really, really small. I didn't have, and maybe half the size. And I mean, I had to get really, really creative, especially footwork. I learned how to shuffle the hard way so that I didn't hit a wall and have to pay a deposit or anything like that. But whenever I left, I'd say that's probably the smallest place. Biggest place I've trained. The biggest place I've trained was probably outside of Seattle in a place called the Kanagara Dojo.
Huh.
And it's I will say this: I've never been to any place like that. That was unbelievable.
Well, what was the context there?
I
Seminars?
mean, no, I mean it was a friend of a friend. My best friend, his instructor ran the place, and he
Oh, wow.
he went up there. He went up there, and I got to meet Sensei Barish and stuff. And Grant, it was Aikido, but he also had areas where people could come in and train different styles and different things like that. But I mean, it was just, I mean, I can't remember how big it was, but I mean, it was just, I want to say it was almost 10,000 square feet.
Wow.
I mean, it was just huge. And I mean, every detail of that place was immaculate. Unbelievable. I mean, just, it was like going and training in a museum. It was like, it's like, look, don't touch kind of deal. It was just really cool. But I mean, he was very, very gracious, very, 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 very nice. I mean, I learned a lot of different things from him. More so etiquette wise and history wise. So I mean, it was a great experience. So I mean, and I'm not talking about seminars, but I mean an actual somewhat training facility, I'd say. But I mean, Grant, I've been in seminars where huge gymnasiums and things like that too. But
yeah, I mean, there's a shared space, and then there's a dedicated space, and then,
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that there's that place still open.
What, the Kanagara Dojo?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Not damn. Like, oh damn, it's still open. But just the fact that there's a place that large. I mean, America would be the place for that, because even, I mean, Japan. I'm thinking of the very recent edition in Okinawa, the Karate Kaikon. Karate Kaikon can't be that big.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
like
I said, that would be my guess. I mean, it may be a little smaller. It was just it was awe inspiring when you went in there. I mean, it's just jaw drop down to the floor, kind of Tom and Jerry cartoonish, like just unbelievable.
right.
But that's also the place where I got to experience Misogi for the first time. So.
Explain Misogi for those of us who don't know.
Jeez. Let me clarify. That's where I got to experience Misogi for the first and last time. So it's what Misogi is. It's basically a chanting ritual, more for Shinto Buddhism and stuff like that. And when I did it, I was kind of game and okay, whatever. And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna learn something. So we're doing all these exercises and stuff in like loincloths out on the side of the river that's running in the back of his dojo.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's unreal. And so then all of a sudden he'll say something, and then we walk into this river. Well, the river is coming from the mountains, so in other words, snow melt is in the river. So the river is about, I don't know, 45, maybe 50 degrees. I mean, it's cold. It's so cold you don't even have the D on the end. That's how cold it is. So you get in there and you do like an initial chant, and then you duck down to where only your head is out, and you're chanting through this whole deal. And all I know is I'm glad I had that experience because I have one heck of a story. But now that I know what to do and stuff like that, I'd probably be a little more open to it. I think it was more my buddy basically say, hey, watch this. Watch me sucker Jeremy into this. And I think that was part of it, but that's what Misogi is. And I encourage everyone to try it once so that they can have a great story like me.
Fair enough.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
No, I mean that's a good diversion.
I don't know if I've ever told you that story.
How long ago was that?
That was 1994. Because this is how I remember this. Because we were up in Seattle and we went and did this. The day afterwards, we're down somewhere in the city, and they have the TVs and bars and all this kind of stuff. And we're watching the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase in L.A. So I mean that's how I know.
Same time.
I mean, so it was the day before that I did that. So that's how I remember that.
The loincloth fits. You must do Misogi.
Thank you.
That's gonna get us canceled alone.
You never know what you're going to get on this podcast. So
No, you never do, and you know what? That's what should make it more exciting and more popular. To be honest, I don't know what other people are listening to other podcasts for.
So
no, let's backtrack. O.J. Simpson trial, loincloths, 1994, big spaces, right? Spaces and places.
Yeah.
Supposedly the theme of this. So in comparison to thinking about both of those, and it's interesting you bring up Aikido in that regard, because Aikido requires a certain amount of space, certain material, right? You need to have mats to do Aikido. Aikido, people aren't doing ukeme on the ground.
Well, I don't know. I mean, unless you're really
Were they?
I don't know, but I mean,
I've never heard of an Aikido person not having tatami or not having mats to absorb ukeme. You couldn't do. I've seen some old dirt photos of like jujitsu and stuff, but like that's way back in the day.
Yeah.
For karate, we're kind of notorious for just being able to do whatever, like wherever, whenever, however. In a lot of ways, we're pretty much and this isn't just us, but I mean, we're almost defined by not having anything. Literally empty hand. Literally nothing. I've got nothing.
Also, you're pretty much improvising on what you do have.
Yeah.
You got concrete, there's a certain way to do it. If there's mats, there's a certain give, there's certain things you're going to do a little different. If you're on a gymnastics floor, there's going to be something different.
Oh yeah, so. laminated wood versus concrete. I remember the first dojo I worked in. I didn't realize this at the time, but it was basically old 90s, really ugly carpet on top of concrete.
Oh yeah,
strewn throughout the entire school, including inside the training area. And it was just like the worst stuff to train on, in my opinion. Just carpet in general, I think, is the worst thing to train on.
Well, I mean, I know I've been different places got like indoor-outdoor carpet, and that's not too bad. I mean, it provides a little bit of a cushion compared to concrete, but
well, and then that's the thing, you're training on top of you're training on top of concrete, and
Yeah.
that'll inevitably. I think laminated would probably helps with a little more balance in terms of like joints and stuff.
Yeah.
I think mats are better. I think tatami is, I think, ultimately the best thing to do it on top of, because you have a lot more give, you have a lot more cushioning in terms of your joints, especially in terms of like drop, like a kusanku drop or a throw, or like just literally any technique you might be doing, or getting kicked across the room.
Yeah.
And then that would go into, what do we actually need to train them? Could we in fact function with no equipment whatsoever?
Technically, yes.
It's not it would be ideal or even what we want to do, but I mean, we can, as an art, function without any equipment.
True. I mean, obviously, if you're working with some type of weapon,
Yeah.
obviously not. I know back in the days of yesteryear, I mean, some of the things I would do is like if I found like some type of pole or something like that, it wouldn't be wrapped in rope or anything, but every once in a while I just go up and just hit it, just keep working that Makawara practice. And yeah, when I used to work in the warehouse unloading trucks, whenever I was really training a lot, I mean, I'd go up to the racks, when nobody's around, boom, boom, I just hit them. I mean, they're metal. Now, I didn't do it for like 30 minutes at a time, but I mean, 2 or 3 pops, then I'd go do something else and things like that.
Yeah, it goes into that unconscious part of training, right? Where it's like you're just, especially if you are in like a more of a manual job like that, it just asks, because you're just, it's almost, not to say mindless, but it's just manual. And I remember when I used to do some painting in high school, and this is way before I actually learned bow, but it was just like screwing around with a roller and a stick.
Yeah.
Sounds worse than it actually intended to be. But like stuff like that in those kind of small places, or in those places where you're not really supposed to be doing anything like that. You're not really supposed to, and if you get caught, it might not necessarily be the best outcome, but yeah, you do it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, and I mean, even today, like some of the things I do, like if I'm walking downstairs and it's got like a handrail, I'll work on like my 2-finger grip while like, putting my hand on the one side of the rail, and I'm just curling up my index and middle finger, and just work on yanking up just a little bit, and that gives me a little bit of resistance whenever I am working on a technique where I need to grab with just those 2 fingers and stuff like that, things like that. And then like opening doors, instead of just opening a door, I'd take my forearm and just turn it over and watch how fast it flies open.
I sometimes accidentally open doors by punching them open.
Oh,
I will admit, I mean, if you're a karate person and you're not doing that, you really don't care about your craft.
I mean, I don't punch them open. I always
not like intentionally, like going like hauling off on a door.
Yeah.
But it's just you push it open, you punch it, you just open it with your knuckles.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I do that at least once or twice a week. But I mean, I always think it's kind of fun to watch it whenever you roll your hand and put that torque on that door and watch it just fly open. I always thought that was kind of fun, but I still do that today. Huh?
Nobody should be listening to this and thinking this is any sort of encouragement to damage. I have different views on damaging property, but just don't go out there and be like, I know karate, ergo I open all doors by kicking and punching.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about damaging doors or anything like that, but I mean, it does, it is interesting. Next time you do technique and you do like some type of scoop technique on somebody's arm, you watch them really drop then, but you're not really like, walking around, hi, I'm master, who gives a crap? No, it's not that. It's just something in the moment you're thinking about. It's like, okay, does this actually work? Does it still work? geez, I'm getting old. Does this still work? So it's like,
Well, we can go from the big and the small. Say I can't think of any like huge places I've ever really trained. Like no place I've ever really trained has ever been. I mean, and there's like shared seminar times, but I mean, looking back on those times, like I go to a big like hotel ballroom or wherever, or go to a big gymnasium. But I guess that goes into the difference between a place that's like owned versus rented, right? Like if it's a big shared space, that's one thing. And I hope more and more things like that are going to start popping up, especially like post pandemic. I think the idea of the financial burden of somebody running and wholly operating in a dojo is probably going to become a thing of the past. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know. What did you say? Working out of a place where somebody owns it is better than working out of a place that's like rented.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm speaking as somebody's just ever barely rented out a place a couple of times versus you've actually had the place.
I think it depends on who's there at that point. I mean, if you got a space and you're training with different people, it's the people that you're really working with that's going to make that space worthwhile or crap. Sorry, I've been in places where you just have a mix of people that really isn't conducive to really learning. It's more I don't know, here, hold my beer kind of thing, or here, hold my belt kind of thing. Look at what I can do kind of stuff. It's like that's never good. So I guess either way can be. I've been a part of places where it was rented out. It was great. I've been part of places that were owned and it was awful, and vice versa. So
okay, yeah. I mean, I don't want to go too much into dojo ownership or anything like that because I've been in places where it was rented. I feel this is a very American conversation to have to a degree because a lot of dojos in Japan are ultimately shared spaces. Like they work out of a school or they work out of a shared gym, or maybe it's somebody's like family thing, but that's rare. And even rarer still to even have like just a business dojo on its own. But would you say I guess now we can kind of bring it to, and I feel this may garner the same response, but like playing like a backyard basement type of space or going legit and actually having a space. This is something I've had to deal with several times in just teaching, right? Where meeting up with friends or just trying to get people privately to come on board versus opening space open. Please come do class.
Yeah. So sometimes I think when you do open up a space, I think I ran into this. You have a different set of responsibilities you got to deal with. And so you're trying to make sure those responsibilities are taken care of. And sometimes that changes the way you teach and changes how you interact with students. It changes how you train. So, it does throw a different dynamic. Me personally, anymore, I'd prefer just getting together, in different places, my basement, wherever, I'd much rather do that than try to run a facility and try to make sure bills are paid on all that kind of stuff. So
yeah. Well, and those are the difficult things ultimately, right? Because if you do even if you try to meet halfway on that, this is the issue I always ran into, where it's like trying to find property or trying to find space in order to rent, right? Though that kind of garners its own issues. You need to have insurance and stuff like that. But if you try to meet that halfway and be like, all right, we'll just meet in a park.
Yeah.
Kind of like how that was somewhat. This is the only thing I will reference this for because thankfully it's gotten out of like the popular conversation when like Johnny takes his new Eagle Fang dojo to the park. I'm like, been there. That's 100% a thing. They knocked it on its head, even though they got it kind of wrong. They knocked it on its head 100%, because that whole scene where he's trying to go around, trying to find space, trying to do all that stuff, that is 150% accurate to how difficult it is to actually get space and kind of make something like that work, and where your ultimate for free, no problems, no questions asked are a public park. But
Yeah.
then you're ultimately at the mercy of the sky.
Yeah. Well, or going back to Cobra Kai.
Not that I wanted to do that, but I feel like that's a very good shorthand, and I have so many problems with that whole thing, but that's why I say it's like Spinal Tap. It is 100% false and not in any way representative of what we do, and then at the same time, simultaneously, 100% true, and it's exactly how everything's gone down.
Well, I mean, spoiler alert, whenever Johnny leaves and he creates his own new school, which I think is one of the coolest names ever.
Spoiler alert for something that caught popular attention and was available on one of the most popular platforms in which to watch it in multiple languages. Yeah, I mean, come on, we did an entire episode on this, and
Well,
we're 2 months out from it.
No, I know, but I mean, he ends up training in a park. I mean, that's the bottom line. He goes into there, but I mean, the only bad thing about being in a park, some people are like, I mean, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. People kind of want to get into your business and stuff like that, and that's
sometimes
that takes away from your training as well too. So
when I was in college. And I hope one day I can get a couple people who are training within college get on podcast. But when I was in college, we had this one park we would go to where we could train on campus, but we really didn't like training on campus because none of us actually really liked the college we went to. So we went out to a park. One time we went out to a park, we did Boku Kumite in the park, which looking back now was like the stupidest thing ever, because you could get into a lot of trouble for essentially holding an amateur boxing fight, doing that. So lucky the cops didn't show up. But then the other time that actually I was in a park, we weren't really sparring. It was me and another person were going back and forth and just doing technique, and I was just trying to the wrong way in which I took advice at the time was, all right, I'm gonna throw technique really hard and you do the technique on me, and then you're gonna throw the technique hard on me and I'm gonna do it hard on you. We're gonna go back and forth and actually really feel it. And it was the only time the cops ever showed up. They didn't come up to us. They didn't talk to us, but they clearly showed up in response to what we were doing. Now, maybe it was a complete coincidence, but that was the only time we were like, huh.
Somebody called.
Somebody did.
Somebody called. That's
So you do kind of run into not liability in a park, because if it's a public park, I would assume there's no liability, or very low liability in that regard. Clearly, if you have weapons and stuff, if you start doing nunchucks in a park, depending what state you live in, that's illegal.
Yeah, I mean,
and no nunchucks in Canada.
Why? I don't get it.
That's a different story for a different time.
I don't get it, but anyway,
yeah, the weird, oddly aggressive discussion I had with a customs guy one time, and I wasn't even going to Canada. I was just transiting through there.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He got really aggro at me for it. So if there's a place that you can have nunchucks in, Canada, for as advanced and well off as they are. Hey, no nunchucks, eh?
Hey.
But
all right. Sorry.
Wow, where are we going to?
Wow, we've hit about everything.
Well,
I mean, one of the other things I know, I mean, I don't know if I've told this story or not, but when I went to Sensei Oyata's house one time, first time I went there, one of the things I paid attention to is I noticed on the floor there were all these what we call Joe boxes. And I mean, they were maybe I could, I mean, it wasn't just one or two. I mean, it was all, I mean, it was down the hall. It was in the living room. It was here. It was there. Just like, good night. What the, and me being the dummy at the time, I just asked him, I'm like, why do you have that? And he just mentions like, never know when I'm going to be thinking about something. I'm like, okay, I can appreciate that.
It's the Prince never know when we're going to record a song thing.
Well, I mean,
Apparently his house is entirely wired for like sound and stuff, like in the bathroom, anywhere, really in the house. So in
yeah.
case you ever wanted to record, you just do it.
Well, I
So
mean,
that's really interesting. I've never heard anyone like do it who was at that, I guess, level of training or whatever have that.
yeah. Well, I mean, not that level of training either. And probably if I tried to do that in the kitchen or something, my wife would kill me too. But you know, it's one of those things.
Which is that's a different discussion, but
Yeah, that's a whole
that's a whole different topic of just
that's a different animal.
how far will your spouse allow this?
Yeah. I think because I've been in IT for years and years, I think about how Google is. It's like you're supposed to carry a dry erase marker with you everywhere because all the walls are dry erase boards, and so it's like if something comes up, you just start writing right there, boom.
Which is the ultimate, like, I don't want to say that in circles or encapsulates everything, but then that's like just what martial arts is as well. Because boom, like I'm here, I'm gonna work on what I'm gonna work on, do what I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are times you think of something and it's like, oh, I wish I had somebody to work with. And you know, back in the day, I'd contact somebody and was like, hey, I want to work on this. Remind me of this. And you know, we'd start working on it. You know, when we get back there. So,
do you feel like, okay, I guess we kind of touched on like, all right, the empty-handedness of it all and kind of some space and whatnot. Do you feel there needs to be a separation of spaces? Like, this is your space for training, this is your space for other stuff? Or because there's a lot of people who are like still training at home or kind of forcing to be into one space.
yeah, I think it depends on the individual. You know, my famous answer depends because
Adult thing
sometimes,
first.
yeah,
We're hitting all the classics.
yeah. I mean, if you need it to focus in on what you're training, yeah, you definitely need that separate space. I mean, me personally, I have a small separate space that I've got because basically I really don't want to carry weapons throughout the house and work on weapons. I mean, that's the main thing that I work in down here now. I'll do empty hand stuff throughout the house. I mean, like some nights I'll be cooking dinner or barbecuing on the grill and stuff, and I'll think of something it's like, you know, and I'll just kind of go through whatever and just kind of keep working at it that way. But a lot of times my separated space is more for the weapons training than anything. That way, weapons stay in here. Period.
Right.
So,
you don't have an 8-year-old running around with the SAG.
Oh, geez, no. Good night, no. And I mean, him and I, we work with just the Tonbo, you know, hitting sticks together. And he has a lot of fun with that, and it kind of still piques his interest. I mean, he hasn't gotten to the point where, this is what I want to do. But instead, it's just kind of, okay, this is kind of cool. So I'm like, keep his interest going and go from there. So
I was training with somebody, and their kid was with us, and good kid, really a good kid. He's much older now, but when he was much younger, like wanted a pair of whatever weapon we were working on just to do his own thing. I was like, hey, come do the kata with us. He was just like, absolutely not. just like, I'm doing my kata. I'm like, all right,
doing my thing.
Do your thing. You do you, boo. And I think that's true. I mean, the issue of space, and everyone's running into it now with the pandemic, but even regardless of that, before it was just finding the space to train and finding a place to train. And these are, though, somewhat separate things. They do go together. because we need the space to train and we need a place to train. And whether it's at a dedicated place or whether it's a dojo or not, that needs to be something you need to think of. I mean, that needs to be in your head in terms of space. This happened with me where I was doing, and this is on the internet so you can see it, I was doing Pinyon Nidon, and I was allowing the limitations of my space to screw up my footwork. To the point where I was doing stuff kind of disconnected with my footwork, and I didn't even realize it until I had trolls yell at me.
Yeah.
And it was the one time the trolls were useful.
Well, I mean, sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But I think you really got to pay attention to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want it to impact your training, or do you want it to enhance your training? Because one of the things that I started doing was more along the lines of using that limited space as like opportunities for like shuffle, learn how to really shuffle.
Learn how to clinch.
Yeah.
Learn how to deal with like close in spaces and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like most karate knows how to deal. Should,
well,
maybe not in the way that it's taught necessarily, but in what kind of the blueprints that are there, knows how to deal with a small space.
Well, no, I disagree with that.
Really?
I totally disagree with it. How many times have you seen, this is how you do it, and this is the only way you do it?
Right.
It must be, 2 feet this way, that way, this way. And that's where people that train in karate get into a lot of trouble, because they don't know how to improvise.
Okay.
They don't know how to improvise in that situation, in the heat of the moment, or how, whatever saying you want to put in it. It's like they're stuck in their own ways, and they can't see past it. I think that's, but once you see that, you're like, oh, okay, I need to improvise, overcome, and adapt. It's like I've got to adjust.
Right. And where I think the kind of limitations on space versus kind of maybe having the just over openness, as it were, like having a bunch of space to be able to do like really, really big long C steps, or really, really big long like whatever. And that's where your sequence of your footwork is going to be in. But when you get into a small space and you suddenly are constantly watching what you're doing with your feet, or constantly watching what you're doing with your hands, I mean, yeah, you do need to be careful and not like punch a hole in the wall, because the last thing we need is just a bunch of angry guys punching holes in walls.
Yeah.
I mean, that is defined as generation to a degree. If you're you should be able to do that in both ways. And to that point, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it should. It should. But I mean,
doesn't always, and that doesn't nearly enough.
And I think that's, not to tie it back to MMA, but I think that's one of the things that MMA completely exposed. I think that's one of the things Bruce Lee exposed. Yeah, I mean,
go back and listen to our Bruce Lee podcast when we talk about this.
Well, I mean, seriously,
we have to constantly plug here, Jeremy. We have to constantly plug.
Well, but I mean, seriously, that's the stuff that people have got to break away from and really kind of look at. Is this really what needs to happen, or can this be adjusted? Can this move forward? In a confrontation, you're not going to be able to do, perfect footwork, things like that. You better know how to improvise or adjust using different tools and different methodologies
for the space that you're in.
Yeah, and I think in some ways, having a small space is actually a good thing, because that's a different training of different, different proportions. And I mean, if you go back to studying Sun Tzu, I mean, now we're really hitting all the parameters. I mean, if you look at that, or the Book of Five Rings, one of the things is know your environment. What is your environment? I mean, if something happens and you're in a dojo, hey, you got all this space, everything's nice and pretty, and, well, maybe not pretty, but I mean, everything's suited to your taste. Whereas Whereas, let's say something happens in line at a grocery store. I mean, not to bring up what just I just thought of that just happened a couple of days ago, but sick. But anyway, I mean, that's a total different parameter.
Well, and this is where Kendo, Judo, like kind of the stuff that requires certain space, certain materials, certain this and that's, don't really add up when it comes to karate. This is where I think that's where karate's strength is, and that's what a lot of people tend to forget. Is that we are literally the art that is nothing in our hands.
Right.
We need to be able to use what's available, and and adjust and make that more central to what we do.
Yeah.
And space is not excluded in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, not to take away from your Aikido's, Jiu-Jitsu.
No, not by any stretch.
Not taking away from that at all, because I mean, very important skills that you're learning, and you're doing it in a safe environment while you're training, because you're constantly doing that kind of stuff. If something happens, heaven forbid, you're in the real world. It's like, hopefully you're not doing that for an hour and a half. You're doing it for maybe 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Somewhere.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I get that piece of it. But I mean, in a training perspective, yeah, you're right. There is parameters that you do need to have for that to take place. So,
and that's why
I just wanted to throw that clarification and just make sure.
Yeah. So we don't get all the judo people coming after us.
Yeah, we're not picking on that at all. So
no, it's less to point out the limitations of other arts and more to point out that, and it's not to say other arts can't evolve or adapt, right? I don't want to make like stupid generalizations. Aikido could probably be done without doing ukeme and probably be done without having mats. Same thing with judo. You could probably do kendo in a kind of a different and dynamic way, right? You could probably do a lot of this stuff in different ways. Generally, they're not, right? There's just like one way they generally go about doing them. It's not to say that's a bad thing. That's not to say that's a good thing. It's just generally how it's gone. Karate, on the other hand, has just by its nature has had to adapt to big space, to small space, to no space, right? I did see an interesting documentary once of a father he had, I think it was 3 or 4 daughters. It wasn't really a documentary. It was more like a TV spot in Japan where he had this upstairs home-built judo dojo. And he was teaching his 4 daughters were like very strict competitors in judo. But he had like this very, very homespun looking, it's hard to describe, but it's just very homespun, very put together from just stuff that he was able to get. Nothing really super professional looking, but like he was very much about it. And his daughters were very much dedicated to like, and this was probably no bigger than the place I live in now, where he had a family of 6 was living in a house.
Different people have different priorities, so no, that's cool.
Cool. And any final things you want to say on this subject?
I think the main thing is, size is relative to your intent. When you keep that in mind, I think no matter what you do is going to come out positive. So that's just kind of my thoughts on it. So,
and I think if you can think it, you can do it, and you can think about it in the space that you've got. And if you don't have the space for it, then you're going to figure out what best way to make it work in.
Yeah.
I remember making the excuse to somebody one time that I didn't have the space for karate, and they kind of smacked me over the head and said, "What the hell do you mean?"
Yeah, exactly.
And that had all forever changed my view on training.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rightfully so.
It was a good smack in the head. So, all right, good. So.
Cool. Anything you got going on this week in terms of training, or just more Manji Saiyan?
Manji side. Looking to connect with a couple old friends and start getting an old group back together that's kind of been impacted by COVID, injuries, death of family, different things like that. normal
Possible
life.
electrical equipment that we were using the wrong verbs for at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah,
We're getting the band back together.
we're getting the band back together. Yeah.
We will come here for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day.
I love that movie. That's a great movie.
I have only known that movie in its extended cut. I found it on Netflix a couple, probably about 6 months ago. I was watching it, and there was noticeably parts missing, and I was mad. So, who on you, Netflix? Release the extended cut to Netflix normally. Stop taking it off, and putting it on again.
Man, that's a great movie. Not a martial arts movie, but man, it's great.
It is. They definitely had to learn to utilize their space to the point that they had to destroy it effectively.
Yeah.
Speaking of space, I'm moving this week, so my training will simply be making sure all is going to be both mental and physical in terms of figuring out what I need, what I don't need, throwing out what I don't need, somehow boxing up my punching bag, which if anyone has been following on the podcast, it's hard to get, and now I got to move it after not only having it for maybe 4 months.
Yeah, exactly.
So, well, I think we've gone pretty well. It's been a good one. Jeremy, thank you for joining us here today or being on. And we might be a little quiet for a little while, depending upon how a move goes. But hopefully we'll be back sooner than later. With that, anything you want to say in closing?
Nope, I'm good.
All right, we're good. Everybody be good, be safe, be well, and keep on training. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, friends. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John.
And I'm Jeremy.
And we're not going to rush this podcast, but gosh darn it, are we not going to faff around tonight with no notes and a completely impromptu subject? Yeah. Jeremy, how the heck are you doing?
Keep my head above water. That's about it. So
yeah, ain't that everyone these days? I feel about the same. Ospreys and loudspeakers notwithstanding.
Hopefully.
What have you been up to in training this week?
To be perfectly honest, I was doing work on my lake house, getting it ready for rental season. We got renters in there now, so I actually pulled my hamstring getting stuff moved off the decks down onto the docks and stuff. So, man, I'll be perfectly honest. All I've really been doing is doing some hand motions with Manji-Sai and Cheesies, and that's been about it. I got a pair of Cheesies over by my computer, and so whenever I need to take a break, I just kind of flip them, strike, and that's about it. So
I got to figure out a place to get Manji-Sai now, because apparently, I don't know how true this is, but apparently Shuredo can't do Manji-Sai anymore. Apparently Shuredo has shut down production on all Sai. So both Sai and Manji-Sai and Nuntibo. This is what I heard from a Facebook link that may or may not be the case. So I've got to find a new source for relatively inexpensive Manji-Sai.
Well, good luck on that part. But,
yeah, I know. Yeah, this week's been fun with training. There was the Bunkai Jam yesterday that I just managed to make. A friend of the podcast, Tuari, held a big little Zoom thing where he just essentially said, throw me a move in a kata that I don't know, and came up with Bunkai from it. And a bunch of people from a bunch of different places participated. So that was fun.
That's cool.
As I mentioned before in a different show, I worked with Chucks a lot this week. I know you'd like that topic. So maybe we'll have to do like a side video just on Chucks alone. I think your experience with them, I think, would be fun to talk to, and possibly trying to replicate your first experience with them.
Yeah, it's been an interesting story the first time.
Yeah, but we're gonna just leave that as a teaser. You see, our audience will have to wait and see for that one.
Yeah, Yeah, that was the first weapon I learned, so that's kind of interesting. So
This week I focused primarily on not doing kata, but doing just the essential parts of the katas and breaking them down and doing essentially Joe box, but Joe box movement, and not even really focusing with the footwork, just essentially moving in the Joe box with these weapons. And also a lot of bag work, plenty of running, I would say. I got super sunburned on Friday, which because I'm an idiot, and I was like, "Come on, kids, field trip." Mr. John, where's your hat and sunblock? Come on, kids, field trip. So
hey, look at the positive. You got some vitamin D. There you go. All right.
there we go. I got all the vitamin D I need. I can stay inside the whole weekend. We're on Golden Week this week in Japan, so hooray! Showa Day and Children's Day and Green Day and all the fun days, but not that kind of Green Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doggone. All right.
What, you like Green Day?
Oh, not bad.
The early stuff's really good, but that later on, early 2000s turn, just too much eye makeup.
Oh, I got you. I understand.
Jeremy's about the eye makeup.
No, I'm
just screaming on that.
Hey, I'm more of an '80s guy, so yeah.
I know. We just record. I just managed to finish the Last Dragon edit, so that's finally up after almost a month. So, but that's all my fault because I was like, I'm gonna record a bunch of stuff before I move. Then I moved. Then I have to, do all the things of life of new things when you move, like job and placement and figuring things out, which prevented me from editing podcasts, which will not be the case anymore. So hopefully
it is interesting. What was it? A buddy of mine and I, we got into a little bit of trivia with hair bands and stuff about a couple of weeks ago. And so it came up on Michael Bolton, of all people. And they're like, Michael Bolton. I'm like, yeah, he started out as a heavy metal headbanger. He wasn't his first album was actually a really pretty good hard rock heavy metal album. So I was like, it was actually good. So
yeah, that's where I find it interesting where you can compare martial arts with music in that regard, where people are really super surprised where, I don't know, an MMA guy was actually a traditional martial artist, or some traditional martial artists can do tournament work just as well.
Yes.
So how much you ever want to focus on that's anyone's business. But I feel today we were having this like hour some odd chat, just catching up, and you came upon a topic and you were like, let's talk about this right now. And I was like, really? It's kind of late. Let's talk about it right now. Jeremy, what are we talking about?
Well, one of the things we were talking about, we were kind of reliving some of our, fun experiences at seminars and stuff. And I think the topic that came out was more, what's the best way to most efficiently get the most out of a seminar? A martial arts seminar. I mean, I've been to many. I couldn't even tell you how many I've been to. I'd say probably in the 25, 30, maybe close to 50, I don't know, different seminars I've been to. And I've always learned that you get out of it what you put into it. And not so much the direction of what's actually being taught at the seminars. And I mean, people, oh my goodness, you mean tell me you off script? Absolutely. I'll find somebody that knows something some way, somehow, somewhere. And I'm like, all right, I kind of want to know this. And try to be able to get one-on-one time with them or sometime be able to work with them. And usually that's one of the best ways to get stuff out of it. And I found a lot of times it's not so much a structured class, it's more almost a mentoring type of a deal.
Yeah, it has to be, and this coming out of our conversation, it has to be from someone, or it has to be from an interaction. And I know that sounds a little strange, but it's like somebody has to be really, really intent on leading, or there has to be something that attracts people to what's going on, to getting everybody on the floor. I've got two examples of that, but
one of the examples I've got was while in Noon Table. that weapon I'd wanted to learn for 10 years. Could not find anybody that would teach me. No one. And finally I'm at a seminar and I'm just kind of asking around who does this? Who actually does this? And finally they pointed me, now if you want to learn it, this is who you go to learn it from. So I went and talked to him, like, the guy laughed at me, to be perfectly honest, the very first time. And I'm like, no, I'm dead serious. He goes, okay, what do you got? Bring whatever you got to the seminar tomorrow morning. I'm like, what time do you want to meet? And he's like, can you be here? Let's see, seminar starts at 9. Can you be here at 6:30 in the morning? I'll be here. I was there at like 6:15. I mean, I'm sitting there waiting on him. He came in a little bit after 6:30. I don't think he was expecting me to be there, and I'm there. And he goes, okay, you're serious. Okay, here we go. And so I started learning that way.
That is
And
the trick. That
Yeah.
is the trick. That is how you know.
yeah, I mean, because whoever's going to teach you, they want to know. I mean, they want to share the knowledge. I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, if somebody comes up to me, yeah, I love to share the knowledge. I really do.
Mm.
'Cause but it's like, I also want to know, if I share this, are you actually going to be a little bit dedicated towards it, or are you just wanting to put it as a checklist item on your cap of crap that you know?
How
You know.
fast do they pull out of their phones
Yeah,
and say, do it for me while
Yeah.
I film you?
yeah, that.
Especially now. Especially now.
Now, you know what? I don't have a problem with it if it's after I've shown them what I'm wanting to show them. I mean, I get that. But like, if I haven't worked with them at all or anything like that,
If you don't
I'm
know
like,
them, yeah.
yeah, I'm like, go the hell away. I don't care. I mean, if you want to be some dipshit, leave me alone. So,
We just broke a PG-13 rating. There we go,
oh,
folks.
sorry.
It's all right. It's all right.
I mean, you want to be a professional white belt, leave me alone. Just, if you
Well-
really want to study it, if you want to study it, then study it.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially if it's not somebody you know, especially if you're the person who's doing that, right? You
Mhm.
need to be willing to do what is being asked of you. It is something, especially in America, especially now, everyone is. And I see things these days where it's like, you can pay for this and you can get XYZ class for XYZ martial art or weapon or whatever.
Yeah.
I understand the thought behind that.
Mm-hmm.
That is you are either not going to be successful or you are contributing to the death of the arts in a way, because you are turning that purely into a transaction.
Mm-hmm.
What you just talked about is not a transaction. That is the beginning. That is the start of building some form of a relationship.
Absolutely. I mean, and for years, whenever I'd have a question, I'd call the guy up, like, hey, I'm working on this. What should I be looking for? What am I accomplishing with this? You know what I mean? Sometimes I'd leave a message, sometimes, he'd get back to me. So it was a great experience. It was very tedious. I stuck through the whole thing. He was shocked. It took several seminars where he was at to teach me, okay, you learn this part, you learn this part, you learn this part. And so it was a good thing. So,
well, and speaking to the unique nature of it, right? Because especially with some of the stuff we've done, we've needed to do that because of just how people live in different places, and then there is like Nuntibo is a great example of, you really need to break it into pieces, and you really need to know what you're doing, and you actually do need the weapon, which is difficult to find and hard and and very expensive.
yes.
So, I completely see why the person who's teaching you would have reluctance even teaching it. I know why you had reluctance in teaching some. I don't think you had reluctance, but especially when some of that stuff you were starting to teach us.
And I get his point, because that's not something that's easily picked up.
Yeah.
And a lot of people get frustrated, after first handful of moves, like, I think I'll go do something else. I'll go do something a little easier. Like when I'm teaching Sire Manji Sai, I teach a lot of stuff that's incorporated with what I mean. Would you agree or no?
No, I mean, I would totally agree that. I mean, it all fits together in some way. And part of that is because that's how you see it. That's how you've taught it to a lot of us. But a part of that is that you picked up on that and made that an emphasis. The DNA of that teaching that you got is now in other people,
Yeah,
and hopefully it spreads out where you see other people who miss that beat, who miss that desire to, well, I'm gonna go do this and I'm gonna go do this at 6:30 in the morning and I'm gonna put away the camera and I'm just gonna work with this guy and we're gonna do this, and this is something I want to accomplish. And I think that's the what I guess one mindset we can say for seminar, and it'd just be interesting to even break down this idea, but we don't have all the time for that, is to just be dedicated to the one thing rather than do the jump around where it's just 50 different techniques.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you go to these seminars and you get people that try to pick it out, and I get it. I mean, it's like a buffet of knowledge. It really is. And you're trying to pick up as much as you can, which in that aspect, yeah, that's a great thing. But when you get home, how much did you actually retain? I'll be perfectly honest. Whatever the main part of that seminar really was, I could tell you maybe a little bit, the different 3 or 4 seminars that we went through. I could tell you a little bit about what each one was, but not a lot. Well, I guarantee you, from those, I understand Nutebo because that's what I wanted to really pick up. I mean, it wasn't like a feather in my cap. Hey, I can teach this stuff. No, it was something I wanted to know, period. I had a driving force that I wanted to know it.
And that is what I feel is lacking.
Yes.
Nowadays. And that's not from everybody, but it's also the being able to see everything is in some ways taken away this desire to learn, is taken away this desire to search, it's taken away this desire to pick things up. And I think for good or ill, I think it's great to see stuff on YouTube and be able to kind of experience and play a little, but to actually want to go after something, it's a different story.
Right.
But
I agree. So what was one of your? We'll just kind of share some of our experiences that we picked up.
It's a story time podcast.
Yeah, sure.
Story time. One I want to bring up, and this is in memory of a friend of ours who passed away last year.
Yeah.
Is our friend Guile, and he only had a very indirect hand in this, but I feel like if he wasn't on the floor with us, then it wouldn't have happened. Because at the time, everyone, kind of some of the folks we were working with, looked down on using teaching techniques or whatever. And it was this is not a completely nonsense move, and anybody who was there should understand that. Regardless, there's a group of guys been new to what we were doing, and I was just walking them through a basic thing, and I was like, and I was tapping into something was shown to me 4 or 5 years prior, and I was like, well, this is a possibility of it playing, and it was just basically punch, parry, armbar, punch, parry, armbar. And then two testing groups from different dojos came over. We're like, we're working on that. What are you doing? I was like, we're doing this. And then somehow what went from this small, 2 or 3 guys working together on this small, tiny little exercise to a really basic technique went into an entire room. And I mean, fairly big room. You know the room I'm talking about.
No, yeah, no, I know.
Of everyone doing this. And I really wasn't trying to lead it. I was just like, okay. And then a friend of ours walks in, and then Guile walks in with him, And he's like, "What are you guys doing?" And I was like, "We're just doing some techniques." He's like, "Oh, awesome, great." And so he gets on and gets out there and he starts showing this. Yeah, you could do this and then you could do that. And it was just this, I don't know. I don't think it went on for super long, but it went on for a decent 2 hours, just like organically growing into this like, oh, quick, if you punch this way and you do this technique one way, you can get the guy on the ground this way. If you do it another way, you can drop him down. And then our other friend Greg was kind of thrown in, and everyone kind of looks at Greg one way, but you don't really see his tactician side. He's actually really really great with techniques and understanding leverage. And he was thrown in there too, and it just turned into this unintentional, unplanned, like 2 or 3 hour jam session on just this one tiny thing we were working on from the top.
Yeah.
And I will never forget that. I will, and those are the kind of, you don't have that. You can't really make that happen. And trying to make that happen is really hard to do. But it's just letting it go, because those other groups of testing people could have just stayed where they are and not come over to us and started doing what we were doing.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it was 2 or 3 guys working on a technique, and then suddenly these guys who've serious skill and knowledge and experience walk on the floor, and then the whole tone changes. And I feel like that's it at its best.
Having that opportunity just to explore, I mean, you can say, oh, this works and this doesn't work, but when you really see when something works and when something doesn't work, I mean, that's invaluable.
And then having a bunch of people to do it with.
Yes.
Having a bunch of people who you do not regularly see, who you do not regularly work with, the body types, the reactions, the levels of experience, the levels of skill. To a degree, I think essentially seminars should be more considered a non-competitive form of a tournament.
Kind of. I mean,
because you're meeting up with a bunch of different people from a bunch of different places, and even if you're not in the same, even if you are in the same lineage or whatever, the same style or the same whatever, dojo A and dojo B don't practice the same.
right. And no
You
matter,
can be very similar, but they don't practice the same.
no.
So you're going to get very different things out of very different people, and I think that's super important.
Yes.
Super important.
Absolutely.
I think between our 2 stories here, I think it shows the breadth of what those times can be.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And the other thing, I mean, the seminar actually creates kind of a tool for you to basically network with people. That's where you're going to get your knowledge. It's not so much, hey, I went to this class with so and so. Great. What did you get out of it? Don't know, but I went to this class with so and so. I mean, that's usually the answer that
It's
you
a
get.
cover.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, breaking people out of that kind of mold. I remember another really cool moment. I was showing some people around. They're from another country. They had done a lot of tournament style martial arts, and this was kind of their first experience with more of a, I guess, more of a lifestyle martial arts, or lifetime martial art. And so they were new to weapons. I'll never forget this. They were new to weapons, and they're like, "Oh yeah," and I'm like, "What makes a weapon?" And I was just kind of asking them some basic questions and stuff. And one guy really liked the bow, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." He's just picking up a stick. I mean, literally, he's just picking up a stick and just whipping it around. I'm like, "Come here, I want to show you something. This is a stick." I mean, it was basically a broom handle that was turned into a bow or a Joe or whatever. Yeah. And I'll never forget this. I'm like, "Okay, feel this. Just do a couple movements. Do that." And then I handed him mine, and I'm like, "Do the same movements with this." And I mean, it just instantly popped. I mean, he was getting the stuff down with whatever stick he was using. But when he was using mine, because I don't know what it is. I mean, that's one of the things I've always taken very seriously is the weapons training. And when I train with weapons, I usually have weapons that are balanced. I mean, it's just me because I want if I'm not using that, I can find the balance in whatever thing I'm picking up, whether it's a broom handle, whatever. I can find that balance very, very quickly, and I think that's key. But then I had the guy work with my weapon, and his eyes just got about as big as saucers, just like this feels so different. I'm like, that's the difference between a stick and a weapon. There's a difference. You can do movements with a stick, but you can't truly know how it is a weapon unless you see the balance of a weapon. And it was funny. This was probably the highlight of this. Some other people from their country came over the next year, and he pulls me aside with all the other people with him. It's like, hold on, I want to show you something. I'm like, okay. So he does the entire lesson that I just did a year previously with him to all these other people.
I know what you're talking about.
Huh?
I think I know what you're talking about.
I think you were there.
I think I was. I'm trying to remember who this was. I think I know you're talking. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk. I don't want to like point them out, but
we're talking about these instances to report the crime, but we're hiding the names to protect the innocent.
Yeah. It really that was one of the stories that over the years really hit me right in the heart, because it's like I actually taught something that stuck with this guy that was so important that he wanted to replicate it in front of me, just exactly how I taught him the year before. And I thought that was like, I thought that was pretty awesome. So
well, and that goes to show that why the seminar, why the gathering? I don't really like the word seminar, but why having a group of just a bunch of different people coming together is so freaking important, because people are gonna pick some stuff up inadvertently or intentionally, and I'm interested to know whether or not how far that person's now taken that. But that's where I feel the intentionality behind being at a seminar, right? Being somebody with experience who had good experiences, right? Because how much of that was go back to all those years, right, when you learned Nunti.
Yeah.
And flash forward to when you were teaching that. Had you not had that experience of learning Nunti and having that with somebody, do you think you could have just like seen that kid do bow or whatever and then just be like, okay. But you actually went out of your way to show him that.
Right. Yeah.
How much of that was like passing on a piece of I hate to say passing on a piece of DNA, but passing on that attitude, that culture to a degree, that openness, that willingness to show when others wouldn't, or others don't see, other than just, oh yeah, he's doing it, all right, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes I'm kind of a goofy dude, but I pick up on a lot of, I wouldn't say like, ooh, I'm all that in a bowl of cherries. I mean, I just pick up on a lot of things that are a lot of subtleties that I think are very, very important. That I think if you concentrate on the technique or this or the kata or whatever, if you just concentrate on that, you miss the true goal of what's really being taught.
And you don't have enough people who are willing to kind of go the extra mile, because that lesson could have been taught in a couple different ways.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
and that's where I feel that having the multiple perspectives, because the person who presides over that guy could have just been like, no, don't listen to them, just listen to me. How many times have we seen that, where all these groups of people come and they just congregate together and they don't do anything else or talk to anybody else, right? That's when it really is just a tournament, like a seminar in name only, and it's like a weird tournament to a degree.
Yeah, I remember one instance. Yeah, they, I was really trying to teach somebody something about one of the more advanced katas that we do. I was really trying to teach him something. It got to the point where he confronted me to where it's like, well, that's not what my instructor said. And I went full on just total jerk drill instructor on him. To this day, I feel a little bad about it. But the other part, I'm like, I really never talked to him again because I don't think he was ever comfortable coming back up to me after that. I didn't mean it that way, but it was like, it was almost like, damn it, you're not seeing the lesson that I'm trying to teach you. Getting you're not getting what the importance of what I'm trying to show you. No, not that I had all the answers, but it was like I had this one. So,
Well, it's also another. I mean, there's a certain maturity where you get to where it's just like, wait, that does not look like other thing that I learned from other place. You know,
yeah,
it's wait, when how programmed are you to the point where it's like you can't reckon where it's like, congratulations, you recognize that's that what you do in other place. But do you realize that might be something that would benefit you in some way by seeing somebody else do it a different way?
right.
Just an idea, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, to this day, it's still, I mean, not so much that I'm mad at the person, it's more irritated at the way that the person came into the training and how he was approaching it. It
Yeah.
was like, I'm here to train, but I'm really not here to learn.
Yeah, and that's where it's like that is something I've found that's hard sometimes, especially when it's like when you have the kind of the opposite approach, where when the opposite happens, when it's like you're working with people who are like, this is an outside block, guys. This is an outside block. See, you're doing an outside block. I'm like, yeah, doing this 20 years. Kind of
Yeah.
know what that is. But the other side of that is you have to be able to, okay, that guy's doing that for a reason. He's doing that for the benefit of other people around me. Perhaps I can kind of in the group be more valuable, even though I'm not going to be like, yeah, I already freaking know that, man. I learned that when I was, rather than doing that. For those who might feel the need to shout that out or walk away, find a way to make that beneficial for both for yourself and for the other people around you.
Yeah.
Because you might be surprised at what actually happens.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think maybe the one other story I have, it relates to kind of tangentially to what we were talking about, but some people change over the years, and when you first meet them, you think one thing about them, and then where they are now, might be different. But there's two guys who, when I first met them, I was kind of a little taken aback. I was much younger. These guys were kind of older. They looked like they'd been doing it for years, and they were just kind of joking about it the entire time, but they were also taking it seriously, which I feel implanted a piece of kind of the way I see things today. When I had gone to a particular seminar, and I did not know the Pinyan katas. I just did not know them. I had seen them, but my initial training did not teach me them. And it's been like, it was a weird point of contention with some of the people I originally trained with, is like why they didn't do the Pinyan katas or whatever. And a lot of people get pissy about that.
Mhm.
But these guys, at least when I originally met them, at least how I originally knew them, just got a group of us together, and we were just all over the smorgasbord in terms of age, experience, whatever. And we were all in this like real small patch of grass, and in the better part of a late morning to early afternoon, we just went through all the Pinyan katas. We learned all of them and did all of them. And it is really relaxed and somewhat joking way.
Yeah.
And some people would say, how did you learn all the Pinyan katas at once? I was like, kind of because of that.
Yeah.
And being able to get a group of people together, didn't know each other, didn't really know what they were doing originally, and being able to take away from that, I can say that's probably, if I wasn't open to that and maybe wasn't so excited to get the Pinyan katas, because There's other people who were there who were like, "Ah, I've done the piña coladas before." I looked at them and was like, "I've never done the piña coladas before," and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah. What's wrong with you? Nothing. What's wrong with you?" So that kind of instance, that really sticks out as one of those other cherished seminar memories that I feel wouldn't have happened in other places. So I think it was just only reserved for that time, and I don't necessarily think we could replicate today. But
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different things that over the years. Sometimes I try to remember. Some seminars I remember lots of stuff, and some seminars it's like, man, I just wasted a lot of money for nothing. But the bottom line is, I mean, the ones that I got the most out of is the ones I made happen. It wasn't so much what they were teaching.
yeah.
So
And then and this is where it's your not just attendance but participation, your
Yeah.
involvement. This is where I always feel scared because I feel like I'm screwing up, or I'm imposing on people, or I'm putting people out or something like that. You know what I mean? But if I don't get involved, if I don't try to say something or do something, what's going to happen?
I think, over the years, this is my take on it. The greatest compliment to somebody is for somebody to come up to you and ask you to teach them something that you know and learn it with all their heart. I think that is maybe one of the greatest things I've ever gotten out of doing martial arts, period. Whether it's seminar or wherever. But I mean, for me, yeah, I mean, having somebody come up to me and is like, "Hey, I really want you to teach me this. I know you know it, but yet stick with it, not so much, oh, it's hard, I'm going to go somewhere else. I don't want to do this anymore." Because I'll be perfectly honest, I mean, I'm kind of more of a stickler on teaching. I'm like, "Hey, do this, do this, do this. Okay, we're going to do it again. All right, well, we're going to add a couple more moves. We're going to add a couple more techniques. We're going to keep going, keep going, keep going." So I mean, that's just kind of my 2 cents.
But that is never something anyone should ever disregard, in my opinion.
No,
because that I can testify to that. I'm not just saying that because we're friends. I'm not just saying that because you're like my Budo uncle. I'm saying that because I've seen the difference between someone who cares about that and someone who doesn't care about that. And every time you end up better with someone who cares about that. And people might not rub each other the right way. That's just life. But you should need to always look for those people who are going to be sticklers for that, who are going to be more attention to nuance.
Yeah.
So,
it's interesting. I mean, you mentioned this. One of the guys I taught Sai-to, one of the first summer camps I went to. It's interesting. I mean, him and I, we don't see eye to eye. We don't get along. But there's a mutual respect between the two of us. And I mean, even as of a couple years ago, I mean, he'd email me every once in a while. I was like, "Hey, I was working on this. What was your intent on this?" And I can at least appreciate the fact that he's still thinking about the things that I was teaching him. So I have a lot of respect for the guy from that perspective. Like I said, I don't always agree with him. Sometimes we don't get along, but I definitely respect that 100%. So, and I mean, and he's free to contact me at any time.
I think that's when you know you did your job right.
Yeah, well, at least I thought
that's
so.
Like, well, a guy you don't always see eye to eye with, you sometimes disagree with, sometimes don't get along with, yet you've managed to put something in their head with the point where that's when you know it's not to a degree that person's still a friend.
Yeah.
In a weird way.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I hope folks listening to this understand that we've talked about seminars before, but I think understanding these experiences isn't so much to say we're the ones who have these experiences, hurrah, 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 but rather these are the experiences to look for. These are the experiences, especially if you're the person who's in charge, to facilitate, to work towards, and to allow to happen naturally. That's the biggest thing I can say, is that allow these things to happen naturally, take charge where you need to, and don't be afraid to have fun. But if you're leading these things, make sure one of them happens. That's your job.
And the other thing is, if you see something that you want in your heart, you want some, not just not a checklist item, but something you want to learn, go after it. Show that, ask and show that person you're dedicated to what you actually want to learn this from them. And most people I've run into, if you do that and you show that you're that dedicated, if you're willing to bend over backwards, so will they.
Exactly. Well, Jeremy, what are you working on this week?
Hopefully my hamstring gets better. That's the main thing right now. So.
We're working on the stretches.
Yeah. Ugh. I hate that's it's one of the worst. Between that and having your back go out, those are the worst things on planet Earth. It's like just anyway. So that's why I'm working on it. So.
I will be working gonna keep working on Nunchuck, Sai, and Tombo. I feel like that's a grouping along with Saison that I really want to work on. One thing I want to find in the next couple odd time, I don't really want to say weeks, months, or years. I want to find the thing I can do, if that makes sense. I'll talk about a little bit more about that later, but I'm really looking for that thing that, like, especially when you're talking about demonstrations, what's the thing that I do?
Yeah.
Anyway, any closing? I was like, all right, we are. And folks, don't forget to keep on training. Hey folks, I wanted to issue a content warning really quickly. Nothing terrible, just a couple more F-bombs and curses than we would normally have on the show. Not going to be the current state of affairs, but I just wanted to issue that for anybody who would be surprised by that suddenly happening. Also, first 4 minutes, our audio sounds a little more like hallway audio, but we managed to fix that up pretty quickly. So, other than that, enjoy the show.
Folks, welcome to another one of our B-sides. I didn't expect to be doing this quickly after our Last Dragon go. Generally, we just do these every so often. But a friend of mine, God of Thunder, Man of Mystery, Brother from Another Mother, Bobby, has written copious theses on this film that recently it's come out. And I just was like, hey, you want to get on a podcast about it? He's like, yes. So here he is, the Man of Mystery, the God of Thunder himself. Bobby, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay, man. It's been more than a week since I saw the movie, and so the initial speechlessness, and not in a good way, has kind of worn off, and so I've been able to move on with life. I look back and I'm like, God damn, how do you mess something up that badly? It's kind of like messing up boiling water or something. Like, it's kind of like taking instant oatmeal, right, where you have two ingredients: water that you either boil or heat up in a microwave with the oatmeal already in it, and oatmeal. And that's it. It's kind of like saying, well, let's add some chili powder and a couple of bananas and rotten eggs and maybe a half a bottle of Malort in there as well, in order to like spice things up and be creative and individualistic as well.
Well, what are we talking about, sir? Are we talking about, I don't know, any one of recent films that's just been dumped onto any sort of streaming service?
Oh, not at all. No, couldn't possibly be. Yeah, we are talking about the most recent Mortal Kombat movie. For anybody who wants to refer to it as a movie, I'll use that because there's not really another term, nothing friendly anyway.
Well, I'm interested to know, because you seem to be like singularly offended by this, and I've known you for almost 20 years. I'm just like, when has Bobby ever mentioned this like absolute love and affinity for this? I was just like, wait, when was this a thing?
I've a couple of things. One is I'm aware that it's just a movie, and I mean, a bad movie is a bad movie, and life goes on. It's not like it's gonna, keep me from surviving or breathing or anything like that. At the end of the day, it's just a movie, and it's not my screw up,
Right.
But at the same time, I know that there are many people. I happen to be one who had been waiting for this movie or a version of this movie probably for more than 20 years. I would fathom since Mortal Kombat Annihilation, that friggin' abomination from 1997. I'm someone who liked the original movie, the 95 movie. And
I just recently watched it in full because I always like caught it on cable or like caught it on TV like halfway. So it's like I always kind of knew what happened in it, but I didn't watch it until like probably a day or two later from watching this recent one, and it was like, what?
Yeah. Well, that one's
how did it take you like 25 years to like not do it better?
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like this new one had everything going for it, and they completely dropped the ball. I mean, not only did they drop the ball, they like decided to spike the ball into a mud puddle and then like piss, shit, and throw up in it all at the same time.
That's what I think what we were talking about was like, from a production value perspective, it's not Annihilation. It's not degrading in quality. The quality, the filmography, the CGI, mostly the cast, everything's there that should be there.
Yeah, they had the right ingredients and totally screwed up. And this, I mean, just jumping back, because there are going to be people who would retort and say, "Well, you're not a real fan." There are people who I don't really know where this mentality comes from. I mean, let me restate that I do. It's just disappointing.
Right.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back and better than ever. You were talking about like people were complaining about you not being a real fan of this if you're complaining about it, but you seem to have some sort of take back at that.
Yeah, there are a fair number of people who have been kind of firing back at people critiquing the movie and saying, "Well, you're not a real fan of the games or anything. All I wanted was some fatalities and some violence to look at, and every now and then they'd throw in that they wanted some good fights." This isn't everybody, by the way. I'm very well aware this isn't everybody, but a fair number of people kind of had that as their retort for anybody who had any kind of a constructive critique about this movie. And as I said a minute ago, and I'll get into this in better detail in a few minutes, but spoiler alert, the fights themselves, almost all of them were not very good. And even the fatalities, there were like one or two outlying ones that actually looked pretty good. And the others either looked really cheap or just didn't exist in the movie. So there really weren't that many quote unquote fatalities. And the ones that we got were not well earned, so to say. There wasn't a really good fight leading up to those moves. All right, I'll get into that in better detail in a second, but I don't want to get too sidetracked.
Right.
The main thing is there are people who kind of either don't realize or maybe don't want to realize that even though the first couple of games were very basic, more and more games developed over time, and there was a lot of lore and story added to those games and a lot of character given to the characters. So they weren't just kind of slots to fill in. It wasn't like, oh, this person looks cool, let me use them. After a while, they actually developed personalities for those characters and backstories. And I find it kind of insulting that that people will kind of one-dimensionally think, oh, it's just a mindless fighting movie. And don't get me wrong, there are quite a number of mindless, turn your brain off style, good, bad movies that I'm a big fan of. And they sometimes will be action movies. More times than not, they'll be low-budget horror movies, many of which I got in my collection. But those are the movies where like what you're going in for, and it's not necessarily supposed to have a well-written story. This was something coming from a series of games developed over decades, where there was now all of a sudden a good amount of lore to pull from.
Yeah, you had like 20 years between the first one, which was drawing on 1 or 2
game
Yeah, the first movie came out
versus
when
like,
only parts 1 and 2 of the games were out. And so they didn't have as much to work with. In fact, a lot of the story that was added to the first movie helped shape the other games afterwards.
plus
It
like,
wasn't everything from that movie.
dun.
Well, that song existed a long time before the movie came out. It was at least a year or two old before the movie came out. There was a separate track, separate CD that came out from a techno group called the Immortals that did that. And they just pulled it for the movie because it was too good not to. You know,
Right.
It was like can't not use it. You know. Side note: it drives me insane when people try to sing the Mortal Kombat song, but there's a very similar sounding house or techno song from that same era that they end up singing instead and not even realizing. You know, I'm like a fan of the game series since the first one. I first played these games when the very first game was only available in the arcades. It wasn't even out on the home consoles yet. And I
Back
have
in
to
the
go
days
to
when
like
those were
local
like
sporting goods store to play.
$45 or whatever.
Yeah, well, more than that. If I remember correctly, I think they were more like $70 or something like that, because they came out on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear. Those were the ones that it came out on first, and then eventually came out on Sega CD also. I was a Super Nintendo guy, so I had it on that. But and unfortunately, the Super Nintendo version took out the more violent fatalities. They learned their lesson and left them in for part 2 when that came out. There's this weird stigma to where it's like, people think, oh, if you want the lore and the story, that you don't want the gore and the violence in there. It's kind of, well, you can have both. I'm really racking my brain trying to figure out why there's this weird divide in someone's thinking process that you can't have that you have to have one but not the other. There
Because
are
of
many
course
movies
there's no story that doesn't have no good story out there that doesn't have gore and violence in there.
Exactly.
It says every freaking war movie, fighting movie, cop drama, martial arts
Fight
movie.
Club, Kill
Yeah.
Bill Volume 1 and 2, the Raid movies, The Night Comes For Us, you know, and a number of other very low budget movies that sometimes had a good story and sometimes did not.
Generally, and like
Circulating-
the story is told like via the fights and stuff like that.
That's part of the language a lot of the
freaking
time.
Yeah, and it was what the Mortal Kombat's about. You know, I mean, and that's what differentiates it from Street Fighter. Is it,
Well,
if you try to tell me it's like what's the difference between Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, I'm like maybe one
There was
doesn't
a lot
have
more
powers.
more backstory.
Yeah,
There was more backstory and more mysticism in Mortal Kombat. I like Street Fighter as well. There was just a certain thing about the Mortal Kombat lore and look and storytelling over the course of the games, and also the first movie for that matter, that kind of kept me coming back for more, a little more so than the Street Fighter games. And the fatalities were part of that, but they weren't the be all and end all. They like, you can't just have that as a gimmick and nothing else. And I kind of feel like this movie, the recent movie, was trying to do that in order to lure in fans. Like, oh, we've got fatalities, and they used that as the carrot to kind of dangle in front of everybody, but there was no other substance to the movie whatsoever, which is really unfortunate because there were some very talented individuals in the cast, particularly Joe Taslim as Sub-Zero and Hiroyuki Sanada as Scorpion.
well, and that's the thing. They get this like opening scene. It felt like it was a different movie. Like it just felt like they get this opening scene that's just great. There you go. All right, cool. All right, that.
We're back.
Sorry, after 2 interruptions. So, I mean, because the beginning scene is like just wonderfully crafted from a fight choreography. It's not a lot heavy on the CGI, and once it gets, it uses the CGI really practically.
And it's kind of sparingly, which I liked. You know, it wasn't overkill. And I agree with you. I've said this. It felt like that opening scene was recorded by a completely different film crew, who then left the rest of the movie to like a bunch of interns who'd never filmed the movie before. And like somehow or another, Hiroyuki Sanada and Joe Taslim were just like contractually obligated to film the rest of their parts and tried to stay out of the rest of the movie as much as possible, because that was the thing too.
Why then does the focus need to be on
Mr. Generic?
This new, hey, look, the guy who plays him,
Louis Tan.
Yeah, Louis Tan. He's kind of been screwed by like a bunch of different, like the Iron Fist Netflix show. He got screwed by, like he was in like a couple other stuff.
He was in Into the Badlands, and he was actually quite good in that.
and then they just give him like, I'm an MMA fighter. He's
Yeah.
not as good as he used to be.
Well, yeah, and like that's
and
it's
and I
not
got a
his fault.
family. That's
It's not his fault. The character was really poorly written, and the entire movie was poorly directed. Like that's not a fault to him either as a martial artist or even as an actor for that matter. If you're given shit to work with, and probably even told to play it the way that he played it,
yeah.
it's it's not, that's really not his fault. I've seen bad movies, good bad movies, the ones that are like, oh, this is supposed to be shitty, and that's part of the charm. This is not one of those movies, but I've seen those types of movies and found out behind the scenes that a lot of the actors were deliberately directed to overact. In this case, they were directed to underact. It seems like directed to do something to where it like was totally contradictory to, yes, this is good act. That seemed to be the case for a lot of the actors. It seemed like so many of them wanted to do a lot more, but were kind of like held back in this sense. It seemed like the one guy that they kind of let off the leash a little bit was Kano, but they still messed that character up quite a bit. I'll get back to that in a sec. We were talking about Louis Tan, but yeah, he's actually a very talented martial artist, and he probably is a good actor as well. I mean, I thought he was pretty good in Into the Badlands, and
he
I
did the
know he's
best he
stuff.
could with what he had.
Yeah, like when you're given a
Like-
shit sandwich, the most you can do is maybe make shit salad.
Yeah, and I
It's
think he
really not his fault.
no, and like he does the part as well as he could, but he has nothing to go on. And then I
Yeah.
guess if you want to walk through the plot or not,
Yeah, I mean, like he's like a down on his luck MMA fighter with a family that's way too old for him. Like his daughter is way too old for him unless he had her when she was 15 or so, which is plausible, but raises too many questions and is too friggin' distracting for the rest of the plot. She looked more like his younger sister or something like
Yeah.
that.
which or might have been a rewrite at another point. But then
I
like
wouldn't be surprised. It seemed like they were trying to. I hated the whole "let's make him relatable" thing because they made him as unrelatable as possible as a consequence of that. Like indirectly or unintentionally, they ended up making him very unrelatable because the character turned into a block of wood personality-wise, and more to the point was he was a fucking weak character. I mean, he physically got his ass handed to him by everyone in the movie. We're getting into spoilers, by the way. By everyone in the movie
Yeah, it doesn't
except
matter.
Goro, who's supposed to be the champion of Mortal Kombat, who won 9 straight victories in a row and defeated the Great Kung Lao of the previous generation, and the Great Kung Lao is the guy that was able to defeat Shang Tsung. So in other words, Goro whooped the ass of the guy who whooped Shang Tsung's ass, and Cole dispatched of him like he was just some generic henchman as soon as he found his stupid magic power, which was really a Black Panther suit ripoff.
well,
with
and
a
like
top blade
was-
thrown in.
I do enjoy that the fact they were like, hey, Tonfa, this underrated weapon, let's try to put it in here in a interesting way. And it's like, you guys kind of missed the forest for the trees there because there's fun stuff.
Yeah,
to do with
yeah.
that.
And the other thing was they made him an MMA fighter, which in and of itself wouldn't be problematic. I actually liked seeing some of the grappling in there. I liked seeing some of the ground stuff in there. What I didn't like was that they limited the groundwork almost entirely to Cole, because
Right.
that type of stuff exists in other martial arts, not just modern MMA, and it's a misconception. And I'd like they should really incorporate that in other fights and other characters, especially the military characters. All of those guys have some kind of a ground game. If they're special forces characters, they know close quarter combat and they know basic grappling at the very least. And so I found it kind of ridiculous that they kind of left that stuff only to Cole. And more to the point is, other than when he beat up Goro and then magically, just had to help with the final fight and be the guy to deliver some of the last shots on Sub-Zero as well, which was the thing that kind of ruined that fight for me. He got his ass handed to him by all of these other weaker characters. He basically fought at the beginning of the movie when they're establishing he's a down on his luck past his prime fighter, because that's what we want to relate to in a Mortal Kombat movie, a guy who can't fight.
Right.
But he basically loses a fight badly to the MMA equivalent of Spider Rico from Rocky 1.
Which I would be like, yeah, it would be cool if we just opened with. Here's the thing: if they had just saved, I don't want to say like that because it was an awesome scene. They, of course, why would they not want to show that? But if they had not opened the movie on like, meanwhile in Japan, they instead opened it with him, and then
It took place now.
yeah, and then slowly dipped into all this stuff.
don't make him related to Scorpion because
That was yeah.
why?
Yeah, whole thing of like he was needed to bring Scorpion back. Like they've painted themselves into this corner now of like, okay, so is Cole required for Scorpion to be a presence in any of the other movies now? You know, these guys painted themselves in a lot of corners and might not even realize that's only one of many. Like don't even get me started on the friggin' Arcanas / magical stupid powers.
Which
you know, that somehow
I don't remember that being a thing in the game.
It's not. It's not in any way, shape, or form at all. They made it up for the movie. And they even used the stupid tattoo thing. Like that's kind of taken from Mortal Kombat Annihilation. They have a tattoo that looks like that. That's a temporary portal between realms. And the gods characters have permanent ones. And so they literally took a shitty thing from a shitty movie for this shitty movie.
Reading some of the like wiki on it, apparently this was supposed to be the third installment that never went anywhere, and then this is what was apparently pushed out 20 years later or whatever. Which I mean, it's okay. So for my money, it's again, it's the parts are all there. I want to walk through the plot some more. Cole's down his luck, loses a fight, and he's out with his family. They're having fries or whatever, and then like Sub-Zero shows up, like suddenly.
And as cool as that scene is, because I was still very engaged in the movie when this was going on. I was trying to give Cole the benefit of the doubt at this point.
Right.
And I was still very engaged in this scene. For me personally, it wasn't until Cole showed up at Sonya's place that I started to disengage. And the reason why is everything prior to that at least was more cohesive.
Well, and that's where the movie falls off. Like because suddenly like Jax is like your fight. Has this weird side intro scene, and then suddenly their friend, like I didn't even register that he got his name, and then he's suddenly there in his truck. He's like, "Get to Sonya Blade." I was like, "What? Who? Wait, your guys are friends? Why does he know any of this?"
He picked them up quick, and I get it. You can just GPS the direction, the address that he gave. I get it. It was just cut so quickly and choppy that it was. I can understand people losing that. I got that when I first saw the movie. I understood what was going on. But I also could see where it would lose somebody because it was just happening in such a haphazard manner. But even the fight with Jax and Sub-Zero, I was still engaged in that. I didn't mind that they changed how he lost his arms. They retconned quite a few things in the games.
Yeah.
There's plenty to pull from as far as good lore. But if you want to talk about the chronological order in which the games came out, there are a lot of things that were either retconned or redone or whatnot. And so Jax lost his arms a couple of different ways over time. I'm fine with them doing that differently. That's not a huge detail. Who gives a shit? After that scene is when it starts to really fall apart. Side note, the scene where Sub-Zero is making all the ice rain down looks really cool, but it's really not saying much about him as an efficient assassin. He already left Hanzo for dead without making sure he was dead, which is like a stupid James Bond villain thing. And that was obviously just bad writing. And it reminded me of Dr. Evil, like when Seth is telling him, it's like, aren't you going to make sure he's dead and watch him die? It's like, no, I'm going to just assume he's dead. And it was like, that's what it reminded me of. And then he does the same thing with Jax. Like, okay, I blew
he fell off.
Yeah, it's like, is it too much for you to just throw an ice spike into his head and make sure that it hits the brainstem? I mean, sorry, not sorry. It's reality. Like, it's not that hard to do. You're master of cold.
Well, then when did he? It's like, and this is the other thing with the transition from the opening scene to this scene. Is like, he's like, I'm no longer this guy. I am Sub-Zero. Really super quick, and just like, did we miss something?
Well, the other, and like, why is he Sub-Zero now? Like,
he wasn't then.
You have known that for the last 200 or 300 years. Like, that makes no friggin' sense whatsoever. Like, you just saved the line for now because you thought it sounded cool. It happens now because the plot said it needed to happen. You know. The other thing was, can we discuss how horrible Outworld looked? If you look at the first movie, the 1995 movie, you can say what you want about that film. Say that it's cheesy at times. First of all, it's not as cheesy as people want to say it is. There are definitely cheesy moments that are kind of, that didn't age very well. That's true, but it's not the whole friggin' movie.
It's delicious.
You know?
It's the right amount of cheese.
Yeah, it's also a product of its time. This movie is not a product of its time. The 95 film was a product of its time, and so there's going to be some inevitable 90s cheese that's kind of stuck to that. Love it or hate it. And I can, like, some of it, even I look at it, I'm like, no, yeah, that didn't age very well. And that's fine. I still like the movie, and I can kind of look past that because it's a cohesive story. You really get to know the characters who become very well developed and fleshed out and the action's very good in it. The CGI is very dated. It's like a movie that's over 20 years old. Of course, the movie is going to have dated effects. Like that's not a really fair comparison. You want to say shitty CGI for Mortal Kombat Annihilation, the sequel that could have had better effects and actually had worse effects than the first movie? Fine, I'm totally with you on that. Yeah, the original film, that was cutting edge technology for the time. And the only more advanced technology was if you were looking at Terminator 2 or Jurassic Park, which were bigger budget films.
Yeah, and they
You
didn't
know,
have.
and that's
They had
well, yeah,
larger
it
names
was.
attached to them, and they weren't.
Yeah,
They like what is it? That was like Paul Anderson's like first film or whatever. Well, this
it was
was
one of
like
his first. Ironically, he's the one that started the trend of even worse video game movies. Like you thought it would get better, and then like then Resident Evil came out. But not the point. This was when he was still directing good movies. You know, that and Event Horizon, basically. We were like, all right, he's a good director.
I would agree with you that once it gets to the house scene with the lizard and
Oh my
and
God,
introducing
was big enough.
Kano and
Well, the other thing is, I'm going to say this too. Sonya was almost as poorly written of a character as Cole.
Yeah.
Like she was a close runner-up. She was more exciting. Her end fight with Kano was one of the somewhat better fights that didn't involve Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
and
Had a
that
stupid ending.
legendary Mortal Kombat background trailer.
Yeah, like I will say, like if you did a comparison, the Kano and Sonya fight in this movie is definitely a better fight than the Kano and Sonya fight in the first movie. But there are reasons for that. One of the main reasons being that Bridget Wilson, who played Sonya in the original '95 film, was brought on very late in production to replace the original actress who got injured, and her injury was going to take too long to heal for them to wait for her. They didn't have the budget to wait,
Right.
and so it was originally Cameron Diaz who was supposed to play the part of Sonya. She got injured. Bridget Wilson was brought on at the absolute like 11th hour, and she didn't really have much time to rehearse the fight scenes or get in shape for the movie or anything. It's not her fault. She was replacing somebody, and so they had to kind of shorten that fight and scale it back quite a bit. So that really, it was what it was. It still was a subpar fight, the one in the '95 film, that is, but there was at least a legitimate reason behind that. In this movie, the bad fights don't really have an excuse, and that's an issue I take with it. It's just bad editing and bad choreography. Although the Sonya Kano fight was one of the somewhat better non-Scorpion Sub-Zero fights in the more recent film. But back to Sonya as far as a character in this movie. Sonya is supposed to be a very kind of self-sacrificial, ballsy character. Like she's a badass, but also has other people's backs, especially Jax, all right, who's one of her closest comrades, or one of her closest brothers in arms, I should say. Cole shows up, says what happened, that Jax stayed behind in order to kind of hold Sub-Zero off for them to get away. And Cole kind of asks, all right, what about Jax? And the most Sonya has any regard to this is, I sent him a text. Gee Willikers, you sent him a text. He's clearly fine. It's not like he can
Literally can't check it because he doesn't have any arms.
Yeah.
At least at that point.
Clearly he's fine. I mean, you sent him a text. That text is just gonna, like, it's kind of like a med pack in a video game. Like sending him that text healed any injuries he might have sustained. You know, like you don't have to go check on him. It's probably only about 45 minutes away or something like that. God forbid you go back to the warehouse that Cole can show you and make sure he's still alive. And a lot of this is because she's so preoccupied with wanting to get her tattoo so that she could be a part of the Mortal Kombat tournament.
Well,
she's
and
so preoccupied with wanting that the whole movie that she turns it into a selfish ambition. She doesn't give a shit what happens to Jax until she actually sees him again and then can act concerned. And even her rivalry with Kano in this movie. In the original timeline, he's a thief, a smuggler, a criminal that she and Jax and others were trying to take down. And he even added it in that he killed one of her partners, and that's why she was after him. In this, the reason that they're holding him against his will is because he killed someone with one of the marks and now has one of the marks.
Which is one of the worst mechanics, because it's like, so like if I was in a car and I killed one of them and I was just driving, does that mean I get the tattoo? Yeah. If I accidentally bump into somebody and they fall off, crack their head and die, does that mean I get the tattoo?
So if you're Earl, the 250-pound overweight senior citizen with a bad knee and a heart condition who happens to also drink too much. And one night after overdoing it, after a shitty football game that he didn't like, decided to plow into somebody by accident. And that person had the mark. I guess it's up to Earl to save the planet now, you know?
You must defend
Like,
Earth.
it's just
Earl,
stupid.
Earl, you must defend Earth realm.
Yeah, like,
Thanks,
I guess
Raiden.
his fatality will just be like, you know, plowing his car into somebody, which is
And-
probably a pickup truck.
And for the life of me, I'll never understand like this whole. And I'm having flashbacks to Dune, weirdly enough, because I watched Dune around this time last year, and I was like, fun movie. Except, you know, this is why people hate sci-fi. Too much crap going on that like I had to watch it like a floating head explain something, and there was a giant testicle in space for 20 minutes, and then everyone's on
Would
drugs.
made more.
This too was like there's just like way too much going on. I don't know what's going. Why is Raiden just like what was stopping you from coming down and stopping all this from happening? I cannot
The
interfere.
plots-
You
the
just
plots-
interfered.
The plot saying it had to be so. That's what stopped him from doing that. Like at the end of the movie, he just like lightning Shang Tsung away. He's like, be gone. Clearly, he couldn't have done that 70 minutes ago and just eliminated this problem altogether. The whole thing with, I've teleported us into a realm between realms where the Outworlders cannot come. Well, you know, clearly he couldn't have just teleported everybody there earlier in the movie all at once, and they could have trained there and just brought some food and water. You know, if anybody needed to use the shitter and there wasn't one there, they could have just teleported them and had the buddy system going, you know, and then just
It's
got
the
teleported
void.
back.
Who cares? It's the
Well, it was
nobody's
kind
there.
well, there's like nothing but white all over the place. You probably don't want to see a bunch of brown streaks all over, you know.
So this movie continues, and then they take so
Unfortunately.
Sonya and they take Kano, and they're wandering around, and they run into. I always get this.
Let's not forget that Kano knows exactly where this place is, or at least has an idea. But the plane drops them off in the middle of nowhere, where they still have to do this huge hike, where him with the knife went to his leg, you know, that magically disappeared and stopped being part of the storyline, can just go to, you know, like God forbid you had them drop you off only half a mile from the friggin' temple, you know.
What is it? Then they get to where that is finally, and then suddenly Liu Kang comes out, which we're just like, "Yay, Liu Kang!" And he's like,
at one point, he decides to hit Kano with a fireball, and then 10 seconds later say, "I'm not your enemy."
He's a good actor. He fills that role perfectly.
Oh no, it's not his fault. The writing was bad, but like that's not the way you gain the trust of somebody. You don't hit them with fire and then tell them that you're not their enemy. Raiden was kind of a shitty mentor in this movie. Like he might have been the worst character. Like Cole was bland, but Raiden might have been the worst written character in the entire movie.
Well, then how does like Liu Kang how did they take like I don't know how many days, 2 days maybe to get from where they were to where they are, where they found Raiden?
And why didn't Raiden just teleport them all to begin with? Because we established later in the movie that he can easily do that.
And then what is it, Jax? Like, how does Liu Kang find Jax and move Jax, somebody who's clearly bigger than him, even with minus the arms?
Yeah.
To there, and then he's like, we're sourcing from other realms. You're sourcing from other realms. What does that mean?
Like, how did the monks all of a sudden become the best surgeons in the world, in the most unsanitary place, by the way? Like what sense did that make? Oh yeah, it didn't. Got it.
The ice cauterized the wounds.
Yeah, and that was fine. You want to run with that? Fine. I mean, I still say he would have bled to death internally or died of shock. But again, this is Mortal Kombat, so I'm willing to put some shit aside. You know, like that's fine. Make some of the plot afterwards make sense. It didn't make any sense how they found him. Sonya should have been the one to find him. She should have been concerned and looked for him and showed that she was actually a character who gave a shit about anybody but herself in the fucking movie. And it should have been the special forces that gave him the arms, because that's what happened in the story of the games. You know, or do something similar to that. Have it that somehow it's the Cyber Ninja initiative that results in him having his arms. Like, but do something that is tech related. Don't turn it into some stupid magical power.
How did it doesn't make any sense either. It's like, how does it become like mystical robot Iron Man arms?
Mystical nanotechnology. Like really?
But it's magic technology.
Yeah, it just made no goddamn sense. And
magic robots.
I saw it coming. Like, as soon as he started trying to lift the rock off her, I was kind of doing a face palm. I was like, all right, I already see where this is going. You know, and sure enough, then the arms started growing bigger. They never should have given him those shitty T-Rex arms. That shouldn't have been there. Just give him the big arms from the get-go. He doesn't, and eliminate the stupid Arcana thing with the powers. He doesn't have a superpower. He's a big, strong guy who now has mechanical arms. Done. Same thing with Kano. How the fuck is a laser eye like magic? And why would that be the thing to give him?
He only has
Like
one
that.
and two. He doesn't have two. He
Yeah,
only
that's
has
the other thing.
the
Like,
one.
if it was magic and not scientific, where it was related to a single implant, wouldn't they have just given it to him in both eyes and enabled him to control it out of both eyes, kind of like Cyclops? That just made no damn sense. And plus, they didn't even have the decency to give him the metal plate, because that would have contradicted how he got his laser eye.
And then it doesn't make any sense how, like, and then I guess because there really isn't a whole lot of plot because I'm thinking we need to walk through the plot to this. It's like there really isn't a whole lot of other plot. It's like,
well, a lot of it is just, you know, quote unquote training, and really the training in this, like them doing a really bad job sparring was and then getting pissed about it and then having Raiden bitch them. That was their training. Let's spar in a really bad way, get yelled at, and then just do that again.
Yeah, and then it's
that
like
was their
it just sounds like do training better, be stronger. I don't know if you've seen Death of Stalin, but it looks very good movie, but it's Stalin's son, and one of the opening scenes is yelling at this hockey team, and he's like, play the sport better, do it better. And it's just like, why is Raiden acting like, and then he's like, well, you wouldn't be able to defend Earthrealm. Aren't you a little concerned that these are the people about getting these guys up to snuff?
Aren't you worried that these guys are going to get their asses handed to them? I mean,
no, there's no real Mortal Kombat. It's just Shao Tsung wants to. I guess we can get to the actual meat of it. Is where I don't know.
Yeah, he's trying to fucking take out all the people for the tournament, which makes no sense. The other thing about this, where it's all pre-tournament. And people are like bitching about that. Oh, you just don't understand this movie. This was supposed to be a prequel to. I don't have a problem with being a prequel. It just still needs to be well done. This wasn't well done. If this was a backstory movie on just Scorpion and Sub-Zero, I would have been fine with that. If this was a backstory movie on just Liu Kang and Kung Lao, or on just Jack, Sonya, and Kano, I would have been fine with that. You know, but that wasn't the case. This was a mishmash, and they were trying to find a way to insert fights that involved everybody that wasn't the tournament. And the more chaotic that got, the more they started contradicting themselves and painting themselves into more and more corners and creating more and more plot holes with the stupid teleportation, the Arcanas, the ways that Raiden did and didn't protect anybody. He pretty much was the most useless fucking guy in the entire movie. And with that, you create this sense of chaos, like it's like chaotic, just fights all over the place. But that's the story in the third game. You know, after the second tournament in Mortal Kombat 2, Shao Kahn says fuck it, and he finds at least a temporary loophole in order to start invading Earth anyway. And so there are chaotic fights all over the place. So now you've already done that, and you're going to repeat that now redundant process later if you try to go with that story, and it's not going to have the same level of impact, because it was supposed to be, here's the tournament, and now it's like, fuck the tournament later, all bets are off. That was a good setup because you were used to the rules of the tournament first. So you establish rules so you can break them later in a different storyline. And now it raises the stakes. This blew its load, or tried blowing its load, way too soon with too much shit. And it didn't do a good job with any of it.
Well,
you know, it basically.
Wait, was this the actual thing? Like, was this?
No, it wasn't the tournaments. It was supposed to be. This was all pre-tournament fights, which frankly, it was like, you know, the Earth guys aren't doing too well. If you hadn't provoked them, they probably would have just remained shitty fighters, and you would have just picked them off at the tournament, which is the point of the tournament to begin with.
That might have even just been a good plot, basic plot. We know who these people are. They're weak. They don't understand what's going on. There's only two of them who really have unlocked their powers. They should be easy pickings. Once we get rid of them, the rest of them will fall.
Yeah, unless
why isn't that the one plot? The whole, like, Cole has a guy that he screwed up and put in an iron lung, and then somehow went to underworld or overworld or outworld.
Are you talking about Cabal? You know, who I
why
don't know
did
why
they know each other? Why was he there?
know each other in the games. They did make it that they know each other. They're actually both from the Black Dragon Society. They just didn't establish it well in the movie. The other thing that they did to kind of make Cabal like someone you couldn't take seriously, which was a mistake, was they gave him that Stukan accent. And I say this as someone who grew up in New York, but they made him sound like a mobster that would be beaten up by Spider-Man in a comic book. Sound like, and it was so ridiculous. He doesn't sound like that. Like, I don't know, some people were saying, "Oh, that's exactly how he sounds in Mortal Kombat 11." No, it's not. I've played Mortal Kombat 11. He doesn't have that stupid accent.
Well, and I think this might have also been the issue of having like too much to draw on.
There was too much to draw on. It's just that they didn't know when to stop, but they also didn't know when to start. The entire time I was waiting for the movie to start, and it never really kicked off in a good way.
Yeah.
After 15 minutes, it was kind of like the movie did a restart and never actually, got the turnover.
Well, and then it's
it
like,
was-
yeah, I would 100% agree with. And then we get to the end fights, and the end fights just feel like, I don't know why Jax is fighting Hammer Man, Centaur
Big-
guy.
Yeah. Well, that's
And-
the other thing. Reiko was a character who appeared in Mortal Kombat 4. The big guy with the hammer doesn't look like that. He's a pretty muscular guy, but he doesn't look like that. He's not that big. And he's someone who easily could have been played by either Gary Daniels or Daniel Bernhardt, neither of whom would have charged some astronomical, unaffordable amount of money for the budget of this movie. Either one of those guys would have pulled that character off more accurately and better, and pulled off a way better fight scene as well. That fight scene was horrible.
Well, and that
But-
didn't make any sense to me. And then I didn't understand why, like, and this like goes into like, well, I can't interfere. Wait a minute, you're just interfering by grabbing a bunch of people and throwing them in a
Yeah.
bunch of different places suddenly. What?
Well, and then if you're gonna make it all chaotic like that, Cole specifically said that the last person they were gonna take out was Sub-Zero, but they were gonna all jump him at once. Well, why didn't you just do that with all the characters? So that way you're all fresh and you're not beat up from your fights.
Yeah, you just take them out one at a time, like they were trying
Yeah.
to do to you. Well, or they should have done to
Plus-
you.
Yeah. Plus, in all reality, like, let's think about this for a second. And this is where it's a matter of because the plot said so. The tournament exists so that this shit doesn't happen. But because this shit happened, what was to stop any of the Earth characters, especially the Special Forces characters, from getting the gun and just fucking blowing everybody away? I mean, like, oh, guess you're not making it to the tournament now, huh?
Well,
Since
and-
everyone's breaking the rules anyway.
And then, but at the end, the guy's like, "Well, death is only another realm." Da da da.
I hate that. Because,
So
okay.
basically,
that
we've
means-
cheapened. So we can
Yeah.
use Sub-Zero again. So we can use Goro again.
Yeah,
So we can
well,
use
like, well,
Reiko
Sub-Zero
again.
was supposed to come back as Noob Saibot. That I was fine with. As far as everybody just coming back to life, yes, they've resurrected people in the games, but that's because you're an active participant in a game and you just want to be able to play as certain characters. There's a little forgiveness there. When you're a passive participant, an audience member watching a movie, it's different. Your level of ability to suspend disbelief is different than when you're an active participant in a video game and are willing to overlook certain shit so that your gameplay experience can be more fun.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
But as a passive viewer, it requires more in order for it to actually be a good experience, at least for most people anyway. And that whole concept just made no goddamn sense. That means we could just bring anybody back whenever. So in other words, that completely removes any kind of emotional attachment, any tension you feel, any fear for the safety of any of the characters during any of these fights, because if they get killed, who gives a shit? They'll just come back later. Instead of it actually having an impact, it's just inconvenience.
right. This is what got me thinking at the end, where it's like they were like, "Well, I'm going to Hollywood," and then we get a close up
God.
on Citizen Cage. Dun-dun-dun.
Oh my god, and that pissed me off more than anything else, to be honest. Because I
They're
already
not
knew-
appearing in this film.
Well, I already knew he wasn't going to be in it. We're going to get into that in a second, but I already knew he wasn't going to be in it. I'd kind of at least accepted it enough. But the tease at the end was like, if that movie was good, I might have been okay with that tease. But the entire movie was so shitty. It was as if it was their way of saying, well, this movie sucked, but we're going to have Johnny Cage in the next one. So come back. I just saw an article saying that they promised more fatalities in the new movie. So once again, they're trying to dangle the carrot in front of the lowest common denominator of human intelligence, who's just going to look and be like, fatality. Like that's nice, but you need more to it than that for it to actually be good. And that's the thing that pisses me off. It's like this isn't something that should be mindless. It shouldn't be a good, bad movie, and it shouldn't be a parody of itself. Things that fit in those contexts and those subgenres and so on. this shouldn't have been one of them. There's too much lore and background.
I'm looking at the IMDb of the director, and he literally only has 2 credits to his name.
He directed a commercial.
Yeah, he directed a commercial, and then he did this.
Yeah.
So I mean, like
And-
that's the level of care I guess that was given to this.
Yeah. I personally believe that was done intentionally so that the producer is not the producer. I'm sorry. So that the production company, so that Warner Brothers could bully the guy around and control him more and just do with the movie whatever the hell they wanted. They were the ones who mandated that a new character be in the first place.
Release the McQuaid cut. What I was thinking was at the end of that, and he's walking away, and it's the close up on Johnny Cage and all that stuff. That guy's a cage fighter, right? Why wasn't he Johnny Cage?
You know what?
Because he's a cage fighter.
To be honest, I'm glad they didn't turn him into Johnny Cage, because as much as that would have made sense, Louis Tan looks nothing like Johnny Cage.
That's okay.
Like, and
I'm okay with that.
Me personally, I get pissed off when the characters don't look a thing like they do in the original source material. And yes, I get it. In video games, sometimes because of the computer generating and because how they render a certain character, they might look different from game to game. But there are usually at least a general set of ideas for a character. And when it goes against that grain so much that the character is not recognizable, that pisses me off. Like, for example, Reiko looked like absolute shit in the movie. They turned him into just some big bebop or rocksteady looking moron instead of him being who he should have been. He's actually supposed to be a general second in command to Shao Kahn, and he's supposed to be actually a pretty good strategist. Plus, he's not that big. He's big, but not that big.
And then it was like, what is it? Goro just basically looked like the Hulk plus 2 arms.
As far as his look goes, I mean, his face could have looked a little better, but as far as them just doing him full CGI, I was fine with that because they enabled him to move around better.
Do you want them to find the puppet from 1995?
No, I was actually fine with the CGI from this movie for that character, for Goro. I just didn't like how they used him. They turned him into a plot device, and he just became a henchman that got killed, and that was dumb. Melina's another one.
Who?
She looked not Melina. Yeah, exactly. You know,
that's what
Melina.
That was half my response to this movie was like, wait, who was that? Was that the knife?
Melina,
was that the Psy knife girl, or was that the dragon lady?
Yes, Melina was the girl with the size who clearly didn't know how to use them. She looked nothing like the character. First of all, that character through the majority of the games had an Asian and predominantly Chinese look to her. With maybe the exception of Mortal Kombat 2 when they had actors and actresses play it, and the girl might have been white who played her, but she was a ninja-esque character who was supposed to be at least Asian or Asian looking. And in just about every single game, especially from the 3D era onward, when it was all computer generated, they gave her an Asian or predominantly Asian appearance. And so I didn't like the subtle virtue signaling that they did with like, well, let's race bend this character. You know, they had a perfectly acceptable black female ninja character that they could have cast, and that was Jade.
That's not even virtual signaling, like quote unquote virtual signaling in that regard. Because what dialogue did she have? She had like,
well, that's what I mean.
No dialogue. So you screwed up one character, and then you didn't include another character who could have had some dialogue.
Yeah. Well, I
didn't even know who this character was.
Yeah. It's what I fit into the category that I call fake woke. And that's a thing as far as I'm concerned. It's this like pat yourself on the shoulder. Let's show how virtuous we are by promoting such diversity, this, that, and the third, with it being as one-dimensional as a fucking dry piece of Chex cereal, that's cut in half.
Also
and put in the microwave.
Same production company that apparently didn't want, like in Justice League, Cyborg to be like, they didn't want an angry black guy in there. So yeah. In this movie, it's okay to have that, and also have an African American woman who doesn't talk at all, and then is just complete demon villain, then gets killed off at the end. Yeah, because that doesn't fit stereotypes.
Exactly. And so if they really wanted to have a female black character in there, they could have just put Jade in there and not even bothered with Melina in this movie, especially because Melina should have been with Katana. They're supposed to be sisters in a sense.
Which is like she's not even
supposed to be Katana's clone. Katana's the one that usually wore blue and had the fans. Melina, by the way, not just what the actual actress looked like, but also the makeup looked like dog shit. The CGI teeth were fucking terrible. If you ever look at the last most, not all, most of the last few games. It's this huge set of like shark looking teeth that she has. And it was so quick that the way they did it in the movie, and it was cheap looking. It looked like garbage. Plus, she also usually wore a mask over it. They had like the dried blood over there instead. It was like, who realistically is just going to walk around with dried blood on their face? Like, that's the laziness, that you can't just put the ninja mask that everyone knows over her and then have her take the ninja mask off and reveal the teeth, which is what the character did all the time
which is
in the
what,
games.
well, and that's like, especially in this day and age, kind of would even make more sense to a degree. Um,
You know, oh, and the other thing is, her outfit should have had at least some purple. To be honest, I hated the color palettes of the clothes in this movie. I'm not saying everything had to be super bright, but Mortal Kombat is typically a pretty colorful set of games. All right.
Yeah.
First of all, as far as the legitimate diversity of the characters, and second of all, as far as the outfits and the set designs and all that stuff as well. So Mileena was supposed to be wearing a predominantly purple outfit. Does it have to be some bright purple, non-practical for combat thing? No. But throw in a little bit of the actual color that the character wears. Don't make it like everything's got to be black leather.
yeah,
Like,
that didn't
noise
make a
the
lot
shit out of me.
I mean, you know clearly more than I do about any of this, but it's like, that's why I wanted to get your take on this. But it just felt like when they got to the enemy characters, they were just like, and you, and you, and you,
Uh-huh.
and you,
Yeah.
and I was just like, were we supposed to know these people? Okay, I guess Rita
And those
Repulsa
people
is getting
could've
all
been-
her minions together, and
Yeah.
they will conquer Earth, which is exactly
No.
what it felt like.
Oh my god! Not only were they so bland that they could have been anybody, but the way that Shang Tsung was introducing each of them when they first showed them, Natara, my beauty vampiric queen, or whatever, so and so, the ancient reptilian, send him in, and like it was. Are you fucking calling in a wrestler to a match at a show? Like, I kind of expected him to say, if you, Jill, the master of unlocking, like that's what I was expecting was going to be down the pipeline. And next, it was like it was the worst dialogue that I've heard since the fucking first Resident Evil game. You know, it's like god damn.
They could have really done a better job with this, and I think this is, everyone's like, video games can't be good movies. Well, yeah, I mean, like, there's some debate on that, but ultimately it's like, you just have a simple martial arts story
Yeah.
that was done, I would say, by comparison, arguably better while ago. I mean, it was 90s version of diversity, but relatively
Which,
diverse
film?
cast.
Talking the 95 film.
Yeah.
You know what? People want to say that shit like, oh, what? Like, there was even one of the actors was saying that the first movie was whitewashed. Bullshit. You had a Chinese lead. Liu Kang was the main character, as he was supposed to be. He should have been the main character in this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Not to
but-
mention, there were other Asian individuals. The main antagonist, who was probably the most charismatic, or one of the two most charismatic people in the movie, was Shang Tsung in that movie. Kazuhiro Yukitagawa. He was amazing in that movie. Like,
Well,
the Shang Tsung that was in this new film looked like shit compared to him. Like, he couldn't carry shit compared to the way that guy did in the first movie. You think of Shang Tsung, you automatically think of that 95 version, because he was just so memorable and good in that role.
And I don't want to do too many comparisons, because I would love to just do a standalone episode on that film alone.
Yeah.
But I will say this: Christopher Lambert, can pull off a Scotsman who meets pull off a Scotsman who meets another Scotsman who happens to be Egyptian but is actually Spanish.
Huh.
I mean, like, if that man can fill
Yeah.
literally any role anyway. So you know what,
And that's the thing. People, well, I'm not going to say people in general. Whoever was complaining that the fucking movie, the original film, was whitewashed. All right, Christopher Lambert wasn't picked for that role because he was a white guy. He was picked for that role because of people remembering him for being awesome in Highlander. Hell, he was awesome in Highlander too, and that was a terrible movie.
another thing
All
we
right,
need to get to at
that's-
some point. But
Yeah, that's the reason they picked him for that role, because they knew that he'd be a good fit personality-wise, and they were right. And I've said since seeing that movie, since seeing the 1995 film, I've always said if they were ever to remake Mortal Kombat and try to do it again, that in all honesty, I'd be happy if they actually did cast an Asian individual to be Raiden, to be a little closer to the mythology, the original source material that they kind of pulled in order to make that character in the game.
the actor who played Raiden in this movie was fine. They just directed him to just be like, "Rah, I'm angry man."
Well, that was-
Rah, blah, blah, blah.
But yeah, like in my opinion, I actually wanted to see an Asian version of Raiden because I got that the source material was Japanese and also Chinese for that matter as well, for the creation of that character in the original games.
That's what I did really
but
like at the beginning of this
one guy,
film. They had two.
like the
They
one-
had a Chinese guy and a Japanese guy
Oh,
speaking to each other, and they were like, "I
And
don't
in
understand what you're saying," but
Yeah.
they recognize that. It's like, "I don't understand what you're saying, but I am going to kill you.
Yeah,
You just killed my family." They just kept that alone. That was good,
Yeah.
but the
they
rest
didn't
of it,
throw
not
in
so much.
English. But Christopher Lambert was the one guy that I've always said he's the one person who can acceptably play Raiden because he did such an awesome job and brought so much to that character. And I can't see anybody else who's not an Asian guy playing the part, and I get that. But the guy that they got, whether it was his acting or the directing or a combination of both, they made Raiden into a block of wood other than when he was just being an asshole.
Yeah.
And it was so frustrating because there was supposed to be so much more to that character. He was supposed to be like the wise one who's guiding everybody and helping them grow as characters and so on and so forth. And whether they were going to make him as humorous as Christopher Lambert was, or make him play it a little more straight, or maybe meet somewhere in the middle of that, he needed to have a personality, and so did Shang Tsung in this movie. Not to mention the fact, and this is probably more due to the fact that the character in this movie had such a little personality that I started resorting to a previous role that he played. But Shang Tsung in this movie had practically no personality at all, was given very little to work with, it seemed. And as a result, through part of the movie, I kept seeing him as the guy in The Dark Knight, the money launderer or whatnot that Batman had to go to China to get. And I just kept thinking of the Joker.
I didn't even
going,
recognize him as that. Holy crap!
That's him. And I kept thinking of the Joker talking to him on the television. I know a squealer when I see one, and like that. I kept thinking of that every time I saw this movie because he wasn't giving me a new personality to identify with as Shang Tsung.
Well, and like that was the other thing. Is like these guys are just like, why don't they just fight and then they don't have to have a whole like, all right, but Mortal Kombat.
Well, the other thing was, and we got to address this. Other than the Scorpion and Sub-Zero fights, other than the fights that involved one or both of those individuals, most or all of the fights in this movie were not only subpar, but pretty awful. Like not only
I can't recall them. That's the problem. Like I couldn't tell you what
problem.
I couldn't tell you. Like I really like the whole like Liu Kang like fire dragon thing. That was cool.
Yeah,
I did appreciate what they did with the Tonfa. Like I actually did appreciate that because I know how like of an undervalued weapon that is with a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's not as well known. I did like how they tried to, try to make something out of that other character with the hat.
Kung Lao.
I thought he would have been cool to keep on, but I guess we needed.
Cool. They just killed him off so damn soon. I was like, come on, really? He was the one guy that you actually made like with generating an interest in. And the way he got killed was just cheap and stupid. It was like, well, if he can just grab somebody and suck their soul out, why didn't he just do that to everyone? And if he can clearly teleport wherever he wants to, just like Raiden does, why doesn't he wait until one of these guys is fucking taking a shit in his apartment and just appear and take his soul? Like, it just didn't make sense. He took the souls of people who either A, he defeated in combat, or B, were defeated in combat, according to either the games, the first movie, or some kind of combination of both.
I was just saying, like the fights just didn't resonate. There's nothing there that
very
like I remember more stuff from like Iron Fist. The only reason I remember that is because there's too many damn episodes of that show.
That show is horrible, man.
That's another topic for another day.
Yeah, I know, but it's like if that show is better than what this was, that's really saying something. Yeah. Like this movie was a little bit better than Mortal Kombat Annihilation. I'll give it that, but doesn't mean it was good.
I know who was fighting, but there was nothing else going on. Like it was just like, all right, and we're done.
Yeah, I remember sitting in the theater, and the whole time I'm looking at these fights, and I'm like I was easily able to tell when some of the guys who were more experienced in martial arts were deliberately and painfully slowing their shit down so that whoever they were fighting in that scene can keep up with them, because they obviously didn't rehearse enough. And it was painfully obvious sometimes. And then other times it was just like a quicker than a fight from the movie The Quest type of situation, where it was like 30-40 seconds and the fight's over. And it was also edited and cut so badly. Whoever edited this film, like whoever actually cut this shit up the way they did, needs to be blacklisted from ever editing a fucking film ever again, because they did the worst job imaginable, other than accidentally shredding the entire thing in half.
Well, and it
Like,
could also just be a matter
you
of
could
like
barely tell what's going on.
what they had. Like that was the other thing. Is like you don't know like how the filmography
be.
worked. Or
It
or
might
they
be,
might have
but
just
I
been
mean,
like,
there were
let's be
moments where,
merciful
like,
to people, keep it in 90
there are
minutes.
well, it's two things. One is there are moments where there are these quick cuts where someone's here and then they're in another spot that doesn't make any sense sometimes.
Oh yeah,
And
that's all.
then there are other moments
It's
where,
the Tenant problem where
yeah,
let's talk over here now.
yeah. Well, the other thing is there are other scenes where it's obviously hiding the lack of experience of some of the actors.
Yeah.
And that's where you should have hired people who were more experienced in martial arts and fight choreography, and who could handle that workload very professionally and more consistently. I mean, is that so much to ask? You take a look at the Raid movies, you take a look at The Night Comes For Us, you take a look at the Undisputed movies or the Ong Bak movies, Tom Yum Goong, aka The Protector, and a number of other films that go back to even further back than those films. You take a look at Wheels on Meals or Dragons Forever. You take a look at the 36th Chamber of Shaolin, 8 Diagram Pole Fighter, or no, like I could keep going. But my point is,
There's
and even
plenty of
films
good-
that otherwise were like,
Go ahead.
yeah, like you even take other films that otherwise had low quality in every other area, but got the fights right, like The King of the Kickboxers or No Retreat, No Surrender 2 and 3, which were not related to the first film, but not the point. But the fight scenes in those movies are off the chain, and they had a lot less to work with. They had about the same budget as probably the price of a used car, and they still got that shit right. And this big budget film, yeah, it might not have had the same budget as an Avengers film, but it's not a pretty damn good budget. Okay, $50 million is a decent film. And you look at the fights and you're like, what the fuck did you do? Did you have like a drunk college kid who practiced wrestling with his roommates in a fucking yard choreograph this shit and just like churn it out like as a first draft in like 30 minutes? Because that's what it looks like.
Well, and I think this was reliance on CGI and nonsense like that.
Oh my God. Yeah, like the backflip that Sonya does and like some of the other moves all throughout.
And
some of this stuff could be CGI, not all of it though. Like too much of it was CGI.
It's
really
doing that.
shit out of it.
It's doing that blend that should work, and it should work with a bigger budget movie. And I always agree with this point where it's like, even if the action can still be good, and you can still get like, how hard is it to find solid actors or to train up solid actors or to train?
I mean, it's been
train
done
up
before.
solid performers to
Yeah.
become better actors, because you probably just need to figure out what that characterization needs to be. And it's just oh well. Any
And
final thoughts?
that's-
You want to cap?
Yeah,
on
you know what? Like as far as final thoughts go, I'm on the fence as to what I think about the potential for a sequel for this, because I know that they're already greenlighting the thing. I'm pretty sure about that. They've been talking about it left and right in different articles and so on and so forth. These guys really need to course correct and up their game. I'm at a point where I personally don't ever want to see the 2021 film ever again. Like I wouldn't see that film if it was jokingly as a drinking game. You'd literally have to pay me money to sit through that film again. If they're going to make a good sequel, they really, really need to actually listen to the fans. Like this whole time, with all the hype that was building up to this movie, they were in interviews with a bunch of people on social media. Like they were pretty gracious about that. And you know what? It worked. It was kind of like the movie version of clickbait, because it got everyone kind of on their side and thinking, wow, these guys really give a shit and seem to know what they're doing. Let's see what they churn out. I'm not crazy about the new character they're adding, but let's see what they do with it, because they seem to really care. The whole time that they were talking about really wanting to please the fans and this and that, people were believing it because they were really putting themselves out there, even with regular lay people type interviewers and so on. They need to take what they were saying they were going to do with the first movie and actually do it with the second movie. Like the lip service is not going to work right now. And it's to a point where like I am pretty much at a point where if they do make another one, I will probably wait to see it until I can watch it at somebody's house. I already paid money for myself and my kids to see this one. And
Which
all
is why
three
I'm surprised you you could have seen it in your, you can see it in your home. Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Well,
Like,
the reason being, I wanted to support the movie as much as I could, and I also wanted to see it on the big screen, to be honest. And I also
Right.
wanted to throw a lot of support in the direction of actually Joe Taslim and Hiroyuki Sanada, who I knew were going to be good in it regardless. And that being said, I'm not going to do that with the next movie. I might not even bother if it's on a streaming station. I might actually wait to watch it first before I throw my money in its direction. And if I'm saying this, and I'm just one person,
right.
and I'm not even like the most diehard fan. Like I probably sound to some people like I am. I'm just annoyed because this
More
was
than
a
I.
huge, like it's a huge missed opportunity, and it's also an insult to people who like something a certain way, and that kind of thing gets on my nerves. Like where there are people who are kind of like borderline bullying people who are critical of this movie, and I mean, I play the games. I do. I have the games and I played them, and I love the first movie and so on. But there are people who eat, breathe, and sleep this series, who are probably a lot more annoyed about this shit than I am. And if that's the case, that means there's probably a lot of them, and that means that there's probably a lot of tickets that these guys are going to lose on the next film alone, just because of how badly they fucked up with this one. So my thing there would just be like they really need to course correct. I'm even open to them like flat out doing retcons at this point to some of the stupid shit like the Arcanas. If they flat out retcon that the same way that Rocky retconned the brain damage from part 5 and part 6 to where they never even mentioned that bullshit, I'd actually be totally fine with that.
Well,
Like they need to literally just do away with a lot of the mistakes they've painted themselves into a corner with.
as somebody who's just casual with it, like someone who was just like saw people talking about Mortal Kombat and was like, "Oh, let's check this out, see what's up." It's just sad to see nowadays that like they can't get this right.
It's annoying to see low standards,
especially for
some.
something like coming from a big studio and something that's like supposedly representing.
No, that's exactly.
Yeah, and that's why I think they could make a second movie with Johnny Cage in it, and you just
If they cast the right guy, like they're already veering in some directions where I'm like, oh God, not again. Like there's talk about them trying to get either Ryan Reynolds or the Miz, and I'm kind of like, look, Ryan Reynolds is a talented guy, but there are people who can really pull off the action necessary for the role.
Ryan
And Ryan Reynolds is a good actor, but come on, he's not going to be doing the kind of legwork over and over again. He's going to need a double.
He's in his like what mid-40s at this point.
Well,
that's not going to work out.
But even like Scott Adkins and Elaine Moussi, either one of them would easily nail that role, action wise and acting wise and look wise. They would nail that role, and each of them is almost 40. So, so I'm not really worried about the age because they both still look the part, but they can actually deliver. They could easily. They both have enough acting chops to play Johnny Cage, and they both have more than enough film experience to make that role work really well, as long as there's not some douchebag holding them back.
Well, and that's the other thing where it's like they try to have like the one quote unquote comedy character in Kano, and it just wouldn't shut up the entire
Oh my
movie.
God, like it was funny at first and it just got annoying after a while. And then like even for the people who want to say he was funny throughout, that's nice, but they took away any semblance of that character being menacing or posing any kind of a threat to anyone else in that movie except for Cole, and that doesn't count.
Yeah, and this is why I don't have like I'm just like I don't know who these characters were. Like I have no like if you told me like Lao Kang or any of these guys who any of these guys are, like I'm just like, and then watching the 95 version be like, oh, I can tell you who that guy is. I can tell you who that guy is. I can tell you who she is. I can tell you who Raiden is. Like I can tell you who all these guys are. In this one, I'm like, guy with you know, it doesn't
Yeah.
pass the smell test in terms of characterizations.
Well, let me put it this way. You remember in the '95 film, Liu Kang fights the other ninja that started out as the reptilian creature, Reptile.
Right.
That's supposed to be the lizard thing that Kano kills. It's supposed to be the same character.
Right.
So instead of us getting a really well choreographed fight that was actually engaging and exciting, we got some CGI piece of shit instead. Which
Literally
just shows
looked like
how
it. Literally looked
Yeah.
like at the end.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that just goes to show how little these guys get it.
But
And
but
I'm-
wasn't the
and
heart rip out spine thing one of the moves in the game?
The heart rip out thing was, but it was so cheaply done. Like,
It
that
did not
fight
look great.
should- oh my god! Like, that should have been against a human character, not a reptilian, because it kind of lost the effect there for me. Plus, I know what Reptile is supposed to be like. Yes, he has a true form as kind of a reptilian creature, but more of the form of how he was playable in the games was he always, even when he looked scaly at times, he always resembled some kind of a ninja in his better forms. And he had martial arts moves. And so he had kind of like a humanoid look to him and was able to pull off martial arts moves. That's why they did it better in the '95 film. That's how he looked in the first couple of games, just like a ninja, you know. And in that context, they didn't have to worry about CGI. They just had to worry about the actor being able to pull off martial arts moves. And they got Keith Cook to play the part in the '95 film. So there was no problem with that at all, because that guy's an excellent martial artist, you know. But with the new one, with Johnny Cage and whatever other characters, they really need to step up the game as far as the fight choreography. They need to look at the Raid films. They need to look at a fair number of the better, I'd say, Michael Jai White or Scott Adkins films. They need to look at martial arts films where the camera actually focuses on the action, doesn't zoom in and cut everyone's limbs out, and doesn't do such quick cuts that you can't see the movements. And also doesn't have 40 other things going on that you have to keep cutting to. Like, no one gives a shit about the other 40 things. We want to see the fight.
Which leads me
they
to
need to
believe they didn't choreograph this well, or it wasn't.
No.
Or they didn't have camera people who understood how to catch
Yeah.
this
I think it was
correctly.
both.
Or
Yeah.
or it might have been both, or it might have just been like what they had wasn't really workable. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't ever want to blame any one particular person, because you don't really know. So that's why I'm just
It seemed like a group fuck up to me. And I would say the people least responsible were the actors, because there were other people who were supposed to make sure that shit worked right, and they seemed to drop the ball. They got to get a better team on this. They've already painted themselves into a lot of corners at once, and so we've already lost the opportunity to do some really cool origin stories. I mean, unless they do prequels, which might be good but aren't going to have the same impact, because we already know what it's already leading to.
which is, and this movie like was already kind of that. So what are you going to prequelize?
Yeah.
So there's no point to that at the end of the story. You
Yeah.
just need to trudge on and do something better. I say this,
Yeah.
where it's like Batman Begins, I didn't really think it was that great of a movie when I first saw it. I thought it was like okay, but like going back and watching it, you can appreciate it because you saw Dark Knight, and Dark Knight's was really good. Maybe not Dark Knight Rises, but I mean, in kind of retrospect, you can kind of view it as a good starting point. Even from a
Yeah.
bad starting point, you could have a good sequel. You know, that has happened before, but yeah, I'd agree. They've
Yeah.
got to get it. They've got to get it right next time. But
Yeah, like a good comparison actually is take the last 20 minutes of The Dark Knight Rises, where you had the evolution of Two-Face, which should have been left for the next movie, and it just got crammed into 20 minutes or something instead, and combine that with 90%. I'm sorry, not The Dark Knight Rises, The Dark Knight, the second film. Take the last 15 or 20 minutes of The Dark Knight, the whole thing with Two-Face, which should have been reserved for the third film and wasn't. It was just crammed in and rushed. Combine that with 90% of the third film, The Dark Knight Rises, where it was kind of a mess. And that's kind of the problems, or set of problems that this movie suffered from, but on a lower budget scale. They tried cramming way too much in there instead of letting things breathe. And that was a huge mistake. When the first movie came out, as much as there were a lot of limitations and a lot of shortcomings of that first movie, they knew how to let a scene breathe. They knew how to develop characters and keep a movie well paced. And they knew how to focus on a fight scene without cutting out the action. and without it getting shortchanged for the sake of whatever else might have been going on in the scene before or after. They knew how to flesh out the main characters. They kind of shortchanged the Scorpion and Sub-Zero characters in the 95 film, but only 2 games had been out by that point. There wasn't as much history yet. That's first of all. Second of all, had they done the second movie right and had the same team on board instead of getting a completely new team of subpar individuals because a sequel was like rushly greenlit, they probably would have been able to have both of those characters return in a more appropriate fashion and flesh them out better. But we just didn't get that opportunity. And that's I believe why so many people were looking forward to this movie, the new one, because the second film back in 97 was such a massive disappointment. It actually kind of not only left a bad taste in people's mouths, but even kind of tainted the memory of the first film because it picks up right where the first one leaves off.
Really jarringly. So that's why I think I would say that give anything a chance that comes around. I would say at least in a chance when to kind of improve, especially if like you like love this franchise. So I would even give it a chance if it came around. I wouldn't necessarily go out and see it in the theaters, but as somebody who's just again a casual guy, I would say it could have been done better. But I don't ever blame anybody specifically. I think you were right in saying this is kind of maybe a group fail.
Yeah, the actors I would say are the people least responsible for how poorly this turned out. And as far as I'm concerned, there are some of them, Hiroyuki Sanada, Joe Taslim, they both did a superb job in that movie. It's not their fault that things got cut up in the editing room. They both did really excellent in that. And I've made it a point to say that how good of a job they both did, despite the fact that the film itself turned into a mess because of other people's mistakes. So I do give credit where it's due.
All right, my friend. Well, I think we can cut it there. And Bobby, thank you so much for joining me in this slightly impromptu version of this. And
no problem.
I hope we get you on.
Nice talking with
you. Yeah, I hope we get you on again.
Yeah, it would be nice, man. We could probably schedule it on a weekend or whatnot. But yeah, hit me up and we can do this on a different topic. Hopefully, one that's not as negative.
If you want to hear Bobby passionately talk about training, that is also a topic we did. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, folks. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John.
I'm Jeremy.
Welcome, folks. We are back and in black, even though we're kind of a little afraid of the black vans coming to our houses. But Jeremy, how are things with you?
I'm just really, really busy. Had a series of setbacks with some injuries, but starting to get back to training again, so that's good. So.
Good. Is high or low?
High or low what?
In terms of the injuries, upper body or lower body?
It was both. I was at one of my sites and I jacked up my arm moving a bunch of equipment because I grabbed a battery backup device that was 130 pounds, and you're supposed to do it with something. You're supposed to have 2-person. I didn't have a second person. Messed up my elbow a little bit, and then I had that hamstring issue for a couple of weeks, and that's just been slow and easy. So that's the way it is. Get over it.
Fart and get over it. We gotta put that on. You gotta put that on a t-shirt.
Hey, that's words to live by. I'll tell you what. That's my motto. Fart and get over it.
Indeed. I've actually had 2 weeks ago, I had a pretty, just kind of crater training week. This week, on the other hand, I think I've trained pretty much every day.
Well, that's cool.
Which is, you definitely see a difference in yourself.
when you can actually do that, or can actually get out doing that, which is really good. Yeah, we were just talking about kind of recent seminarings, both in person and virtual, which I think we're all looking forward to, just the virtual seminars stopping altogether.
Yeah.
I know I certainly am.
I'm ready for my life to come back, not my virtual life to stay in. So.
Oh yeah, I think that there's anything, I hope less people listen to the podcast. If more people are like going to get out and go to a bar or just hang out or just vibe,
Train, whatever.
yeah, just train. Yeah, go out and train. Go punch somebody and have them punch you too. Maybe you'll be friends afterwards. Now, we don't condone violence on Karate Without Belts. I'm just saying that if we find a training partner for them to punch at you and for you to punch back at them, please do not go out and take this as an endorsement to go back out in the streets and start committing any sort of violence. We do not condone that on this podcast and will not be held responsible for anybody listening to this podcast to take this podcast as some call to violence.
I mean, speaking of that, I mean, we're not going to get it. I mean, no. I mean, did you hear about the guy in God, where was it? I think it was Hawaii. The guy who was a UFC or MMA fighter. I don't know if he's UFC or not, but he got sucker punched. He died earlier today.
I did not hear that. No.
I can't, it was I was reading the article. It was a couple hours ago. I was like, wow. I mean, I was just shocked. I mean, the guy got sucker punched and I guess he was training partners with whoever the middleweight champion is. I can't even say the guy's name. I mean, no disrespect to the guy at all, but I mean, I can't say the guy's name. So
inexplicable sadness. MMA fighter Fall Vacay dies in Auckland City attack.
Oh yeah. Okay, no, it was
He is in this New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand. Yeah, one Hawaii. Sorry.
I hope we're saying his name right. Fall Vic or Vacay. 25. Yeah. Somebody passing away that young is just, that is an absolute tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the guy was really promising too. I mean, I never really reviewed any of his fights or anything, but I mean, I just thought it was just really, really sad. Somebody went up and sucker punched the guy and boom.
That's why, I mean, like, that's why we work on defense. I mean, for that type of stuff, because we think because of sparring and stuff like that, even anybody who's experienced with that can still clearly do damage to the point where it can be fatal.
Yeah.
So even when you're talking about on a punch or I don't think it was just even the sucker punch. I think it was just outright.
I thought I did read where somebody came up and sucker punched the guy, like from behind, and boom.
Yeah, well, and that's a big thing too, where it's. I think maybe we can spotlight that another day, but.
Yeah, no, I mean,
given a little more research, the story is still really developing, but.
Sorry,
No, it's a perfectly valid thing to bring up on this podcast, and thank you for bringing that to our attention, Jeremy. Our hearts go out to this guy's family. That's
absolutely, and all the people who are close to him. Jeez.
Yeah, because that's a gym's guy. Who was up to go, and that was somebody's training partner. And friend. It's tough.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, well,
I mean, not to make light of it, but I mean, just so.
Yeah,
anyway.
no. That's well, let's shift gears a little, shall we, to dovetail into something else. So me and Jeremy were getting to talking a little before starting to record today. We were talking about kind of differences between now training and then training, and this got into the discussion of what our images were of training. And think we can, even though this might be something, I don't want to say this is going to be another abstract episode. Not really, because I feel this affects everyone, because everyone's image of something is different. It's actually one of the easiest ways for me to communicate with people in Japan, because I live in Japan. An image is almost the exact same meaning. What is your image of something? あなたのイメージは何ですか? So, そのこと. Is a very easy thing to say to people. I think what we're going to get into today is a little bit both of coming from what we imagine as something, but also what our image was kind of created in our head from our experiences. How these two things kind of mesh together, both based on the past and the present. So I think one thing I'd like to talk about starting out is kind of the aesthetic image of karate itself. Goes into a lot of best way we can talk about it is the ideal of going into a place and learning a new skill or getting this new batch of knowledge that doesn't require necessarily having this outward physical skill. I think that's a base a lot of people come at karate with in general. And I think for a lot of us, when we start, we have that image. And then whoever we go with completely shifts, validates, invalidates, or otherwise takes that image and runs with it. And I think that's something as anybody who's representing karate needs to keep in mind, is that we talk about when people have their image of something, where in any way, shape, or form we interact with them, we help shape that image. Even this little funny little program does that. So it's always view a culture, but then you're also interacting with the culture. You can't view it from completely not interacting with it. Same thing with people. You can't not change their image of something without interacting with them. It's kind of maybe give a flat baseline for this discussion.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I first started into this, I mean, it was before the internet. It was before, it's kind of hard to think anything's before the internet, but I mean, you really couldn't do a whole lot of research. You just went in places and just started talking to people, and I was fortunate whenever I went in, I was extremely ignorant, stupid about any of this. I was like, yeah, that'd be cool to do. I saw it on a movie, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, that's kind of that was kind of my introduction, Jean-Claude, Steven Seagal, Chuck Norris, Jeff Speakman, all those guys, Karate Kid, all that was kind of like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool to do. And there was a lot of, I guess, I wouldn't say mysticism, but in a way there was, okay, what are you actually doing? What is it that's actually going on? Now you've got, YouTube lessons and Zoom seminars and whatever else. I mean, you can get knowledge from many different places very, very quickly, but may not be totally hands-on.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge in this generation right now, as opposed to when we started, was that you're ending up with a lot of people having almost the complete opposite experience that you're talking about. Because other than like, I don't want to say big media, but like very general media that you don't in any way interact with, other than just being a passive viewer or consumer, right?
Yeah.
Now we're in every way geared to consume and interact and interlope with this information, but it's almost like inappropriate input. If
Yeah.
that makes sense. It's like it's just either too much or skewed in this like one way, and it only through a screen. There's a bigger, and we talked about this with our keyboard warriors chat, but it's a huge difference between literally being in the presence of someone versus viewing what they have got to say on a screen, whether it's a video chat or just a video.
Well, not only that, but I mean, when I first started, video cameras were pretty expensive. They weren't on your phone. They weren't. I mean, when I started, the only cell phones were those big bag phones and stuff. I mean, not very many people had them. So you had to experience a lot of this stuff. Today, it's like, oh, well, I want to get a video of this. I want to get a video of that without actually experiencing it.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the big ways how things have changed. People look at it as if a video is your knowledge as opposed to the actual experience itself.
It's like the representation of the image is going to be different than the image itself, whereas like having the picture is the thing rather than the thing itself.
Yeah.
So you're always looking at the sunset, but you're never experiencing it.
Yeah.
You see the hit on the screen, but you never actually get hit.
Yeah. It's kind of like I was watching some clips from movie Good Will Hunting. Not the whole thing, but there's a part when Robin Williams is sitting down there with Matt Damon, and he's talking about. He goes, "You can probably tell me everything there is to know about the Sistine Chapel, but have you ever been in the Sistine Chapel to actually smell it? Have you ever done this? Have you ever experienced it? It's the difference between experiential knowledge as opposed to just knowledge."
Yeah, and I think it's what's going to be interesting, because a lot of what we tend to do is like kind of, last time we did a kind of talk back on stories and stuff. What I think is kind of interesting to kind of dreamcast a little about what the future of this is going to be like, because we had our experiences with walking into places and having some like kind of general understanding from media, but ultimately, walking into a place and experiencing it and just kind of feeling that difference. Now, with the generation coming up, with all of this information and stuff, what is their image of it? Like, you're already going to have people who can walk in and just wiki everything, right? They can literally call out everything that you do. And a lot of people, how online you are almost gives people that like leg up on you.
I mean, in some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I mean, in some ways, yeah, that's a leg up, but in some ways, it's also a weakness.
How so?
Because if you're spending that much time online, you're not experiencing squat.
True.
And you're not really truly getting it. Now, one other thing I've noticed with just some classes that I've gone to lately, I don't think it's instructors' faults or anything like that, but I've noticed a lot of people who participate now, like when the instructor tells them to do something, the student will not just do it. It's more like, how many times do I have to do this? Like, I want to get by with the minimal amount of effort to do things, as opposed to go do this until I tell you otherwise. I mean, it's a different mindset.
Well, I don't think that mindset's necessarily generational. I think that mindset of just do the thing because people are used to having their attention grabbed, as opposed to just sit and do, right? For turn off the clock in your brain, and just because in reality, how long would you ask anyone to really do something? More than like 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe, right? Maybe you want to do it for longer to kind of just be a stress test on that, or to kind of,
you get it.
yeah, or until it, yeah. But I mean, that's where I feel where people are getting, I don't want to say subconsciously programmed. I don't want to get into any, oh my
Yeah.
God, we're getting into
No.
the internet's destroying our minds. Stop
No.
listening to this podcast. But it's just more we're becoming wired to time stuff out more that way. And so our images we're now even getting to the point where like, okay, I'm going to go to this class for XYZ number of time. We're only going to do this for XYZ number of time. And my image of karate, both from kind of how I absorbed it, I absorbed it a little different than you. I absorbed it kind of through anime. I mean, I also absorbed it from the other aesthetics. What built in my head was just karate creates time. Yeah, you have that hour, but how you experience that hour is just much long. For me, was always much longer. It just felt like, and I'm just talking about a feeling. I'm just talking about something, the way we don't really talk about this. The way karate can like make you feel is that the image in my head is just, oh, I can go do this thing, and then it creates that time. It makes that time for me. All those other things just melt away or go away. And that's where I feel my aesthetic with it is, and where my image of it was and kind of always will be in my head even as time goes on. And kind of the image I try to fight for people, like when I teach. Just like, don't worry about it. We're going to be here for this amount of time. I'm guilty of worrying about time too, but I mean, there's a difference between having to be conscious of something and just kind of letting something happen. If any of that makes sense.
No, oh yeah, no. I mean, I remember, I'd have my normal, back when I was training really, really hard, I would say, I had my days where I'd have my class times of an hour and a half, whatever. That was one thing. But then I'd have my days where I'd have 6 or 7 hours. I had to do a couple other things, but I would set time aside just to try to figure something out. Do whatever it took to figure something out, at least within a certain stage. But I like what one of my friends has mentioned it as of today, as of recent, I guess. You have certain people that see it as a lifestyle, a journey, things like that. You have some people that see it as a social activity, just like going to the gym. It's like the people that are going to the gym seem to be more prevalent than making a lifestyle or a journey today.
Yeah, and I feel that goes into image because I feel that because the image that's portrayed to people, right? The gym image, like going to the gym, like that kind of image, is a much different feel. Like I'm going karate Tuesdays and Thursdays. Going karate from 7:30 to 8:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. No, I think on this face of it, I think anyone would just look at you and be like, yeah, it's at the gym Tuesdays and Thursdays from 7:30 to 8:30. What's your problem?
Yeah.
But we view that as what? Like it's just kind of like, yeah, it's what a soccer mom does. Why would we want that's not our karate life.
Well, I mean, when you're getting started, that's one thing. And I get it. You're putting your foot in the pool, see if you want to jump in or not. I get it. But it does make it frustrating whenever somebody who is doing this for life or as a journey, however you want to call it, tries to teach somebody who is I've got 30 minutes in the gym, just dump all your knowledge on me. It's just kind of like because once they leave, they're not going to think about it again until they come back. And that's a reality. I mean, that's the reality.
I mean, that's a frustration, but it's also you want that person to have your image, right? You want that person to, because what does image come from? It comes from curiosity. It comes from that desire to know, that desire to. Because a lot of our knowledge comes from us projecting something, right? We project like this. Oh, we want this. We think it's going to be this. We think it's going to be. It's predictive in a lot of ways. And then once we kind of go on that journey, we create the journey before we go on it. Especially from if you're that person who's teaching at that theoretical gym from like 7:30 to 8:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. If you have that that image in your head, but you can't portray that to other people. I think that's probably one of the most frustrating things.
Well, I mean, one of the things I know, one of the people I've taught in the past, one of the things that they did was they would come up and they would say, I don't feel like I can really use this. And this person had been training 5 or 6 years. And I'm like, and they didn't like it whenever I mentioned, I'm like, well, what are you doing with it? Is this like a social activity, or are you wanting to get better, or you just don't care? And of course they're offended, but I don't care. I mean, I'm trying to pour stuff to them, and they're just like, they don't care, or it's not in their reality to care. And I really felt like that person there was failure on so many levels for that person, because they had a very good grasp of the memory of all the stuff that was going on, and they did, but they couldn't get intentional with it to make it work, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I feel that's also a matter of that person saw you as the person who's going to give that to them.
Yeah.
Right. And you can't give somebody martial arts. Like, it's just impossible to do that. And I think that it's become then to create that aesthetic to get there to a degree. So it's like you create an environment where you can show somebody this is X. You're at probably at A right now, or this is Z. You're at A right now. Here's ways to get to Z. You don't have to put everything out on the front door, because that's just too much at once. But getting to Z is going to take some time, and you have to put in X amount of effort. But I mean, and I think some people nowadays, because especially they see it in that social situation, rather than they see it as a journey, or what I feel a lot of us started with is this mystery, right?
Yeah.
So in a weird way, our attempts to demystify or decodify or make something more palatable or accessible it has done the thing that we all fear, but in the way that we didn't really realize what it was doing. Is that it's not watering down the content of the art, it's watering down people's experience and expectation, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd also say watering down the results too.
Yeah, because I mean, if you taught them everything or if you taught them like the stuff and they're doing a version of that, then they're doing everything you said.
Well, I go back to what my basketball coach used to yell at us about. And he'd always say, how you practice is how you're going to play the game. How you train is how you're going to use it. If you train with intentionality of actually having some intention behind it, then you're going to be able to use it in a case of danger. I mean, you're going to be more likely to be able to use it in a case of danger than if you just go through the motions.
No, 100%. And I think that also comes to but it goes back to image to a degree, because you have that image of you got to train the way you fight, you got to fight the way you train, you got to you got to be ready for the intentionality of the situation. You've got that in your head in one way.
Yeah.
And those people who come to your class, Bob, Jim, and Mary will all have different understandings of that. Or to be woke, you say Akeem and Ja Rule.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Whatever.
Why not? I mean,
why not have them all in the same class? Whatever.
I think about another experience, and maybe I've shared this on here. Well, I'll never forget. We're going through this basic exercise, and it's a timed exercise. I know I've told you. I don't know if you mentioned this on the podcast or not. But so all of us, all instructors are in the training area, and we're just standing there and stuff, and so we're going right down one, two, see if we can make it within time. And, I'm watching all these people, all these instructors. I'm obviously not calling anybody out, but at the time when we were doing this, it was as if they were doing it like in a summer breeze next to a willow tree by a brook, and everything is just fine. I mean, it was just like 1, 2. I mean, it was so, there was absolutely no energy into it. And what's interesting is none of these people had seen me do this exercise for time. So when it was my turn, I'll never forget this, because it was like, they're asking me if I'm ready. I mean, I'm ready to just blow up. And I mean, I'm literally shaking because I'm ready to just go as soon as they say go. And everybody's just looking at me like, is he going to pass out? What's going on? I mean, just, they could tell I'm shaking and ready to go. And I mean, just basically just all out intensity. And what's funny is when we're leaving, we're out in the parking lot. I had 3 of my fellow instructors come up to me and they're like, I've never been scared of somebody just doing a basic exercise. And they said, after that, I am never jacking with you, ever. And I was blown away.
Their image of you changed forever.
A little bit, yeah.
That gets to the heart of it, because you have people in their heads, they're doing it one way. And I think maybe in their heads, they thought, hey, I'm doing this right. I'm doing this the way it needs to be done. And they see you and they're like, what? That's intentionality? That's his version of intentionality? That's not my image of intentionality. No. And I think that's where people get frustrated or even threatened to a degree, because perception is reality to that regard. So it just breaks the reality completely.
Sure.
And where some people who are like more open to that and have a little more honest view, I don't want to say honest view of things, because everyone's got a different view, but a more open view of to be changed and to grow, when they get in rooted in what they think is correct or right, even when it comes to things like intentionality and they see something different, they get scared. They don't understand it. And then ultimately, I think this is where it gets into, I don't want to shift gears on you, but where it gets into people feeling something gets changed because they have an image of something, because they grew to be attached to that one thing. Like if you're doing a form a certain way, or if you're training a certain way, and they've done that forever and a day, you're suddenly now trying to change their image of it. Their world is now gone to a degree. It's not to get over dramatic.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, it breaks their reality, absolutely. Yeah.
So I guess one thing we can pin this to is like, how would you in your head say, things change over time and people's image of things change. How do we best preserve the baseline of the image, or the baseline of what's in our head or what we feel is right, while also allowing that picture to change over time? Keeping what's good, but allowing learning and growth to change what's there. Because I feel that that's probably the struggle a lot of people have.
I don't know. For me, I think it's more stay true to the principles that you know. Don't try. Keep your principles to what you know. Always be willing to explore new things, but don't let it interfere with what your experiences already are. If that makes sense. Okay. Add those explorations to your experience. Don't throw your experiences out the door. And I mean, maybe that sounds kind of simplistic, but as far as overall, I don't think there's any real way to further it other than that.
Yeah.
Because and I think in some ways that kind of teaching's going by the wayside. I really do. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that it is.
It's tough. It's not an easy thing to do, because you get the group of people who will be willing to just shift the image up, and so the only constant is change.
Well, that you also have people's, as you mentioned, their reality, and their reality is some of them are, yeah, we'll do this. Other people's reality is, I just want to do what's good enough to make me feel good.
Yeah.
And so that's a tough nut to crack, and it is.
Well, and I think that might be really good for, I don't want to say good for another time, but would be a good discussion in its own to say, how do you get people to be uncomfortable without being unsafe? there's
Yeah, I mean, if we want to go on a little bit more on that, I mean, you got to be a little unsafe on it.
to a degree, like to
I mean-
to the degree where you're gonna make somebody feel uncomfortable. Like you have to get into that zone
Well,
where the image breaks, the reality changes, and then just
well, for me, I tend to lean on the side of just ticking people off. So I mean, I just sorry.
yeah, I agree. I think you're right. It's difficult to get to that point with people, but I think if you can make it in continuity, if that makes sense, that
You know-
change is congruent with what they know,
Well, and I think there also has to be a level of trust.
right?
There has to be a level of trust. If there's not that trust, then yeah, all you're really going to do is tick them off and let them run away 99 times out of 100. They're not going to come back and confront. They're going to run away. But if there is that level of trust, you will build a much better relationship for your being able to teach that student. So
Yeah, and I feel that's the image we need to portray to our students, or to really anybody, is that they're like, when you try to tell people, okay, you have this image of this thing. I don't really buy into some parts of that, but there's some parts of that I think are really, really important.
Yeah.
This is how I function. This is the image I'm creating, which can completely break mold
mhm.
for a lot of people and then make people feel uncomfortable and make them walk away. But I feel if you're committed to that, both from an aesthetic point of view and from a training point of view, then I think you'll be successful. But
Yeah.
I know that sounds vague.
Well,
But-
I think the other thing is there's got to be a level of patience, and give yourself leeway to screw up. You're never. I mean, you're going to learn more from your mistakes than you are from your successes. I guarantee you. Trust me, I've learned a lot from my screw ups. So it's and it's interesting. I'm brought back to an old saying that I think it's funny. I'm bringing up basketball stories now all of a sudden. But my old basketball coach, when we play, we get in a hurry and just go nuts. And, he'd always tell us a story, and I'll clean it up a little bit. And I think it's worthwhile. And you got two bees, an old bee and a young bee. And they're flying over this field of clover. And young bee is impatient, tells the old bee, hey, let's just buzz down there and just, pollinate some flowers and let's, head back, whatever. The old bee says, son, you got a lot to learn. We're going to take our time. We're going to pollinate it all. And so therefore, sometimes a little bit of wisdom and just take your time. Get what there is to get, and really get that journey and that experience, and it's worthwhile overall. So
I feel the more we kind of give that image, we put that image out there, I think the more people get it. And even in this current generation where people are getting more of their experiences from media, or getting more of their experience digitally, if we can encourage that journey and encourage that, I think we'll end up with a better result. It won't be the same as what the past was, and again, that's only our image of the past.
Sure. I mean, in some ways it may be better. But in some ways, until you're able to experience that intentionality and that experience, it's not. It never will be.
No.
So.
Cool. So Jeremy, what other than PTing both your elbow and your hamstring, what do you got on deck for training?
This week is basically getting my schedule back to where I can train, get back to setting up just a schedule of exactly what I'm going to be training on. So, I think what I'm looking at is, okay, these exercises on these days, these kata on these days, and really get more into more of a schedule now that I'm pretty much healed now. So elbow's still a little messed up, so I'll probably go a little light, but I can get over it. So
yeah, I think this week I'm going for trying to there's some stuff from our friends and different karate media stuff that showed me a couple of things. One like Nahachi's squat type deal that I want to work a little bit more on, and a couple other things with Kobudo that I'm going to experiment on and maybe throw up a couple videos with. But we'll see. You know, time and effort, assuming. But cool.
Cool.
Anything else you want to say to the audience before we get out of here?
Nope, I think that's it. I'm good.
Cool. Well, folks, thanks for listening, and don't forget to keep training.
You just go through the motions. It-
7 times a day.
Mm.
It's like 1984.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, folks. I'm John, joined by
And I'm Jeremy.
good enough for government work, sir.
Yeah,
All right. How are we doing, sir?
not too bad. Just been a hectic couple weeks, but other than that, so
Yeah, I would agree. Since our last meeting, I've had some fairly good weeks training, but some fairly bad just kind of personal weeks. So it's been a very interesting testament to just training where it's like, yeah, everything else is terrible, but hey, I got my training in today. That's good.
yeah, that's good.
The one thing that's keeping things, the linchpin that's keeping me sane, it's karate training.
Cool.
What have you been up to in terms of training lately?
I think the last time I was battling a hamstring injury and still going in and out, but I mean, it's been a little bit more consistent lately to get in, train a little bit. You know, I can't push it, but I just kind of, I wouldn't say go through the motions, but just kind of go light, do limited, stretch some more, go light, do limited, stretch a little more, so just kind of baby steps right now still, but it's getting a lot better. So
That's good. That's good. The hamstrings are a tough one to kind of recover from. I'm dealing with a short little like this weird little Achilles tinge that I've got where I know it's like I can run on it all day long, but like the moment I do like a heel stretch or something like that, it just like goes through the roof for whatever reason. Got no idea why.
yeah, oh yeah, no, I get it.
Which affects the topic we're going to get into today, which is performance.
Woohoo!
Now, what do we mean? I guess a good way to introduce this topic would be to say performance in martial arts has two meanings. At least when it comes to training, it has two meanings. One in the actual public aspect where people are looking at you and you're doing something as regards to martial arts. You're doing a skill, you're doing a set, you're doing a kata, you're doing a technique. You're just doing a big demonstration. People are looking at the performance of your martial arts. The other part of the deconstruction of that word when it comes to training is also your efficiency, your ability, your actual readiness to take on any situation, and how high or how well you perform in any given situation. And these two things, at least on the face of them, are very different, but yet inextricably related. So today, I think it would be good if we got into that and kind of broke down how these things mesh together, and then what they mean and how they've affected our both in our training, our learning, our teaching, and just our general journey with martial arts, how we've tackled with them. Jeremy, I'll pass the ball over to you for that.
I think everybody goes through it, and it's kind of it's something that definitely everybody has to go through and has to figure out for themselves. And don't mean to sidestep the topic, but at parts it's like, okay, you're doing it for show, and then I think you get to a point where it's like, if I'm just doing it the way I need to, I don't need to do anything different for show as opposed to just doing it. I think some people have trouble deciphering between the two. Like sometimes we'll do like demonstrations for one, and I know sometimes, and I've done it too. I mean, you get so wrapped up in the demonstration, you're trying to do your best, you're trying to put your best foot forward, and then something doesn't quite come out correctly, and then sometimes you'll get called out on it, and that's fine.
God forbid a mistake be made in front of a watching crowd, right?
Right. I mean, a lot of times you're going to be harder on yourself than anybody else is, because I mean, exactly what mistakes you're making.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's kind of cool because you'll make a mistake, you'll recover, and you'll kind of go back in your head, it's like, what in the heck did I just do? That was kind of cool. So
I would say that the two, where these two things merge together, because we're also talking in the practical situation, like how do you perform well under stress? How do you perform well under pressure? I think
Right.
the bridge point would be that pressure, that outside influence, that outside stress that's uncontrollable, right?
exactly. And I think a long time ago, I believe it was my instructor Robbie who basically told me, "Hey, you practice how you train, and you train how you practice, and if you train the same way over and over and over, how you train is how it's actually going to come out."
Now, a lot of people have used this, said this in a lot of different places. I am a little wary. I'm not saying that, and that's not to take anything away from what was said then or what that actually means, but I'm
Right.
afraid it's become something of a trope to a degree. Like it's something like people say, but they don't necessarily know what that means or know how to kind of put that into any sort of practice. Because it's like a example. I don't want to say counterexample, but an example would be I do 100 push-ups today. Can I do 100 push-ups tomorrow? Should I do 100 push-ups the next day? Right?
No, I got you. I mean,
Can I do a
Right.
monkey wire training the same way Monday that I can on Tuesday that I can on Friday?
right. I mean, the best thing I can think of is, are you not only getting your physicality or physical training in along with your mental training? And so I think that becomes kind of an issue, because I think a lot of people, they'll just go through the physical piece and they think the mental piece should exist, and that's not the case at all. I, they're two separate things that need to come together.
Can they be trained simultaneously? So to kind of say kata would be an easy one to kind of look at for this, right? A lot of people will say like kata is the kind of mental or moving meditation, as I've heard a lot of people say in the past.
Yeah.
Even I'm also afraid that kind of falls in a trope too, because using kata to only do something like that, or to only be kind of this dance to be meditative or to work on your mental training while at the same time ignoring the actual performance of it, that's supposed to have some sort of meaning.
I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. When I'm really into studying kata, it's really one of the hardest things that I do, because it's not, okay, I'm just going through these motions that I've done like 10,000 times. Da, 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 da. No, I mean, I'm constantly thinking as I'm doing these motions. And sometimes my katas don't quite come out as quick or as dynamic as some do. But I'm constantly thinking, okay, how am I going to use this? How am I going to use this? How am I going to, I mean, I'm constantly asking that question while I'm doing this. And, I may go through 30, 40 moves and, nothing comes to me. And then all of a sudden I'll do one thing, and then I'll stop doing kata and just work on that one thing. Like, okay, how can I incorporate this into some type of technique? How can I work into some type of methodology or some other lesson? I mean, is this a entry move? Is it an actual technique? Is it is it a finishing type move? Is it a lockup? Is it this? So I mean, I'm constantly, when I'm doing kata, that's what I'm constantly doing when I'm really studying. Now, if I'm just trying to do a workout real quick, I'll go through it and move on. But if I'm really studying kata, that's what I'm doing all the time.
I think that's where the confusion tends to lie, right? Because the performance of the kata,
and to use in a very simple way, right? You're looking at your very specifically in our training has always been analytical. Find those parts that are going to work well, that are going to perform well in these particular situations, right?
Right.
It's never been about, well, the kata performance in itself, right, is never, at least in our training, has never been the emphasis. But yet we've seen a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on just performing the kata, or just performing the technique, even the techniques, right? Making that
Mhm.
look nice, making that look good. Well, do they actually work? Do they actually work under that pressure?
I tend to say no. I mean, just on just on the initial discussion of it, because I mean, and I had this conversation with somebody a while back, and people talk about, well, if you just do the kata, it'll just naturally come out. Well, maybe not. And I'll bring this topic up, and this is kind of how I feel about it. And, I may be wrong, I may be right. I don't know. It's just my opinion. But let's say you go to a firing range. You've got I don't know, a Glock. Okay, let's just say you got a Glock handgun. All right, you go to the gun range. You shoot. You shoot at a little target. Okay, you get very good at shooting the target. Well, let's say you get confronted by somebody, you know, getting ready to, you have to deploy that in a self-defense situation. You're used to shooting a target. Not
Right.
that that's bad, not that it's bad, but that target is not a human. Is a lot of time. I mean, sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It's not a, it's not in the shape of a human. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. But is that target also 3D? Is it also coming at you? Is it, there's a lot of dynamics that are entered into that equation.
Right. Which will
And
ultimately affect how you actually perform under pressure or under stress.
Exactly. And I think of people just doing kata without entering into that, also entering into the mindset of, constantly thinking about what they're doing like this, is like going to a gun range and only shooting bullseye targets, and that's it. It's not that you're not developing a skill, it's just, is it complete or not? And that's always a question a lot of us always raise.
I'm thinking from your story from last time of when you were talking about doing an exercise with people in
Mhm.
public, like together. I don't know if that was necessarily a public performance or not. I think it was just in a class. But you had put a lot of energy and effort into that kata, right? Into that
Right.
exercise. But
Right.
you were seeing a lot of other people were not. And
Yeah.
that really raised that question for me is, well, on one hand, that point is completely salient. That these other people were just kind of going through the motions, and you were coming out with it full luck and center.
Yeah.
If that's even a phrase. But the other side of that is, at what point is it useful, and at what point is it overuse? If that makes sense. Like coming out full cock with an exercise, necessary to understand what you can do, what you can go and get out of it. Then I kind of try to put myself in the shoes of somebody who is along with you and thinking like, oh, I'm just doing the exercise right now. That's it.
Right. I personally, I think, maybe it's the way I was trained. Maybe it's maybe it's part of how I grew up, in a military family also. But, you're asked by, basically your superior, the person who you're teaching for, or you're part of that organization. You're asked to do something in front of everybody.
Right.
And to me, it's like, okay, you're supposed to be representing that organization. You better show how you're going to represent it at that point. Because if you're going to represent it like a weak willow branch, and it needs to be strong as an oak tree, you got a problem.
And that's one issue that I think this is the issue of public performance in general, right? Because we want to show karate is strong. We want to show that karate is X, Y, and Z, right? Useful, practical, good looking, all these other things, right?
Right.
People don't always succeed at that, or they don't always know how to make that look that way with what they're doing.
Well, I think it also depends on the expectations that are put on you. If you're constantly put in as expectations are, just do the exercise, I mean, you're just basically, it's kind of like begging people along. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's completely right, because because at some point you have to be able to put people on the spot and say, get it done right, get it done fast,
Yeah.
get it done now.
I mean, that transfers into the job market. I mean, you come up with a situation, it's like, hey, this has to be done. Or you just go, okay, well, I'm going through the motion, do. Are you going to Eeyore the thing, or are you going to go Billy Jack on it and go kick some butt? That's the main thing.
Well, and that's the thing, where getting people to the performance level, right, does not necessarily have to be you're either floating or you're kicking ass. You can raise people to get to that point, and to get to that point well.
Right.
And you're right when you say about expectation, and especially when it comes to the public performance side of things.
Well, yeah, I mean, it comes from the top. I mean, whoever's running that organization, I mean, if their expectation is, oh, we'll just do it, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to get much behind it. If you have the expectations of, when you do this is as if you are fighting for your life. You're going to do it a lot differently than if you're just, well, just do it, okay? I mean, no. So.
Well, yeah, and then and that's where the split is. Because when you're fighting for your life, you're not really worried about what it looks like. You're worried about the results of what's going to happen. You're worried about walking away.
Right.
That's not necessarily something that's aesthetically pleasing.
Right. And I think one of the big problems that we have, I mean, maybe it's a good problem, but a lot of people are just a bunch of powder puffs. I mean, they go through life. And,
good problem. Good problem.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's a good problem. I mean, but it's a good problem to the point of, is it actually handicapping some people with just naivety or something? Just really, they're not aware of any of that.
Yeah, and so you don't have to worry about. You don't actually have to worry about that. But then are you going to be engaging with those people in terms of, do I have to deal with you in terms of defending my life or defending something, or do I have to deal with you in terms of, okay, you're going to come and do the thing that I'm doing? That means we need to completely disassemble this powder puff nonsense.
Right. I mean, I guess that's the new technical term on a show is powder puff, but it's just, anyway. I just see
we're canonizing that as terminology. Very good.
Yeah. I think it also depends on your life situation too. Because
Right.
if you're in a very safe environment, like if you're in some out of the out of the reaches, small little hole in the earth that really nothing ever happens. I mean, you're expecting, Leave It to Beaver to be basically playing as you're walking down the street. Yeah,
They alienated like half the audience. No one knows what Leave It to Beaver.
well, sorry, I'm old.
I know
So
what Leave It to Beaver is, but I only know that through osmosis.
I mean, I mean,
I'm
I grew
I'm
up.
not criticizing you. Just saying.
I grew up watching the reruns of it. When I was little.
Okay, so this all right.
But
Kids,
but
go watch your TV Land. Okay, you'll
yeah,
get it.
yeah, TV Land's great, but if that's your reality of the way the world works, you're never really going to incorporate stuff as if you're fighting for your life,
Right.
because
And
everything is warm and rosy and just fantastic. Well, no, you go somewhere else, that is not the case at all.
and then there's also the issue of when we're talking about performance issues, um, those issues also occur when you have the false sense of security, right?
Hmm.
So when you have the people who, and this comes from the people who train it just as much as the people who teach it.
Hmm.
It's a very sad thing to see when somebody thinks, well, I do karate, ergo, just the very fact I walk in here and do the motions means I can hold myself to account. And then when the chips are down, it doesn't work. And so both in terms of when they go out to perform in public and when something happens and they need to actually use what they're doing. And that comes down to are people being taught I don't want to say are people being properly taught, but that comes down to getting people on board to seeing it as something that has to be both this thing that looks good, but this also thing that's practical. And I feel there was a certain point where that was the case, where that was just a given.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that we got away from that.
Well,
I have no idea how. I feel like
no,
20 years ago, even we would have just said, yeah, you're part of the school,
I never really thought about it until you really asked that question right there, and I can pretty much answer it pretty close. I mean, I guess tonight I'm going to probably irritate a lot of people, but that's okay. But I think where it really stopped was when people made it their livelihood. And not to say the dojo owners don't work hard. I'm not saying that at all. But I know school owners cannot do the same things that you could do back in the 70s, 80s, 90s. You can't do it. You would get sued off.
Apart.
You'll get sued off the planet if you did some of this. I mean, some of the dumb, I'll be honest, some of the dumb crap we did, you can't do that today without getting sued. And
but couldn't we learn the lessons and still have at least the attitude, right? At least have the I'm not talking about necessarily like we're gonna beat the crap out of each other and go home and do that, but more of like just the attitude that is that you're doing karate, you're taking it seriously, you're taking it to that extent. I feel like everything can boil down to attitude, but especially when it comes to performance, when it comes to output. Maybe that's not exactly the place you're.
No, I mean I get where you're going with it, but I think it gets into the point when it becomes your livelihood, there is a bit of fear as a school owner to play it a little safe. And in some ways, I don't think you can play it. In order to get these lessons, you got to be on the edge. I mean, you really got to push people to the edge in order to get there. Or and maybe I'm not seeing something, but yeah, I mean, you've really got to push people to the edge so that they're actually able to see it. I I I, I rewatched the movie Miracle. I don't know if you ever seen that movie or not. It's not a martial arts movie. I grew up in the time when 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team beat the greatest team in the world, technically the greatest sports upset ever in the history of sports. And there's a part in that movie where the hockey players they're going through the motions, they're doing exactly what we're talking about, and finally, coach Herb Brooks he's had enough, and he makes them do these the little exercise where they're or not running, but they're skating, this line, back, back, constantly doing it. And basically
Doing suicides and skates.
Yeah, kind of like suicides in basketball,
Right.
But they're literally about passing out, and finally somebody gets it, and it's like, no, we're not a bunch of individuals, we're a team, and we have to basically operate as a team. And then that's when he stopped. It was like he took it to almost an edge of madness. Even the assistant coaches were like, this is absolutely insane. Somebody's going to get hurt really, really bad. He took it to that point. And I think that's where martial arts, what we're missing today in martial arts. You've got to take it to that level. And most people don't want to go to that level.
You see, I think I agree. I do. And because you're not getting the performance out of people, right? Like there's a what you're saying is addressing a form of pedagogy that is push until breaking point or breakthrough, right? Until someone's kind of broke through what they're able to do, right?
Yeah.
And we kind of seen in the movies and people try to maybe emulate that. I think we both in different times in training have experienced that, right? There's a way in safely doing that, and kind of getting, and in doing that, in pushing a group of people and pushing a person individually, and I think I think you're exactly on the ball with that. If you can get a group of people together to push them to a certain point, that builds cohesion. That builds like teams. I don't want to say team spirit, but that pushes other people to better themselves in that regard.
Oh yeah.
And I think you're absolutely right. But I think there's a way you can do it safely. There's a way you can get everybody to go through something safely. I think I have an example of this.
Well, let me go
Sure.
on. I think the other part that's tricky to this is, are the people who are practicing this going to trust the instructor to do it?
In terms of,
in order
pushing
to keep pushing them that hard. Some people will, some people won't. The ones that won't, that's what you got to be fearful from lawsuits and everything else. So,
well, I mean, it doesn't have to be dangerous, right? It doesn't have to be like this thing. Like, for example, would be is like you wouldn't put a 16-year-old kid who's a $150 soaking wet in the ring with someone who's bigger, stronger, and like more experienced than them in a completely unsafe environment, right? You're talking about safety issues, and you cannot put people in those situations.
Right, that piece, yes, but
You can
I
get
mean,
that $150 kid to push and push and push,
right,
and I think you can get them to work with people who are much skilled and bigger and stronger than them to be able to deal with the fact that that kid will have to deal with in a situation the bigger, stronger, faster person. That makes sense.
yeah. I mean, that makes sense. But I mean, not so much, not just putting them in the ring, but I mean, just your training. I remember Monday nights were always work out until you pass out or puke, basically. I mean, you just went totally nuts. Just everything from push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, dips, pull-ups, and then do it over again, then do Subarito training, then go back and do it again and do it. I mean, literally, it was just. I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, looking back at it from today, I don't think I could do it. I do not think I could do it today. Now, back then, I will say this. That was probably the absolute best shape of my entire life I ever was.
Do you feel that type of class was more ad hoc, or was there a method to the madness?
Method of the Madness was basically, I mean, I get it now. It was to break everybody down for the rest of the week to train on what we were training on.
That was like your more like calisthenic, hard, like physical training class, and the rest of the other classes weren't so much.
Bogu, it was just I mean, just kept going on and on and on. I mean, there were sometimes we'd have classes where we would just take time and journal stuff. I mean, and I look back and that was probably just as important as everything physical too.
Here's my question then, because I feel that is an exemplar of what we're talking about. Do you feel having something like that will get the best performance out of people? And if we could do that today, what would be the way in which we could do that?
I think the ability to break everybody down, I think that was very important. I mean, some people would probably be for it, because a lot of people are into all these other things like CrossFit and everything else. They'd probably be cool with it. Some people wouldn't. They just want to go in and train to fight, and they just don't care about all this other stuff. And I think that takes away from it.
Do you think it would be? Do you think that gets the best performance out of people? Getting into that point, getting into that breaking point, and then kind of slowly getting them through the week through that, because that feels like that doesn't feel like kind of what we were talking about. I think a couple times ago was like the Tuesday Thursday attitude. That's like more of a much more serious minded training.
Well,
but I think
the breaking point type of class, how we had set up, was essential, because without that, I don't think you could study the rest of the week on what you're doing adequately. You might be learning stuff, you might pick up this, you might pick up that, but I don't think you were able to clear your mind enough to be able to pick up a lot of stuff. And I look back at seminars that we used to go through, and I think I've mentioned this time and time again. If you don't get that breakthrough of, okay, you're clearing your mind of all this other stuff so that you can train adequately, you're always going to be thinking about something other than what you're training in. And I think that is key to getting your performance. However you can get to the point where you're thinking about whatever you're training on and you're present and you're clear about what you're training with, why you're training it, instead of thinking, well, I'm doing the Hanshi Shodan right now, but I'm really thinking about how to train with Joe, so I'm just going through the motions. That's the trick. I mean, that's definitely.
Yeah.
I think that's the key to make that performance as solid as possible.
I feel like that's part and parcel to karate training, and I feel that's also something that's going out the window because
Yes.
I don't think there's any real reason for it. I think it's just time's moved on, and people forget that's important because if
Well,
they get overly, and I am guilty of this, of
well,
getting too much in the weeds of this and that and the other thing,
well,
without having that one thing to just focus, go.
right. Well, I think you get into stuffitis, as I like to call it.
Stuff like this.
Well,
A new term to add to the canon.
Or I mean, I think somebody else called it one time, becoming like a kata whore, and I, and
Okay, that's too good. That's way too good. That's canonized. I
think
100%. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, there's all this cool crap to learn. There is. I mean, there is. But if you don't take care of business with what you're doing with just a simple kata, I mean, with like a basic kata, if you're not taking business with just learning this, all this other stuff, you're going to forget and you're never going to practice correctly either. And therefore, and then that impacts your performance, that impacts how you train, that's how you're going to actually do it, and that impacts everything.
And I think it comes down to the simplicity of it, right? Because how many instances we've been talking about, like how many kata and whatnot, but it's being able to go look and see at everything else is great, but without having that core training, that I feel like everyone should just have that or be there Monday. It's not about going to work; it's about getting that breakdown so you can actually get your stuff in. Like that's the more I think about it, the more we're having this conversation, the more I'm thinking like, yeah, like I got to just do that for myself on a Monday because I always used to think like I'm thinking about my performance now. I'm thinking about my weekly training. I always leave my like big training for like the weekend. But if I actually did that, then it actually stops me thinking like, oh yeah, Monday I'll just kind of take it easy and then ramp up through the week. Like just hearing that makes me think we should actually talk about this later. But it might be cool to create a training plan like that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having kind of weird ideas.
Ideas.
It's making my brain go like, okay, because actionability, right? Because we want to be able to not just be like, well, yeah, performance. It's a great idea, guys. Subscribe on Patreon. But no, it's the idea of just having that throughout the week, once a week, in some way, shape, or form. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is about. This is like it's about a lot of things, but if there's one thing that'll help make all the other things work, that's it.
Yeah, and I remember having this conversation with a friend of mine. It was I can't believe it's been 11 years ago when I was down in New Zealand, and I actually was with one of Marty's students who actually I stayed with, while I was down there, and he was asking me all these different questions and stuff, and he goes, what do you think is the most important part of karate? And I told him, I'm like, this is the best advice I can give you whenever you're training. Whatever you're training on, that is what you need to be concentrating on. That's what you need to be thinking about. Do not think about anything else. Don't think about any other kata. Don't think about anything else you want to learn. Don't think about, I got to pick up some eggs to come back home for the wife. None of it. Think about what you're doing because that's the most important part of your training, period.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it is, man. Like, and not
So-
having those kind of breakdown workout where you're able to let your to be able to get into it for the rest of the week. That really makes me think. It makes me reflect on my own training, then reflect
And-
on like how I have taught in the past, and how I want to teach in the future.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so, and it doesn't mean that, even with your best intentions, sometimes that slips away because you're trying to teach a lot of knowledge to somebody as quickly as possible,
Yeah.
But
That's a losing battle. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, because they'll learn more from less,
right.
right? They'll be able to learn more from having that, and they'll do better. They'll perform better from having the ability to break themselves down each week, build themselves back up, rather than I mean, there's also something to be said about having a break from that. They'll be able to know much more. They'll know themselves, know their abilities, know their performance levels much more than teaching them 15 different katas or 17 different techniques or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, I go back to, I mean, the most important lesson I ever got from Mr. Yada was, I mean, I've told the story several times on here. When he he's pointing at us and basically saying, "You can't do my technique." And then I don't know how many people were paying attention. I know of one. Years later we talked about that class, and he even remembered him saying this. It's like, you can't do my technique, and I can't do yours. And basically, it comes right down to the fact you got to do it. You've got to be able to put in what you need to do in order to make things happen, period. And you got to be the one to have your mind clear to train. You got to be the one to take responsibility if something works or doesn't.
And without that, you won't be able to make anything work. Like the
No.
performance of your techniques just ain't gonna.
I mean, without that ownership of what I can do is what I can do. Without that, you're constantly chasing. Well, I want to try to be like this, and I want to try to be like that.
I can testify to having that problem for a
Yeah.
couple of years. I can testify
Well,
to having that. I think everyone does, but I mean,
who hasn't? I mean, I look at not just karate, but I mean it's everywhere. Let's talk about MMA a little bit. Last weekend was fight with Nate Diaz. I don't know. I don't know
yeah,
if many
I'm
people.
lost on that, but to be honest, but
I watched the highlights of it, and it was really interesting because I mean he fought this guy Leon Edwards,
Hmm.
very technical person, and I mean he was Leon Edwards pretty much mopped the ring with Nate Diaz for 4 rounds, and then I think he kind of got comfortable. and Nate Diaz just about beat him in the 5th round. And that goes back to kind of what we're talking about performance. It's like that guy, I don't know. I don't know the whole deal with a lot of his training, things like that. But the thing of it is he's got that intentionality that I always talk about.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I liked what another fighter said. He goes, when you fight this guy, you have to train as if you're going to kill him. You're not training for a fight. You're training to kill him. Which that's totally different than just a competition.
Yeah. And you can't match your performance levels correctly. And if you don't know what that is, and this is where, going back to your statement about forming a team, you need to have people around you to push to that point. You cannot. It's difficult to find it too, and I understand, everyone's in their own different situation, myself included. But you cannot cut people, and this goes into attitudes as well. You can't cut people out. You need to push with people. You need to be able to push along with that and all the different ways it comes out. Because Jesus, man, in that type of situation, you've got to be ready.
I'm not taking anything away from Mr. Edwards by any means. I mean, very technical person, but it just seemed like Nate Diaz has a total different attitude on how he approaches things than anybody else. And I'll be perfectly honest, I kind of admire the guy. I'm like, that's something we need more of. And how to bottle that up and present it. That's
maybe a bit of a different story. And I think there's maybe a couple ways we can discuss it.
Right, but yeah, his journey is his journey is different than mine or everybody else's. But anyway, that's all I really wanted to say about that. But that's kind of the direction I think somehow training needs to go towards.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it will or not.
Well, and that's up to each individual. I think your description of that type of a class, and I was thinking about this before with other people as well, ultimately needs to be the thing that wins in this generation. In this particular generation of karate people, it needs to be the thing that wins out. It needs to be the thing that is there and that gets passed down. If there's anything people are worried about, right? If there's all of this, this is gonna die, that's gonna die. No. Now, what's dying is this. Everyone's got somebody doing a freaking kata on video now.
Yeah.
Stop worrying about that. Worry about the performance of it. Worry about your general performance as a martial artist. Make sure that the people you're training with, the people you're teaching, can perform well. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, the only other thing I guess I've got is even if they can't perform it well, can they bring it out in you well?
Yeah.
Right. If you got older people, 60s, 70s, even 80s plus, they're more than likely not going to be able to do a lot of things that a 20-year-old is going to be able to do physically. They're just not. Their bodies, with all that training, it's taking a toll. It has to. But can they get you to that point? So,
can I tell a quick story about that? So I was 16. Yeah, I was 16. I was in this class, in an afternoon class, the place I used to train at. There was this old guy,
and he was in his 60s. And we were at the same rank at the time. We did our black belt together. And we were doing just what was supposed to be a light sparring class.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first time I noticed at all the like little sparring sessions that I'd done before. It was like well until like I guess brown belt at that point or whatever. It was the first time I noticed on my arms, chest, and like back and back and stuff, welts and like bloody welts and stuff like that from this guy, in his 60s. And you would think, nah, he'll be fine. He's an old man. Nah, old man hit hard. Like,
Well,
so I would say, no, you'll get no problem with performance from people who are old, depending on the person, but you'll get no problem with that. It won't be. It might not necessarily be the people to represent 100%, but
right. I mean,
you know,
you're not going to see them, fly through the air with double jump split kicks and things like that. 10 feet high and everything else. Like, some places do. I mean, there are going to be some limitations, but there are going to be some things that they're stronger in, and so it's just different.
Well, and that helps forge community, right? So
Right.
I mean, like that's so. Boom! There we go. Cool. So anything you got going on this week, or things you're gonna work on this week?
Yeah, just like I said, just keep going. I mean, just slow and easy still. So but my hamstring's getting a lot better. Just I can tell when it's just starting to twinge, and I just back off. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep going. So
Test those limits. Yeah,
Yep.
I think I'm gonna try. We're recording this for you it's a Saturday, for me it's a Sunday. I think I am gonna try that breakdown class. I have the time, actually.
yeah, that's cool.
So I'm gonna try it, and maybe we can talk about that, and that'll be behind some sort of wall where things can be exchanged for goods and services. But beyond that, Jeremy, thank you so much for joining us as always. Invaluable stuff, really. Invaluable stuff. Folks, don't forget to keep on training.
Be a good cold open. Anyway, um, so much for that. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, folks. Welcome to Karate Without Belts. My name is John, joined by the illustrious,
And I'm Jeremy. Sure.
and I'm Jeremy.
Okay.
It's okay. You want to try? You want to do another run of that?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night, and hello. It's probably been my time. It's now August 1st. Jeremy, you're coming very close up on it right now. You're still
Yeah.
in July.
We got about another hour of July left, so that's all good.
I'll bask in your glory of it until that hour's up.
Yeah.
Welcome to Karate Without Belts. I'm John.
I'm Jeremy.
Welcome, folks, and welcome to our 60th episode. Jeremy, did you ever think we'd get this far?
There are times yes, and there are times no. So.
Because we kind of passed the 50th, that kind of came and went,
Yeah.
and just out of it, and kind of incidentally, that we just kind of moved on. We were like Cobra Kai, so just kind of went over our heads a little.
Which season 4 is coming out here real soon. So.
Just let it go. Honestly, I would be up for like more martial arts entertainment content, but less like I would love to see some form of like a karate movie or like a TV show, but more in like the Hong Kong movie style. Kind of like in the like those like later 70s types, not even the 80s ones, like the later 70s ones where like there's comedy, there's action, there was drama, it just kind of had everything. But and clearly that's a very specific part of that, like of Hong Kong movie culture. I would just love to see that like happen in Okinawa. Like I think that would fit in a very unique way. That I think Hong Kong's they've got similar there nowadays. Anyway, I'm going on. Jeremy, how the hell are you doing?
Oh man, I tell you what, it's been crazy lately, but that's all right. It's all good. So.
How's been training been going? I know you were like legs, feet, arms, head, knees, and toes. Something else for a bit.
Yeah, I've had a handful of small little health things going on. I've had I don't know if anybody's dealt with kidney stones before, but yeah, that's I've been dealing with that for about the last 3-4 weeks. So that's been fun.
I had a family member who's dealt with that. Literally got a hospital shut down because of it. True story.
Yeah, no, it's fun. So yeah, it's just one day at a time, really. So it's like just work a little bit, and then it starts hurting, leave it alone. So
we got to do injury cast at some point. Not today, but at some point we got to do injury cast.
Well, I'll have to record all those. So it's kind of getting there.
Just go back and dire
list
of the event injuries. Yeah, the last couple of weeks since we've been out, because I think the last time we had something out was mid-June. Just a lot of from my personal life, it's just happened. Which I don't want to get on the podcast, but it's affected a lot of our ability to just record and then get stuff done. But hopefully, as going forward through the rest of the year, we can kind of do more stuff. It's kind of synonymous with what we were putting out in the summers anyway. So I like to feel we're not really missing too much of a beat. From a training perspective, I've been fairly consistent. There's one thing I want to do, because I'm going to be taking off real soon, is I want to try to do today onward until the time I got to get on a plane or a boat or a train and go to my next location, is to just kind of have a similar set every day. I was like, if there's like one routine I'm going to have, and develop that one routine.
guess we can say we're recording this at the height of the Olympics,
Yeah.
the long-awaited 2020 belated into 2021, because we don't want to change all the stuff we printed last year.
Hey, it costs money. I get it. So hey, what it is. So
Yeah, and I think
just cross it out and put a 1 there. It's all good.
well, in Japan, when you ever make a mistake, you have to do especially on any official document, you got to put 2 lines through whatever you make a mistake. Put your physical red stamp on top of it, and then put the correction on top.
Yeah.
So it was a great meme that I saw when they announced it was going to be pushed to the next year. Meme worthy or not, it's happening, and it'll be over, and that'll be that. So.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of great organizations and things we've seen come to pass, Jeremy, what's going to be the meat on the bone of today's podcast? Best way to kind of put it.
I don't know if I should put it the best way, but anyway.
I think the Olympics is almost a decent analogy to or parallel to kind of what we're talking about because of all the things that have recently come out with like Simone Biles and Naomi Osaka and kind of the goods and the bads of having something like the IOC.
Yeah.
For example, what is the meat on the bone today, as it were?
I would say the meat of the bone is going to be basically whenever you're training, how does it tip over from seriously training into more of a political stance? It goes from training to more, I don't know, mental and political and all that kind of happy stuff.
We've talked about organizations before as goods and bad, opposites, ends and opposites.
Yeah.
But I think the arc we want to take today is how does any organization go from being, and I think everyone's experienced this. You go to a dojo, start training, head teacher there. That head teacher is a part of something bigger. You kind of hear about it, but you don't really experience much of it. Then you actually go to some event where there's more of people of what you do. I think back in the day that was a lot more important, but not more important, but more kind of eye-opening than it is today because of the internet and all that. And then you kind of realize, oh, there's this greater group of people, more experienced and possibly senior from the person you're actually directly learning from. And that, this has a larger history and it's bigger than what you see. And I think our perspective on who's leading that and how that goes from being a Ringo guy or a Kai, an organization, to a frag club.
And I definitely have some thoughts about it. And I mean, I'm sure we're going to get into it and stuff. I think a lot of it gets to, and just from my past experiences, you'll get into an arena to where it's like, you're just training. It doesn't matter the surroundings. The surroundings don't have to be nice. It just has to be adequate. Can it hold the number of people? Can you actually train? Like one of the places I remember training at was, it's been over 30 years ago now. Used to hold a seminar in this gym that was in a not very good area of Kansas City. And I mean, there'd be gang graffiti, there'd be all sorts of stuff all over it. But
Sharks and Jets.
Whatever. I don't know, don't care. I mean, I really don't. It's like, the first time you pull up the building, you're like, what the heck did I get into? But it was adequate. I learned some of the best lessons that probably drove me to continue to train for 30 years from some of those lessons from that place, to where it's like, well, let's get a place that's a little nicer and maybe more people will come, or I think that's kind of the attitude. And then, if you have it at a hotel ballroom or something like that, well, okay, well, I've trained an hour, I'm going to take a nap. I'm gonna go do the buffet. I mean, those resources were there on site where you couldn't escape it and just train. Where as opposed to the previous places, like this is just a place to train.
Right. We're not talking specifically a day-to-day type of deal. We're talking about events or something that an
Right.
organization will put together.
But I mean, I think that kind of explains kind of what we're actually talking about. And I think eventually the organizations get from what do you need to what do you want?
That's a very interesting path to take. Because that is, and I feel that that's kind of the cycle of any organization to a degree.
Right.
Because
But then to add on top of it, okay, what do you want? But how do you manage what you want? And what do you do when you get it?
right, and then like I guess we can maybe back up to, you're the guy on the dojo floor going to the Monday, Wednesday class or whatever. Right.
Yeah.
You're training every other day or whatnot. And then you're joining your fellows, your people who you're training with to go meet more people.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of the excitement of that. The thing, because for me, I was always like the kind of the greatest thing to just get together with a bunch of people
Mm-hmm.
and train from like all over. That stuff's awesome. That's great.
Oh.
And I think it sucks what's happening now. But I mean, eventually something will get better in some way. And that'll be able to happen again. But the fact that you can get a bunch of people in the same room from a bunch of different places and just get on the floor, you don't need something big and fancy.
No. Mm-mm. No, you don't. You just need adequate space and move forward,
Well, safety is important.
Well, yeah, I mean, true. But I mean that I think that's kind of where we're going with it. I mean,
Yeah, and because I think literally, if we're talking about the decrepit building and moving out of a decrepit building into a nicer building, and then eventually into a hotel suite.
well, I mean, that's just kind of the metaphor, but I mean, think about how the transition of an organization starts. I mean, it may start on your kitchen table or on a card table, on a napkin, you're drawing stuff out, and then eventually now you've got, an office complex. I mean, just from, the progression of companies. Now, how does that play out in martial arts or in the karate world?
And it's interesting because karate is always, because unlike other martial arts that tend to have the one or two big organizations, and people kind of branch out from them, right?
Mhm.
Especially like talking about like Nihon Budo and stuff like that. Karate has always had this question mark on it, whether or not is this the correct karate? Is that the right karate? Like, is it just a dojo versus dojo thing? Is it, is it all linked back to Okinawa? I feel especially in the international community outside of Okinawa, that question mark continues to raise itself, rather than like judo or aikido, which tends to be very solidified in what their organizations are. And I think this is also in a lot of ways a very late 20th century issue to a degree,
Yeah.
because the amount of people who are entering it.
Yeah. I mean,
Just to set a kind of a context for the conversation.
I'd say, probably, I'd say even the 60s. And, I'll bring up, I thought this guy was a, very good technician. I think he was very knowledgeable, was Ed Parker. Because Ed Parker, now I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to, it may have come from somewhere else, but I know he used to do the huge international karate seminar and tournament out like in California back in the 60s.
Yeah, along with what was kind of that I don't want to say explosion, but that popularization
Yeah,
of what we know today, what it's changed, grown, and evolved into how martial arts organizations, especially in the States and I think to a degree Europe, have become.
and I think when he did that, I think it was a great idea. Don't get me wrong, and I think there's probably some really great things that came out of it. I mean, I know Bruce Lee attended that some, if I'm not mistaken.
He was a part of that.
Yeah.
But I think that was also an attempt to but break open traditional barriers.
Right.
So more people could get involved,
Right.
but also to a degree market it. So.
Right. But I mean, I think that's where it really kind of started, in which it took a great idea where you had a lot of people from a lot of different perspectives coming together to kind of share information, things like that. And I think that's a great thing. Don't get me wrong. But I think I think people took that to the next step, in which, okay, well, we have our seminars, we have this, we have that, but now, well, in order to keep our people, now we're going to develop an organization and hierarchical structure to where people can stay in the organization and not look elsewhere.
Right, and this was in place in other places long before.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think what had happened in that regard was a regression to a degree,
Right.
because you have Ed Parker, you have Bruce Lee, you have the explosion of popularity of martial arts in the 60s in the States, kind of reverberates worldwide
Yeah.
to a degree.
I mean, and then it really blew up in the 70s and 80s and,
Yeah.
and beyond. So,
Yeah, Gorbachev knocked down this wall, give us judo. So
I guess that's one way to look at it. But
look at where that attitude's gotten us today. So,
yeah, no, but I don't know, and I don't mean it I mean, yeah, you do have to. I do think as you have senior members, you do want that knowledge still in house somehow, and it's a way to keep your knowledge base intact. I don't disagree with that.
and I think this is what's part and parcel of this, because you want to have, let's say you've got 10 people who have been training for X number of years, and you've got a couple other people who are a little older or senior where they're teachers, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to but not everybody knows everything, but all together you've got a lot there.
Yeah.
So to a degree, you created this council of elders.
Right.
And then all of those guys, I think this is much more the case in the 80s, where it became, especially with folks we worked with, where it kind of ramped up that franchisification, as it were.
I don't disagree. That it probably did start in the 80s. It really started really going that direction, but I would say it really took off in the 90s.
Yeah, well, I mean, incubated and then kind of
right. Yeah.
Like, we don't have Tiger Schulman's on TV yet, but I mean, yeah, you're not that far away from that.
Right.
What I think where the issue becomes then is that you have the two issues of A, at what point does it become too large to manage? And then B, at what point does that circle of people who've been around for a while become a frat boy club?
Well, and to add on to that piece, when it becomes a frat boy club, is the necessary training actually taking place?
Right. The road from dollar to belt or dollar to rank is a handshake away.
Yeah.
As a poorly put it analogy,
but well, I mean, depending upon how big the envelope is and how big the check is, absolutely.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's funny. What was it? I never thought we'd use this on here, but I was watching a movie Back to School not too long ago with Rodney Dangerfield.
Ah, yes. Me too, actually.
and he in the dean was like, you really don't understand the amounts that were involved. In all fairness, it was a really big check. It's like how much of that has actually creeped into the martial arts? How much has that creeped into people having enough rank and to where they've paid for their they paid for their ignorance.
This has been going. I mean, that goes back to Musashi. It goes back further than that. But in the more the modern context, do you have the one camp where no one cares about them,
Right.
where you get people in a backyard training or whatnot? Then
Right.
on the other hand, you've got the people who run the commercial stuff, and who's able to go to the commercial stuff? What the people who could pay for it, right? So, which kind of sounds like a movie we've talked way too much about. The thing that's at issue there then is the people who are demanding the checks now. Where did they start out? Because we go back to this this thing that they create, that Ed Parker created, or this thing that started happening where more and more people came together. And I really want to do a little more research into, kind of as a different project, to be like, was there a kind of summer of love version for martial arts around that time?
What was their stock?
Kind of, yeah, because if you think about it, was there a time where everyone was like, yeah, don't worry, where barriers start breaking down, and then you can really see people's abilities or their ignorance? And I think you're right in that around that time that was happening, but it was also apparently a lot of apocryphal tournaments of just people beat the crap out of each other.
Oh yeah.
But then what comes out of that, right? Because we're talking 60s, 70s, right? Flash forward 15 years later, the same people are not teaching that way, or they're quitting, or they're
I would say it stopped. I would say it started slowing down that way in the 90s. And then it took a whole new realm with the whole Ultimate Fighting Championship stuff.
Yeah, because that stuff has to go somewhere.
Right.
People are not just gonna give up on it.
Right.
I know it's kind of funny to see people like Chuck Norris who try to integrate the Gracie stuff into mainline Ed Parker type deal Kempo.
Yeah.
And it's just being this waffly thing. Ed Parker was, it's not to get into the Ed Parker cast, but I mean, he was just kind of like what we're doing now, just a bunch of dudes and geese on a TV screen talking about techniques. The prototype is almost a prototype of it.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, when they were training, I mean, it was definitely a pretty thorough, pretty decent system, to be perfectly honest.
But he also saw ways of marketing it.
Right.
There is that aspect that I think is where, because there's a demand to take all this time and effort you put into something, and get your money.
I think that gets back to one of our previous podcasts, accomplishment versus achievement, where you get people to, well, look, I mean, I've got the 20th done or whatever the heck the new thing is or whatever, but yet they go by a checklist and therefore they learn the bare minimum to get where they're at, but they didn't actually try to apply and make it a maximum. And it's not to say that, when they were going through this checklist, they were not putting a maximum effort on those things, but they weren't looking at it from an entire view. I think that's one of the things that I would say I guess I've been very blessed in being able to not really giving a crap what damn belt I am. I really don't. I don't. I want to know.
Yeah.
And I think that's the engineer and the physics and all the math that's it. I studied in college. I did this. I did all that kind of stuff. But it's like I'm always looking at why. I'm always okay. Why does this work? I accept your response, but let's dig a little deeper. And I don't think stuff today or in your so-called frat clubs are digging in that much.
I agree with that because it's easier to not do that. It's easier to not lead people down that path. I don't think it's this cabal of guys who got together and be like, we're gonna make lots of money and not teach anybody martial arts. But
I think eventually it gets to that point.
There are some people who are like that, yeah. No friends of ours, but
yeah,
I think it also comes from people who genuinely learned a lot from their experience, but have no idea how to give that experience to other people. So they don't know how to work them through or give them even a similar experience or an experience that's worth give an outcome they understand. Because they might not have understood why they're at their point. They're just good at that thing. And so they're at that position of skill, but they're not at this. They shouldn't be at any way to make decisions for others.
Well, now you bring in another thing that I'm picking up on, and that is how do you teach it? And I think that's one of the things to where it's like this is kind of where I'll probably catch actually hate mail going through you, but this is where I disagree on standardized testing. I understand the standardized testing piece of it. I get it. But if you're truly learning stuff like this, there's not really a standard to go by. And in order to have a teacher, it's much easier to teach using a standard checklist. This, go down the list. Did we do it? Okay, we did this kata 4 times. We did this kata 3 times. Okay, yay! Whatever, we get a belt. Woohoo! No, I mean, why are you doing this? What is the application of this? What can you make from this?
And
where can you see this come out at?
And that's where the flaw of the organization is, right? You only get so much time with so many people at a certain location, and if you're trying to centralize how what we went through was centralizing ranking, where the ranking can only be done once or twice a year in front of 1 or 2 people, right? You have to pay X amount of money, and then no one's attention's anywhere because everyone's attention's everywhere.
I thought that was in a way not a bad thing in order to control it and to basically set a baseline on what you're doing.
Right.
But when that baseline becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, as opposed to what knowledge does this person really possess, I think that becomes the problem. And I think that goes into the attitude. Because a long time ago, an instructor asked me a long time ago, they were like, so do you want to learn Japanese style or Asian style, or do you want to learn dumb American style? And not to be insulting to Americans, but it was like, and whenever the first time I was asked that, I was kind of a ticked off red Americans, like, damn it, get crap off. But then I understood kind of after I got over my little, upset, I stepped back and looked at it. I was like, what in the hell is he really asking? And when I really looked at what he was really asking is, a lot of times Americans want nice, neat package deal, as opposed to how do you put it all together?
Well, you see, you're saying we're going to get hate mail for your dunk on standardized testing, but when you just say that, I'm just like, what do you mean we're not going to get hate mail for that?
But
No. But B, I what's the complete the story? What was the follow up? Because I'm interested to, like, I remember maybe a little you talking to me a little bit about this. What was the follow up there?
the follow up was,
What was your answer? I guess what was it? What was the way you approached
I
it?
mean, my answer was no. I want to learn, Japanese, Asian style. But I mean, basically, it was like, okay, I understood enough to where it's like, if I said no, I want to learn American style, I wasn't going to get taught squat. I understood that right there. Yeah, I understood if I said this, I was going to at least get down the path where I wanted, even though I didn't know what that path was. I at least knew that. I may have been stupid as all get out whenever I was training with this person, but I at least knew that much.
There was the choices were presented to you in that way. But I think in a lot of ways, for as problematic as that statement is, it's problematic.
Hey, that was in the 90s. Let me tell you,
For
that was
something
in
like
the
that.
90s. That was before all the goofy stuff that's gone on since then. So it's like, all right. So,
but the way that's presented is that I do not feel, if you have, because that's one teacher talking to one student, it's one-on-one, and you had that experience.
right.
If you're talking about a larger group, and if you're talking about like the frat boy society, they're just going to make you get up there and do whatever they want you to do. And then they're not going to really worry. They're going to, if someone's got skin in the game, somebody, or somebody knows somebody, there's a handoff or a pass off, right? You wouldn't even get that question.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit on this. I see where you're going with it.
Yeah.
But this is kind of where I'm seeing it as, is like that kind of teaching leads into this way or that way. I mean, you basically have a fork in the road.
Right.
And basically, I think how it's been shown is like American style teaching is very segmented, very this. It's very point of fact. Here, this, boom, 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 boom. You're not really showing how to connect how all this works. And I think that leads down the road to a more frat boy kind of club.
I would say that maybe that's true. I don't know. You see, this is why I say it's problematic when it's put that way, because I've worked in Asian schools before, and I've seen the fragmentedness.
Right, but I mean,
stuff.
the example I'm talking about is one-on-one.
Right.
But still, whenever you're teaching a group, you can fragment that. This is how I'm going to teach, or this is how I'm going to teach. And that's kind of where I'm kind of getting.
Yeah. And like how that's articulated is pretty much up to whatever you're doing, right? Because you can articulate the other way, the kind of more open way, as like part 1, part 2, part 3,
right?
As opposed to having just a checklist of saying, do this, got to do that, got to do this, got to do that, got to. And that just being like, yeah, it's very straightforward, but it doesn't, you're not learning anything outside of just like what the form of it is.
Yeah. And I get the standardization whenever you're starting to deal with rank, because if you don't somewhat standardize on, and I kind of saw this a long time ago, if you don't standardize on that rank, hey, this is your checklist of what you need to learn, and da 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 da. If you don't do that, then you get little Johnny's parents or little Susie's parents all mad. They learned all this stuff. They did it in front of you, but they're not getting promoted. What's the problem? It's like, I see that point. I see to that point, if you're building an organization and you're dealing with rank, yes. But if you're teaching for knowledge, and the sad thing is, most people don't want to learn for knowledge. They want to learn for accomplishment.
Right. So, I mean, kind of bring it back. So
Sorry.
we've got no, you're right. You're 100% right, because this is where the issue becomes, where you get the frat boy syndrome, that why are they the frat boys? They're
Yeah.
just why are they the boys club? Because these are the guys who have all the knowledge. These are the guys who've been around for a while. These were sent as first students. These were X, Y, and Z, right? Of course, we need to do everything they say, good, bad, or ugly, because those are the people we're going to get all the goods from.
Right.
Right. Not just because supposedly it's not about rank; it's about the knowledge.
But in order, supposedly to obtain the rank, you need the knowledge. But it's kind of
have the knowledge of knowing how to grease the right bombs.
that, and write out a really big check. There you go. Sometimes, and I'm not taking away from people. I'm not taking away from people's accomplishment, but every single person that's listening to this podcast knows somebody that got ranked that absolutely did not deserve it. Period.
Well, and this is
because they wrote out a check. I guarantee it. If
and
you
this
did
is
it
where
any time at all. So sorry, it
Right.
irritates me a little bit, but that's beside the point.
well, because of that, you get honest guys, and this is how I felt when I first got a black belt, that I didn't deserve it, and that I felt like I needed to work a lot harder to earn something. The Game of Thrones things, where it's like power is the shadow, and just what people believe it to be rather than being what it actually is.
Mhm.
Right. So this quote unquote council of elders or the Kyoshikai, or the whatever.
Whatever.
Oh, it has everything, and you need to do everything for them. Well, at the same time, you're either getting what you want, but as opposed to what you need,
Yeah.
without seeing a real reward for it, or seeing anything really for it. So, let's use an example of it. You wanted to learn these 5 kata, or this secret kata, or this kata they don't teach anybody else but the Phyton, and you finally get it, and then you went through this 150 steps to learn this form. What good is it if you don't understand it?
Right.
And then, so these guys are constantly put something out in front of you, or kind of smoke in the mirrors more, just to grip something from you. But I feel there's probably an attachment to the authenticity there that's
Yeah.
still there for most people working for them,
Yeah.
as misguided as it could be.
Yeah. So sorry, I'm laughing because I just kind of remember one of the first lessons I kind of taught you.
Right.
And it was, we were at a seminar, and you were talking about, I learned this kind of. I'm like, well, great. What do you want, a cookie? How the hell do you use the damn thing? It's like, ugh. and I think that's probably, I think that was kind of a slap across the face to wake you up, like, oh, wait a minute. What is the goodness of this?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes people need that. I need it every once in a while.
But then, how do we create do you want a cookie organization? Because you're always going to have some people are going to grow up together, right?
Right.
Humans are a social animal. We've realized this now more than ever after a year of having everyone locked indoors, right? Either that or people go feral. How do we create something? Because you eventually have to be a part of something. You can be a part of something with 2 people. You can be a part of something with 5 people. Be a
Right.
part of something with 50 people.
Yeah.
What's the way of maintaining that authenticity, that hunger for knowledge, that hunger to be good,
I
without
think it's,
sacrificing integrity for the boys' club? Or do we always have to grease palms?
well, I think it gets down to the principles of the organization. Because I think once it's compromised, it'll always be compromised.
So there's no way of restoring it or purging the
Not
bad
to-
elements while keeping the good.
Not to that level, no. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, even if you try, you've got people that know what has happened. Therefore, at that point, you've lost respect, you've lost integrity, you've lost honor in some way, shape, or form. Now, is it something that's like a one-time deal? Maybe. Maybe you learn from it. It's like, no, we'll never have it again. But that still damages that record. And I think everybody comes up across it. I think everybody does.
Yeah.
And I think probably a lot of places, sometimes the wrong decision's made, but what do you learn from that mistake? I mean, to err is one. I mean, there's always going to be errors in judgment. There always are. But do you continue to do it over and over and over again, or do you, hey, this wasn't right. This thing happened again.
Well,
So I think that's where things have got to. I think that's where you get back to your principles and stuff. So
can it be large, or can it only be a small scale? Because I think to kind of be more actionable in terms of all this, I think you have to throw away the franchisization. I think at best, you can be friends with someone. You can go and learn from somebody, right? But this idea of building a franchise, I use franchise in the form of like, we have dojos in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, all of the farm belt, right?
No, I get that.
And internationally, like I feel that the day of that, though people are trying to really hold on to it, is
I think seriously, I think it can be done. But what are those core principles that you believe in that you're going to transfer over to other people? And without that, it will not work. If it does transfer over, then it would. And I see that as the biggest problem.
And that's where I would say, that's where I would diverge and say it needs to always come from an house. And that's where it's like I'm never gonna become the size of something like, I don't know, Shotokan Kai or whatever. It always has to come from an house, because how do you know the person, right? Like, how do you know the people? Like, can you accept the fact that you're essentially giving somebody license to use whatever you're doing, assuming what you're doing is worthwhile, right?
Yeah.
And then how do you know they're maintaining it with the integrity that you want? Like, to a degree, you need to let that go. Because if we look back at the boys' club, how much do they care about that integrity? How much do they care about that knowledge and the pursuit of that?
Right.
If you kind of raised people up to understand that, and you've seen them on the dojo floor every day, it's much different than guy from somewhere else, been training somewhere else, meet him once or twice.
Yeah.
He writes you a check, and you let him wear some patches.
Yeah. It gets down to trust. And you mentioned it. I mean, there is definitely that, training of information to, for them to better themselves. And don't get me wrong, I mean, I learned that lesson early on as an instructor. I had a guy who I thought I trusted him, and then all of a sudden he was taking stuff that I was showing him, and then he was going out to bars, picking up chicks and using it for little bar tricks to do stuff. Yeah, when I caught wind of that, I mean, I corrected it right quick, fast, and in a hurry. And
But you see, you have the ability because of locality and stuff like that to kind of control that. Now
right,
imagine that on like, quote unquote international basis.
I mean, even now, even a national level. I mean, something that's too far that you can go visit every single week or whatever. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think you've got to build up to that. You definitely have to build up. I mean, you can't just come overnight. And sometimes things grow faster than what you're ready for. But I think if you've got these core principles in line, lock, stock, and barrel, I do think you can scale it, but it becomes a big trust issue.
And you need to have solid people who are, and this is going into your organization, you need solid people who you can trust, to impart stuff, who will like not create a cult, who
Right.
will not like this is stuff we've talked about before, probably even going after, like you do not want people to say, you must trust what he says in all things, like you're not trying to spread a religion, you're trying to spread martial arts, and you're trying to keep knowledge where you need to be realistic about what it is. And I think the biggest thing is to keep people who you're training on the ground, like not let their head go into the sky. Because I think we've seen that where
Oh, yeah.
people made statements about people we know, and like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, what? Where? What?
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody saying somebody was like this ancient descendant of this Chinese martial artist. What? No.
Well, okay.
He's a curator. He's a curator and a Goju guy, but he's not a ancient. No.
Great. Okay. Awesome. Thanks. Have a nice day. Bye. I mean, that's kind of how I deal with that. It's just,
Well, I mean, there's ways of also dealing with it, just making sure people understand, but what's there, and that's making sure who is ever at the nucleus of this stuff is on the ground,
right.
that their head themselves is not too big, and that they have people around them who can say that.
Yeah.
What I think is the worst is when you have a bunch of people who are around someone who doesn't listen, but consistently stay around someone who doesn't listen.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just get frustrated and burnt out, and they leave, and they're always frustrated and burnt out because this person never listened to me, and and that's the kind of my life story. And I think,
but on the same token, I mean, with that kind of mentality, they've got to be able to not just want to just contribute, but they also actually need to sometimes just shut up and listen too. So
yeah.
So
And that's,
I mean, it goes both ways.
and that's the balancing act of having anything like that.
Yep.
And I think what we've seen a lot of the time, ends up becoming that point of corruption, or that point of being able to do something. And I think I'd like to close it out, at least for my end, is just say, the comparison here would be like the IOC, right?
Yeah.
The IOC is this thing, like the Olympics themselves are, on its own, a huge international event where people from every country come together and, do an event and try to sit and just compare their skills and come together in kind of cooperation and peace and global unity. Great idea.
Yeah.
What the IOC has become and what it has put pressure on other countries, and what it has the pressure that's been put on athletes and the lives it's destroyed, both
Yeah.
directly and tertiarily, is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
I feel that's a great point to look at. And when we look at martial arts organizations where very much the same things happen. And so going forward, and to anybody listening to this, is knowing if you're running something like that, if you're a part of that boys club, it's like, what are you trying to accomplish then? Is having this new place really going to be helpful? Is it just for your own self-aggrandizement? And
Yeah.
in my personal opinion, the moment it starts becoming about you, it's not about the art. It's when you just gotta let it go, or
Yeah.
you make a change.
Yeah, I mean, to back that up, I mean, one of my other, I wouldn't say one of my other favorite movies I really like is Miracle. You know, the 1980 Olympic hockey team. We were talking about the Olympics, and there's a quote in there where um, I can sympathize with what was going on there. I had a basketball coach that was like that, and I mean, he's got them going, you know, doing their equivalent of suicide, you know, front line, back line, midline, back line, you know, back. I mean, just going. And he makes a statement, and I think it's a great statement towards this. And he tells the hockey team, it's like when you put on that jersey, the name on the front means a hell of a lot more than the one on the back. And I think that goes to what we're talking about tenfold. It's like the art that you're doing means a hell of a lot more than your name and what notoriety you're trying to get out of it.
And like that's the thing, you're going to get notoriety because of what you do, but it's not because of you the notoriety is there.
Right.
Right? Like it's going to be what you contribute in them. And this is the thing we don't have enough of, is that if there's not like the idea of teamwork in martial arts, the idea of like being on a team, even though I think kind of our friends who are more in the sports arena have a little more idea for.
Right.
But yeah, I feel that that is somewhere I hope people who are listening to this and karate in general goes towards. And if these organizations, big, small, or medium, go towards. And I feel there's enough people out there who understand that, but there's also not enough who do.
Right. Absolutely. So, cool.
So, Jeremy, what do you got going on this week in terms of training?
Basically, right now, just taking care of my health and hopefully pass the rest of my kidney stone. That's the main thing. So, I know that sounds like a lot. Huh?
Kidney cast, stones cast.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
That is something I live in constant fear of. But
yeah. So that's what I got going on. I mean, and you know, training in between there, but you know, just hopefully the pain doesn't get too bad again. So.
Well, we hope I really do hope it's expedient for you.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of drinking as much water as I am. Holy cow! So anyway, as I drink more water. So.
There we go. I'm working on just keeping steady on what I'm doing, and then hopefully, you know, what I'm gonna try to make some good out of what's happening, and maybe have some more stuff in line that's maybe more on the interview side. I'll maybe have more access to more people, but we'll see. Still, you know, just keep working to build ideas and get more people together, stuff like that.
Cool.
Well, Jeremy, thank you for coming on. Always glad to have you on. And yeah, happy 60th episode, folks. Don't forget to keep training.
Take care.
You can hear that, right?
Mhm.
7 times a day.
Hmm.
It's one of the one things I'm looking forward to not having to deal with anymore.
I
Sorry.
gotcha.
No, didn't mean to derail your thought because I agree with that because
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks. Welcome to Karate Web Belts. I am John, and I am joined by the illustrious
Jeremy, yeah, I'm back again. So
back again. How are we feeling this week, Jeremy?
not too bad. Just been really busy. So
Right on, right on. More Ozark landlording.
yeah, I mean, yeah, critters are starting to come out of the woodwork. I had I had either a mouse or a rat or chipmunk get up into one of my air conditioning units and eat all the wiring out of it. So I had to get that repaired. You know, for some reason, some renters don't like to go into a house with no air conditioning when it's like 98 degrees and 150% humidity. So it's yeah, that was an unexpected expense, but I'll take it over a new compressor. So yeah,
Well, have you been able to use the Raccoon Harpoon much lately?
No Raccoon harpoons yet. So haven't had to do that. Haven't had to chase any raccoons off. It's either foxes or mice or chipmunks lately. So it's like, come on. Yeah.
Throw a sire too, Adam.
I'm thinking about like an M80, something like that. That sounds pretty good.
Of course. One of us is broadcasting from a small island in South Japan. One of us is broadcasting from heartland of America.
Hey,
guess which one can get their hands on a rifle? Answer both.
Hey, just a fun fact. I mean, Missouri is the leading state / territory for fireworks and explosions. So it's kind of.
Well, what's funny is everyone says like, "There's no guns in Japan. There's no guns in Japan." Not true. You can get hunting. You can get hunting guns because we have wild boar and other like wild animals and stuff. You can go after. The rules around it are much more strict, but yeah, it's a thing here.
Yeah, not here. So
yeah, no, I wouldn't imagine.
It's all good.
Too much money. What's been going on with training with you lately?
It's been slow, but I mean, getting back into it after the hamstring pull, so it's been going pretty good. Working more isometric stuff. Working on katas, doing like slow stretching while I'm doing katas. It's kind of a different way to train kata, but it's still good. So
you can never underestimate the isometric work within kata. I think a lot of people want to kind of blast through a kata or whatever, but you can never underestimate that type of work.
I tell you what, I get more power out of doing it from isometrics than I do trying to blast through something. So
it's a shame that people don't really get into that much in terms of kata training. I myself am guilty of not spending a lot of time on that because normally when I do a kata set or I'll do like some kata, I'll normally want to try to drill something.
Yeah.
But because I'm losing space, unfortunately, within the next couple weeks from a move. I'm going to have to learn to do that a little more. Plus snow.
Hey, snow training's good.
Snow training, isometric kata.
Well, I mean, isometric kata in the snow goes a little bit faster, so I was just saying.
There you go. Yeah, yesterday I did a 13K, about 8-mile run, and then this morning the whole town had to get up. I got up at 4:30. Everyone else got up at 8 to do basically town cleaning. So everyone in the town gets up and goes and weeds and gardens and gets all the excess stuff up. Like, and this happens every 3 months or whatever. So,
Interesting.
Well, and it gets, everyone just does their part and they don't have to worry about it for like 3 months after that.
That's cool.
Everyone gets free water and whatnot. So better than, having a supposed professional crew do it like every other week or whatever. And then that's just more stuff you have to pay for rather than, buy some water and get a couple trucks together for, a couple hours and a couple days out of the year.
No, that's cool.
Yeah. So I'm actually kind of beat from that. I guess one thing we can go on from in continuity of our recording. I'm going to keep this in continuity. So we're going to have a couple of different recordings coming up this week. So keep my own head on straight. We had mentioned briefly last week. You had mentioned briefly last week a difference you noticed when you guys had moved from a less than up to code building, let's say.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
To
a nicer venue to a hotel to do camps, to do seminars, to
Yeah.
get a bunch of people together in an organization. And though I think the decision making behind that is sound, I think you had brought up there was something lost in the middle there. And you had brought up to me that this would actually be a great idea to tackle today. And I think both in terms of not only a wider seminar format, but also in terms of, well, how does this affect your everyday training and how does this affect both as a community. So I guess let's dive into that topic.
Yeah.
Because there's no one answer to it, I feel. But I feel that this is kind of the worm in the apple that it goes in a couple different directions. To start off, let's look at it from a training perspective. We're just talking about karate. What are our needs?
True. I mean, really, all you really need is just basically a designated space. And I mean, what I mean by designated, it doesn't have to be like a separate place, but just some place where you agree with whoever you're training with, or even yourself, that this is where you're going to train.
There's a very specific mental aspect to that. Because if you try to train in front of the TV, you can mentally train yourself to be like, all right, Cheers is on. Time to start doing Nahachi Shodan.
Yeah.
For those who in our audience who know what Cheers is. So
sorry, I grew up with Cheers and Night Court and all those. So yeah.
I would be better off with doing it in front of Night Court.
I mean, that's beside the point. But in kind of one of the things that I brought up while we were talking earlier is I think it's just kind of natural for martial artists in general, not just people in karate, but just in general, to continually look how to do something better or how to make something better.
Right.
And
it's literally the history of it.
And I think sometimes when we think this is good, more is better, well, maybe it's not. Or look at it from a different perspective. Does it allow you to understand things better, quicker, faster, as opposed to the other way? And so that's kind of something that I've been really diving in mentally, thinking about after our last podcast. I really thought about this. I wouldn't say it's a conflict, but it's like, I remember, some of the seminars you go to and you're at a hotel setting, you have hotel rooms, you've got a lot of distractions from training as opposed to just out in the middle of a field. And you're just doing outside blocks for 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, that's all you're doing. You're just doing this. Is it better to do one or the other?
It's interesting you bring that point up because I've also been in a situation where we were stuck out in the middle of nowhere and it felt like less training got done. But that was more from an organizational perspective. But if we're talking from a seminar perspective, from a getting everybody together and doing stuff, and that can be based on who's running it and whatnot.
Right.
But I feel that I've also been in the hotel arena and had the exact opposite experience, where that was actually, I feel, one of the better training weekends I'd ever had, is where we would get up 8 o'clock in the morning, 3-hour session, break for a little, 3-hour session, break for a little, 3-hour session, break for dinner. Maybe we were just chilling in the hotel lobby or whatever, and then shooting the shit, working on stuff.
Yeah.
I've heard of legends of people doing kumite within the hotel rooms. Maybe there was a little alcohol involved in there, but
yeah, I mean,
never a smart thing to involve those two.
No. Yeah,
I don't think you're alone in this thought. But to try to help you articulate it, or try to articulate it in a way that might be more general, is that you have the center focus idea. You don't have anything else around you. You don't have any distractions out of either a lack or a need, as opposed to having resources, financially, or generally it's just financially, and having the resources to do the things that you want.
Yeah.
Right. So a great example would be, I remember one school friend of ours, they wanted mats for the longest time. Tried to raise money for mats.
mats. Try to get money together for mats. They wanted mats. They wanted to do rolls. They wanted to do throws and stuff like that. They were just a traditional karate school.
Mhm.
And just stuff kept coming up until the point where school had to close. But their whole goal was just getting mats, as opposed to another school I had been a part of where they had mats. They had two floors where you could do classes. One floor was just matted with those like big blue foam mats that you can't really move all that well. You just like
Yeah.
put them down and they're connected together.
Yeah.
And they had like kind of stereotypical gym mats from the bottom floor that they could pull out and do throws on. How very little these mats were actually utilized or even found even necessary in that school was so meager. So I feel that this is a conversation just also about resources than anything else, and then addressing wants and needs.
Well, I mean, it's interesting you bring something like that up. I think of, people who kind of a example would be like, oh, I need a new car. I need a new car. Why do you need a new car? Oh, well, I like to be able to use Sirius XM or this or that or whatever else. Or I like the little cameras that it has on it, or I like the fact I can play Mario Kart on the dashboard or whatever, whatever. Why do you really need it? Is it a need or is it more of a want? And, it gets back to training. I mean, do you really need that hotel setting? Do you really need a convention center to go through training and stuff?
Do you need mats?
Yeah. Do you really need mats? And even if you got them, how much would you be utilizing them?
I can see the real want to use mats to put more throws and groundwork into what you're doing. If there's legitimate reason for doing that, 100%, and you don't want to screw people up and whatever, and having mats, they tend to be easier to clean. They tend to be easier to, take apart, break apart, and put back together.
But are you actually going to use them? That's the thing.
And that's when, if somebody says, well, are you really going to use them? That means they have more resources. It also goes to knowledge, right? So we're talking about, if we're talking about the people who are on the floor who are running, they need to know what they're doing. An idea that I had seen that happened to me was the instructor wanted us to get these fingerless mitts, these like white fingerless mitts that had like foam over the knuckles.
Oh,
they really weren't useful. Like, we never used them. And in fact, no one used. I barely ever saw anybody use them. But he required everybody needs to buy these. Everybody needs to get these because these are going to be important for class. A year later, maybe used them once. Now, if I want to give this guy the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to say he had an idea, he didn't follow through with. I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say he just ripped everybody for about $15 to $20.
Yeah. Well, I remember going into a school it's been a long time ago. Went into a school and they literally had an entire wall full of Subaritos. I mean, like, wow, you guys must really train hard with these. They're like, no, we've never used them. I mean, and I'm like, well, why do you have them? Well, they say they're great training tools, but we don't know how to use them. I'm like, well, pick them up. I'm going to show you how to use them right now. They're just like, really? I'm like, yeah. And so it's like, it's almost like you got the cart before the horse. Sometimes you need the cart before the horse, but
sometimes you need a horse and you don't know how to ride the horse, so you need to put the cart on so you actually have something to sit in.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a one or the other type deal in that regard, but it's like going back to just the space issue, people struggle these days to get space.
Yeah.
It used to not be a huge issue, but now with real estate being the way it is, at least in the States, people struggle with it. And this is why you get a lot of community centers that come together and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you can get just enough good training in those spaces as you could in the backyard. Backyard park type training, I mean, that's limited because of space and whatnot. I think you can get the quality of whatever you're trying to do done. But if you need specific equipment, that's a different deal. But if you're walking into a school like that, where you have just a bunch of Subarito or a bookend on the wall, and literally no one knows how to use them, that means the people who got them
I'm assuming those were just the schools, Subirito?
Yeah, it was just a school, and nobody had ever shown them how to use it. It's like,
I think I know what you're talking about.
no, I mean this was long,
Oh, okay.
long time ago. Long.
Oh, okay. That's even worse. Makes a little more sense because people are also stupid with money.
Well, there were times. I mean, I've got one training tool that I might have thrown it away finally. I just got tired of looking at it, and it looked like. I mean, there are some people that know how to use it, but it was a heavy weighted Tanbo, and you did all these exercises with this thing, but to get anybody to teach you anything out on this, everybody was very confused with it. Like, well, I don't know. Well, I mean, and I ended up knowing like 2 exercises with it, and I'm like, I can do this with a regular Tanbo, and maybe the extra weight is nice, but who cares, And there were a couple things I got out of it, but for the most part, you try to teach somebody